Evil Avalon web novel audiobook by GBOI Gaming. Chapter 1 to 47. Congratulations to all new students. An Osan asterisk with wide shoulders and sharp eyes is talking through the microphone while staring at me from the stage. Although he is said to be the principal of this school, the atmosphere is clearly not the same even if he wears a suit. Japan's Pride National Adventurer High School. Here we have the latest knowledge and the best environment for you.
Yes, it seems that this is the entrance ceremony of the Adventurer School. It seems to be.
I hope that you student will devote yourself in further improving your dormant talents and meet the expectations of the people around you. When I noticed, I was in the auditorium where the seats were lined up in a fan shape. I wondered if it was some magnificent surprise event, but I was a small and ordinary citizen. I couldn't give some big reaction, and the audience rating to my reaction would be meaningless as I am not some idol or VTuber. But here. Whether it is entrance to the Adventurer College or joining a capture clan made by high-ranking adventures, I think that each one of you here has a desired course and goal, but you must work hard with your friends to achieve them. This huge auditorium and that strict principal are someone familiar to me. I also know the male student with bright red hair sitting at the front and a female student with light pink semi-long wavy hairs. Students who brought something like a double-edged axe or spear to the entrance ceremony can also be seen. At the very front of the center is a girl in a flashy kimono, and next to it you can see a full-plate male. No doubt, this is the opening scene of that game. I want you to spend your precious school life in such a way so that you can have a fulfilling life without any regrets. No way, I really am inside the game. Asterisk a full-fledged action that seeks out more powerful and rare weapons and armor, sneaks through a deadly battle with a ferocious enemy and aims at the deep dungeon, and some pretty girls. The DLC that was implemented later, DLC, asterisk 1. Prepare multiple handsome men for female players, Dungeon Romance VR MMO, Dungeon Explorer Chronicle that interweaves romance school adventures where you can enjoy romance, known as Danik. In short, it's a game with the tagline, why don't you dive in the dungeon while falling in love with your heart? The initial cost is high because a head-mounted display for VR, a glove-shaped controller that can be worn in the hand, and a motion capture camera are required to play, and the manufacturer who made the game is unknown. When it was first released, it didn't sell at all, and it was a game that everyone didn't know about. However, the beautiful graphics, highly complete action, and a deep game system gradually became rumors that spread in the gaming community, and became popular with the capture characters added later, customized mode, PvP and war mode where hundreds of people can participate. It didn't take long for the game to become known to all gamers. I've been playing this game since my student days, even when I became a member of the society. I am proud that my gameplay that was not good at the beginning has become quite good now that I have repeated the boss capture and interpersonal battles many times. Well, that is one advantage.
Only read at valhalados.blogpost.com. As soon as I got home, I took a shower, squeezed in the frozen food that had been warmed in the microwave, and put on the controller gloves. Since one has to swing her arms around, taking a position so as not to hit the wall or objects is required before starting the game.
Tracing the air with my palm and logging in with biometric authentication, there was a mark of incoming mail. It's from Danik Management. Okay, so I've got an update email. A few days ago, there was a game event sponsored by the management. You can get the right to participate in the tester of the next large-scale update, and I was caught by the bait and participated, but the content of the event was really hell. Tens of thousands of players gathered at the game event venue, and they were excited to expect the quest. Hey, did you come? I'm looking forward to it. My hands are shaking. If I can clear it, I'll get married. Morabear was aiming for the right to participate in the tester, which was the event prize, although he is trying to create an atmosphere like that. He can't hide the glaring look that he habitually always pull out when he gets dead serious. When I was secretly restraining myself in a casual conversation, a jet black giant dragon suddenly fell from the sky, and 10% of the participants who were trampled by tens of thousands of tons of giant dragons immediately evaporated. In the turmoil, the top players managed to get ready and fight back, but when they hit the thick skin the attack did not go through properly. In no time, the dragon bursts out with a thick laser that caused instant death damage, and the players turn into side dishes one after another. Still, it was the experienced players who were surrounding it. They were coordinating with each other and moving to avoid damage and taking on aggro according to the situation. After about 2 hours of deadly battle, more than half of the participants were lost, but they devised a strategy and defeated the balance breaker dragon. But that was just the beginning. The event venue collapses when the players were flocking to the corpses in search of drop items from the dragon. From there, the death escape game started. Instant death if you make a mistake in choosing the route, and on parade of instant death traps with detection disabled so no can perceive it. A group of boss-class monsters attack along the way, and in cooperation with each other. Besides, there was an escape time limit. Although I was able to clear it as a result, the game balance was almost a luck factor. It was so difficult that anyone other than me could not clear it. However, luck is also in the ability. Wouldn't it be nice to be honest with what one has won? The email when opened showed with the tester participation right for the large-scale update that will be rewarded. My face looses after seeing it. Start the installation immediately, if one reads diagonally what is written in the license agreement. Well, if you install this patch and start playing, you will be transferred to the game. Transfer? What does metastasis mean? Is it such a game setting, or is it just a phrase? The game event was also crazy, so I don't have to think deeply. Because it's a tester, you can't use existing characters, maybe it will be from a fresh state. The character is either random character or custom character, that you make your own character, but since it is troublesome, I will go with random character. If you play to some extent and don't like it, you can remake the character. Okay, the installation was completed successfully, then I'll start right away. And I pressed the game start button vigorously. *hum. I remembered how I was here, but is it because of the update program? Is that possible? Certainly, I want to go to the world of Danik and do TUEE on a daily basis. I want to be popular. I want to chew with that heroine. I was delusional. Is it embarrassing to be a good old man? A man is full of adventure no matter how old he is. So let's sort it out a little. Q1, is this a reality, or is it a game? In Dungeon, the principal's speeches and announcements were displayed in the conversation window like an adventure game, but now I can't find such a window anywhere. In addition, the graphic resolution is so different that you can't think of it as a game no matter where you look. The amount of detail is high that it's obvious. Danik also has beautiful graphics, but if you look closely, you can easily tell that it is CG. But my current view, ignoring fantasy elements such as huge weapons and armor, has a reality that can only be seen in reality even if you squint. There was no sound of rubbing clothes of students sitting nearby or the faint sound of squeaking chairs in the game. Therefore, it is more natural to think of this as a world where games have become a reality, not a VR game. Originally, Danik is a game with an overwhelming amount of information that was created with the real-world virtualization, the so-called metaverse, in mind, but honestly, if this creation is a game, it is overkill. However, I would like more information. Q2, can I log out? If this is in-game, I was able to select the logout item from the interface that was always displayed during the game, but at this point I can't see anything like that in my field of view. Before that, I could get away from the game by removing the head-mounted display directly from my head without logging out, but now I don't have that in my head. By the way, apart from the conversation window, I feel that the interface became visible after the terminals were distributed at school. Should the decision to log out be put on hold until then? Q3, what happened to me as a former person? I'm not sure. It is possible that only consciousness is here and the body is in the original world. If the transfer mentioned in the description of the update program is true, is there no body of mine in the original world? The only way to check the is by actually logging out? Q4, do I really want to go home? TL. I won't go home TBH. There is a reason to go back to the original world. It's been a few years since I joined the company, but if I'm gone, the projects I've been working on will stop, and many people will be inconvenienced because of me. Besides, even though I live alone, I have to pay rent and utilities. It may be a bad idea to leave it all alone. However, if I didn't have my body over there and this was a complete transfer, then let's enjoy this world. When there is nothing you can do, there is nothing you can do about it. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't have a family, and no one will sad when I'm gone. If I can go home, I will think about it at that time. Various thoughts and questions arise, but I do not know anything for sure. Surrounded by secret excitement and confusion, I emerge to ask questions to the students around me. But now I should be calm. Calm down, me. On the stage of the entrance ceremony, several faculty members have finished giving a long greeting. Do your best, is what I understood from them in a summary, and it seems that the entrance ceremony is finally over. With that done, the entrance ceremony for Adventurer High School will be completed. After this, we will have a homeroom in each class. Please leave Class A. A class. In the story of Danik, there were many talented people, such as those who would later become the student council president, famous adventurers, and children of famous trading companies. Even in the B class and C class, you can get a glimpse of the main characters' rivals and key characters at this event. Looking at the faces of the students while remembering the characters in the main story. Then, finally, everyone in the E class, please. The surroundings rise all at once and start moving toward the exit. It seems that the class 1 I'm enrolled in from now on is the E class. Even in the game, when playing as the hero, or creating a custom character, it will start from the E class. I chose random character, but is it treated as a custom character? Students who went out of the auditorium walked silently to the classroom. Looking around, it was a tense atmosphere. The view from the window is spectacular. You can see at a glance that huge training facilities, large tenant shops, and workshops which each cost a lot of money. Students who can study at such a great school will definitely be happy. The high school I attended in the original world was an ordinary old school, so the difference in facilities is clear. I remember the setting that this National Adventurer School is operated nationwide for commercial and political reasons such as securing resources, and a huge amount of money is being invested for it from the National Treasury. I went up the stairs and arrived at the classroom marked 1E, with a retrospective and mixed feelings about the possibility of living a second high school life. It's funny, I'm going to behave strangely, It's hard to climb the stairs. By the way, I'm strangely hungry. The limbs are also plump, rather than bulging and tearing. Maybe I'm a fat character? I was wondering what kind of character it was, so when I went to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror, there was a man who looked like a pig. Even this is a fat body with a fat face. Jumbo-sized school uniform. And this face is that of a villain and sexual harassment character who clings to one of the heroines and does evil things. Known as Butao, isn't it? When I select random character, it becomes Butao. Until recently, I had a faint expectation for school life with the feeling that I've come to the world of games so now I can spend time with the heroine and flirt with her, but now that hope has shattered into fine dust. The one in the mirror is about 170 centimeters tall and is a high school boy with dark blue hair. However, he has a super obese body who seems to weigh more than 100 kilograms, and his neck is also filled with fat and cannot be seen due to his round chubby face. Even though today wasn't a hot day, I sweated just by climbing the stairs. My breath is also very choppy while moving. Is this guy really me? The man in the mirror is also looking troubled, as if copying me. When I see such a figure, my consciousness seems to disappear and I just want to escape from THSI dreadful reality. TL. What else he wants from his reflection? In the original world, I had never gained weight, so I have never experienced such shortness of breath just by going up the stairs and moving a little. Because it may be illusion, I tried to make a funny face and impersonate, but the man in front of the mirror was me by all means. Muo, I didn't choose the character you gave to me. I hold my head and try to squeeze it, but my belly sticks out. I thought that random character is a character that automatically creates random abilities and appearances, but it's an existing character. What was this? There are many cool characters in the E class, but I have bad luck for pulling Butao. Butao is a villain character that appears when you enter a certain heroine's capture route. He often annoys the heroine with dirty jokes and repeatedly harass the main character who gets along with the heroine. I remember that in the end, the main character purged me and forced me to leave school, and the main character and the heroine got married and had a happy ending. But Butao is not the hero's rival. It's not strong, it's just an unpleasant mob character that gets in the way, so I didn't have any feelings for it either. I don't remember my real name because it was called Butao in the game. By the way, Butao and that heroine, was Kaworu Hayase a childhood friend and a bride-to-be? I remember the information of Kaworu Hayase. A Japanese-style girl with long eyelashes, long eyes, and hair that stretches to her waist tied together behind her slender limbs. In Kendo, she has the skill to win a national tournament in junior high school, has high academic ability, and is both literary and martial arts. She has the character of breaking bamboo and treats anyone without discrimination except for Butao. If you proceed with the game, Kaworu Hayase will become a strong partner and lover of the main character, but from the point of view of Butao, he couldn't stand her childhood friend and finance being easily taken away by the hero, who he hated. I can't save the fact that the counterattack was in the form of sexual harassment. The problem is that at the time of enrollment, Butao sadly, now it's me and she's in a terrible relationship. I don't know if it's the same level of hate in this world as was in the game, but it may cause trouble, so I should stay away from her as much as possible. But why? I feel a sense of frustration as I think of Kaworu Hayase. Maybe somewhere in my head, Butao's memories and emotions remain. I feel like I can remember something, but I can't draw out my memory as if it had stuck somewhere, and I feel sick. Even if I keep thinking about it here, I'm going crazy because of stress. Let's go back to the classroom. When I entered the classroom with a few deep sighs, I felt a stinging gaze from the heroine. I pretend I don't notice it here and ignored it. I'm pretty disliked at this point. I can't draw anything from Butao's memory, so I don't know the cause or solution of such a relationship. Let's hope that time will be solved. Regaining my mind and I look for my seat. It seems that the seats are lined up in order of grade from the front, but my seat was the lowest grade seat at the back end. And what was the entrance exam like? From A to D in this high school of adventurers, the so-called escalator group, specially selected by the government for dungeon exploration. On the other hand, only E class is an external examination group. The entrance examination rate is well over 100 times, and it should have been set to be a considerable elite who has overcome it. Butao's admission to this school must have overcome such a monstrous magnification. Did he have any special skills? Even if one or last, one will be amazing and confident in himself. Some of the classmates seem to know each other, but perhaps because of the tension, the atmosphere in the classroom itself is tense. The main characters and heroines are still quiet and fresh. Looking at these classmates vaguely, a young man in a suit came into the classroom, perhaps in his 20s. Take your seats, gentlemen. I'm going to start a homeroom now. First of all, I will explain about me, this school, and my grades and career path. According to his self-introduction, he is the class teacher, Mr. Hajime Mirai, graduated from Adventure University. That means that this Adventurer High School is also an OB who graduated with excellent results. Although it is slender, it seems that he is not an ordinary person because of each movement and manner of doing things. It's more like a soldier than a school teacher. This teacher will teach for the past year. When you have finished describing yourself, you will then write bullet points about your school on the whiteboard. If you do well at this school, you can get a recommendation from the National Adventurers University or get preferential treatment when you become an adventurer. There will also be scouts from top clans and private companies. These popular career paths are basically allocated according to grades. The National Adventurers University is a university that aims to develop human resources who can be candidates for dungeon-related special forces or bureaucrats in the dungeon ministry. In the world where I used to live, it is close to the image of the National Defense Academy and the Meteorological University. According to the teacher, going to Adventurer University is the most popular course, so it seems to be assigned in order of grade. Next is preferential treatment. Students at the school have various benefits like civil servants, and the dungeon facilities in the Adventurers Guild are available for half the price or some free of charge. It's similar to the slightly better treatment of students at national and public universities in Japan. Please note that you may need to apply when using it. After that, students of the Adventurer School can start from the 9th grade of the Adventurer rank. There are 1st to 10th grades. The 1st grade is the highest and the 10th grade is the lowest, and it is possible to enter the dungeon immediately with a simple procedure. There are benefits that can be done. It seems that ordinary people start from the 10th grade after the procedure, identity verification, written examination, training, and on-the-job training, which is quite troublesome. Orders for quests in the Adventurers Guild are restricted by Adventurer rank, and preferential treatment is given by the government at levels above a certain level. It's basically only beneficial to raise the Adventurer's rank, so please be aware that you should mature your quest and take the promotion examination. In addition, this school has a variety of career paths after graduation. Dungeon-related fields are hot, and the market is large and research and development are booming. For example, more than half of the world's power plants use magic stones, and most of the energy industry is supported by dungeon resources. This magical stone power generation does not produce carbon dioxide, and it is cheaper than thermal power generation, so it seems to be quite popular because it can be miniaturized. In addition, material technology innovation using materials obtained from dungeons is also significant, and the munitions and IT industries are also benefiting greatly. They have created wealth, and the world is competing to invest in research and development. Many organizations, whether public or private, desperately want excellent dungeon explorers to do so, and the Adventurers School is well treated and offers scouts with favorable treatment. Of course, you can go to an ordinary university. The Adventurers School's deviation is quite high, and last year's graduates' university names are also prominent. And about grades. The grades here are mainly those of studying and capturing dungeons. Games, events, and tournaments in school will be added to the results, but I will explain them later. It's not just that you can play in the dungeon, but that your studies are also considered for your grades. Academic ability is emphasized because it improves adaptability to the unknown environment of dungeon and affects the rise of int status. I graduated from college even though I was a second-rate student in the original world, and if it's a competition for academic ability, it's a little advantageous. But I think it's a little advantageous when it comes to my academic achievement. The dungeon capture strategy should be carried out in cooperation with colleagues. At the same time, you are rivals for results. I really want you to work hard. Even in games, it was more efficient to dive in a profession with a good balance between the front and rear guards than soloists. One exception is that in shallow places solo is better. Do you want to find party members and work together or dive solo? Well, I will think about it later. Then I will hand out the terminals from now on, so come here when your name is called. It's a high-tech wearable device with a function that allows you to see the image in front of you when you put it on your wrist and press a button. The technology to display characters in the air was in the original world, but it should never have been realized as a wearable terminal. This may also be part of the technology that has benefited from the dungeon. Aura, who loves gadgets, is thrilled. Immediately, when I pressed the button on the terminal to open it, a screen about 15 inches in size opened in front of me. Since you can see the open screen of others, it is not projected on the retina, but projected in the air. The name and status are written on the top screen. Less than name, Sota Narumi Sota less than level greater than 1 less than job and job level, newbie level 1. Less than adventurer class greater than, unregistered less than status greater than. Maximum HP, 7 maximum MP, 9 STR, 3 int, 9. VIT, 4 AGI, 5 MND, 11 less than skill 1/2 greater than gluttony. Less than sky, Butao's name is Sota Narumi. It seems that it was such a name. Anyway, in the original world, I had one foot in my uncle, and it was a positive aspect that he rejuvenated me in my high school life. Both the level and the job level, *1, Air 1, probably because I have never fought. By the way, newbie means beginner or newcomer, and in the initial state, the first job is newbie, with exceptions. By accumulating experience points and raising the job level, you can learn specific skills and change jobs to other jobs. The reason why the adventurer class is not registered is probably because they are not registered in the Adventurer Guild at this time. If you want to enter a dungeon, you should go to the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible. The ability score of the status is, honestly, low. In the game, the Reset Marathon, *2, was held many times to determine this initial ability, aiming for all 10 or higher stats and rare skills. Once you grow up, the initial status will be like an error, but, well, it doesn't change even if I complain, so I won't worry about it. These numbers seem to have been measured by the job change device at the time of the entrance examination. It should be noted that it does not reflect real-time status as it was sent to the Adventurer's School database and transferred to this device. And, I've never seen a skill like gluttony, or maybe I'm getting fat because of this? In this world, some people learn skills from the beginning even if they don't improve their dungeon level or job level. If I remember attack skills and recovery magic, the dungeon dive in the beginning will be smooth, so I used to run a reset marathon and aim for good skills. What's the use of skills like gluttony? It's a skill that looks like you're going to eat a lot of food, but if you're forced to live with this body, you might want to override it with other skills and try to lose weight. It's not the time to get out of breath just by going up the stairs to dive in the dungeon. Other functions include telephone, email, camera, and SNS. It can be used to communicate with colleagues in the dungeon, and it seems that operational instructions and command can be given. It also has a function that can be used for submitting reports. Now, the important item to log out. There is none. I don't think so. Can't I log out? After all, consciousness is not the only thing in the game world. Is it a complete transition? As long as there is no logout item in the terminal interface, I can't think of any other way to go back. I don't really want to go home, but I feel depressed because I've become a pig. I was able to come into the world of Danik that I had dreamed of. The contact information and explanations in the homeroom are over, and it is open for today. Next class will start next Monday. Some of my classmates who want to dive into the dungeon are gathering to discuss their party structure. Nobody has dungeon dive experience yet, and their job should be newbie, so it seems that everyone will go around and crowd hit. The shallow hierarchy that even beginners can go to is not wrong because it is quicker to hit with everyone than to think of a configuration with a recovery role and a support role because the enemy is very weak at the current level. Speaking of me, I have only incomprehensible skills, and this body shape. Even if I call out to join a party, no one will take me in their party. I think I'll dive solo for a while. No, it's good to dive, but I have to think about dropping this extravagant excess meat. Suddenly, the crowd separated. A person with his men came to the classroom. E-class dropouts. This is the person who rules the D-class, Isamu Karia. From now on, I will select you and put you under our control. Tell me your status and skills. On the first day of enrollment, there will be no omissions, but the slender entourage A begins to talk about what he wants. The introduced Karia himself is standing on the podium with his arms folded and his eyes closed quietly. By the way, there was such an event at the beginning of the game. I think it was a duel event in which happens after a month, with the protagonist in order to protect the girls who were noticed by these guys. Hey, dropouts don't make Karia wait. First, show your status. He said so while pointing out to a boy student who was nearby. However, the boy seemed to be dissatisfied with the sudden orders. Why'd I have to show my status to you all of a sudden? Then, the eyes of the other entourage B, who is fat and does not look much different from me, changes, and the stagnant air that makes one suffocate dominates the place. Hey, we're not asking, we're ordering, huh? Is this the aura of the strong man due to the level difference? The intimidating feeling of being blown by a beast at a close distance is directed. The level goes up if you defeat monsters in the dungeon and collect a certain amount of experience points, but at the same time HP, physical fitness, or STR, strength, it will be greatly strengthened physically, and you will be able to be a superhuman. This physical strengthening is effective only inside the dungeon or within a range of about 150 meters from the entrance of the dungeon, provided that the place is filled with demons drifting from the dungeon. That place which is full of magic is called magic field. On the contrary, if you are outside the magic field, you will not be physically strengthened, but the adventurer school building is designed to cover the entrance to the dungeon, and this classroom is also inside the magic field. In other words, the physical strengthening by raising the level will appear here. It would be intimidating to let the aura hang down in that physically strengthened state. Poorly, the intimidated schoolboy has shrunk in front of this entourage. This is. If you don't show it quickly, don't blame us for bullying the weak. After all, the E-class are all level 1, newbie, right? Classes A to D are escalator groups from the middle school. They have been leveling up as early as for 3 years in dungeons, which are generally only available for people over the age of 15. Even if we, who have never leveled up, fight with such people, there will be no matches difference in ability so much that we can be lightly blown off with their one punch. Next, the fatty there, show me your status. B, who is fat and has long hair, points me a fat sating fat, but he is also a fatty himself. I'm not going to argue on that though, so I showed my status from the terminal. Well, what's this low status and skill that seems to be unusable? You are too much of a small fish. Next, you there. Yes, I've been certified as a small fish. Well, though, from now on, I'll level up and be unmatched. Don't regret this later, fatty. When I was doing shadow boxing against B in my heart, a girl with loose pink hair was nominated next. Oh yeah, will this child be noticed? She is the heroine of Dunix and an important character that can also be selected as the heroine. Sakurako Sanjo, commonly known as Pink Chan. Big breasts that are easy to get close to and charming. The mature atmosphere stirs up the asylum of all men. As a heroine, there is also a scenario where you can take a lot of men and form reverse harem, and conversely, it seems scary to turn her into an enemy, so it can be said that she is one of the characters that I should keep at a distance. You're cute. Your ability is level 1 and subtle, but I'll put your name in our party, but it is a special privilege only for you. In true Day, who looks into the frightening Pink Chan's face without hesitation. Then Entourage C with a sneaky look tries to grab her shoulders. She doesn't like that. A boy student with a well-organized face that you can't see anywhere else stops his stretched arm towards the girl. Burning bright red hair and golden eyes. The people around him are frightened as if they were under unfathomable pressure, even though they should have a smile on their faces. I'm E-class Akagi. I'm level 1 now, but I'm planning to become the strongest in this school. TL. Hero enters the story. The entourage burst into laughter at his sudden declaration. Still, I wonder if he is quite confident. There is no anger or sadness on Akagi's face, and he has a great mentality to keep smiling when he is being ridiculed. Yes, he is the main character of Dunix, Yuma Akagi. Even with the initial value of level 1, he has an unusually high status, and if he proceeds with the quest, he can get a powerful job called Brave, with a sweet and handsome face he can capture more than 10 heroines at the same time. In many ways, he is a superhuman. TL. Comment F for our MC. When I was using him as the main character in the game, I liked the stoic and ambitious appearance while keeping it refreshing, but now that I'm a pig, I think he is just a bad guy. I mean, could I be purged by this guy? Karya opened his closed eyes and stared at Akagi, perhaps because the E-class student who was looking down on him said that he will become the strongest. An ignorant guy who doesn't even know what an adventurer is. Mr. Karya. It can't be helped, he is an E-class miscellaneous fish. Karya is angry with a blue streak on his temples. The sacred entourage tries to calm him down. This guy is by far the strongest in the D class. You want to be the strongest in person, then, you won't have a problem to have a duel after a month? I wonder if he is checking the schedule. Karya provokes Akagi with a quiet tone while looking at the screen of his terminal. The entourage, who thought that they would go wild with anger, are relieved to see Karya's calm attitude. Up to this point, the flow of the events is the same as the game. This Karya event is not a scenario on the main story, but a sub-event, not a compulsory acceptance event. If this provocation is received, it will be a duel event at the arena exactly 1 month later. If the protagonist wins there, the heroines of this class will become a little more attracted to him and it will lead to the development into a B-class ruler event behind this. If you do not receive it, it will be treated as an event failure at that point, and the heroine's favorability will drop slightly as you have received the challenge and lost the duel. If so, I think it's okay to accept it, but there is a big problem that it is difficult to beat Karya unless you are a veteran player who knows all about the game. Simply put, this event is, for the second round. Efficiently raise the level in a short period of 1 month, equip the equipment, and establish a fighting style aiming at the key points and counters while overlooking the opponent's weapon characteristics and skills. He's an opponent who can be finally defeated after doing so much. By the way, I'm now Butao, not the main character of the game. It's not that I'm not uninterested in Akagi's future choices, however, it is unlikely that there will be any impact on Butao as this event progresses, and it is only a matter of whether or not the harem condition of Mr. Akagi, the handsome hero, will improve. In other words, it's not much different from the feeling of, I'm hungry, or Pink Chan's boobs are big, and the Karya event is just a situation where you can easily look at it while picking your nose. Contrary to my feelings, Akagi and Karya are still glaring at each other. There are a lot of monsters in this school. Even if it's a month's grace, if you can't beat me, you'll claim to become the strongest. Then that's an impossible dream, isn't it? No matter what, I accept your challenge. Mr. Akagi stretches his back and looks straight into Karya's eyes and declares that. The entourage who whisper to the answer and the classmates who roar. It seems that classmates didn't expect him to face the difficult task of overturning the advantage of being able to dive into the dungeon 3 years earlier with the grace of just 1 month. Duels are held in the arena, with safety rules. You won't die, but be prepared to lose 1 or 2 arms. As expected of the hero, it seems that you can afford to receive Karya's aura from the front. On the other hand, as for me, I was scared as if he had grabbed my heart. I might have got a little sick. Intimidation is really scary. When Karya and his friends leave the classroom, saying, I remember your face and name, Akagi-kun winks to Pink Chan, who was shaking with anxiety. Maybe seeing he was worried his classmates rushed in and encouraged him to do his best. A mood maker that can change the atmosphere of anxiety with confidence while being able to properly communicate with the opposite sex. Is this charisma to become the center of the class in no time? It can be said that he is the opposite of the villain and the small villain Butao. However, accepting the Karya event has more disadvantages than advantages. From the perspective of me, who thinks that the strongest is not something not to declare, but something to be recognized by others, it only looks like a risky provocation. Well, that may be the difference between the main character and me, who is an accessory. Well, I have a lot of things I want to think about and do, so let's go home today. When I pack up my luggage and try to get out of the classroom. A moody voice is heard from behind. When I turned around, Kaworu Hayase, the childhood friend of Butao and his wife-to-be, stood with her arms crossed. Even though she's just standing like a stick, her beautiful face with straight nose and model-like style catches the eyes of the surroundings. The ponytail, which has dark-colored hair tied up in a high position, enhances the cleanliness and looks great. Suddenly I was called out by her, who was much more beautiful than the graphics in the game, and my heart wasn't prepared for it. What are you going to do today? What will I do? Did he make any promises with her?
In the game, it seems that Butao was unilaterally entwined with her, but since she is also a childhood friend, the exchange that was not drawn in the game may have happened behind the scenes.
Why are you staring at my face? Can you reply already? When I started the game, I was suddenly transferred here and became a pig, so I have no material to judge other than the game information. In the first place, isn't it suddenly replaced by another person a little too hard mode? If I say that this is unreasonable, nothing will be solved. It would be better to use some muddy words appropriately and devote myself to escape from this situation. First of all, I need time to collect various information. Today I have a little errand. I'm sorry, okay, so let it be. By the way, she seems not to be interested in this, so she immediately takes her eyes off me and returns to the group where Akagi is. It seems that I have survived for the time being, so let's leave this place. Rather, what is this feeling of impatience? Is this the feeling of Butao? Are you worried that your childhood friend will be taken by the handsome hero? Such a beautiful girl will attract the interest of many men, and I understand his worries. However, according to the game, the more I try to get involved with her, the worse the position of Butao will get, and beyond that, a purge and dropout will await me. Whether or not I quit school, I should keep this feeling hidden that can be an obstacle for my survival. Kaworu Hayes' Point of View, TL, by Raphael. TL. Click the next button below to read the next chapter. The next button will be at the end if chapter after the TL note. Although I was relieved that the entrance ceremony was over, I was still very dissatisfied with the fact that Sota Narumi, who was my childhood friend and my fiancé even though I don't want him to be, had passed this adventurer school even though he was the last. At the same time, I have an itchy feeling. Doesn't his presence depress the honor and dignity of this school? I thought I could finally get away from him. The biggest reason for which I entered the adventurer school was because I wanted to be an adventurer I always longed for. However, the next biggest reason was to be able to get away from him. Even so, it was still good when I was little. I believed that his personality, which was subservient, twisted, and lazy, would eventually change. However, from the time I entered junior high school, I began to see that his nasty sticky eyes was drawn towards my chest. In the last 1 to 2 years, he saw me as if I were his property. I was humiliated by his acts of sexual harassment, and I always felt a looming fear when I was in junior high school. Both of us passed the adventurer's school exam recently. The parents of the Narumi family asked me, "Would you like to teach Kaoru-chan's favorite swordsmanship to our Sota?" My stress is climbing new levels every day. I really wanted to decline them, but I had to accept it because it was their request and I have been indebted to them since I was little. I couldn't help it, so I went out to teach him, but it was a totally useless endeavor. In his case, he can't even move properly with such an obese body and he also gives up immediately. It was a pre-existing problem. That's why I tried to start with a diet and prepared a well-balanced diet with less sugar and fat for him to follow. Even though he was eating a lot of snacks in the shadows, and even when I invited him to run early in the morning, he didn't feel like running at all. He promised me to do a practice together today, but he don't seem to be motivated about it. I've tried my best for the last 2 weeks, but it's definitely a waste of time. Why did he have passed the adventurer school, which is said to be the most difficult thing to do? I would like to raise a detailed inspection to see if the interviewer's eyes were not holes or not. It doesn't matter if you are not motivated, I'm just doing it with a sense of duty because my parents asked me to do it. There is no love here, but this is my limit. I will have to work hard from now on, so I wouldn't have the time to take care of him. That's why my finis title must be resolved as soon as possible. I can't help but be surprised at his obsession due to which he has followed me so far, but I'm absolutely sorry for him because I am not getting married to him. Of course, I feel sorry for the parents of the Narumi family. However, I am a maiden and have a desire to be connected with my husband by love. His appearance could be improved, so even if I close my eyes, it's absolutely impossible to tolerate that unimproved, lazy and subservient personality. I must break your engagement at all costs. But it is necessary to grasp the whereabouts of the marriage contract spellbook. To destroy it. Although I had been in the Narumi family for many years and has been investigating, it seems to be missing and does not have a tail. There are no clues and no progress. As long as the marriage contract is there, I can't go against him. It's only a matter of time before he gives an obscene command to devour my body. When I think about it, I just get impatient and frustrated. Oh, if he was a brave and spirited man like him. TL. Looks like our Mick will wear a green hat if he doesn't step up his game. Just a while ago, he repelled the bad D-class students and became the center of the class. Did he say his name was Akaji? Those eyes full of self-confidence, noble behavior. Looking at the positive attitude of trying to become stronger, make my rough and turbulent heart calms down. Then I was made to recognize the big difference between him, Sota, and him, Akaji, and she once again sighed deeply. The first day of enrollment is over and I am on my way home. Being suddenly transferred to the game without my will. I'm walking towards the dormitory where my room should be, because I want to settle down and think with a calm mind about what's going on with my life. This adventurer school attracts students from all over the country. That's why most students go from the dormitory next to the school. I wonder if I also live in a dormitory as well. Well, was it Narumi? You're not registered in the dorm, aren't you going to school from home? Well, where is this? Can you tell me my address? Looking at the room allocation table at the entrance of the dormitory, there was no name for Narumi, so when I asked the dormitory manager about that, it seems that I was commuting from home. The manager handed me a pamphlet about admission to the adventurers school with pity in a whisper, "You're still young." From her. When I turned the cover and looked at the location, I found a place I seemed knew. By the way, the world of Dunix was set in virtual Japan of almost the same era. I've been to this area in the original world, but it must have been a scenic park with views of the mountains and the sea and a quiet residential area. Nevertheless, the surrounding scenery seen from the school is full of buildings and condominiums. Even if I think deeply about this area, I can't give an answer, so I thank the manager and try to mark for my own house in the map. When I went outside from the main gate, which seemed to be strict and sturdy, the front of the school was a downtown area lined with hotels, department stores, and commercial complexes. At first glance, it looks like the streets of the original world, but if you look at the passers-by, you can see that it is definitely the world of Dunix, with some people wearing armor and carrying large weapons. After walking for about 5 minutes while looking at such a cityscape, I arrived at my target address. The first floor of the house is a store, and at the top of the entrance there is a sign that says, Narumi General Store. Is it a general store? There is no mistake because the nameplate of the house is also the last name of Butao, Narumi. However, there is also a car, so it's not a house where I live alone. Is it okay to enter this? But I'm reluctant to enter a house I don't know. No, do I know this? Perhaps I could barely bring out my memory, and when I saw the building in front of me, I felt a sense of déjà vu and a sense of security like my parents' home. Actually, this is Butao's parents' house. When I was wandering around in front of the store for a while, a woman about 40 years old wearing an apron called out from inside the store. Oh, it was Sota. Here I thought there was a suspicious person. Well, I'm home. A gentle face and a slender style. I thought she wasn't a mother because it was far from the fat image of Butao, but Butao's memory says that this 40-year-old beauty is her mother. Oni. Welcome back, from the back, maybe from the upper grades of elementary school to junior high school students. A girl with short baby-faced hair wearing a big hoodie came out while holding her hair. This is also a cute girl. Calling me, Oni, means that this girl is Butao's younger sister. You are starting with your eyes wide open. What's wrong? Oh no, it's nothing. Donkeys born from beautiful thoroughbreds. No, in this case pigs. I feel like I've touched the mysteries of this world. Indulging in such a mysterious feeling, I entered the fluttering house. The mother and daughter are talking in front of the fridge about what to do with today's meal, and they don't seem to care about me in particular. My room is up the stairs to the back of the second floor. Little by little, I've come to understand something like a knack for drawing out the memory of Butao. Apparently the process of trying to remember is different from the usual one. I didn't know what to do until now because it feels like I'm conscious of another personality and looking into it. My usual thoughts are mainly me, and the memories I can draw out immediately are the same as I had in the original world. However, when talking to someone who has a strong impression on Butao, such as Kaworu Hayase or his family, Butao's emotions may flash back unconsciously. They are easy to understand because they are clearly different from my feelings. For example, the feeling of frustration when I think of Kaworu Hayase, or the feeling of relief when I see my mother and sister. I didn't have a beautiful lover and I didn't have a family, so I was confused by the sudden overflow of emotions I had never experienced. In light of these things, the correct answer may be that I didn't just metastasize into Butao's body, but that I was assimilated with memories and feelings of Butao. I'm sorry for Butao, who was suddenly hijacked by a stranger from another world, and I'd like to go out quickly, or rather, all Dunig's management is bad in the first place. I don't know how to go back. Whether I go back or continue living as a pig in this world, I have to gather a lot of information and overcome it well. Well, what should I start with? Asterisk. Butao's room was located in the northeast, so it was dimly lit. When I entered, the floor creaked a little, perhaps because it was old, or perhaps because of my heavy weight. Looking around while retrieving my memories, I didn't feel any discomfort. In fact, I felt quite at ease. For the first time, I realized that I've been uncomfortably nervous because of the sudden transition. I threw my stuff on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. It's a dirty room, dude. There was no sense of discomfort, but the room had become half a garbage house, with discarded clothes and bags of sweets scattered everywhere, and books and comics piled up. I had no choice but to clean up the mess while turning on the TV. On the TV screen, a well-dressed man is talking about something on the platform of the Diet. At the bottom of the screen is his name and an explanation that he is a senator and a count. The world setting of Dun X is modeled after Japan. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or not, but it's a good thing. It is more like the pre-war empire of Japan, with its coercive and militaristic politics and aristocratic system.
First of all, the political system is based on the House of Peers, which is the upper house of the Diet for the nobility only, and the House of Representatives, which is the lower house for the common people. The aristocracy does not own land, but it is not just a title. The aristocracy also has a number of vested interests and powerful social privileges, such as not being judged by the judiciary and being able to exercise political power according to their titles.
There are a number of aristocrats and members of the noble families who serve them in the school, so you need to be careful when dealing with them. I don't think there's any such thing as a cut and dried exemption. The Narumi family is a commoner, no matter how you look at it. And if you look into it, you will find that it is very similar to Japan until about the early Meiji period when the dungeon appeared. The names of the warlords of the Warring States period and the shoguns of the Tokugawa shogunate are the same as far as I can tell from textbooks and terminals, and the Meiji Restoration is as we know. But then came the dungeon, and the process of becoming modern Japan has branched out and changed history. I tried to find out what happened to the royal family and politicians in this country, but none of their names match after the Meiji era. Either the dungeon has caused the succession to change, or this country is just a motif of pre-Meiji Japan and is a completely different country. So far it seems to be the latter, but I'd like to gather more information. I changed the channel. Then I heard a news report about some adventurer-esque terrorist kidnapping a politician. This was also a domestic story. It's much less safe than Japan in the original world. In this world, the magic field was artificially created more than 10 years ago, but it is only effective within the magic field. Since then, there has been a problem with the use of force by adventurers who have been repeatedly upgraded to a higher level and are now immune to bullets. A number of terrorist groups have adopted adventurers and used them to make political statements, while countries have trained adventurers to counter them. In the fields of diplomacy and intelligence, adventurers with superhuman physical strength are said to be in the dark. This is the age of the adventurer, what can I say? In sports, the magic field detection system has been introduced to eliminate physical enhancements and promote fairness. I'd like to see a soccer game played with a body that can defeat a giant dragon. I turned off the TV and looked at the newspaper that had fallen. The date was 4 years ago. When I checked today's date on my ARM device, I realized that this was yesterday's newspaper. 4 years ago was around the time when Dun X was released. What does that have to do with anything? I thought that if I could rewind time, I could cheat on stock prices, so I looked at the economic page of the newspaper. There were a few companies I recognized, but they all had the same name, as the so-called Zaibatsu affiliates were in control of the economy. I looked at the 4-panel manga, and saw that Boko-chan was doing good. Next, I looked at the internet on the PC in my room. I found nothing unusual on the usual news and video sites. But as I looked at the various sites, I noticed something strange. I could find some reviewer-like images of women posing in their underwear, but I couldn't find any nude images at all. I wonder if the censorship is too strict. I don't think a country can develop if it restricts thought and freedom like this, but what do I know? In light of the above, this country can be described as a virtual Japan, where the political system of pre-war Japan has continued as it was. It can be seen that the history of the country is the same as that of Japan until the Meiji era, but the history has changed drastically since the Taisho and early Showa era when the dungeon appeared in the world. In this world, Japan escaped a decisive defeat in World War II, but its territory is the same as Japan's today. I wonder how they could have surrendered the former Japanese territory without unconditional surrender. In the game, it was just a world setting, and I had dismissed it as such, but when you're transported to such a world, it's a different story. The discovery of the dungeon that led to the creation of this virtual Japan is interesting to look into, as it is like reading the backstory of the game, but the problem is that this world that the game turned into reality is in a very troublesome and unstable state. A world overrun by superhumans with their own agendas would be strange no matter how you look at it. Even though adventurers are under the control of the Adventurers Guild, the political situation and public order are deteriorating due to terrorists and adventurer misfits. There is even a possibility that even human rights are unclear in this country where nobles are in control. We should quickly revise our thinking about human rights, judicial decisions, and the police, thinking that the common sense of our society is the same as that of the original Japan. And let's not forget that this world is Dan EK. In other words, Dan EQ scenarios and events can happen in real life at the Adventurers School, or anywhere else in the world. The familiar Carrier event occurred early in the game, and it all played out exactly as I remembered it. I can say that this is definite proof that what happens in the game also happens in this world. Well, I don't really care about the Carrier event, to be frank. I don't really care what the outcome of that event is, it doesn't really affect me. But in Dun X, depending on the scenario, there could be a war with intelligence forces, a war on a national level, or even a dangerous event where the entire dungeon area is cleared. To be honest, I don't think I could handle it if that happened. Another problem is that the main character is in the same class as you. Individual catastrophic scenarios may be able to be avoided to some extent, but events that occur in the main story of a game may be inevitable. It is ironic that such dangerous events can be exciting in a game, but only troublesome when they become reality. I guess I should quickly dive into the dungeon and raise my level so that I can deal with the various troubles that may arise in the future. Tomorrow and the next day are school vacations, and I don't have any assignments. I have plenty of time to dive. Besides, I can't wait to go and play in the dungeon. It took me about an hour to finally get it done. While I was thinking about it, in the corner of the room, there was a pile of garbage tied up with string and sorted. I guess I'll just have to take this out for the garbage another day. Also, while I was cleaning up, I found this marriage contract spellbook. It looks like an ordinary piece of colored paper, but since it's called a magic book, I wonder if there's some kind of magic on it. I'm not sure if it's a magic book or not, but I'm sure it has some kind of magic on it. I wondered about it and looked into Butao's memory, and it seems to be some kind of handprint that he promised to marry Kaworu Hayase when he was little. Therefore, it's not a magic book or anything. When I grow up, I'll be your wife, Butao-kun. I'll be your wife when I grow up. It's so funny. If it's a memento, I don't think I should throw it away, so I'll put it in the back of my wardrobe. I've just finished cleaning my room and it's a little afternoon. I have plenty of time, so I'm going to dive into the dungeon. But before I do that, my stomach is growling, so I'd better eat something. According to Butao's memory, I must have eaten a good amount of food for breakfast, but I'm so hungry that I feel dizzy. I suspect that a skill like gluttony caused this abnormal appetite and made Butao so fat. I don't think he'll be able to move properly with this body when he dives into dungeons, so dieting is a must. I want to keep my diet moderate. Nonetheless, hey, isn't this a bit much? A mountain of rice and side dishes was piled up in front of me. It must be roughly 2,000 calories, and it was full of fried foods and carbohydrates, with almost no vegetables. The amount of food in the menu seemed to be asking me to gain weight. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to cut back on the portions. It's your favorite fried chicken and croquettes. I wonder if you caught a cold. Butao's mother put her hand on her cheek and asked with concern. I don't know why I asked her to prepare lunch for me, but if I eat this much food every day, I'm going to get fat. My stomach has been rumbling for a while now, and it's begging me to eat what's in front of me, but I use my mental strength to control it. I'm trying to lose weight, so I want to eat mostly vegetables. When did you learn to eat vegetables, Oni? My sister raised her eyebrows in question. I'm sure you'll be able to figure out what's going on here. I had no choice but to fake it. I'm not sure what to make of that. It's true that you're a little chubby, aren't you? I think that's about right for a guy like you. I am around 170 centimeters tall and weighs over 100 kilograms. I might weigh 120 kilograms. I am going to the dungeon now. Era, you're already going to the dungeon. HMPH. The girl in front of me is a short-cut, baby-faced girl with a face so cute it's hard to believe she's Butao's younger sister. The name is Narumi Kano. She is currently in her third year of junior high school and is studying hard for her entrance exam and attending a martial arts school in hopes of attending the same adventurer school as Butao next year. Her younger sister looks down and starts mumbling something. Is it possible that I am being suspected? Oni, take me to the dungeon too. Huh? But you're only in the third grade. Hanano, you can't push him like that. Boo-hoo, I want to go. She wants to go to the dungeon. There is a law that prohibits people under the age of 15 from entering dungeons, and junior high school students are not allowed. The first and second floors of the dungeon are full of enemies that even junior high school students can defeat, but it's not absolutely safe. In order to protect its citizens, the government imposes age-based entrance restrictions. Originally, it was banned for those under 18, not 15, but with the advent of the artificial magic field, AMF, as it is called, crimes and terrorist attacks using physical enhancement occurred frequently, and order was disrupted. In order to train more talented adventurers, the government revised the law and lowered the age limit to 15. Even so, my sister, who is under 15 and in junior high school, will not be allowed to enter the dungeon. My mother appeases my sister in front of me, and my mother tries to spoil her. I never had such a warm family back on Earth, and this scene seems so warm and fragile to me. I had a family when I was little, but I barely remember them, and seeing the interaction in front of me reminds me of what it must have been like. I want to protect the family that Butao loves with all my heart and do something to atone for the sins that have taken over his body. The dungeon is normally inaccessible, but there are a few ways out. It won't be for a while, but if you remain a good girl, you can come with me after some time. Yeah, then I promise, I will be a good girl. I promised to take her to the dungeon, and she went back to her room humming in a good mood. My mother also went back to her room to guard the store. As I watched them leave, I let out a sigh of relief. Although they didn't suspect the contents of my bag earlier, they must have thought it was unusual. If I suddenly said, I switched the contents of my bag, they would have thought I was crazy, and I wasn't going to say something like that. In order not to cause unnecessary confusion to my family, and to be able to live in this world, I need to retrieve my memory and organize information about what kind of person Butao usually is, what kind of tone he uses, and what kind of habits he has. Since I had been single for a long time, I was confused by the idea of living with other people and was not thinking clearly. However, Butao's memories and emotions are still coming out, both consciously and unconsciously, so it is not that I have become a completely different person. I guess I should say that I have become the new Butao. It's a really strange thing that happened. There are some questions I have. From the looks of it, the relationship between Butao and his family is good, and they are not particularly worried about him. How did he become such a self-conscious and destructive character at school? I guess it's because he was obsessed with Kaworu Hayase, but is that really all there is to it? As for Butao in the game, there is not enough information about him because he is just portrayed as a jerk. I want to be as discreet as possible at school and avoid getting involved with Kaworu Hayase as much as possible. After finishing a small lunch that didn't even reach my halfway mark, I changed into my junior high school jersey from the wardrobe and prepared to go to the dungeon. The tightness of my thighs and stomach indicated that I had gained even more weight than in middle school. What a mess. As I walked down the stairs with my backpack full of magic stones, I saw my mother rummaging around in front of the store's cash register. I'm going to the dungeon now. You're going there empty-handed. You're not taking anything with you? I found a baseball bat in my room, so I'll take that with me. I'm only going to the first floor today, so I'll be fine with that. On the first floor of the dungeon, hidden monsters may appear depending on the conditions, but basically, only slimes will appear there, so a baseball bat should be enough. I'll be able to rent weapons at the school during the orientation, so if I can find a good one then, I will go ahead and rent it. In order to protect me and my family from the crisis that is about to happen, first and foremost I must be strong. I may have a long way to go, but I'll keep my spirits up. I steered back to the school where the dungeon was located while running to lose some weight. I'm trying my best to run while shaking my fat, but I'm only slightly faster than people walking around there. It's only a 5-minute walk from my house to the school, but I'm halfway there and I'm gasping for air and sweating profusely. I felt like I was going to run out of energy in the dungeon, so I decided to walk. The sudden movement might have startled my body. By the way, there really are a lot of people around here. In my original world, I remember this area being a rural city with many quiet residential areas and parks, but in this world, adventurers and dungeon-related companies from all over the country have gathered here, creating a huge economic zone with a population of over 800,000. This is because this is the only place in Japan where dungeons exist. Land prices have also skyrocketed, with rents for a single room exceeding those of central Tokyo. Even the Narumi family's house, which is located in a back alley and is not very spacious, seems to be worth a lot of money. There are many places to buy and eat. I have to resist temptation. As I looked at the stores around me, I remembered what I should have done to enter the dungeon. Normally, to enter a dungeon, you have to go through a tedious registration process, an interview, several training sessions, and then a written exam, which takes several months. On the other hand, I remember my homeroom teacher saying that students of the adventurer school had already passed the strict screening process by the government and would be issued an adventurer's card immediately just by showing their device. So, let's head to the Adventurers Guild first. The Adventurers Guild is a familiar organization in otherworldly fantasy, but the Adventurers Guild in this world does something similar. This is where you can register and manage your adventurers, buy and sell items, and accept orders for quests. The first difference between this guild and a fantasy adventurers guild is the large number of users. There are more than 10 million registered adventurers, and more than 100,000 use this huge organization every day. Within the buildings of the Adventurers Guild, private companies conduct research and development and open stores, and there are also public facilities such as hospitals and libraries, which are used by many people other than adventurers. The guild also treats the injured in and out of dungeons, manages public safety, and dispatches high-ranking adventurers who belong to the guild to fight among adventurers. For this reason, the building of the Adventurers Guild is a modern high-rise complex with over 40 floors. I stopped at the entrance of this huge building and couldn't help but look up. I could see it from the school building, but it's huge. There were a lot of people walking by, so I decided to move quickly from the entrance to the inside. The inside had modern brick walls and marble flooring, and the space was large enough for several hundred people to move around. On the left side of the room was a row of bank-like reception areas, and on the right side were several elevators and escalators with people moving about in a hurry. As I recall, there were some events here where I got tangled up, but at this time of day, there were relatively few people on the street and no rude adventurers. The receptionist for new adventurers is over there at. Welcome, what can I do for you? The receptionist, who seemed friendly, asked me while smiling. She is well trained. It's not like the fantasy novel where the receptionist changes her attitude based on the appearance and rank of the adventurer. I'd like to register as a new adventurer. You're a student at the Adventurers School, aren't you? Please enter your name and the terminal ID number on your arm here. When the receptionist saw the Adventurer School terminal on my arm, she handed me a registration form. So this is the terminal ID. This is your Adventurer ID. Since you are a student of the Adventurers School, there is no registration fee. Adventurer ranks start at 9th level. Everything you need to know about being an adventurer is written in this manual, but if you have any questions, please feel free to come back. From now on, you can enter by holding up this adventurer's card or the terminal on your arm to the machine at the entrance. The adventurer's card is also your ID, so keep it in your backpack. I'll have to read the manual later. Now let's head for the dungeon entrance. I can't stop the excitement welling inside me. Dungeon, a gateway to another world that suddenly appeared in the early Taisho era. Since radio waves and light cannot travel between the inside and outside, the boundary surface of the entrance is completely black. Spatially, it is different. It is a different space. When it was first discovered, it was feared for a variety of reasons, including that it was hell, that demons would appear, and that it would be hidden from the world. However, when it was discovered that the magic stones dropped when monsters were defeated could be used as a source of energy, our country mobilized its armed forces to conquer the dungeon, ignoring the war. At first, they used bayonets as their main weapons to reach the deeper levels, but eventually, the number of monsters that were difficult to kill with guns increased and the military suffered tremendous damage, stopping them from going beyond a certain level. This did not mean that the country's upper echelons could give up on the energy resources of magic stones and unknown materials, and the government-led research and development for dungeon conquest was put to great use. Not only the military, but also widely recruited civilians, who would later be called adventurers, were trained and helped to raise their level. In order to do this, he establishes laws, educational institutions, later known as adventurer schools, and administrative reforms, creates the Ministry of Dungeons, and starts attacking again, involving many people. Fortunately, there is only one dungeon in Japan, and it is able to secure energy resources without being targeted by other countries. Fortunately, Japan was able to secure energy resources without being targeted by other countries. The magic stones produced in the dungeons greatly improved Japan's energy situation, which had been dependent on foreign countries, and several world-class magic stone energy companies were born, developing Japan into an energy exporting country. This has contributed greatly to Japan's economic growth. So far, so good for Japan and the world. However, 15 years ago, a private company in France announced that they had succeeded in creating an artificial magic field, albeit temporarily. Originally, physical enhancements could only be seen in dungeons and up to 150 meters from the entrance, but with this invention, physical enhancements can now be seen everywhere, regardless of location. This forced the world into a new era, for better or worse. Think about it. Think about it. A world full of superhumans who can't even take a bullet, who can shatter a huge rock with a single swing of their sword, and who can run 100 meters in seconds. The artificial magic field was certainly profitable in terms of agriculture, construction, and other economic aspects, but it was naturally misused by terrorists, politicians, and religious groups, and eventually led to the murder of the President of the United States. In spite of the presence of many armed bodyguards, the shocking image of the president being cut down with a sword by a lone terrorist and his bodyguards shook people all over the world. Countries and organizations that have taken notice of this have hired adventurers with large sums of money and have deployed them in interstate conflicts. These adventurers were also used for espionage, and assassination. and the nature of war and diplomacy changed dramatically. Around this time, mercenary organizations began to take center stage in politics and religion, and began to have a serious impact on the security of nations. The magic fields and dungeons are strictly controlled by the United Nations to prevent their misuse, but even so, there are still many crimes committed by adventurers, perhaps because they are using undiscovered dungeons. The response has been slow. The Adventurer's Manual said something like, "This is the happenings of the last decade. This has been the case for the last 10 years. It's serious, isn't it?" I did some quick research on this area at home, but I didn't realize that even the President of the United States had been affected by the magic field. In the game, I should have kept in mind that this was the worldview of the game, and just enjoyed the heroine and the adventurer while diving into the dungeon.
I wish I had been able to hide in dungeons and enjoy the heroine's adventures.
The event character that would later become the trigger for fighting local wars and agents is in Class E. If you work with her and clear the events that come your way, you can gain a huge advantage in dungeon conquest, but I honestly don't want to get involved. I was almost in a depressed mood, but I didn't want to think about anything else, so I'll just do my best to dive the dungeon. The dungeon entrance is on the first floor of the Adventurer's School building, which has 10 underground floors and 18 above ground. The school building is shared by the middle school, high school, and university. The first and second floors are used by the middle school, the third to fifth floors by the high school, and the rest by the Adventurer's College, research institutes, and private companies. In the original world, the entrance to the dungeon would have been located at the foot of a small mountain, but in order to make full use of the precious magic field, half of the mountain was removed and a huge structure was built around the dungeon entrance. This shows the country's obsession with dungeon resources. To enter the dungeon, you must first go to the hall in front of the Adventurer's Guild and hold your Adventurer's card or a specific terminal over several machines that look like train station ticket gates. In my case, I just held up a wearable device that was given to me at school. The halls in front of the guild are crowded with adventurers, as tens of thousands of people come and go in a day. But there are a lot of flashy people here. Leather light armor is still on the low side, but there are also adventurers wearing shiny polished metal armor, ultra-colored robes and cloaks, and even a few with huge weapons. The setting of this world is the modern age, but if you just look at the people around you, it's a fantasy world. Only a novice like me would wear a jersey and a baseball bat. Or maybe it's just me. I walked in through the ticket gate and stood in front of the dungeon entrance, walking slowly along the line. It's a huge entrance, 10 meters long and wide. The bordering surface is incredibly black, as it doesn't reflect any light. It was so black it was bizarre. When I entered, a slippery sensation enveloped my body that I had never felt in the game, and I couldn't help but hold my breath. After a few seconds of passing through the boundary, I found myself in a hall about 100 meters square, and at the end of the hall, there were several communication facilities connected to the outside world by thick wires. Although radio waves cannot reach the room, wired communication with the outside world seems to be possible, and there are bundles of cables running from the outside to the entrance. There are also a bunch of cables running from the outside to the entrance, probably to allow people to use the terminals inside the dungeon. There is a rest area and a store, but all the seats are occupied and it's very crowded. Since the entrance is right there, I thought it would be better to go outside to rest than to rest here, but what do I know? From there, we proceeded along a straight road with no branches, without going against the flow of people. The inside is a huge cave. The ground is flat but the ceiling and sides are rugged like a huge coal mine. It is also bright, even though there is no light source. The walls do not emit light, but the light that passes through them seems to be coming from the entire wall. There are no monsters at all in. The moment a monster pops, the nearby adventurers rush in and kill it instantly. Anyway, there are too many people. I couldn't fight well in this situation, so I went further in. It took us about an hour to walk about 2 kilometers from the entrance. I deliberately left the main street leading to the second floor of the dungeon and headed for a less crowded area. There were a few forks in the road before we reached this point, but the school's terminal had a GPS function that could be used in the dungeon, as well as an automatic mapping function, so we wouldn't get lost in the shallow levels. And apparently, this dungeon is exactly the same as the internal structure in the game. It will make future dungeon dives much easier to plan and progress. On the other hand, there was a miscalculation. I didn't think it would take me an hour to get here. Seriously, there are too many people here. I can't wait to go through such a crowded place every time. As I slowly walked along, thinking about how I should modify my future dungeon plans, a black mist appeared in front of me. It was a sign that a monster was about to pop. The haze disappears, and instead a pale blue blob of slime, about 20 centimeters in size, emerges. Monsters have a characteristic of not moving for a few seconds after popping. I took advantage of this property and swung the bat down on the gaping slime, and the slime scattered like crushed jelly. In about 10 seconds, the slime fragments turned into a haze and disappeared, leaving only a magic stone the size of a pinky fingernail behind. A magic stone of this size could be bought for 10 yen. The efficiency of the hourly wage is very low, but with this many people, it can't be helped. In the game, slime is monster level 1, and I'm also level 1, so I get 100% of the experience. If you kill a monster below your level, you lose experience, but if it is higher than you get an experience bonus. If it's just like the game, though. In order to become level 2, you have to kill more than 100 level 1 monsters. I had planned to defeat them quickly and become level 2, but it seemed to take a long time waiting for them to pop. I thought there was a slime room a little further in. In the northeast corner of the first floor of the dungeon, there is a small room where 3 slimes will combine and turn into one large special creature, also known as the slime room. This is also known as the slime room. The experience value is 10 times that of normal slime, and since the monster level is 2, you also get an additional experience bonus, making this a double treat. At the start of the game, defeating these combined slimes is the theory of attack. After another 30 minutes of walking from the previous location, I was able to get close to the slime room. Perhaps because there were no more people around, the slimes seemed to be sparse without being killed instantly. Slime is a passive monster that won't attack unless we attack it even if it finds someone, so we need to lightly hit it with a bat to gather hate, *1, and make it pay attention to us. Okay, let's give it a try. As planned, I collected the hate of 3 slimes and ran into the slime room. Oh, they're merging. The slimes, which had been a light blue color, changed color in a few seconds as they united into one, turning into a deeper blue slime. Did it move a little faster? Be careful, because the combined slime is an active monster that will aggressively attack as soon as it recognizes an enemy. The original slime weighed about 2 to 3 kilograms, but the combined slime weighed nearly 10 kilograms, making it twice as big as the original. If you were to be attacked by one of them bouncing at several tens of kilometers per hour and jumping into your stomach, it would hurt so much that you would writhe on the spot. Well, I have a thick layer of fat, so I might be okay with it. At first I was wary and watched the combined slime's attack pattern for a little while, but it seemed that it only made monotonous movements, jumping straight at me just like in the game. I predicted the slime's movements as if I were avoiding a ball, and ducked by shifting half my body and hitting the bat at the same time. If I hit the core of a normal slime, I could kill it in one hit, but if it was a combined slime, I would have to hit it twice or more to kill it. It's not that difficult, though, so it's not a problem. I'll try my best to get to level 2 today. I took a break and used the slime room for a few hours to continue hunting. I took a walk around the area in between, but I didn't see any other adventurers hunting the combined slime. As a level 2 monster, it's easy to kill and popular, but I wonder if it's not well known. Oh, I got a rare drop, lucky. Slime ring. A dull, glowing reddish bronze ring with the effect of +2 vit. It's only a temporary boost to your vitality, but it's a nice thing to have in the beginning. The size of the ring is even bigger than this fat finger, but it's nothing to worry about because magic items change their size to fit the wearer when equipped. After that, I continued to hunt the combined slimes, maybe 10 in total, and finally the level up came. At first, I felt sick with a drunken sensation of heat surging through my body all at once, and I thought I had fallen ill, but it soon subsided and I felt light. I felt my body move slightly better. My status must have improved, but I need to go to the Adventurers Guild appraisal office or the store in the hidden room on the 10th floor to check. When you appraise your status at the appraiser's office, the status on your device will be updated as well, so you might want to avoid sudden level ups as they will be noticeable. If you're at level 2 or 3, people won't think you're weird. However, leveling up gives you a sense of omnipotence. It's addictive, but it's already this late. I looked at the time on my device and saw that it was already around 7 o'clock at night. I was hungry and my legs were tired. Let's call it a night and hurry home. *1. Hate hostility from monsters. Monsters give priority to players with high hate, so in boss battles, you need to be careful to manage your hate so that your rearguard doesn't get targeted. I finished my first dungeon dive and headed home, exhausted. It was a good thing that I was able to defeat the combined slime without much effort, but my legs were in trouble since I had walked for about 3 hours round trip. What do you mean? I hadn't worked out at all before entering the adventurer school, Butao. I crawled through the doorway and finally got rid of my shoes.
I wanted to go to bed right away, but my stomach was growling for food, so I went to the tea room, where an old man was eating. At first glance, he looks like he's in his 20s, but a closer look reveals that he's in his 40s, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a few gray hairs. This man is Butao's father, the owner and manager of the general merchandise shop Narumi. I've retrieved his memory, so he should be able to handle.
I'm not sure what to say. I heard you've already dived into the dungeon. I've only beaten the slime, though. My father raises one eyebrow and asks me with interest. The richness of his expression is similar to that of his sister. I wish I could make a living as an adventurer. If you pick up anything interesting, please put it in my store. My father used to be an adventurer and is now level 4, and he still dives with his drinking buddies once in a while and has made it to the 4th floor. However, that was not enough to make a living, and there was no amount of life that would suffice for further exploration and leveling up. It is said that adventuring is not worth it if you are not talented. But he still wanted to be an adventurer, so he decided to open an adventurer's goods retail store where he could use his knowledge of adventuring. As he sipped his beer, he began to blabber again. There are only a handful of adventurers who can make a living as a full-time adventurer, and you must be talented enough to get into an adventurer's school, so do your best. I don't think Butao has the talent to be an adventurer, and I only have knowledge of video games. I'm going to enjoy school and dungeon diving at my own pace. If I find any treasures, I'll put them in my father's store and you can count on me. A man has to have big dreams. A man should have big dreams, ha ha ha. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are my days off, so I have plenty of time to dive into the dungeon. I'm thinking about how I'm going to conquer this dungeon, but I'm not going to eat another meal. What was adventurer school like, Oni? My sister, who was eating next to me with her ears closed, asked me curiously as if it was my turn. What do you mean? The facilities were amazing. What kind of amazing, and how was the dungeon? It was only today that I was transported to this world and Butao was admitted, so I hadn't used the facilities yet. I used to use it a lot in the game. I've only seen the facilities from a distance. I've only seen the facilities from afar, and it looks like I'll only be able to use them after the orientation next week. I've only been to one dungeon, so I can't say for sure. I can't wait to go to the dungeon. I've been to a few dungeons, but I've never been to one. I don't think that would be helpful. My sister seems to want to learn more about dungeons to prepare for the Adventurer School entrance exam next year. In addition to academic and athletic ability, the Adventuring School entrance examination seems to look at potential ability, according to Butao's memory. What is potential ability? Does it mean initial skills or initial jobs? You can learn skills in Dunix by taking a specific job and raising your job level. In the case of Butao, he learned the gluttony skill, which I don't understand, from the beginning. In the case of Butao, he learned an obscure skill called gluttony right from the start. As for his job, it may not be newbie from the start, but a rare job. But this is not necessarily a good thing, because there are some disadvantages. It's also a good idea to have a job that's not too expensive. In addition, you can't change jobs from other jobs to newbie, so in a sense, it can be said to be a special job. If you get a good initial skill, you can get a good position in the early stages of the game, but it is not something that you should prioritize so much when entering the game, and whether you are a newbie or not, there are different advantages and disadvantages in the initial job. I don't think it's a matter of favoring one over the other. In the first place, in the event that you've got a lot of money to spend, you're going to want to make sure that you've got it in your pocket. Is there some kind of secret? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I think it must be okay. It's a good thing I'm not in a hurry. My brother has just finished his entrance ceremony, but I'll find out about the exams myself. Really, isn't that what the Adventurer School exams are for, connections? My father asked me, beer in hand. Connections don't seem to matter much when you've been accepted. That's true. One more beer, Mom. That's it for today. Sota, go and take a bath. Now that I've eaten, I'll take a quick bath. I'm going to dive into the dungeon again tomorrow, so I'm going to have a massage while I sit in the bathtub and vaguely think about this world. For someone who has always lived alone, it's a strange feeling to know that my family is still alive. I feel very safe and very comfortable. This feeling may just be a manifestation of Butao's, but I want to keep it in mind. And as for how to get back to the original world, I don't know anything about that at the moment. Of course, I can't confirm whether my body is there or not, and I don't know how to log out. It's still unclear whether this world is a game or reality. I can't throw away the possibility that it's an elaborate metaverse, but there's a strong possibility that it's real because it's so well done. I can't log out, and I'm not sure if I can rely on my game knowledge to survive in this world. I'll have to gather some information and do some experiments tomorrow, as I'm going to dive into the dungeon again. Still, I'm hungry even though I just ate. I feel like I'm going to suffer from hunger every night. I wonder what's really going on with my stomach. The next day, early Saturday morning. Saturdays and Sundays are the best times to make money at Narumi. While my parents are busy checking invoices and items for sale, I'm stretching in front of the house, getting ready to go on a dungeon dive. I stretch my thick legs carefully, because if my legs cramp up or break down in the dungeon, it could be a serious accident. While I was secretly surprised at how soft my body was, a wild voice called out to me from behind. Hey, Sota. How are you doing? Good morning, Tatsu-san. When I turned around, instead of the stern old man, it was Kaworu Hayes' father, Mr. Tatsu Hayes, the owner of Hayes Hardware Store. He sells a wide range of items from weapons for adventurers to household items such as pots and knives, and is skilled enough to make his own weapons. Butao's father and Tatsu-san are still dungeon buddies who dive dungeons together, and the Narumi and Hayes families have been family friends since before Butao was born. In the game, as the main character gets to know Kaworu Hayes, he appears as a sub-character who helps him. He is a good-natured old man who is kind to Butao.
Kaworu is practicing in the garden. Would you like to join us, Sota?
I'm sure he's saying this with the best of intentions, but he doesn't know that I'm hated by Kaworu. I'm not sure what to make of it. The garden of the Hayes family is a little large and looks like a small Japanese garden. The plants are planted in each of the 4 seasons, and the branches are carefully arranged. The pond where the carp is swimming is also wonderful. Looking at such a garden naturally reminds me of Mr. Tatsu, who has been caring for many years. It is proof that he has become accustomed to taking out the memory of Butao. In the center of the well-equipped garden, there was Kaworu enthusiastically wielding a wooden sword. Looking at it from a distance like this makes it very picturesque. When I was wondering whether to call out, I called out from the other side. Sota, it's rare to get up early this morning on a holiday. Meet Tatsu there. I'm going to say hello to Kaworu. Well, I'm busy because I'm going out for a while. Butao called her Kaworu, so we have to unify the names so that it doesn't look unnatural. Even so, as soon as she sees me, she becomes blatantly moody. The fearless face up to that point is beautifully distorted. Kaworu seemed to be busy, and I finished greetings, and when I was thinking about going away and resuming stretching, I heard a cheerful voice saying, hello. It seems that Mr. Tatsu, who was on the table, guided the guest here, and it was Akaji-san, the main character, who entered the garden. The appearance of walking with his back straight and his red hair shining in the sunlight is outstanding even though he is a first-year high school student. Behind that is Sakurako Sanjo, commonly known as Pink Chan. The fluffy and voluminous pink hair and the terrifying atmosphere are as cute as a small animal. The last person to come in was Naoto Tachigi, an intelligent character with long, dark hair color as the center part and glasses. He is Akaji's roommate and an important character who plays an active role as a companion in the main story. You were here, Kaworu, Yuma, do some lessons before going to the dungeon. Kaworu welcomes you with a smile like a flower. The correspondence is quite different from me. Well, it's Butao. However, even though only one day has passed, they are abandoning each other. Both men and women are good at shortening the distance. What, you are? Akaji finally noticed me when he was standing beside the four of us greeting in the morning. But the name doesn't seem to come out. Well, I can't remember because I returned right after the entrance ceremony. Still, Mr. Tachiki, who stood beside him, seemed to remember me and secretly told him that he was a classmate. Ah, were you a classmate? We're going to the dungeon, are you going with us? Such a gentle personality that reaches out to anyone may give rise to charisma, but it seems that the air cannot be read. By inviting me, Kaworu and Pink Chan's two girls have blatantly disgusting faces. But I don't think there's any reason Pink Chan hates me. How does it look? Is it because of this hot appearance? Mr. Tachiki moves whether he immediately sensed the disturbing air. Yuma, it's bad for him to invite you suddenly, so let's dive alone today. That's right, there are only 4 lunchboxes. Mr. Tachiki, a follower who follows the only drawback of not being able to read Akaji's air and tries to put together so that thorns do not stand. Pink seems to have made a lunchbox and holds a lunch bag with a rabbit mark on it. I'm going to dive solo in the dungeon in the first place. There is a concern that in the current state, you may not be able to move properly and you may get stuck, but there are a lot of things you want to try, such as game knowledge and experiments, so it is inconvenient for a large number of people. Don't worry, I have a little business too, please do your best. Oh, then see you at school on Monday. The 4 again discuss the upcoming dungeon dive with YY. Kaworu is laughing happily. When I see such a figure, my heart hurts. Emotions from another experience other than, I, actively appeal to me, don't take Kaworu, and, don't give up, I really liked her. But think about it for a moment. At the moment, Kaworu's liking for me is far from 0, it's a big negative area. To be honest, it's too bad to fight her against the handsome hero in that situation. I would recommend giving up and looking for another love, rather than sexually harassing and ruining because you want to be strange or turn to this side. It is true that Kaworu is a stunning beauty and is a good property that is loved by people around her because of her good-natured personality. Still, looking at other things, probably because the adventurer school has a game as a motif, there are many beautiful men and women enrolled, and there are many children who do not care about their appearance as long as they have the ability. From now on, it will be ants to work hard and improve their abilities to find a good daughter. I really recommend the heroine who became next student council president, who was my favorite in the game, good-looking and talented, super rich and has a title. The strongest reverse ball property that anyone who has the ability wants to be a son-in-law regardless of personality, appearance, or birth. It can be said that Butao, which has many negative points, has the best conditions. I haven't seen her in this world yet, but I'd like to show her to Butao from a distance later. I came back from the Hayes house and resumed my stretching. After stretching and warming up for a while, I put my lunch and water bottle in my backpack and came back to the slime room. There were a few chilling moments, but I continued to hunt the combined slime and got another slime ring. It was getting to be a good time, so I started having lunch. In the game, there were only 2 slots to equip rings, so I could only equip 2 rings in total, 1 on each hand. I decided to give it a try and put all 3 rings on my fingers, and I was able to equip all of them. Since I couldn't see the real-time status, I don't know if there is an effect of 3 pieces. As you can see, there are some specifications that are different from the game, so you need to experiment and do some research. I'm sure the library at the Adventurers Guild has a lot of books on dungeons, so I'll stop by on my way home to get some information.
But still, there was no one there.
The map of the first floor of the dungeon is on a flat surface about several kilometers square. The slime room is located in the corner of the map, and we have to go through many branches to reach it on foot. Even so, I wondered why none of the adventurers who had been there had come. The stairs to the second floor are closer than here, or maybe they're hunting the monsters on the second floor for the quickest way to deal with the same level 2 monsters. However, even though the combined slime has the same amount of experience as the goblin that pops on the second floor, it's much easier to kill, and it also has a good chance of dropping a rare drop called a slime ring. Maybe people don't know about the slime room after all. Well, it's better if there aren't any. It would only be a problem for me if so many adventurers came to the slime room. Since there were no active monsters, I relaxed and finished eating a modest lunch, and resumed my slime hunt. About 2 hours later. Level 3 is here. I woke up from my mild drunkenness and felt full of energy. The speed at which I swing the bat has become much faster. HMPH. I haven't been able to check my job level, but I'm pretty sure I'm not at 7 yet. I'd like to have a way to check the status at any time. The initial job, Newbie, has an active skill, *1, Simple Appraisal, at job level 7, and a passive skill, *2, Skill Frame +3, at the maximum level of 10. That Simple Appraisal is a skill that literally allows you to appraise items and skills in your possession. In many cases, deep items and special skills cannot be appraised, but in the early stages of the game, most things can be appraised, so it is very useful. It can also be used to appraise people and monsters, but it only allows you to judge their relative strength, such as slightly strong or very weak, and it does not tell you what they are, although it can tell you how many statuses and skills they have. You can only get general information. Also, if you use the appraisal on your opponent, they will notice you, so don't use it carelessly. If you use it carelessly, they will think you are trying to find out something about them, which will cause trouble. Another skill that is very important in the Dan EQ system is skill limit +3. In Dan EQ, you can't learn more skills than the number of skill slots you have. If you want to learn more skills, you need to increase your skill slots by that amount. The number of skill slots increases by 1 for every 10 levels, but when you first start the game, you only have 2 skill slots. So, at level 3, I can only learn 2 skills. If all the skill slots are filled with skills and you want to learn a new skill, you have to delete one of the existing skills to learn it. I plan to use this system when I delete the gluttony skill, which is suspected to be the root of my abnormal obesity and appetite. To increase the number of such valuable skill slots, we can use skill slots +3. Other jobs also have skills that increase the number of skill slots, but even if you learn all of them and increase your skill slots to the maximum, you will still suffer from the skill slot limit. So, the +3 skill slots that newbie can learn is a skill that you definitely want to collect. Now, whether to go up to the second floor or to continue hunting slime. Now that I'm at level 3, my experience with monster level 2 combined slimes will be slightly reduced. But it's very easy to hunt here, and it would probably be crowded even if you went upstairs. Besides, it would be awkward if we met the 4 of them on the second floor. Kaworu and the others said they were going to hunt upstairs. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. I'm not sure if I'll be able to see Butao's appearance in the midst of all the cackling and giggling. I guess I'd better keep hunting here until I reach level 4. In the end, I had hunted nearly 100 combined slimes by evening, and had obtained a total of 5 slime rings. I tried them all on my right hand, but I didn't feel any different. I'm not sure what to make of it, but it looks kind of glaring and unattractive. In the game, I prioritized performance and didn't care so much about appearance, but in this world, I might as well pay attention to appearance. It's a little early, but I think I'll call it a day and head to the Adventurers Guild building to gather some information. The first floor of the high-rise complex where the Adventurers Guild is located. In addition to accepting new applications, the guild also buys items, materials, and magical stones, and the place is crowded with adventurers returning from dungeons and vendors trading with them. At a quick glance, there were probably 1,000 people here. The atmosphere was like a seafood market at the peak of the season.
I looked up the price of the slime ring in the booklet that listed the prices for buying and selling items, but I couldn't find it anywhere. It didn't seem to be on the list. I could pay a registration fee and put it up for auction, but since it wasn't that valuable, I might as well give it to my family.
After leaving the sales office, I took the elevator to the 18th floor where the library was located. Upon entering, I found myself in an elegant hall with a vaulted ceiling and wood-grained walls that created a calm atmosphere. It seemed to be based on a famous European library, and we could tell at a glance that a lot of money had been spent on it. If you have an adventurer's card, you can freely read and borrow books here. The library's collection is much larger than that of other libraries in the city, and contains a wide variety of books besides those related to dungeons. I walked around looking for dungeon-related books, secretly amazed at the high-quality mats that kept my footsteps quiet. A book called The Illustrated Book of Dungeon Monsters in Japan caught my eye, so I opened it up. It was published the year before last, and from the table of contents, it had information on monsters up to the 29th floor with illustrations. The 29th floor is still in the middle level. The 29th floor isn't even the middle level yet, is it? In the game, the 1st to the 30th floor was called the shallow level, the 31st to the 60th floor was called the middle level, and the floors above that were called the deep level. The 29th floor is a shallow level. By the way, I used to dive in the very deep level of the 90th to 100th floor in the game. Come to think of it, there were hardly any high-level adventurers among the NPCs, *3, in Dan EK. If the front line of the dungeon is around the 30th floor, the clan members at the front line will also be around the 30th level. If you compare it to the game where the frontline players were level 90, the situation would be very different. However, it doesn't mean that adventurers in this world are bad at it. In the game, if you died in a dungeon, you had to pay a penalty of item loss and weakness, but you could be resurrected at the entrance of the dungeon. But in this world, it seems that if you don't have a companion who can cast a resurrection spell on the spot when you die, you're finished. In a game where there is no pain, no fatigue, and no fear of losing one's life, you can fight a boss battle while humming a tune, even if you might die. But in this world, where death is the end, it is easy to predict that it will be a dungeon dive that reduces the risk to the utmost. It's not right to compare them in the first place.
Or is it possible that this is when the game was first released without DLC?
At the time of the game's release, the upper level limit was 30. The NPC characters related to the main and sub-stories that already existed at this point were not set to be that high in any scenario. Even Butao, when he left school in the latter half of the story, was barely level 10. At the time, the maximum level for deep dungeons was around 40, but with the release of several DLCs, various jobs, quests, and items were added, and the maximum level was raised to 90. That's why the frontline level that I'm currently conquering is around the 30th floor, which could mean that this world is the same as the game world when it was first released without DLC. I had assumed that this world was the same as the one just before the transition, and that canceling was level 90. In that case, a balanced character build that can use both swords and magic would be strong. However, if the maximum level is only 30 and the jobs and items are the same as when the game was released, it might be better to focus on either the vanguard or the rearguard instead of the balanced type. There are several reasons for this, but the number of skill slots and jobs are limited at the time the game is released. I'm going to have to find out how many canned levels there are, but the email from the management said it was an update, so how can we go back to the level 30 can't play era? There are a few ways to find out. If you can find items, jobs, additional areas, or additional monsters that are only available in the DLC, then at least you know you're not in the early world. We'll have to dive into the dungeon a bit more to find that out. Next, I saw a nearby job dictionary labeled Latest, so I picked it up. If you look at the back cover, it was published last year at. Jobs are classified into 5 levels: initial job, basic job, intermediate job, advanced job, and highest level job, and more powerful jobs are prepared in this order. The degree to which these jobs have been implemented will tell you how well the DLC is implemented in this world. For example, none of the most advanced jobs were implemented when the game was released. If even one of these jobs is listed, it means that some kind of DLC has been implemented. I immediately rolled up the page and read the jobs listed in the job dictionary. The initial job, Newbie, is followed by the second level basic jobs of Fighter, Caster, and Thief. This was not changed or added even before the transition.
The third level, intermediate jobs, are Warrior, Archer, Priest, and Wizard, the 4 only. In the fourth level, advanced jobs, only Saint and Samurai are written.
These jobs were not added by DLC, but were there from the beginning. However, there must have been Knight and Magic Warrior in the intermediate jobs, and Assassin and Mad Warrior in the advanced jobs from the beginning. I flipped through the pages to find them, but I couldn't find any. I wondered why there was no mention of them. Are they not known, or are they hidden? Considering the fact that this is a world where adventurers and terrorists are rampant, it is quite possible that countries and international organizations are withholding or restricting information. I also read about Newbie, but there is something wrong with it. In summary, it says, Newbie doesn't have much benefit, so you should change to an intermediate job as soon as possible. There is no mention of the important skill frame plus 3 inches that can be obtained when the job level of Newbie is counter-stopped. If I miss this, I'll have a hard time later, but is there such a thing? Next time, I will pick up a book called Skill Dictionary and read it. Looking at the skill list from the table of contents, even though Simple Appraisal is listed, Skill Frame plus 3 is not listed. I also looked at the items about Samurai and Samurai in the advanced jobs, but nothing was written about the skills that can be obtained under special conditions. This skill dictionary should have been published last year, but it is full of information. To be clear, it is not something that can be called a dictionary. I read about 10 other books, but I couldn't find any missing parts, just similar things. From the results, as far as I checked in the library, I could not confirm the elements added by DLC, and there is a high possibility that it is the same world without DLC as the environment at the time of game release. However, even in a world without DLC, it is undeniable that there is a lack of information on the materials here. How about concluding that it is not written just because it is not written? Aura is getting more and more confused. Well, if you proceed with the strategy, you will understand it, so why not rush to make a conclusion now? There are many things I don't understand, but let's collect information little by little. I'm going to try manual activation of the skill around tomorrow. It's a skill activation method that wasn't available at the beginning of the game, so if you can do this, you can't deny the possibility of DLC. Asterisk 1, active skills that have no effect without using the skill. Asterisk 2, passive skills, a skill that is effective even if it is not used if it is in the skill frame. Asterisk 3, NPC, not a player character, PC, non-player character. A character who takes a set action, such as a resident of the game world. Below is a summary of the jobs. Jobs in parentheses are unknown jobs that are unknown in the post-transfer world. Initial job when no job has been changed, Newbie. Basic job, a job that can be changed first from the initial job. It may be this job from the beginning. Fighter, Caster, Thief, intermediate jobs that can be taken by raising the job level of basic jobs. Warrior, Priest, Archer, Wizard, Knight, Magic Warrior. Advanced jobs need to raise some job levels for intermediate jobs or be appropriate. Samurai, Assassin, Berserker.
Superlative job, the final job. One of them, Weapon Master, was used just before Sota came to this world.
Weapon Master. The next day, a beautiful sunny Sunday, a strong south wind was blowing from the morning. In my original world, I had hay fever, and this sunny and windy weather used to make my nose swell up and make me feel depressed, but this is not the case in Butao, and I'm feeling fine. Kaworu and the others seem to have headed for the dungeon early this morning. In the game, if you are able to invite people to your party, you can freely organize them with various students. So Akaji was smart enough to choose Kaworu, Pink, and Tachiki to form a party. This is because this group of people is very efficient in advancing the main story, individual scenarios and events. And now that Akaji has been entrusted with the Carrier event, he must raise his level at all costs, and although it will be quite a challenge to defeat Carrier in a month, I hope he can do it, because the atmosphere in Class E will be bad if he loses. On the other hand, my sentimental pig-tailed mind is whispering, Why didn't you invite me? I wonder if he's thinking that. But such a mentality would affect what I was about to do, so I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. Today we are going to do some experiments in the magic field. I headed for the magic field area of the school. I entered through the main gate, which was guarded by a security guard. Even though it was a Sunday, there were still many students coming to school for club and club activities, so I walked in search of a quiet place. There was a bench on the way to the second playground, so I decided to take it. This area is also supposed to be within the magic field. What we're going to do today is a skill experiment. The only skill I have in my skill slot is gluttony, but Danak has 3 skills that I can use even if they're not in my skill slot. There are 3 skills in Dan EQ that can be used even if they're not in your skill set. Open double angle bracket small recovery close double angle bracket, open double angle bracket torch close double angle bracket, and open double angle bracket aura close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket small recovery close double angle bracket is an MND dependent recovery skill. However, it can't heal serious wounds, and its MP efficiency is very poor. If your MND is high enough to be able to use this skill, it's much better to learn and use the higher level, recovery, which is a so-called dead skill. With my current MND, I would have to spend almost all of my MP to heal the scars. It might be worth it to someone who suffers from scars, though.
Torch is a skill that floats a small ball of light in your palm and illuminates your surroundings. However, this is also a dead skill. If you're going to spend your precious MP on this skill, you might as well just take a flashlight with you.
Last but not least, aura. In the Carrier event, the mobs around you intimidated you, and that is the aura. Originally, it was used to keep out small monsters of different levels, but when used on people or monsters of different levels, it works as intimidation. It will be known as the idiot detector skill, as many idiots will use it as an easy threat. Of the 3, I choose Torch for the experiment. I don't have any wisps right now, other than Pig-O mind wisps, and the aura might surprise passers-by. The initial skill, gluttony, is probably a passive skill that activates all the time.
So, I tried it right away. How do I use it? In the game, you could press a shortcut key on the glove-shaped controller to automatically activate a registered skill, but I don't have such a glove on right now, and there's no button I can press. But now I don't have such a glove, and there is no button to press. I had no choice but to use the turtle wave technique I had practiced in elementary school, though of course I couldn't shoot it even then.
I thought it would work in this world. But there was no response and I was at a loss. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't come up with a good idea, so I went to the library and picked up a book called Even a Monkey Can Understand. I borrowed a book called Introduction to Skill Activation. Although I was a little concerned about the provocative cover picture, I decided to go with this book because it seemed to be easy to understand with many illustrations. According to the book, generally speaking, you start by sensing magic power. Magic power can be easily released from magic tools, and the best ones are those that don't have much output. I went to the Adventurers Guild store to see if they had any magic tools, and I found a magic stone tool with a light like a flashlight. I'll buy this one. I know it glows when I press this switch, but how does it produce magic power?
I didn't know what was inside the lighted magic tool, so I disassembled it and found that it contained a small magic stone and a metal plate about a few centimeters in size with a magic circle drawn on it. I guessed that this magic circle was converting magic power into light energy.
I took off a part of this magic circle and purposely made it fail, and when I tried to activate it, the magic power itself flowed out as I had expected. Magic power is colorless and transparent. I don't know if it's coming out by appearance, so when I touched it, I felt something tingling or unpleasant. So, give it a feel similar to this, ha ha. After all, I'm forced to do it, and it feels like practicing **** waves. I was laughed at by a girl student who passed by, teehee. Picking up the book again, I read over the diagram of the monkey gently releasing magic power from its body and the explanation below it. I think it's impossible to illustrate, but I'm going to try, to turn the magic circuit of the tool back on and make the light tool work. It comes on as normal. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but it's a good idea. I'm sure that there is magic power in this world. It's a good idea to take a look at your own personal life and the way you live it. Believe in yourself, I'm sure you're right. I'm not sure what to make of this. I've been trying to force my magic out of my body for a while now, but I've been holding my hand up like this monkey to let something overflowing in my body out. Then, even though I wasn't using a tool, I felt something flooding my palm, though it didn't tingle. Is this my magic power, then? Next, he released his magic power while reminding himself of the torch. I'm not sure if this is a good idea or not, but it's a good idea.
That's it. Yeah, haha. No, no, no. The people around me gave me a blank stare again. But now that I can use magic, I finally feel like I'm in a fantasy world. I hadn't been able to grasp the feeling of a different world just by beating slime with a bat. Well, I've always wanted to enter the world of Dan Eku, so please forgive me for getting so excited.
Okay, next, I think I can do manual activation with this. The method of activating the skill I just described is called auto-activation. In the game, if you register an active skill you have memorized to a shortcut key, you can activate it just by pressing that button. Activating a skill with a single button is a big advantage because it ensures that the skill will be activated whenever you want to use it. The disadvantage is that you can only set up to 4 shortcut keys, and the cool time to reuse them and the MP consumption can be large. In the original world, the only way to activate a spell was by using body motions or drawing a magic circle with your fingers. In the original world, the success or failure of a skill was determined by a motion camera placed in front of the player and a glove-shaped controller. In the original world, a motion camera placed in front of the player and a glove-shaped controller were used to determine whether a skill was successful or not.
Manual activation becomes more complicated at higher levels, requiring the player to mix and match motions from all over the body, and the input time becomes longer, resulting in more mistakes. However, if you can successfully activate it, the cool time and MP consumption will be greatly reduced, making it a powerful weapon. The disadvantage is almost gone if the skill has a simple motion. There are also advanced tactics such as skill chaining, which incorporates manual activation into skill movements and connects skills to each other, and fake skills, where the skill motion is successful but the activation is not. In any case, these were very useful against opponents and strong enemies.
Manual activation gives you a lot of freedom in your skill actions, and it's a system that can be said to be the core of Daneku. However, it was not explained in the game at all, as if it was a secret technique. The most common way to gather information is to look for it on the internet, but not all skill motions are available on the internet, and some of them are only known to a few people. However, not all skill motions are available on the internet, and some of them are only known to a few people. Manual and automatic motions have their advantages and disadvantages, so the general way to fight is to mix and match. So, let's try manual activation right away. Since the torch is treated as magic, the manual activation method is not by motion, but by drawing a magic circle.
First, I start by tracing the board in front of me with my palm to draw a magic circle. After that, you just draw an inverted triangle in the air, which is the magic circle of the torch.
I tried several times, but it seemed that I succeeded only when I traced the air so that the magic power would come out from my fingers, instead of releasing the magic power when I finished drawing. The torch effect popped out, just as it did when it was auto-activated. The amount of glitter might be a little higher. For the next experiment, I moved to the back of the first floor of the dungeon and checked to see if there was anyone around. The game only activated the 3 initial skills or the skills in the skill slots that anyone can activate, whether on auto or manual, but I'm going to try and do some motions for the skills I haven't learned yet. For starters, let's try something like summoning magic. I drew up a complex geometric magic circle in one go. This is a skill that I worked very hard to learn, but I ended up deleting it in the game because I didn't have enough skill slots.
Summon. Jormungandr. The skill, Jormungandr, is a magic that summons a giant snake with divine properties. It has very high physical and magical resistance, and also has a powerful debuff skill that lowers the level of all monsters in the vicinity. The monster level is 75, and if you can summon it, you'll be able to get to the middle level with it.
But of course, it didn't work. I wasn't expecting it, though. There should have been no mistake in the magic circle, but I had a strong feeling that it would fail because no magic power was passing through it while I was drawing it. The reason for the failure was not that I didn't have enough levels or MP, but rather that I simply didn't have enough Jormungand in my current skill set to activate it. But you never know, it's free to try. Next, let's try the skill motion. I've been using the magic lance for a while now, but now that I have a bat, I might as well use a mace type skill. Without thinking too much about it, I precisely traced a complex motion like a sword dance that I've done many times in games at the slime in front of me. I'm not sure what to do with it. I'm going to do it now. This is an anti-military skill that can only be activated with a large sword or mace. I'm not sure what to make of it. I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea.
It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're going to be doing.
This skill is very low in power, perhaps because it depends on STR physical strength and weapons, and although it has hit several slimes, it has not killed any of them. The bat in my hand shattered into pieces, taking more MP than I had with me, and I fainted on the spot. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot asterisk 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 katakana middle dot katakana middle dot asterisk. The next day, Monday, I fainted in the dungeon and was rescued when I was entangled in slime, and I became the talk of the school as the weakest man in the history of the adventurer school. Sota, Kaworu's here to pick you up, my mother called from the first floor. Seems that he had made a mysterious promise to go to school with his childhood friend Kaworu every day since he was in junior high school, and that is still the case even after he entered the adventurer school. I'm so lucky to have such a beautiful girl come to pick me up. I hurriedly put on my uniform and walked down the stairs to find Kaworu waiting for me with his arms crossed, not frowning but not in a good mood. You're late, Sota. Well, okay, let's go then. Oh, yeah, turning her long hair dashing immediately Kaworu starts walking. When I lined up side by side thinking that I would walk side by side together, she speeded up as if refusing it. So I walked a little behind without saying anything. If you don't like it so much, why do you come to pick me up in a lawful manner? Well, even though I went to school, I didn't care because it was only a few hundred meters away and I didn't have enough time to talk about it. I have to be grateful that I can go to school together. But, I wondered why she was glancing at me from earlier. She's walking in front of me, so it's easy to tell by the way he turns around. When our eyes meet, she suddenly turns her face away. Could it be that she's fallen in love with Butao all over again? What the heck? I walked through the city in the springtime, thinking about such convenient things. Today's morning air is a little chilly, but it's a gentle temperature for my sweaty, obese body. 80% of the cherry trees have already fallen, and there are only a few cleaners cleaning up the fallen petals. Most of the students live in dormitories, so not many of them pass through the main gate on their way to school. As I put my shoes away in the shoebox, I was deeply moved by the thought that today was the start of my real school life, for the second time, and some people were looking at me and whispering. As I walked into the classroom with Kaworu, stroking my hair with a hand comb, I wondered if I had fixed my sleeping habit. I'm not sure what to say. I heard you lost to a slime. A classmate, whose name I don't know yet, spoke to me. Slime? You lost to a slime on the first floor of the dungeon and had to be rescued? Yeah, yesterday, to my surprise, I was rescued. I found myself lying in the infirmary of the Adventurers Guild. It seems that when they found him, he had been beaten by several slimes. Thanks to my thick fat, I had only light bruises and no other abnormalities, and I was able to leave immediately. When I left, he complained to me, "You were so heavy, it was hard work." No, it's more than that. What, does everyone know about this? The rest of the class saw the rescue workers coming out with you. The whole school's talking about it. Damn, how can you lose to a slime when even a kid can beat it? Seriously, it's too dangerous. It's not that I lost to the slime, it's that I shot a big move for the sake of experimentation and somehow it worked, depleting my MP. It's not that I was defeated by the slime, it's that my vision went dark and I fainted afterwards.
Even though it was. If you're not familiar with the game, and if this is unknown information, which it probably is, it could be reason enough to aim for your life in this dangerous world of terrorists. Well, the crazier it sounds, the better. Well, it's more likely that they'll think I'm crazy.
Oh, yeah, I've been feeling a little under the weather. I'll try to be bland here and just cover it up, but my classmates would not stop chasing me. Hey, there's a limit to how low you can go in the grade, so don't drag down Class E. Yeah, and you smell like A. You look like a pig. From now on you're a pig. Butao, gahahaha asterisk. TL. This is how bullies laugh. Oh, man, they're looking at me like I'm a pig. I'm so embarrassed. When Kaworu was on her way to school, she glanced at me with a look of contempt on her face, perhaps because she knew that I had lost to the slime. If she had told me, no, the rumor had already spread, and even if she told me, it won't change the situation in any way. Also, I'm sure it wasn't at this point that they gave me the nickname Butao. Not everything is as it seems in the game, is it? Well, it's only a matter of time before I'm called Butao, so what does it matter? I really don't know why it was triggered, though. The vacuum rupture shock that I chose to test is not a skill that is in my skill set, and I don't even have enough MP to activate it. If that's the case, then there's a reason why Jormungandr didn't activate. Homeroom is about to begin. Take your seats. Mr. Murai, the homeroom teacher, came to think about various things. He wrote out today's schedule on the whiteboard. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself now. After that, we'll have an orientation. We'll introduce the school's class system and facilities. After that, I'll explain how to enter the dungeon. I've heard that some of you have already been in the dungeon. Murai-sensei said while looking at me. The class burst into laughter. Hee. Then introduce yourself. Let's start from the front of the hallway. Unlike classes A to D, which are for internal students who went up the escalator from the middle school, Class E is for external students who started high school. As for me, I'm an ex-salaryman from another world. Let's have them introduce themselves and review the Daneku characters. So, the first of the E class is. I'm Yuma Akaji. I'm from a place called Higashi Junior High School in Tokyo. My weapon is a one-handed sword, and I aspire to be a warrior. This handsome guy with short red hair is the main character of Daneku, Akaji-kun. If you train and grow up, you can get a very powerful special job as a hero. However, as the customized characters have become the most powerful through several DLCs, the main character has become an unused character. However, he is still very blessed and strong in terms of status. He is the character to watch most closely, as his future actions could lead to some nasty events. My name is Sakurako Sanjo. I'm from Hokkaido. I'm an aspiring priest. I can use both blunt weapons and canes. I'm looking forward to working with you. Sanjo-san, aka Pink-chan, was one of the heroines of Daneku and was very popular. She's a little chubby at the moment, but as she gets tossed around in the dungeons, she's going to get bonkier. And after the DLC was added, she can also be used as the main character, and she can take on handsome guys and has her own scenario. In BL mode, she can also become a sorceress. Naturally, her abilities are very high, and she is a very powerful character, even more so than Akaji. It's hard to imagine from her cute appearance. Naoto Tachiki, it's hard to imagine from my cute appearance. Born in Chiba. My aspiration is to be a wizard. I look forward to working with you in the future. Tateki-kun is Akaji-kun's roommate in the same dormitory. He is from a samurai family and has the air of a high-ranking person. It is easy to be misunderstood because of his stiff atmosphere, but he is a very friendly and considerate boy. The pairing of the cheerful Akaji and the slightly shadowy Tachiki has made many rotten girl fans swoon, and he can be captured in BL mode. Hey Ace Kaworu. I'm from Kanagawa and I want to be a warrior. My weapon is a sword. Nice to meet you. Kaworu is one of the heroines, a girl with super high specs in both looks and abilities. In Kaworu's route, Butao appears as a villain. Keep an eye on the progress of scenarios and events related to her, as I may be forced to leave school if the scenario goes on. Also, Butao and she live next door to each other, and we've known each other since childhood. Even though she hates him, they have a lot of contact and go to school together. It's hard to tell if they are close or far apart in terms of their relationship. However, I don't want to sexually harass her or appear to harass her from my side, so I don't have to be so pessimistic about my relationship with her. More importantly, my inner pig-o mind is saddened when she and Akaji talk in a friendly manner. If left unchecked, it will cause me to fall into negative thoughts as well, so I should take care of it in moderation. And in another sense, I have to be careful. Kukuga, Katona, from Aichi. Weapons will be dagger and bow. Archer, is my aspiring. She is a key quest character in the main quest, Kuga's Rebellion. She is a Japanese who looks mature with a haircut, but she is a Japanese American who moved into the school hiding her identity as being from an American intelligence gathering unit. As you progress through her events, you'll be forced to choose between taking down the terrorists with her or taking her down for trying to extract information from you. It would be dangerous to approach her carelessly now. Incidentally, there's a reason why I've been saying I don't want to get a high-level job, but only want to get a middle-level job. In this world, only a handful of top adventurers can get a high-level job, and it's not realistic to want a high-level job. But still, some people do. Katsuyuki Mishima. My weapon is a sword, and my goal is to become a samurai. I'm looking for a fellow rearguard. Oh, I don't need you. I was told while looking at me. This means that no one will be able to form a party with me, so I have to make up for it somehow. But the warrior class? I'll have to be careful when dealing with the privileged class. Next up is a girl I'm personally interested in. My name is Satsuki Omiya. I'm from Kochi. I plan to use a grimoire or mace as a weapon, and I want to be a wizard. Let's all do our best. She is a cute little girl with her hair pulled up low on both sides and pigtails hanging down. In the game, she is the chairperson of the E-class, and she tries to organize the class to deal with the pressure from the upper class, but she fails and is frustrated when she is spotted by the upperclassmen and the factions. Will she really be able to do that in this world as well? After that, the self-introductions continue. There are a lot of beautiful men and women in my class, including the main character. This makes my appearance stand out from the crowd, but I guess I shouldn't worry about that. Finally, it was my turn. I haven't decided what I want to do yet. I think I'll go with priest, which isn't too crazy status-wise. I'm Narumi Sota. I'm from Kanagawa. I used to use a bat as a weapon. My aspiration is to be a priest. Nice to meet you. I put out a side piece to try to get some laughs, but I was met with whispers like, a bat. He is the weakest man in history, losing to a slime? I can hear the whispering of cold voices. It's only a Butao. Hey, Butao has nothing to do with this. It seems that high school life for the second time is going to be very difficult. So let's move on to the orientation. Follow me so we don't get sidetracked. We're going to take a look around the outside facilities, Mirai-sensei said. As the students of Class E stood up in unison, I thought about the orientation and followed the teacher around the school. Here at the Adventurers School, the emphasis is not only on dungeon conquest, but also on study. Special classrooms such as study rooms, music rooms, and science rooms, as well as teaching materials, experimental tools, and audiovisual equipment cost a considerable amount of money, and there are many places to look around. I could tell at a glance that the level of equipment used was different from the public high school I attended in my original world. How much is this sound system? The reason why so much money is spent is because of the huge budget from the government. In addition to that, they are in close contact with the bureaucracy and receive constant donations from private companies. This is probably one of the reasons why the school receives such a huge amount of money, unlike ordinary schools. The teacher told us, you can't get promoted to a higher class if you only focus on the dungeon, so work hard. By the way, class promotion refers to a system in which the year is divided into the first and second semesters, and at the end of each semester, students are placed in classes based on their grades in the dungeon and their academic abilities. In order to move up from Class E to Class A, you need at least 4 out of 6 chances to move up during your 3 years of high school. On the other hand, if your grades are poor, you may be demoted. If you graduate with a class, you can get a free pass to the Adventurers College, so everyone in E-class seems to be working hard. Unlike other classes, the first time you dive into a dungeon is in high school, so if you really want to achieve A class, you will have to compete with D class within a year of entering high school. If you're serious about getting into a class, you'll need to be able to compete with D class within a year of entering school. I'm not sure if it's me, but it seems like a terrible disadvantage for everyone in Class E who doesn't have any game knowledge. As I walked along, I arrived in front of a large facility. This is an arena. Of course, this entire area is within the magic field, and it is strong enough to withstand skill training. There are weapons with crushed edges and a variety of metal armor. Note that you need to apply in advance to use them. It seems that skill checks and training for interpersonal combat can be done here. You can do it outside if you want to, but you have to be careful because if you activate powerful skills, you might damage property. And according to the teacher, if you are thinking of entering an arena or adventurer's college, you should train in interpersonal combat. Of course the skill of fighting against others is important, but I'm going to focus on that since I'll get stronger if I raise my level when I'm low. Next, I was brought to a place that looked like an infirmary with a faint smell of chemicals. This is a doctor's office. On weekdays, there's a priest doctor on hand who can perform medium recovery and simple regeneration. If you get injured in the dungeon or during training, come here immediately. The handsome young open black lens bracket priest close black lens bracket teacher is still waving his hand smilingly. In the event that you've got a lot of money to spend, you're going to want to make sure that you're able to get the most out of it. It's a good thing that the simple regeneration can heal the loss of a finger or two, but I don't want to be too much help. Next, we were taken to an area lined with factory-like buildings with wide open entrances. Inside the building, there were several types of weapons, and behind them, we could see several jigs and air hammers for forging metal products. I guess this is where they refine and process steel and other dungeon metals. There are also some private shops here. There are also stores from the private sector, so please do not be rude. If you bring the materials and negotiate with the blacksmiths in the workshop, they can make you equipment at a discount. Some of the materials from the dungeons are metals with magical powers, so it might be a good idea to ask the workshop for help when you get a good material. You can also make requests at the Adventurers Guild store, and at higher levels, you can trade weapons and armor at hidden stores in the dungeon. If you get to know Kaworu well, you can ask Tatsu-san to make a request, but let's leave that out of it for now. I'm sure you'll be able to find something that works for you. If you don't have a weapon of your own yet, you can come here later to borrow one. We don't have that many advanced weapons, but this class of weapon should be enough for the 10th floor. If you look at the weapons for rent, there are swords and maces of various weights and lengths. It's cheaper to rent than to buy from the store, and the quality seems to be better. It's just as well, since my bat broke into pieces yesterday. After the workshop, we went to the club room building for an explanation of club activities. In this area, there are dedicated club rooms and training facilities, and they cost a lot of money. There seemed to be sponsors who provided training equipment, armor, and funds, and I could see their logos all over the place. The school's club activities are generally related to dungeon diving. The activities are divided according to weapons and jobs. It is recommended that you participate in club activities to increase your knowledge of a particular job or to train your best weapon. There will be another recruitment ceremony at the end of this week, so those who wish to join should watch it and think it over before joining. Weapons-related club activities include the Swordsmanship Club and the Archery Club, and even within the Swordsmanship Club, there is the First Swordsmanship Club and the Second Swordsmanship Club, and even within the same Swordsmanship Club, there are different factions and sponsors. There were plenty of events related to club activities in the game as well, but I'm thinking of staying out of them because I want more time to dive into dungeons. I'm going to stay out of the dungeon. Well, to be honest, I really want to avoid club activity-related events because they are full of troublesome events such as dealing with ugly relationships and violence. It has its own rewards, but I don't think I want to experience those in real life. I left it up to the main character. Finally, the E-class group went near the entrance of the dungeon. The school's buildings and facilities are built to cover the entrance of the dungeon in order to fully utilize the limited magic field area within a 150-meter radius from the entrance. The magic field is not only used for the education of adventurers, but is also essential for researching dungeon-produced resources and materials. However, to enter the inside of the dungeon, you need to go through a ticket gate in the Adventurers Guild Square. You can go to the entrance from inside the school, but you can't go inside without going through security. You can register for your Adventurer's card at the Adventurers Guild, but if you haven't done so yet, fill out this form and submit it to us. We'll issue you an Adventurer's card right away. I didn't need to go to the Adventurers Guild to register, but I wanted to get into the dungeon as soon as possible, so that wasn't a problem. It's a good time, so we'll have lunch now. Over there is the school cafeteria. If you're planning to use it in the future, you should buy a ticket. The teacher looked at his watch and pointed to the cafeteria. The cafeteria looks like a restaurant with terrace seating where you can eat outside. There were already many students gathered around the entrance of the cafeteria, looking at the well-made food sample menu. The daily set meal is 280 yen, and the rice and miso soup are free to refill. At this price for this volume of food, I might as well get a bento. My stomach is growling. Let's meet at the square in front of the Adventurers Guild at 1300. We'll meet at the square in front of the Adventurers Guild at 1300. We'll be entering a dungeon, so make up a group of 3 to 5 people while you eat. In dungeons, monsters can surprise you and there are traps such as pitfalls, so the basic rule is to form a party and go into the dungeon with more than one person so that you can check each other's safety even if one person has a problem. However, I wonder if there's anyone who'd be willing to partner up with me after all the trouble I've caused. Are you the one who wants to team up with me? 2 Vanguard, 2 Rearguard recruitment. Can I use Magic Arrow? Would you like to team up with someone? Hey, why don't you team up with me? What should I do? They all start recruiting parties and selling themselves at the same time. Even though it's not even dinner time yet, the yokais are happily recruiting. It's a good thing I'm not the only one. I guess people with attack skills are the most popular. In the lower levels, there are no vicious traps or monsters, except in special areas, so the accident rate is low and efficiency tends to be emphasized. If you ask your classmates about their recruitment requirements, it's no wonder that attack skills are more popular than recovery skills. Akaji-kun, would you like to join us? Akaji-kun is being recruited by several girls. I'm jealous. In addition to being a good-looking man, he has a very good skill set, such as mastery of swordsmanship, and it is only natural that he would attract people. Pink and Kaworu are calling Akaji while pulling Tachiki's hand. Those 4 seem to be doing well. It's bad. Also, Butao mind is likely to scream in sorrow, so I have to distract myself. Even if it isn't, I want to cry because of the rich bocce. Guys, that place is empty, so let's get a seat first and talk about the party while eating. Omiya-san, who has the air of a committee chairperson, said, gathering at the entrance of the cafeteria is getting in the way, and pointed to an empty seat. The classmates put their luggage on the seats and went to order lunch. I feel like I'm going to be surrounded by negative thoughts, so I decide to distract myself with some food. Today's daily set meal was well balanced with rice, miso soup, fried horse mackerel, salad, and pickles. I piled up a big pile of rice and took a seat. Let's eat then, Omiya-san ordered, and lunch began. As we ate, our classmates showed each other their statuses on their devices and tried to sell themselves. The initial party formation is not that important, but everyone seems to be taking it seriously since it's their first time exploring a dungeon. I casually show them that I have the initial skills, but instead of smiling bitterly, they give me a blatantly disgusted look that makes me cry. Well, gluttony is like saying, I'm always hungry and can eat a lot, so how can it be appealing? It's only been a few minutes since the meal started, but parties of several people have formed one after another, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After this, they are talking about going to borrow weapons. Is there anyone who hasn't formed yet? Oh, Butao. You can't have someone in your party who can't even beat a slime. Did he really lose? Because he's in shape? Someone should let him in. Oh, I can't, we're already full. My school life has been a mockery from the very beginning. I didn't cry, did I? I just got a little pollen in my eyes. But even in that situation, there is a God who picks up the pieces. You're a student who was accepted to this school, you know. Now, would you like to come to our party? When I suddenly raised my face, the archangel no, it wasn't. Omiya-san was smiling. Really, thank you. In the game, I was the next student organization inside school, but I have no choice but to switch to the Chairman Omiya school. Oh, no, Satsuki, are you sure you can get in? The cute girl with glasses reacted to Omiya's solicitation remark. She seems to be a member of the same party as Omiya. I guess it's inevitable that she would be against me if she heard rumors like that about me. However, with a rebellious spirit that said, I'm not going to be left out, I greeted her with an unconcerned face. Nice to meet you. I greeted her smilingly. I'm a little excited to be included in an all-girls party. I'm going to go turn them down, said Omiya-san, who went away. According to the girl with glasses, she was going to meet up with a group of 3 girls, and she went to the group to decline for my sake. She told me that she was going to meet up with a group of 3 girls, and that she had asked them to withdraw from the group for my sake. I'm sorry about that. When Omiya-san came back, she sat down near me to have a strategy meeting. She has a cute little face with slightly slanted eyes, giving her a small animal look. I could smell the scent of shampoo or something, and my inner piggo mind was very excited, or maybe it's my mind. So let's exchange information with each other. Let's start with me. My name is Satsuki Omiya, Satsuki Omiya. This is my status, she said, opening a screen from her terminal and showing it to me. In the game, you can play as a wizard as you wish. In the game, she was a wizard as she wanted to be, but she is small and smart, and she might have an aptitude for being a thief. I am Riza Nita. It's a good thing that I'm not the only one. I've been wanting to be an archer for a while, but lately I've been thinking that magic might be good for me too. She is a straight, semi-long, bespectacled girl. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure what to make of it. It's a good idea to have a bow on your shoulder, because you want to be an archer. I'm going to go to, then, I know, you're Narumi, right? I know you, Narumi. You're famous now. Is it true that you lost to a slime? Please, don't ask me that. I'm not sure. I want to be a priest, but I'm thinking of being a mace-wielding vanguard. I am now a celebrity in a negative way. I'm not sure what to make of it. It's a good idea to explain yourself at least a little bit. When I was taken to the infirmary yesterday, I measured my status and updated it, so I'll show it to you. I'm already level 3. Huh? So you've killed a lot of slimes or goblins. Power leveling, *1, isn't something you do in a stone's throw on just 1 or 2 floors. Nita-san puts her index finger on her cheek and tilts her head. It's strange to be defeated by a slime when you're level 3, and even stranger to be defeated by a slime when you're beating it the higher you go. I was feeling a little sick at the time. I knew it. The students who are accepted to this school cannot defeated by slime.
Omiya-san and Nita-san were friendly to me. I was surprised that they didn't reject me as much as I thought they would. I don't remember Nita-san appearing in the story even though she is such a beautiful woman. Well, she wouldn't have appeared in the game if she didn't have any connection with the hero or heroine, so I guess it's not that strange.
After finishing our meal while checking the formation, we decided to head to the weapons workshop. They told us that the rental fee was free, but we needed to register at the terminal, so if we found a good weapon, we could rent it. Even though it was a normal steel weapon with no dungeon-grown metal in it, it would cost about as much as a set of PCs if you bought it. How about this? This bow looks nice. I think I'll borrow it later. Omiya-san and Nita-san were busy choosing weapons. I looked around the rental section for a good mace. I held it in my hand to check the grip, but I felt the weight of even a small metal weapon was too heavy. It seems to be a burden. If I were to wield it with my current STR, a wooden one would be better. I found a wooden mace with spikes on it like a demon's club, so I went with that. It's almost 1 p.m, let's head to the meeting place. Narumi, you have the highest level and I'm counting on you. Haha, I'll do my best. In the square in front of the Adventurers Guild, many adventurers come and go. There are probably several thousand people in the plaza just from a quick glance. Some are having a strategy meeting before entering, while others are laying out rush mats and holding a flea market. I heard that registration is required for street vendors, but it would be profitable to open a store here. When I looked under the clock tower, where we were supposed to meet, I saw that most of my classmates had already gathered and were talking. I'm already level 2. That's great, but I heard that some of the other classes have already reached level 10. There were a few classmates who dove into the dungeon on the day the devices were handed out, just like me and Akaji, but they seemed to be in the minority. Most of them went to the library of the Adventurers Guild to gather information and materials. The entry requirement for dungeons in this country is 15 years old or older, but not for junior high school students. It usually takes at least 2 months from the time you apply to become an adventurer to the time you receive your 10th level adventurer certificate. On the other hand, if you are a student at an adventurer's high school, you can show your device at the Adventurers Guild and get a 9th level adventurer's certificate right away. It takes less time to dive if you wait until the terminals are handed out than if you apply upon graduation from junior high school. Therefore, Class E's dungeon history is limited to the last 3 days since the entrance ceremony when they received their terminals. It seems that my classmates spent those 3 days not only investigating monsters, but also procuring armor, confirming party coordination, and visiting the Adventurers Guild. I feel like I'm being overly cautious, but maybe I would have done the same if I didn't know so much about games. As I waited at the meeting point with Omiya and the others, listening to the chatter around us, a group of flamboyant adventurers arrived. A man in the vanguard, who seemed to be the leader of the group, carried a large, exaggeratedly decorated sword in shiny, polished metal armor. Behind him were several adventurers wearing robes and masks with patterns that looked like magic items. I'm not sure what to make of this. If you're wearing full body armor, it's hard to tell if you're a student or an ordinary adventurer, so when you dive into a dungeon during class, there's a school rule that says you must wear the school badge on your chest to signify that you're a student at the adventurer school. Looking at his equipment, he is probably around level 20. Most of the adventurers in the square are under level 10, so the heavy equipment with high STR requirements stands out quite well. It looks like he's a student of the adventurers high school.
Is it true you're over level 20? Is it true that you're over level 20?
While the adventurers around him were watching and whispering, a man in full body armor suddenly emitted an aura. You're in my way, get lost. The many people who were there were intimidated by the aura of the strong man, and a path was created in the square. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm going to do it. Hey, is it okay to behave intimidatingly toward the general public even though the level is high? I remember feeling as if I was grabbed by the heart by a huge creature. Even though I was in the way of the traffic, I would like to ask what the compliance is like at this school, where people easily put more pressure on other people. I'm sure you'll be able to understand why. If I were stronger, I might be tempted to be a little more aggressive, but this kind of thing makes me uncomfortable, and I should probably try to control myself. Okay, is everyone here? Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm late. When the teacher tried to take a roll call at the scheduled time, Akaji ran from the school area. Behind them, Kaworu, Pink, and Tachiki ran out of breath. He says that he was choosing a weapon at the workshop and it took longer than expected. Even though it is a rental item, weapons can be said to be the life of an adventurer, so it can't be helped. But I want you to stop the jealousy of Butao mind from going out of control. Then determine the leader of the party and report the names of the members. Our leader is naturally Omiya-san. When each party had finished reporting, they were given an adventurer's school crest to wear on their chests, and they started moving to the dungeon one by one. If you hit that machine with an adventurer's card or a terminal on your arm, you can put it in. Put it in order from the person who completed the report. Each party holds up a terminal and enters the passage to the dungeon entrance. It was fortunate that it wasn't too crowded, perhaps because it was early afternoon, and we were able to reach the border. My classmates dove without hesitation into the black and bizarre border, but I couldn't seem to get used to the sticky feeling. We met at the entrance a little further down the hall, and the teacher explained the schedule for the day. Apparently, this time we would only be walking up to the second floor and back. We were told to walk while checking our current location on the map on the terminal, and the map manager for each party led us down the main street to the second floor while playing with the terminal. The passage from the entrance on the first floor to the second floor was filled with a never-ending line of adventurers. Monsters are defeated the moment they appear, just as they were when I first entered, and there are no monsters to defeat at all. There's no chance to use the weapons even if I borrowed them. Some of my classmates have borrowed heavy weapons and are carrying them, but it seems to be a waste of effort. The boys who were trying to show off to the girls are drooping. People everywhere, it's like a tourist attraction. If you don't go off the beaten path, it's full of adventurers. In the event that you've got a lot of money to spend, you're going to want to make sure that you're able to afford it. In particular, the main street that connects the floors is a never-ending line of people. If you want to fight on the first floor, you have to go off the main street or enter at night when there are fewer people. In the game, the only people in the dungeon were the players, and the shallow level was empty as they quickly passed through. It seems that there is a difference between the game and the real world. We must have walked about 2 kilometers from the entrance. There was a huge cavern that could be seen from several hundred meters away. The ceiling was illuminated, and it was quite dazzling to see from here. At the back of the hall, there are stairs leading to the second floor, and signs for the first aid station and toilets. This was the goal of the orientation. The teacher starts the homeroom here after the roll call of the classmates. At the bottom of the stairs is another plaza with vending machines and a rest area that serves snacks. However, the prices are a bit high, and the lower you go down, the more expensive they get. If you want to buy something, it is better to buy it outside, the doctor advised. Just like how juice is expensive in the high mountains, it is unavoidably expensive because it includes the cost of labor and shipping. I saw several small transport vehicles on the way here, so I guess they are also transporting goods for such services.
There are also lodging facilities and an item exchange on the 4th floor, but they are quite expensive and are basically reserved for the privileged class and tourists.
Even in the game, there was an accommodation facility on the 4th floor, but since I was able to move at high speed with a dash from beginning to end, no one stayed at that level. It's a little early today, but let's say we're going to break up here. After that, you can hunt at a party or whatever you like. It's a normal class from tomorrow, so don't be late. It's just past 2 o'clock now. Mr. Omiya asked me to go around the 1st floor together, but I wanted to go around the 2nd floor, so I refrained from doing so because I wanted to cut my bowels. It's good to enjoy a dungeon dive with pretty girls, but I'm eager to move on as soon as possible. We received encouragement from, let's do our best, and decided to break up with a smile. They were able to borrow the money they saved from Boki. I want to give back my favor someday. *1 Power leveling. Earn experience points with the help of high-level players, and raise your level efficiently and safely. Kaworu Hayes says Pav, it was fortuitous that I met such wonderful friends as Yuma, Naoto, and Sakurako as soon as I entered the adventurer school. On my first day at the school, I had a chance to talk to Yuma. Actually, I talked to him, and we got into a conversation about being an adventurer, and we ended up diving into a dungeon. I had a very productive time this past Saturday and Sunday. How should I become stronger and conquer dungeons from now on? How should I improve my grades and aim for a class? These were all problems that I was struggling with. It was a blessing to have a friend with whom I could seriously discuss these issues and encourage each other. Yuma is courageous, ambitious, and a bundle of talent. He told me that he did not know much about swordsmanship, although he had been working out, but the way he defeated the goblins that attacked him so fiercely was magnificent and even dignified, and it was cool to see her stand firm against the D-class rogues. I'm a maiden, and I can't help but be struck by such a sight. I'm sure you'll agree. TL. I don't, at first glance, Naoto looks like the top of a Buddha, but he is attentive, and being a gentleman is a big point in my reputation. I also found out that he has a broad and deep knowledge of magic. As I only know swords, I am not familiar with magic. In the future, I may have to work with a sorcerer to become a top-notch adventurer. In that case, the experience of fighting with Naoto and the knowledge I can learn from him will be a great help. With all due respect to Sakurako, I didn't think I could expect much from her in the dungeons because of her fluffy appearance and personality. However, in melee combat, she showed a high level of athleticism that made it hard to believe that she was a dungeon novice, and she also used recovery magic and had a wide field of vision. Her talent is simply astounding. I think she may even have more talent than Yuma.
Compared to such a wonderful group of people, I don't have much talent, and the only thing I have is kendo, which I have been practicing since I was a child. Even so, being able to discuss and contribute to the field of swordsmanship with everyone gave me an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and fulfillment. I thought that even such a me could be useful.
However, if I continue like this, I will not be able to stay next to those who are full of talent. I have to work harder than ever so that I can continue to have a relationship with them that I can trust with my back. I'm going to have to work harder than ever before so that I can continue to have their back. However, today's orientation was just a round trip down the main street to the 2nd floor. There's no real fighting, and we've already been down this road. There's nothing new here. The monsters on the 1st floor are weak, so I'd rather go to the 3rd floor anyway. Yuma said a little boringly, it is true that we have already experienced leveling up, but this place is not enough for us. I'm sure the 4 of us can handle even the 2nd floor. But we're breaking up after this, so why don't the 4 of us go hunting again afterwards? Oh, I was thinking the same thing. How about you, Kaworu? Naoto turns to me and asks, of course, I want to. I've rented a good weapon and brought it with me. I'd like to accompany you. I smiled back at him in approval. We both chuckled as we walked step by step through the dungeon as if checking it out, as we look ahead to what's to come. I see a well-dressed boy walking with his big toe. I felt a twinge in my stomach. It was last night. I had just come out of the bath and was about to do some prep work when the stress hit me. Sakurako brought me the shocking news that Sota had been defeated by a slime and had to be carried away. It seems that it was written on the bulletin board of the school, and it had become a rumor. Speaking of slime, if you're old enough to have your admission restrictions lifted, you can't possibly lose it first. Moreover, it is the weakest monster that even a child can defeat, and yet, what a mess, it's just hideous. The parents of the Narumi family were happy that Sota was safe, but they must have been heartbroken to see him in such a state. I felt a twinge of remorse, wondering if I should have trained him harder, but since he wasn't willing to do so, there was no point in saying anything. I picked him up again this morning, but he didn't seem to care about what happened last night, and he kept sighing absently, showing no sign of ambition. Shouldn't a student at an adventurer's school be more concerned about being defeated by a slime? But there are things that bother me as well. Sota, who had been so obsessed with me, has been quiet since the entrance ceremony, barely bothering me. Normally, he would call me pointlessly, come over unexpectedly, or force me to go on a date with him. I talked to him a little bit during Saturday morning practice, but he didn't look at me in a lecherous way or interrupt my dungeon dives with the Yoma. Even today, when he asked me to form a party, I was sure he was going to ask me out, but he never said a word to me. Is it possible that he is no longer interested in me? No, if that's the case, he should return the marriage contract magic book. As long as he have it in his possession, I am greatly vulnerable and cannot be defied. If he doesn't return it, it means that he still have an attachment to me. In addition, there is no reason why Sota, who hated hard work so much and never grew, would change so suddenly. In fact, right in front of me, he's stretching the bottom of his nose like that and looking so flattered. This is a dungeon, and we're in the middle of orientation, but he thinks it's date time. It's really pathetic. The girls on either side of him are Omiya-san and Nita-san, I think. I'm sure they couldn't help but notice that Sota was being shunned by his classmates, so they teamed up with him out of pity. They don't know what he's really like. Should I warn them not to become victims of sexual harassment even after this? I can't stop sighing just thinking about him. I want to work hard to become a top-notch adventurer, and I also want to be able to fall in love freely. I don't want to take time for Sota. I need to find the location of the marriage contract spellbook that binds me as soon as possible and stop worrying about the future. So far, I haven't been able to find any clues. Maybe it's because I dislike Sota so much that I've been too distant from him. Maybe I should be patient and approach him to get him in a good mood. But I can't stand the way he looks at me. The best thing to do is to make friends with her sister, Hanano, and go to Narumi's house without hesitation. Recently, even if I talk to Hanano, she doesn't respond well and I may even be hated. She longs for her brother, Sota, so she may have noticed my dislike of Sota. This is exactly what the future challenges are. With my hair pulled back, I parted ways with Omiya and Nita, and stepped onto the second floor for the first time. Well, it's goblin warfare. Goblins. In the game, they are about 100 to 120 centimeters tall, with ugly faces and green skin. I'm not sure what to make of it. They are much more dangerous than the slimes on the first floor, but they are only as tall and strong as a child, and are not that difficult to fight on their own as long as you are careful with your club. On the other hand, the goblin chiefs that appear rarely may have metal weapons, so one should be careful. Their physical strength is not so different from that of ordinary goblins, and their monster level is 3, making them a tasty monster in terms of experience. The path to the third floor is naturally crowded, so we move to a place called the Goblin Room, where goblins are relatively easy to pop. The goblins that spring up here pop relatively quickly after being defeated, making it easier for the goblin chief to draw lots of pops, *1, than in other places. There aren't many people here either. Why is that? Well, I guess it's better if there aren't. I sneak a peek into the Goblin Room and see two goblins cackling to each other. I wondered if that was an actual language. After observing for a while, one of the goblins came close enough for me to swing my spiked club down from behind. Back of the head, the goblin sinks with one blow and becomes a magic stone. It's a tough one. The other remaining goblins are still alive. The remaining goblin, perhaps surprised or angry, shouted and threatened us while holding a club. If you don't come, I'll come. In addition to overwhelming reach, I also excel in power, and I aggressively swing down the mace. Goblins, on the other hand, laid down their club and caught my attack overhead. I'll do it. But I'm hungry. When you kick up the goblin's belly, the goblin blows off on your back. Without letting go of that gap, I immediately filled the distance and swung the mace down again, and it became a magic stone without any qualms. Unlike slime, the interpersonal type has a bad aftertaste. Isn't it better than leaving no corpse? Unlike slime, goblins have a human shape, so they have a subtle aftertaste, but if you look closely at the goblins' faces, you'll find that they are absolutely incompatible creatures, so don't worry. This magic stone won't cost 100 yen. If you want to come here even for a few days in the dungeon, you can come. There is no such thing as a monster magic stone that even ordinary people can defeat. Let's break it down with a bonus to raise the level. Monsters basically just stand there defenseless for a couple of seconds after emerging from the black mist, so if you can attack them in that little time, you'll have a big advantage. In order to take advantage of this, it is important to have a specific time and place where the monsters pop, such as a slime room, or a goblin room. In this goblin room, 3 goblins pop at exactly 10-minute intervals in the order in which they were defeated, so one person can hunt at a good pace. There are only a few of these places on a single level, and back in the game they were so popular with level players that it was difficult to get a spot. However, I don't know if they are not so popular in this world, or if people don't know about them, but there is no sign of anyone else around. In other words, it's a delicious monopoly. But still, at first, I resisted the sluggish movements caused by my excessive weight and weak muscles, but after a few days, I've gotten used to this body. I now have a better sense of how to balance and when to take a break, which makes it much easier to manage my physical condition. However, there are still too many disadvantages to continuing to fight with this body type. Even though I can compensate for the loss of speed due to excess weight by strengthening my body through leveling up, I want to leave as much energy as possible for the battles that will become more difficult in the future. If we were forced to fight for a long time, we would soon be out of breath, and if we were not careful, we might die. I might even increase the training load a little more while watching my sore muscles. Well, the hardest part is the food restriction. After about 5 more hunts. Whoa, he's got a metal weapon. Is that a goblin chief? Goblin chief or no goblin chief, he was standing still for the first few seconds, so I thought I'd take him out with one shot regardless, but he was wearing a helmet on his head. I had no choice but to swing it down on the shoulder of the one holding the weapon. The goblin chief screamed in pain and dropped his weapon. The goblin chief screams in pain and drops his weapon, but I'm faster than him. I hit him with my mace on his remaining left arm and then hit him in the side. The goblin turned into a magic stone and the rusty dagger fell out at the same time. It looked like a normal dagger, not a magic item, but I couldn't tell for sure just by looking at it. It's not a magic item, it looks like a normal dagger, but you can't tell for sure just by looking at it. I'll have to think of a pattern other than the back of the head for my first attack, since it might be wearing a helmet. I hunted until just before dinner that day, but my level didn't increase and remained at 3. I took it easy and called it a day. I got 3 battered weapons, but there was no use for them, so I decided to sell them to a scrap dealer. It might be worth some pocket money. Regular classes begin. This is my second time in high school, so I thought I'd be able to handle the content of the class, but I was forced to solve some pretty high-level problems for a first-year high school class, and I was amazed at the high level of this school. When homeroom is over and after school, classmates quickly put away their textbooks and gather with their close friends to make plans for dungeon dives. Akaji is always talking to Pink, but I wonder if he's working hard on the dungeon. It should be difficult to defeat Karya if he doesn't reach level 10 by the end of this month. Well, judging from his relaxed attitude, he must have some idea. When I packed my luggage in my bag and tried to get out of the classroom while imagining a goblin battle, I was caught in a dignified voice like a bell ringing. Hey, I turned around to see my childhood friend and ex-wife, Kaworu, standing there with his arms crossed as usual, looking slightly unhappy. I thought to myself, you don't call me Sota by my first name at school. What's up? About time, shouldn't you be practicing? Practice. I'm searching for Butao's memory, but I don't remember making a promise to practice with Kaworu. It seems that they went out together or did something like a preparatory movement before enrolling, but is that so? I'm planning to go straight to the dungeon today, solo. I don't plan to dive with her, since I can train my legs and feet while walking through the dungeon. Besides, it's not efficient to form a party with several people against goblins. However, she may be worried about it, so I have to be careful about how to say it. I'm doing my best to train on my own, so it's okay. What kind of things do you do? Kaworu listens with a suspicious face with Yanagi's eyes. Don't bite into it. TL. Yanagi is a knife used to cut fish. Walk. I've been walking in the dungeon for the last few days. Is it losing to slime? Peeved? Boohee? Should one worry if you were rumored to have lost to slime? She is also making fun of me even though she is a childhood friend with whom I've known for many years. That's a little sick. Well, I'm doing well so far, so it's okay. Yes, I'm not talking about my physical condition, but my diet. I've been on a diet for a while now and I've been feeling a little dizzy from all the calorie restriction. Well, it will be okay if I do not activate unreasonable skills. I don't know if this explanation convinced her or not, but she took her eyes off me and returned to her seat. I'm sure she'll get stronger if she follows Akaji's party hard enough. I'm sure there will be a lot of tough events, but I'm rooting for you. I've killed dozens of goblins and goblin chiefs in the past few days, but I'm still at level 3. I've been prioritizing dieting and strengthening my body, so I've been spending less time on dungeon dives. The 3rd floor of the dungeon and beyond could be a tough fight, so I had to prepare carefully. According to the information board at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, there are several deaths every month on the 3rd floor, and this is the 1st floor where you can experience a real dungeon fight. Since I was going solo, I wanted to be as mobile as possible just in case. It would be better to level up to level 4 on these 2 floors. It's risky to go solo because there's no one to help you if something goes wrong, but you also get more experience when you kill a monster. In addition, with my knowledge of the game, I am in a position to almost monopolize the good hunting grounds and monsters, so the benefits of diving solo are even greater. It's not only the visible risks that you need to be aware of, you must never let anyone know that you have game knowledge. This world is much bloodier than the original one, so you never know what might happen. There are many countries and organizations that will not hesitate to kidnap and imprison you if they know you have valuable dungeon information. It's probably safest to keep your game knowledge and information to your family members who will never betray you. For the time being, I think I'll go as far as I can solo and get stronger in secret while being careful not to leak information. So, the usual goblin room. I didn't miss the few seconds of defenselessness during the repop and continued hunting, reaching level 4 in about an hour. I took a break with a small recovery, while checking how my body was feeling. It's a waste of MP, but since I don't have any good skills at the moment, I can do it this way, though I have to be very careful about the total amount of MP. On the 2nd floor, where most of the enemies are level 2 monsters, my level 4 experience will be cut in half, which is not good. It would be better to just move to the 3rd floor. As for weapons, I borrowed a metal mace for use against orcs. When I weighed it weighed 5 kilograms, but with my current status, I should be able to wield it reasonably well. Incidentally, it seems that level 4 is the hardest to raise. The reason for this is that more experience is required to level up, but more importantly, the strength of the enemies increases dramatically from the 3rd floor.
The orcs that pop up on the 3rd floor are dangerous opponents, as they wield clubs with the power of a great man. There is also a goblin mage called Fire Arrow that can attack from a long distance, and the orc chief, which is a higher level of orc, is a dangerous monster that can be a fight to the death for those below level 3 to defeat one.
If you're willing to take the risk and form a party of multiple players, you can defeat the orc chief with relative ease, but you'll lose experience points in the process. You'll also have to parade around looking for places where monsters pop up. You may think that you should just go to a deeper level and kill the ones with more experience, but of course the monsters will get stronger and the risk will go up. Like my father, it seems that this is the reason why many general adventurers stop at level 4. However, if you have game knowledge, it will not be difficult to go up to that level. There is also a secret plan. After the break here, I stood up to go to the next floor. Now let's go hunting for orcs. *1. Lottery pop. When an enemy reappears, a different monster will appear with a certain probability. In many cases, rarer monsters will appear. I went down to the 3rd floor, where there were several coffee shops and stalls, and picked up a 6-pack of takoyaki, which cost 700 yen, and took a break. This store was a failure. They were flowery and the octopus inside was too small. Looking at the adventurers shopping in the vicinity, I noticed that they were wearing black leather armor. It's a good idea to get yourself some armor as well, I thought as I threw away the container that contained the octopus and headed for the orc room. There were many adventurers on this floor as well, and we were able to reach the branch near the orc room without much fighting. From there, we proceeded carefully to the orc room. Like the goblin room, the orc room should have 3 orcs popping up inside. When I sneaked a peek into the room, I saw that there were 3 orcs. At first glance, they look like humans, but their necks are awfully thick and their backs are stocky. They also have a pig-like snout and squeal, so you can't mistake them for humans if you get close enough. The first one is the most important. Now that I've leveled up and can wield a metal weapon of a certain weight, I can push my way through 3 orcs. However, there is a risk of being surrounded and beaten up if I'm not careful. So I bought a stun grenade. They were quite expensive, costing 5,000 yen each at the Adventurers Guild merchandise corner, but I figured it would be enough to pay for itself if I could keep hunting orcs, so I considered it a necessary investment. In the original world, stun grenades usually came with a flash of light and an explosive sound, but if they were released in a dungeon, the explosive sound would attract nearby monsters. For this reason, the stun grenades for dungeons are almost silent, with only a flash. I've already read the manual and notes last night, so I should be able to use it, so I popped it in. Immediately after I heard the sound of air escaping, there was a strong flash of light in the oak room. The orcs scream with "Be moob moob moob." While they are out of sight, I approach them and hit them with a back of the head attack. It's a good idea to keep 2 of them on the brink of death to allow for a time gap between them. This is 200 yen apiece. The only thing that remains are the orc magic stones. If you're in a party, you'll probably make less than the hourly wage of a regular part-timer even if you kill quite a few, but if you're solo, you might make some tasty money in return for the higher risk. The timer tells me that I have 30 seconds until the next pop, and right on time, the black fog begins to form. I hurriedly took my weapon and approached the defenseless orc and attacked it in its vital point. Its thick neck makes it difficult to kill it with a single blow, but if I hit it accurately with my first attack, I can bring it into a dazed and confused state by stepping on its tibia's posterior bone, so I continue to attack it in succession and kill it all at once. After that, I continued to defeat the orcs without any problems, and now a goblin popped up. He has a staff, so he must be a goblin mage. The goblin mage shoots fire arrows, making it a powerful enemy if you're fighting against multiple players, but it's not so scary if it's a single player since it's fast enough to be avoided. Its durability is not much different from that of the goblin on the 2nd floor, so if it's defenseless, it's a bonus monster that can be mowed down with a single blow. Level 4 monster is delicious. I picked up a magic stone that was larger than an orc's, humming to myself that it would be easy to get to level 5. I took a break and continued to hunt about 20 orcs in a happy mood, when for the first time, a higher level orc chief popped up in the lottery.
I tried to close the distance to aim at its head as before, but it was wearing a helmet and shoulder armor, so swinging down was not going to work. I quickly change my aim to the arm that holds the big club and delivers my fullest blow. While he is screaming, "Bumooh," I follow up with 3 more blows, but he is still able to withstand them. The bastard's eyes are not dead yet.
They get into a staring contest, but the other guy is still breathing. I swing up the mace from a low-altitude state at a stretch. Become a magic stone. What? Even though he was dying, he hesitated in the back step. The orc chief squeezes the remaining power and pulls out a horizontal crossing. But the damage is deep and the motion is bald. After bending over and hesitating, the mace is swung up to the crotch at the same time as standing up. Boo, moo, is this feeling a male? As the same male, I wonder about this devil attack, but I can't help feeling a tingling sensation on my crotch. The orc chief knelt down while holding his crotch and became a magic stone. It was quite strong. I'm not sure how long it would take me to defeat this guy from a full-blown, unprotected attack. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to take if I have a goblin mage pop up during that time.
If the orc chief battle is going to be a long one, it would be better to take him out of the orc room and fight him once. Fortunately, orcs aren't very fast and should be able to escape without difficulty. Other adventurers often run away from orc chiefs as well, so trains *1 are a common sight on this floor. Of course, the other adventurers will get angry if you do that.
The reason you can't defeat them all at once from a defenseless state is partly because you don't have enough STR, but also because this weapon itself is weak. Even if you buy a good new weapon, it will soon level up and become a relic of the past, so rent several different types of weapons to try out when you're low level. Or change from a mace to a sword to increase your means of thrusting. The mace will inevitably do less damage when attacking areas covered by armor. I only chose the mace because I originally only had a bat, and tomorrow I'll switch to a sword for a change. In addition to the magic stone, I found a shoulder armor after the orc chief disappeared. I was so happy that I put it on, but it turned out to be a magic item because it was resized to fit me. If this was an item with a cursed debuff that I couldn't remove, I'd be in trouble. I don't want to go to school with shoulder pads on. I think it cost 100,000 yen to lift the curse at the Adventurers Guild. Don't carelessly equip items you don't understand. I thought about paying 10,000 yen at the Adventurers Guild to have an item appraised, but if you raise your newbie job level to 7, you can learn simple appraisal. It's a waste of money, so I'll wait until then. High school students' pockets are tight. By the way, once you reach job level 5, you can change your job to a basic job such as fighter, caster, or thief. However, if I change jobs at that point, I won't be able to take the newbie skill that I was supposed to learn after that, so I'm going to die trying to raise my job level to the maximum. I left my shoulder armor, which I didn't know what it did, in the corner of the orc room and continued hunting orcs until late. However, there was no more orc chief that day. Okari, Oni, oh, Tadema, TL. If you watch anime you might get it, and if you don't, she said, welcome back, and he said, I'm back, IG. When I got home, I found my sister who picked up her backpack and bought her luggage. Was it such a worthwhile guy? Is it something I'm aiming for? This is a drop item from the dungeon, right? It seems that she was curious about the shoulder armor that was sticking out of my backpack. It came from the orc chief. What, you're already fighting on the 3rd floor? What kind of party are you in? What kind of role do you play in it? Calm down. I sit down on a sitting chair in the living room and stretch your legs. I've been hunting for several hours, so I'm a little muscular. Although the effect of strengthening the body has come out at level 4, this body is still weak. You know, I'm diving solo. What, solo? Oh, maybe you're a bachelor. I'm not a botch. Don't make such a pitying face. I was invited to a party by some cute girls. It was just a favor though. But the 3rd floor is where the orcs are, right? Dad said it's dangerous. It's true that hunting orcs would be tough for anyone below level 3 unless there are multiple people. Even if you're level 4, you'll be in a dangerous situation if you don't have a defenseless attack or backstab every time. TL. Ignoring all defense. Well, there's a way to do it, and if you're thinking more about it, there's a better way. Really, it's kind of scary to fight orcs. If you get to the 5th floor, there is a power leveling spot. I'm not sure if that method can be used in this world. Sota, go take a bath before you eat. Why? I think I'll take a good rest today and get ready for tomorrow's hunt. I'm level 5, and I also learned simple appraisal. I visited the dungeon day after day and hunted orcs. Just when I was about to leave, my level finally went up. The reason it was surprisingly fast was because many goblin mages popped up, and I was able to use my sword as a weapon, which increased my efficiency and allowed me to hunt orcs in the vicinity. As for the orc chief that I struggled with, I only found one on the first day. It might have been a very rare monster. And the fact that he learned the simple appraisal means that the job level of newbie is now 7. The job level is basically easier to raise than the main level. The shoulder armor and the staff dropped by the goblin mage were immediately checked by the simple appraisal. What shoulder armor is? Shoulder armor of life, effect is defense +2, HP +5. I'm glad that the HP bonus is additive rather than multiplicative. I'm not sure if it's a magic item or not, but I'm sure it's worth it. It was a cane that was going to break soon. It's a good thing that only one of them was a hit. It's a good thing that I'm not the only one who has a problem with this. I thought it was just a skill that would make me hungry, but then I saw some disturbing text on. When you level up, your HP and VIT increases plus a correction to your appetite, and STR -30%, AGI -50%, and the last item is -30% STR, -50% AGI, and the last item is unappraisable. This is a much more bombastic skill than I expected. There are too many different abilities attached to it. I'll leave the appetite increase aside as I expected it to be. The first one is status increase value plus correction at level up. It's no exaggeration to say that HP, which is the lifeline of life, and VIT, which increases defense and vitality, are the most important statuses in dungeon diving, where lives are at stake. The fact that these two stats can be boosted plus compensated, I don't know how much compensation is applied to them, is a wonderful ability. The next biggest disadvantage, STR -30%, AGI -50%, is a serious problem.
When I first possessed this body, I was surprised to find that despite my thick arms and legs, my strength in legs and feet were unusually weak, and my movements were unusually slow. But I thought it was all due to lack of exercise and super obesity. If my skills were being reduced, I would still be at a disadvantage no matter how much I lost, unless I got rid of these skills.
So far, I've been able to level up and fight without any problems. Even if the STR is low, I haven't had a hard time switching to a sword and attacking power, and even though the AGI has been halved, I can now run enough to escape with an orc opponent. However, even if it is about minus a few percent, this reduction value may be life-threatening. The last item could not be read. If it is not possible to appraise with less than simple appraisal greater than, it means that the ability is comparable to that of an advanced job class. If possible, I have no choice but to pray that it is a good ability, not a debuff. Considering these comprehensively, it depends on how much the positive correction of the status is and what the final is, but even if these contents are a little good, the disadvantages are too great in the debuff skill. I have to say. If it's a game, it's okay to die, so I might leave it for the purpose of increasing the status, but in reality I don't want to take that risk. At least, I just want to know what the part is. I don't want to go to the guild for an appraisal. Detailed status can be known if there is a high-ranking, appraisal, skill or appraisal item, but at present there is no such skill or item. If you want to know, there is no choice but to measure with the appraisal device in the Adventurers Guild and update the profile of the terminal. But then that data is also shared with the school's database so that levels and status can be viewed from other students' terminals. The reason I don't want to update it is that there can be a lot of unobtrusive events. Considering the main quests of the game, high-ranking and senior students with high pride, and even adventurers everywhere will have a hard time. I don't want to cause trouble, so I will refrain from exposing information as much as possible. However, there are some places where you can appraise without updating the database. A store in a hidden area on the 10th floor of the dungeon, commonly known as Obaba's store, is located in the dungeon. It sells appraisal items and you can change jobs, so I thought it was one of the places I definitely wanted to visit. I had previously looked up the Obaba store in the library, but nothing was written. If it is the same as the game, it should exist, but why is nothing written? I don't know the exact reason so far. In any case, I can't appraise until I go to Obaba's shop, so I can't decide to erase gluttony. In the first place, if you don't change the job, you can't even learn the skill to override it, so you can't erase it. I have no choice but to deal with this strange skill for a while. It was a skill that exceeded my expectations in many ways, but I have to do my best to raise the level and aim for the 10th floor regardless of whether I erase it or not. As an immediate goal, katakana middle dot continue dieting and muscle training, target weight 100 kilograms or less. I will do my best to raise the level so that I can go to the Obaba store on the 10th floor, target level 10. Buy an appraisal item and appraise the status and gluttony with the appraisal item.
Reason: someday I want to tueee without hiding, but if it stands out, I want to be strong enough to protect myself from high-ranking adventurers. The high-ranking adventurers in this world are about level 30, so if you get that strong, you can get through. No. Even if I get stronger, my family may be targeted. I think we should raise the level together.
I vowed to Butao that I would protect his and now mine family at all costs. *1. Train. Usually it means a train, but in the case of a game, it means to take a large number of enemies and run away. If the player who is brought in this state dies or runs away, the monster that lost the target will involve the surrounding players, so it is considered to be one of the worst etiquette violations. The change from mace to sword was effective. Even when wearing armor, if you can pierce a vital point on your first attack, you can strike a blow or inflict a fatal wound even on an orc, increasing your safety and rotational efficiency considerably. If it weren't for the STR reduction caused by open double angle bracket gluttony close double angle bracket, I would have been able to wield a heavier mace, but that's not worth thinking about. What I'm worried about now is that more and more of my opponents have metal weapons. Even with physical enhancements, a knife in the chest would not leave me unscathed. As a solo player, I try to be very careful about getting hit, but I shouldn't neglect to take precautions just in case. So I went to the armor store at the Adventurers Guild to buy some armor. The school's workshop also sells armor, but it takes a while to get it made since it's basically made to order. In this case, I wanted it right away, so I came to buy a ready-made one. At the entrance of the armor store, there was a glass showcase of full-plate mail, reflecting the light and making it stand out. There was also light armor made from the skins and fangs of magical beasts, as well as armor made from mithril alloy, a fantasy metal, and the price on the bottom was frightening.
Oh, Ni-chan, what do you need? A bandit-like man with a beard and apron spoke to me. He was big, and had great muscles. There is a store mark on the apron, so maybe he's a clerk. I wonder if there is something good with light armor.
Which armor do you want? How much is your budget? He seemed to be the owner of the store. When I asked him about it, he said, "You're still in high school, aren't you? I'm not sure if you can afford anything too expensive," he said. "I'm thinking about 50,000 yen for a suit of armor to protect my upper body." Well then, he went to the back of the store and brought out a black leather jacket and gloves. This is armor made of werewolf leather. It can't be penetrated by ordinary knives, and above all, it's fire resistant. For 50,000 yen, it's a bargain, right?
I don't think I'm being cheated, but I'm going to take a look at the items in the simple appraisal.
Demon Wolf's Jacket, Defense +6, Fire Resistance +5%. Werewolf Paw, Defense +3, Fire Resistance +3%. It's definitely werewolf leather. The jacket protects the front and flanks, while the back is just leather straps, making it lighter than I expected. The jacket protects the front and sides, and the back is just leather straps. It's more like a gauntlet than a hand. It's not much of an armor in the game, but I like the fact that the real thing is black and cool. If you had a little more budget, the armor below would have been sold to you. I'm still servicing it. It seems that last week he purchased a large amount of skins at a low price from a werewolf hunting party that he is familiar with, and they are selling werewolf products at a discount. When you kill the werewolf that pops up on the 6th floor of the dungeon, a low percentage of werewolf skins are dropped, and if you tan them and process them, you can make black leather like this. I'll take these two then, thank you. Do you want to equip them now? I took the rented sword and equipped myself with shoulder armor, a jacket and a small hand. I looked at my figure, expecting to look like a fantasy warrior, but what I saw was a mob of villains that looked like something out of a turn-of-the-century anime. You can't expect to look cool with this body type. I'm not sure what to do. Maybe I'll come back to buy the lower armor when I save up enough money. It's a good idea to get a complete set of werewolves. Gamers are always fascinated by a complete set of armor. I chatted with the shopkeeper as he adjusted my armor. Recently, as adventurers have become more and more popular, dungeons have become more and more active, and the prices of dungeon-produced metals, ores, and potions have risen because the supply cannot keep up. I was also given a discount coupon along with advice to be careful as the security in the dungeon was getting worse. Now that I've bought my new armor, I'm ready to go to the dungeon. I'm so excited. I think I'll go to the 4th floor today. Unlike the 3rd floor, traps appear on the 4th floor, though they are rare. The traps come back in a certain amount of time after they're triggered, and sometimes they reappear somewhere else, but most of the time they appear in the same place, so it's useful to remember where they are even if you've already triggered them.
Interestingly, monsters are also trapped by the traps in Dun X. If you know where the unactivated ones are, you can use them against monsters. But the only trap on the 4th floor is a pit. There are no swords or spears protruding from the bottom of the pit, so even if you fall in, you won't die and you'll only take enough damage to sprain your arm. In order to defeat the fallen monsters, you will need a long-range weapon or magic.
At this point, I only have a melee weapon that I borrowed from the school's workshop, so I decided to hunt normally instead of using traps. Arrived at the 4th floor, it took me almost 3 hours to get here. I'd better start from the 5th floor when I return. Once you get to the 5th floor, you can use the gate to go back and forth from the 1st floor. I haven't seen anyone using the gate yet, so I'm not sure if it's working or not, but I'm going to check it out on my way back. The hall at the entrance of the 4th floor has a ceiling of about 30 meters, and there are 8 floors of accommodations that are fully occupied up to that ceiling. The 1st floor is a restaurant with a fancy price list on the wall. The 1st floor is a restaurant with a fancy price list, from 40,000 yen per night. A toast set is 1,500 yen.
I looked at the reviews of this inn from the terminal, but they said something like, you can't charge this much for the same level of service as those cheap hotels. I can take a bath, and staying at this inn might be a nice way to feel like I'm diving into a dungeon, but I'm at the level where I'm squeamish about getting tens of thousands of yen worth of equipment, so I'll just have to put up with it.
Even so, this inn seemed to have a lot of tourists. If you don't stray from the main street that connects the 2 floors, you can safely come here without having to fight your way through the entrance. It is said that many foreign tourists dive here as a memorial. You can see a few foreign tourists here and there on the terrace. There are dozens of dungeons in the world, but this is the only one in Japan, so it's the only dungeon where people come for sightseeing. On the other hand, ordinary adventurers don't stay at an inn, but instead build tents or rush mats at the edge of the hall and sleep together. Well, usually they don't pay tens of thousands of yen to stay there. In addition, you can also see a magic stone shop and a powder stall. It's a good idea to take a look at a few of the more popular ones. Although the 4th floor is not as crowded as the 3rd floor, there are many adventurers who use this floor as a hunting ground. I walked down the main street leading from the crowded plaza to the 5th floor and headed for the orc room. There are holes in the floor due to traps that have already been triggered in some places, but with so many people here, it's unlikely that we'll get caught. The orc room, the hunting ground on the 4th floor, is similar in size to the 3rd floor, but the orc chief, goblin archer, and goblin mage all pop up at monster level 4 or higher. The goblin archer is a lottery pop, and sometimes a monster level 5 goblin soldier will appear instead. Even though they are monster level 5, goblin types have low basic durability, making them a tasty opponent if you can aim for a first attack in a defenseless state or backster. The first orc room we arrived at had a party fighting in it, so we headed to the nearest orc room. I sneaked a peek inside. Is here, 2 goblin archers and an orc chief. The orc chief is wearing a breastplate. So let's get started on today's hunt. Take the stun grenade off your belt, pull out the pin, throw it in, and close your eyes tightly until the flashes subside. Immediately after the light disappears, I enter the room and first slash at the limbs of the 2 less durable goblin archers, destroying their dropped bows. Neither of the goblins were able to finish him off, and he flashed a shot into the side of the orc chief. I wobbled and shouted, "Bummoo," and held up my weapon, but it was too late. My blow, now at level 5, was heavy, and I flicked off the blunt weapon of the wobbling orc, sending it flying through the thick neck. The goblin struggling beside me was defeated in time, and I finally caught my breath. As I swung my sword around, I realized that even though my STR had been lowered due to the gluttony, my strength had increased considerably compared to the beginning.
The sword I was using now weighed almost as much as the mace I had been using before. I can swing it with both hands without any difficulty. It feels like swinging a wooden bat at level 1. My running ability also seems to be improving steadily, and he can now run at a good speed even though he is still over 100 kilograms fat. I wonder if I will become like a superhero in a hero movie if I continue to raise my level. I was both excited and scared.
The hunt was going well again. Since I'm aiming for a surprise attack or a defenseless state every time, the time it takes to kill one monster is short, and even if there are 3 monsters that pop every 10 minutes, I have a lot of time to spare. When I saw a monster in the vicinity, I lured it in and defeated it, or cast Baxter on it, and was able to hunt about 40 monsters in 2 hours. I was a bit nervous when I was attacked by an orc chief who was circling around the orc room, but I was able to see his movements better than when I was level 4, so I didn't have too much trouble fighting him. I realized that even a difference of 1 level can make a big difference in combat ability, as my kinetic vision and physical abilities become stronger overall. The goblin soldier didn't show up until the end, and as with the orc chief on the 3rd floor, the monster appearance rate for lottery pops seems to be much lower than in the game. 2 bows dropped, but they weren't magic items, and the strings were so tattered and broken that even the scrap dealer wouldn't buy them. I decided to throw them away. Instead of going up to the 3rd floor on the way back, I decided to head up to the 5th floor as planned to see if I could use the gate. There were stores, stalls, and rest areas here as well, and many adventurers were milling about. At this time of night, there were many parties who had set up their own tents and were cooking dinner. The fact that we were staying overnight in this square when the gate room was so close meant that there was a good chance that the gate was either unknown or unusable. I wonder which is the case. According to my memory, the gate room was about 1 kilometer away on the left side of the plaza at this entrance. A magic circle like a geometric figure is drawn on the wall there, and if you register with magical power, the gate up to the 1st floor will open and you should be able to warp. The gates can also be used by the advanced job of sorcerer, but since the gate rooms are located on every 5th floor, you don't need to have that skill at the moment. Well, if you have a sorcerer on your side, it will come in handy as an emergency means of escape. When I arrived in front of the gate room and took a peek inside, I found no one there. I mean, there was no one even in this area. I guess it's a pattern that people don't know about the gate. If so, how many weeks or months do high-ranking adventurers spend traveling from the 1st floor to the hunting grounds? I thought for a moment about announcing it anonymously if it wasn't known, but I decided against it. If the gates were known to the public, dungeon crawling would certainly improve dramatically, but at the same time, dangerous armed groups like terrorists would be strengthened, and the world would become more chaotic. In that case, it seems better not to let me know even if it will come out someday. Making sure that no one is around, and slowly apply magical power to the magic circle drawn on the wall. Then, the groove of the magic circle glows deep blue, and at the same time, a short, low-pitched sound sounds like a device is activated. Immediately, a shining gate opened in purple. I can use the gate properly in this world. Well then, why don't I dive? There may be someone in the gate room on the 1st floor, but I can't confirm it from this side, so I'll go without worrying about it. When you dive, you will hear a scream and the scenery will change in an instant. The place I passed through was a dim place. Oh, it's not the 1st floor of the dungeon. Is this a school? This place also has a magic circle at the gate, so it looks like a proper gate room, but it looks just like a school classroom except that there is a magic circle. But there is no window. Looking around, the gate closes in about 20 seconds, leaving only a magic circle patterned groove on the wall. Desks are piled up in the opposite direction of the wall. Go outside from a dimly lit gate room that resembles a classroom. It seemed to be inside the adventurer's school as I expected, and when I went up the stairs, there was a familiar entrance on the 1st floor. Does that mean that the gate room is on the 1st basement floor of the school? What's going on? Why is there a gate room outside the dungeon? I was taken care of by the gate many times during the game, but I never went out of the dungeon. The difference in dungeon structure and system from the game may undermine the advantage of the former player and force him to change his plans. This can be an annoying problem. In the first place, why is there a gate room in such a place? Was it artificially made? If there is a technology to artificially create a gate room, Japan should be able to lead more in the dungeon capture. When I went back and examined every corner, I couldn't find any judgment. However, it may be a nice miscalculation to enter the dungeon from within the school without going through security. I was thinking of having a gate skill or a magic item to put my family in the dungeon, but that seems to have solved the problem. I was tired of the regular entrance, which was rubbed by the crowd every time, and let's sneak up on this place from now on.
Naoto Tachiki Viewpoint. It's already been about 2 weeks since the entrance ceremony, and things have finally settled down in this E-class. During break time, there is inevitably a lot of talk about dungeons, as only an adventurer school can. We got through the goblin. We're going to the 2nd floor with a party, let me know if you want to go. The boys talking now by the window seem to be circling the 2nd floor, gesturing to the girls about their heroics against the goblins. The goblins are only as strong as a child with a blunt weapon, but if they hit you in the wrong place, you can get hurt badly, and a goblin chief who attacks with a metal weapon is a powerful enemy. In addition, since goblins are humanoid, many adventurers are reluctant to kill them, making them a touchstone monster to see if you can overcome them.
For beginners to dungeon diving, it is recommended to go around the 2nd floor to get used to fighting monsters and moving around in the dungeon. If you want to be on the safe side, you can go around the 1st floor, but it's hard to say that it will be an experience since there are only slimes that anyone can beat. That's why all of my classmates skip the 1st floor and go for the 2nd floor. Many of my classmates are competing to level up and dive every day. This is because everyone who joins this school has the goal of getting into Class A. At this point, however, I think our party is the only one standing at the forefront. In just 10 days, Yuma, Kaworu, Sakurako, and I have reached level 3, and we are able to go around the 3rd floor to hunt orcs and goblin mages. I guess it's time to go to the 4th floor. I'm not going to keep running and stopping. It doesn't matter how good you are at this school, it's hard to climb up on your own. Good friends are essential for leveling up and conquering dungeons. The only way to get promoted to Class A is to find the best friends as soon as possible. In this respect, it was fortunate that I was roommates with the incredibly talented Yuma, and perhaps even more fortunate that I was able to form a party with the beautiful and talented Sakurako and Kaworu. The quantity, accuracy, and speed of the information was also important. What kind of students are there and how good are they? In addition, information on dungeon diving strategies is also essential. I know that unexpected information can be hidden in the casual conversations of classmates, and I am able to get this information thanks to my enhanced hearing skill. It's a directional skill that allows me to aim in a specific direction and listen without anyone noticing, even in classrooms where sound sources are scattered randomly. Thanks to this skill, I was able to get through some of the entrance exams and interviews at the adventurer school. My theory is that even if it's cheating, if you can make use of it, you should use it. I bought this sword, it cost a lot. Dukes, wow. A student in the back of the classroom pulls out a Japanese sword wrapped in a cloth bag. Dukes is a famous brand of armor among adventurers, and although it is a bit expensive, it is also a manufacturer that develops its own armor and is trusted by many users. Weapons are the life of an adventurer. If you're not willing to rent a weapon, you'll always be at the bottom of the heap. I have a magic wand that has been in my family since my grandfather. From this point as well, it has an advantage from the starting point. By the way, I feel like a bad-armed idiot was in this class. As I try to remember who I was, the girls surrounding Yuma make a yellow voice in the center of the classroom. TL. Ouch for Sota. Yuma, do you want to go to the dungeon with us sometime? Oh, that's so cool, I was going to invite you too. He has a neat face that even I, as a man, can't help but admire, and his gentlemanly attitude toward everyone makes his charisma stand out even more. He also has the talent to be an adventurer, so the saying, heaven does not give two things, is probably just a joke. In comparison to Yuma, that piggybacker is. I don't want to team up with that thing even if it's my duty. It's amazing that he can't even beat a slime. Butao. Oh, you mean that fat guy at the very back of the classroom? I'm not sure if it's true or not, but a bad rumor is spreading that he lost to a slime, and now he can't even form a good party. If I can't form a party with anyone in the future, I won't be able to conquer dungeons, and it will be difficult to raise my level. Even if you try to defeat monsters of the same strength, which is a good way to gain experience, there is no way you can keep defeating them solo without getting hurt, and even if you defeat lower-ranked monsters, you will only gain a small amount of experience. In addition, there is no one to help you in an emergency. History has proven that solo dives are unstable and do not last long. There will be a class competition soon. I hope you would not be dragging our feet. The girls were talking so loudly that Butao had tears in the corners of his eyes and was shrinking his big, useless body sideways as much as he could. Naru, Kun, oh, Omiya-san, don't be depressed. Don't be discouraged. If you don't have anyone to team up with, we'll do it for you. Thank you, Arata-san, but I'm fine for now. Omiya, with her gentle voice, and Nida, with her intellectual look, are the ones I'm personally interested in. I'm pretty sure they teamed up with him at the orientation, too. Perhaps he has a gentle personality that can't be left out of the group. The majority of the grades at this school are based on academics, dungeon conquests, and other things that are graded individually, but there are also class competitions and other things that add up to a class grade, so I don't want any dropouts if I can help it. I was thinking of bailing out Butao if he was forced to dive solo and drag the class down, but if Omiya and the others are going to do it, I guess I can leave it to them. I don't have that much time to spare either. I don't know if he was feeling uncomfortable, but Butao said, I'm going to the bathroom, and hurriedly left the classroom. Then Kaworu got up and went to Omiya. Omiya-san. Oh, it's Heiei-san, right? What's wrong? I tended to look down and tried to say something, but I wondered if I made up my mind and stared at the other person's eyes and cut out the story. You should not get too close to Narumi Sota. Well, why is that? Because he's not a very nice person, that's my advice. By the way, you know Butao and Kaworu, don't you? I remember being surprised to see him when I went to pick him up at his house. I thought they were close friends, but apparently there was a rift. But I appreciate Narumi-kun. I have the same opinion as Satsuki. I still have the eyes to see people. Thank you for your advice. I thought that Kaworu's words would make them distance themselves from Butao, but Omiya and Nida rejected her advice without hesitation. Kaworu is also frustrated with the unexpected reply. Yes, but I did give you my advice. TL. Comment RIP for Kaworu. After telling that at the end, Kaworu looks a little lonely and returns to her seat. Kaworu, who has a healthy and honest personality, advises that, it may be that he's not a very good person, but I'm also curious about the opinions of those two who actually teamed up to dive the dungeon. Should we not make a decision on Butao's evaluation yet, and keep him as a person to watch out for? And in the other direction, there are a couple of people talking about a topic that interests me. They are both girls who seem to be good at sports. Hey, have you decided which club to join? I heard there's going to be a recruitment ceremony, so I thought I'd check it out and decide. It seems that the club activities with the name Daiichi are the most popular. There are many events at school. The first is a recruitment ceremony for club activities that will be held soon. The Adventurer School's club activities are a bit unique, and mainly focus on activities that are useful for adventurers. In addition to swordsmanship, archery, and magic, there are many other types of clubs, such as engineering, which trains craftsmen. Each club has its own dedicated facilities and trainers, and the curriculum is designed to best suit the activity. This training system can be called the highlight of the adventurer school. As we saw during the orientation, the facilities were so well equipped that it looked like a major sports gym, and it was clear that a lot of money had been spent on it. The club recruitment ceremony is a ceremony to introduce these club activities to the new students. This is where we decide which club we want to join. If you get excellent results in the club competitions, you get a bonus for your performance, so it's a must for students aiming to get into Class A and enter the Adventurers College. At the moment, I'm hoping to join the Magic Club because I want to pursue a career in magic. If possible, I'd like to join the first Magic Club, which is the largest. There seems to be a lot of research on magic and tactics, and I'd like to join the club to deepen my insight. Then there is the election for student body president. I overheard this when I was passing by Class A. It seems that the election for student body president will be held in July. And to my surprise, a female student from the first year at class is running for the position. The student council president of this school has an extraordinary amount of political power compared to that of a normal school. With the billions of yen that the student council handles, it's no wonder that they have an unparalleled voice. And such a delicious position is inevitably a competition. To become the student council president, you have to get the votes of many students. To get that many votes, you have to convince the main faction of the school to support you. That faction is the famous 8 Dragons. There are many groups and factions in the Adventurer School, but the 8 Dragons are 8 of the largest factions. The 8 Dragons are the 8 largest factions in the Adventurer School. They have a lot of students and factions at the lower levels, and are connected to famous adventurer clans and large corporations, so they have a lot of power. The 8 Dragons currently known are the Student Council, the First Sword Club, the First Magic Club, the First Archery Club, and the Class Alliance. These factions have been well covered by the media and are known to the outside world even before I entered the school. There are said to be 3 more, but I don't know at the moment. And just to run for student body president, you need to have the backing of several of the 8 Dragons. The fact that a first-year student who has only been in high school for a short time has that backing is truly amazing. The other 3 factions and their first-year students, I'll have to look into them if I want to move up in this school. There were no afternoon classes today, and the club activities were to be introduced in the auditorium. My classmates were happily discussing which club to join. As we were told during the orientation, the main club activities at this school are for dungeon diving. They are divided by the weapons they use, such as the Swordsmanship Club and the Archery Club, or by the jobs they do, such as the Wizard Research Club and the Warrior Research Club. The Item Creation Club and Blacksmithing Club are also popular for those who want to become researchers or craftsmen involved in dungeons in the future. Whatever the case may be, there is nothing more reassuring than being able to talk with and seek guidance from those who have gone before you in the direction you want to go. All the first-year students from Class A to Class E gathered again in the huge auditorium. At the appointed time, the lights were dimmed and the male student council members took the stage. We will now hold a recruitment ceremony for club activities. There are various privileges for club activities, and some of them are reflected in your grades. I'm sure that many promising new students will receive many invitations, but I want you to use this ceremony to help you make your choice. Let's begin. There is no such thing as recruiting in Class E. I'm not sure if any of my classmates are being recruited or not. Is this a pattern of only Class E being hacked? I thought that after a few days of enrollment, I would be able to interact with the other classes, but it seems that Class E is considered weak rather than being an outsider, and the relationship with the other classes is not very good. It's not that we don't interact with them, but they look down on us like we're fighting with them. This is not only true for the first-year students, but also for the second and third-year E class. Every time they introduce their club activities, they only look at Class A and Class B and appeal to them enthusiastically. They don't say anything against the E class, but they don't seem to welcome them. In such a situation, to the new students of Class E, the 4th Kenjutsu Club welcomes everyone. We don't have any sponsors, but we won't make you do all the chores just because you're in Class E like other clubs do. We welcome anyone who wants to work hard and has ambition. Why don't you take a look at our club, even if it's just for a visit? A female student wearing a hakama turned to me and said some words of solicitation. That person is an important person in the story of the main character, and is a senior Gyu, a second-year student who is also a sub-heroine along with Yuzuna Matsuzaka. She is a woman with a strong core who later leads the 4th Sword Club together with Akaji-kun in a big war against the 1st Sword Club. According to Gyu, even if the E-class joined the club activities run by the higher classes, they were not allowed to practice well, were forced to do only chores, and were even bullied a lot. This is why the E-class created their own club activities, and the 4th Kenjutsu Club was created as a result. Although her manner of speaking was gentle, the content of what she was saying was serious, and her classmates seemed to have noticed that club activities that other classes can enter are dangerous. Small fry should get together with other small fry. But I want a chore clerk, yes, but you could at least train them a little. Even though Gyu was still talking, the rest of the class was yelling at her. What is that attitude towards a senior? That's why there are lots of events going on to get stronger and look back. The main character, Akaji, was also involved in a number of dueling events with higher classes in the story. After this, there must have been an event where he tried to join the 1st Sword Club, which was full of A-class students, but was turned away because he was in E-class. So Akaji was picked up by the 4th Kenjutsu Club, where Gyu Senpei and the E-class seniors are located, and he started to work hard to get back at the 1st Kenjutsu Club. There is a bonus of dramatically improving his abilities as he progresses through that event, but there is quite a bit of darkness in the process. I'm rooting for you, man. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that I've been able to get you lower into the dungeon a little faster than you. Mishima, who is the same classmate, has a high pride because he is a samurai. Of course, not only Mishima-kun, but everyone would like to look back on it. At this point, even if the E-class has formed a clique, there is no way to win against the upper class. Even in D-class Carrier, he is already at level 11 and has a fighter job. He is so strong that he can sink an E-class student of level 3 or lower with one punch. I've raised my level from 1 to 5, and I should be able to beat any fighter who hasn't been physically enhanced. The improvement in each of my abilities is negligible with just one level up. However, with the increase in dynamic vision, arm strength, physical strength, and endurance, your overall fighting ability will increase greatly. My classmates turned their heads in thought or regret. They wanted to show off, but they didn't have the ability. In this school, there are fighting tournaments and competitions, and if you do well in your club activities, you will be promoted to the next level. It seems safer to join the club that the seniors of E-class had set up than to join a club that was so blatant in its attitude, but the sponsors of the club that a class had joined had invested a lot of money in it, and the facilities and instructors were much different. The club room of the 1st Kenjutsu Club was so luxurious that it looked like a condominium full of money. I remember how luxurious it was. It would be cruel to ask me to give up after seeing that. On the other hand, the 4th Kenjutsu Club, which Gyu Sr. is a member of, was denied permission to rent a room on the school grounds, so they are running a small business in a rundown apartment outside the school. In addition, since most of the good places to practice in the magic field have been taken over by the clubs with higher classes, the 4th Kenjutsu Club must be having a hard time finding a place to practice. Well, that's also because the upper class and the student council are working behind the scenes. The students of Class E, who had entered the school with the goal of getting into Class A and had worked hard to get there, were now faced with the question of which club to join. In other words, they are stuck in a quandary. They seemed to be having so much fun before the welcoming ceremony started, but on the way home, the air was heavy with sadness. Back in the classroom, there was hardly any conversation. Some of the children were covering their faces and crying quietly. Some of the children cover their faces and cry quietly. Guys, is it really okay like that? It's true that we may be weak right now. Let's do something to change this school. Omiya-san appealed, tears welling up in her eyes. I also think that this kind of discriminatory school that places the highest priority on merit is a bad idea. When it was a game, it was like that, and I enjoyed playing it moderately. Even if you say so, the only way to make those guys squeal is to become stronger. I'd love to give them a run for their money, but we're not strong enough. A girl with short hair clasped her hands and said, I will definitely be strong. However, even the upper class is desperate. Students from B to D class are also trying hard to enter A class. While the upper class competes in the total of 6 years of junior high school and high school, the E class has to catch up only in 3 years of high school life. If you have knowledge of video games, you can do it, but if you don't, it will be impossible with ordinary effort. Well, Class E is a very unique class, with heroes and heroines like the hero and Pink Shan, as well as agents. I don't think they're going to stay in this weak position without me doing something about it. But I think I'll pay a visit to the first swordsmanship club. I don't blame you for not being accepted at first. That's Akaji-kun, the refreshingly handsome protagonist. You're so positive. After all, he's going to attack the first sword club, which is full of Class A students. The day when the first person, Boku, becomes, or, is coming soon. Tachiki has been wrinkling his brow in thought since a while ago. I'll pray that he, Pink and Kaworu can support Akaji well. If he gets out of control, it will be troublesome. Speaking of which, Kuga-san, who is also an agent of the US and is quite capable at the moment, seems to be unconcerned. She's looking out the window with her cheekbones, which is natural since she's not aiming for a class status. However, depending on the scenario, she may move, so she's someone to keep an eye on. Hey, Narumi-kun, what club activity are you going to join? As I was absent-mindedly looking at the class, the girl with glasses in front of me, Ms. Nida, spoke to me. She, like Kuga-san, didn't seem to care much about the recruitment ceremony. It's not like I have to join right now, I'm just going to take my time and think about it. That's true, I really wanted to join the first archery club. If that's not possible, I wonder if I should look around the club activities made by my seniors in the E-class. To tell the truth, I have no intention of joining any club, nor do I care. It's not that I want to go to an adventurer's college, and it's not that I definitely want to be in Class A. There are competitions that only members of the club can participate in, but even if you can't participate, you're at a slight disadvantage. There was no need to force myself to join the club. If I had the time, I'd rather dive into a dungeon and raise my level even one level. Besides, I'll finally be able to go to a highly efficient hunting ground starting today. If all goes well, I'll be able to raise my level significantly. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe it was because I was thinking like that, but I didn't notice that Nida-san was staring at me. We left the classroom, which had become heavy due to the club recruitment ceremony, and planned to dive into the dungeon again today. I check my rental weapons and tools and start preparing for what I'm going to do. When I get home and put on my new armor, which I think is pretty cool, I'll be in high spirits. I went back to the school in a happy mood and tiptoed to an empty classroom on the basement floor of the school building, or rather to the gate room. Now, can we use the gate from here too? The other day, I registered my magic power in the gate room on the 5th floor, so if I operate the magic circle here, it should open the warp gate to the 5th floor. Can it be done? The magic circle glows blue and the gate opens with a low sound. It's working. If the gate works properly, I'll use it every time next time. The usual way to enter the dungeon, through the guild's front hall, was crowded with adventurers. On a busy Sunday, it can take up to 30 minutes just to enter the dungeon. I felt relieved because I wanted to use the gate room here if possible. I immediately dove through the open gate. I felt my vision get distorted, but it was instantly reconstructed. When I checked my current location on the terminal, it showed that I was on the 5th floor, and from the appearance of the room, I could tell that I had successfully warped into the dungeon. This gate room is located in the opposite direction from the main street to the 6th floor. It's also convenient that there are no adventurers around. Now for the hunt on the 5th floor. Unlike the map up to the 4th floor, which was developed on a flat surface, the map on the 5th floor has a 3-dimensional structure, and is quite intricate, with ravines everywhere and suspension bridges connecting them. Since the terminal can only display a flat map from a straight-up perspective, you may get lost on the intricate 5th floor if you rely on the terminal's map, and you will need to add information at key points. The hunting ground we're going to is one of the suspension bridges at the end of such an intricate place. There is a tactic to get experience without fighting by attracting monsters there and cutting down the entire bridge. Of course, the monsters will fall, so you'll have to go to the drop point to collect the dropped items, and depending on where you cut off the bridge, you may have to give up on collecting them. And on this 5th floor, a hidden boss character, the Orc Lord, appears. Even though this Orc Lord pops up on the 5th floor, he's a monster level 10, which is 2 or 3 levels higher than the monsters that pop up around here. Its fighting power is so strong that it's hard for me to compete with it, and it also uses weapon skills. What's more troublesome is that he has a vicious skill that allows him to call in multiple monster level 6 orc soldiers by shouting, and also strengthens the combat power of all orcs in the vicinity. It's such a monster that the Adventurers Guild has been alerted to it, as there have been many deaths and injuries on this 5th floor due to adventuring parties who are unaware of the Orc Lord. But, Orc Lords are not very fast, and if you use the yell to attract orc soldiers one after another, you can create a mass monster train without having to run around a large area. If you use a bridge drop against that train, you can destroy a large number of orcs at once in addition to the Orc Lord, who has a large experience bonus. It is also important to note that orcs that can attack from a distance, such as orc mages and orc archers, are not attracted. Only one Orc Lord appears at a time in this map, and even if you defeat it, it will repop in 1 hour. If you cut down a suspension bridge, the bridge will automatically repair itself in 1 hour as well as the traps, so you can tell how long the Orc Lord has repopped by looking at how the bridge has repaired. The environment here is so favorable that it's almost as if you're being asked to perform a bridge drop. However, there are a few things we need to check before we can do the bridge drop. The first thing I need to do is to make sure that the bridge at my destination hasn't been dropped, because I can't do it if someone else is doing it. In the game, there were so many players that I couldn't do a proper bridge drop. However, if the Orc Lords in this world are the monsters we've been warned about, then there's a good chance they're not dropping bridges. If they were doing bridge drops, the Orc Lords would be hunted all the time and the Orc Lord's room would be a shell of its former self. The next step is to check the traps from the suspension bridge to the Orc Lord's room. If you get caught in a pit while on the train, it's no big deal. Infighting with an Orc Lord in a narrow pit is a nightmare. Also, even if you remember the map, it's a good idea to look at the route on your terminal to make sure you can get to the bridge without getting lost. Finally, if there are a lot of adventurers wandering around the Orc Lord's room, you have to check your surroundings because you might get caught in a train. Well, none of this is too difficult since all we have to do is check. Let's just get on with it. There were a few goblin soldiers on the way, but we made sure the bridge wasn't dropped while waiting for a corner or cleaning it from behind with Baxter. After that, I arrived at the Orc Lord room in the far west of the map. There were no adventurers in the area the Orc Lord was located at. It looks much stronger than the Orc Lord I saw in the game. There was only one Orc Lord in the room, which was about 20 meters square. Unlike most orcs, he's over 2 meters tall, and his arms are so thick that they look like they're about to burst, and he's holding a huge club, or rather, a log. He doesn't move, so it looks as if he is sleeping while standing. Sometimes he talks to himself with a buzzing sound, so he might be dreaming. Sigh. As I had expected, I was lucky that no one was doing the bridge drop on Orc Road. Only one group of people on the 5th floor can do this. If we couldn't do the bridge drop, leveling up would have been a bit of a hassle. Well, let's go then. I lit the firecrackers I had prepared with a lighter and threw them in. Ba-bam, ba-ba-bon. The firecrackers made a loud bursting sound. The Orc Lord looks around to see what's going on, and when his gaze meets mine at the entrance to the room, he smirks evilly. Then, from his first move, he suddenly activates, yell. Open double angle bracket boomoo, close double angle bracket. 5 black mists appeared all at once around the Orc Lord, and Orc soldiers equipped with wavy iron swords and leather armor like large machetes were born one after another. Come on, let's start the train. With a large number of monsters in tow, I run at full speed towards the desired suspension bridge. The Orc Lords that are chasing us use, yell, again and call Orc soldiers one after another, In addition, the goblin soldiers that popped up along the way also joined in, and the train's passengers swelled. The Orc Lord's running ability was set to be the same as that of an ordinary orc, so he thought he could surely escape, but... Whoa, it's honestly too scary to use a train with your life on the line. As I ran, I looked behind me to see the orcs chasing after me with their eyes blazing, in an attempt to kill me. If they catch me, I'll probably die. The fear makes me break out in a cold sweat and I feel like I'm going to shrink. I clenched my teeth again, put more strength into my legs, and ran desperately through the dungeon for a little over a minute. Finally, I could see the bridge ahead of me. There are many other suspension bridges on the 5th floor, but this is the best one because it's close to the Orc Lord's room and the drop items are easy to collect. There are many other suspension bridges on the 5th floor where you can drop items, but this one is the best because it's close to the Orc Lord's room and you can easily collect dropped items. This bridge is really shaking. As I hurriedly tried to cross the bridge, it shook more than I expected and I almost slipped. Maybe it's because I'm too heavy? I tried to cross the bridge as cautiously as I could without it swaying, and as I ran along the bridge, a group of orcs arrived at the bridge one after another. Dozens of orcs and goblins rushed onto the bridge, which was about 50 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, and it began to shake even more than before. At the head of the pack was the big Orc Lord. I almost cowered in fear from the shaking and the large number of monsters, but there was no time to dawdle as the Orc Lord was right behind me. The voices of the orcs chasing me and the orcs shouting, "Whoa!" mingled together, and a foul sound echoes through the dungeon canyon. With my heart on the verge of breaking, I whipped my body into shape and slipped headfirst into the other side of the river, somehow making it across. I hurriedly grabbed the rented machete that was hooked to my waist and swung it down with all my might at the 2 wires supporting the bridge. "Hey, you die, Bummu, Boomo ooh, ooh." The orcs fell with their eyes wide open, as if they didn't have the slightest idea that they were cutting down a bridge. The fall point is about 80 meters below. The positional energy from this height is considerable, and it is unlikely that they will survive. After about 10 seconds, the heat rises from their bodies and they show signs of leveling up. Ha ha ha, that's a lot of experience, level 6 all at once. In the end, there were probably 30 to 40 orcs in the group. In addition to the Orc Lords and Orc Soldiers, who had experience bonuses due to their superior rank, there were also a number of Goblin Soldiers mixed in, so we were able to get a large amount of experience to level up with just one bridge drop. After catching my breath, I stood up, stumbling a bit, and descended to the valley floor where the orcs had fallen to collect the drop items. In addition to the dozens of magic stones, there were several shiny objects scattered around the drop. This is a dungeon coin. In the dungeon, there are stores run by the inhabitants of various races. All of the stores are located in hidden maps, making them difficult to find, but they sell rare magic items, appraisal items, and job changes, making them a place of relaxation for players in the game. It is important to note that you cannot use Japanese yen to buy items in these special stores, but only dungeon currency or magic stone trade. The exchange rate for magic stones is so low that you'll be outbid, so it's best to get your hands on some dungeon currency before buying. Incidentally, the dungeon currency dropped by the Orc Lord is 3 copper coins, each of which costs 1 RIL. A single copper coin is worth 1 RIL, a silver coin is worth 10 RIL, and a gold coin is worth 100 RIL. 1 RIL is equivalent to a monster's magic stone on the 10th level, so if you want to use the hidden store on the 10th level, you should definitely have it. We have almost an hour before the next bridge drop. After picking up the magic stone and coins, it was time to take a break and sip on the sports drink I brought. I laid out the rush mat I brought with me and lay down to catch my breath and think back to the time when I was being chased. Being obese and having the debuff effect of AG I halved, I was worried about my running ability, so I experimented with some orcs and was confident that I would be okay before going for the bridge drop. I was more afraid of the Orc Road's pursuit than I expected, and I was about to give up. I forgot that it was my life to bet, or rather, I didn't feel it. I feel once again that this area is a major factor in the difficulty level being significantly increased compared to the dungeon capture during the game. I was able to come to the hunting ground in almost no time today, so I was planning to drop the bridge about 5 more times, but doing it only once was quite exhausting and terrible. In the first place, an obese and debuffed Butao may not be considered the same as a normal level 5. If I don't take a good break, my body is unlikely to hold. On the other hand, I'm glad that the bridge was successful as in the game. It is almost certain that power leveling can be done with this. Will I bring my family when my level is high enough? This bridge drop. Almost all experience points go to those who drop the bridge, so if I catch an Oak Road and someone who wants to raise the level cuts off the bridge, power leveling can be done easily. However, as before, there is a possibility of an accident in the last-minute train, so let's raise the level firmly here. There are several other power leveling spots that use terrain and traps, but my sister couldn't wait and I'll bring her next time. If my dad has been trying to capture the 4th floor for many years, it would be better to raise the level together here. The bag is. I'll ask you if you're interested in dungeon dives. Well, I do want to clean the goblins on the way and do my best for the next train. I defeat several goblin soldiers along the way. The goblins' attacks are clearly visible, and their body movements are so smooth that they don't feel like being hit. It seems that you can easily defeat it without surprise attack anymore. Eventually, on that day, the limit of physical strength was reached with 3 trains, so I rounded up my dungeon dive and before I knew it I had reached level 7. I arrived home a little after 8 p.m. For some reason, I feel even hungrier than usual when I level up. I went to the tea room to get something to eat, but the whole family was chewing on the TV. Yes, we've just arrived at the 32nd floor, in front of the boss floor. The temperature right now is. When I asked what the program was about, I was told that it was a program that the people of Japan were watching because if they could conquer this floor, they would break the Japanese dungeon conquest record. The 32nd floor is being conquered, which means the current Japanese dungeon record is the 31st floor. From the 31st floor is the ice and snow zone. Normally, metal armor would be useless due to the low temperature, which would cause the skin to stick to it, but the cold-resistant equipment and the priest's cold-resistant buffs have allowed many of the vanguards to wear metal-heavy equipment, the reporter explained while exhaling white breath. Hey, it's the clan of colors. Kotaro-sama is in the picture. Apparently, my sister's favorite clan. The clan's trademark is a 5-colored flag with vertical stripes of white, red, blue, yellow, and green, and it's one of the best dungeon fighting clans in Japan, my sister said quickly, her eyes shining. A strategy clan is a clan whose main purpose is to attack the front lines of dungeons. Since it is necessary to have a large number of talented people in various fields, it inevitably becomes a large-scale clan with more than 100 members. They also have strong ties with large corporations and bureaucrats, and seem to have many sponsors. There are about 10 famous strategy clans in Japan, and they are all competing against each other. There are about 10 famous clans in Japan, and they are all competing with each other. In the meantime, let's review the composition and background of the colors. A reporter in a thick coat points to a whiteboard with information on it and explains. The clan leader, Tazato Kotaro, is a very handsome man who often appears in fashion magazines and TV programs. He has recently been knighted as a baronet. He seems to have a huge following among young women. His main weapon is a long, 150 centimeters long sword called the Daito. The blade of the sword glows reddish-black, as if it has been given fire magic. The colors are a clan of 5 people, and the founder and leader, Tazato, is a graduate of the 29th Adventurers School. I thought that good students would go to an adventurers college, but instead they became adventurers right after graduation and started their own clan. The clan has continued to expand at a breakneck pace, and now has 128 members. I heard that it is the most powerful clan in the world today. This time, too, the composition was carefully selected, and 70 people are doing the dungeon dive. On top of that, I heard that Colors has 5 subordinate organizations, each with their own color as the clan's flag color, competing for promotion to Colors. Including them, the clan has more than 1,000 members, which is amazing. By the way, there are so many dungeon-related programs in the media here in this world. Every day, some TV station is running a special feature on dungeons, and famous adventurers are appearing in various programs regardless of genre. If you go to a bookstore, you will find a number of adventurer and clan magazines, with the dungeon section taking up a large portion of the space. Clan specials and rating rankings are popular categories, and the colors on TV right now are often on the cover. I want Sanada-san as my mom. Sanada Yukikage is the deputy leader of the Colors. He is an intelligent character who can manage dozens of HP recovery and state recovery at the same time, and he always wears a blue robe. He's an intelligent character who can manage dozens of people at the same time. I've heard that he once dealt with Sanada and his group at the Adventurers Guild where he worked part-time. Sanada-san is pretty cool too, but a man has to be wild. Oh, I think coolness is the best for a mom. It's like a discussion about idols. If you're so strong and good-looking, you'll have a lot of fans. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're looking for. I'm not jealous. Kunoichi Red. It is a clan full of sex appeal that consists only of female thieves. The clan's uniform is a red, revealing ninja suit. The leader of the clan, Haruka Mikami, is a pretty good-looking girl. In fact, she is rumored to be the daughter of some aristocrat or a legendary ninja, and she seems to be a woman of many mysteries. Ninja is a superlative job that can be taken by raising the job level of assassin and shadow walker, which are senior positions, to the maximum and clearing a certain trial. Well, if you love Kunoichi Red, you won't be a ninja, uhufu. Compared to Colors, it's garbage, complete garbage. Mom doesn't approve of such a trashy clan. It seems that the women in our house don't like the idea of the number 1 red. I'm sure you'll agree. TL. Type number 1 red in comments. The floor boss is Rich, one of the strongest undead. Last time we failed to defeat him and 4 people were killed, but will it work this time? The whole of Japan, no, the whole world is watching. Rich. It's a nasty monster that uses several types of attribute magic and summons undead minions like an orc lord. The best way to defeat it is to use a high-powered physical attack to push it over the top, since it has high magic resistance and high HP regeneration. The hall where Rich is located is about 100 meters square with a ceiling height of more than 50 meters, enough room for a 70-member strike force. The cameraman seems to have been hired by the TV station, and I can see that there are several guards guarding him at all times. The composition of the color in reds is still mainly made up of physical attackers, the warrior, and archer. Perhaps it's because magic doesn't work well against them, but the number of wizards is low. They are fully equipped with 3 types of resistance rings: fireproof, cold resistant, and lightning resistant, and they have taken all possible measures to protect themselves against the rich. A number of priests cast anti-magic eye, which raises magic resistance, and strength eye, which raises STR, on the attackers who are planning to assault, and the entire colors begin to move in a flurry. It's common sense to apply buffs right before a battle because they have a duration. It's about time. It's about time. The Archer will launch the assault first. Here we go. Archer team, let's go. It seems that Archer is the first to attack. As soon as they enter the room where Rich is, more than a dozen of them shoot 3 bows and arrows with increased penetrating power at the same time, firing them all at once. The impact sound of the bow and arrow firing echoed around Rich. A few seconds later, 20 warriors with large swords rush over in an assault formation and unleash a series of high-speed, continuous slashes called delayed slashes. Rich tried to protect himself with his huge staff, but he was helplessly eaten by the great sword skills that were being unleashed from all directions. It's safe to say that he has a pretty good opening. If the first attack had been a melee attack, Rich would have reacted by the time I ran up to him, and I might not have been able to inflict this much damage. Sanada, the deputy leader of the team, used his appraisal item to give a detailed report on Rich's current situation. It seemed that Rich's HP had been reduced by about 30%. At this point, Rich chanted an inaudible chanting magic, Shawa Shawa. It's not that I don't like it. It was probably to summon the Chaos Soldiers, his undead subordinates. 4 black mists appear at the same time, and the shadow of a skeleton covered in heavy equipment is born and falls. Immediately, while the Archer is in a defenseless state, he launches his bow and arrow and scores damage with his first attack. The Chaos Soldier has a magic-resistant tower shield, making it as difficult for magic to work as the Lich. They also use the Sonic Slash, a flying slash with a range of about 20 meters, so to keep them away from the rearguard group, several warriors surround each of the 4 Chaos Soldiers, and 1 priest is attached to support them. From here on, it's an endurance battle. Since skills with a cooltime cannot be used in succession, after the opening series of skills, normal attacks are the mainstay. The vanguard of the colors will switch members and attack in a flowing manner to keep Rich from focusing on them. As if Rich wanted to make a fresh start, he unleashed his lightning magic around the area and moved to open up a distance from the hovering colors. However, the colors don't let that happen, and put forward the warrior with the kite shield, and repeatedly close the distance. The biggest attacker here is Tazato, a open black lens bracket samurai close black lens bracket who has many skills with little cooltime. The delayed slash and triple shot are big moves with high firepower but with a cooltime of several to 10 minutes. On the other hand, the samurai offensive skills such as Iai and Taijin no Tachi can be used again in about a minute. In addition, there is a skill called Makiri that allows you to see through enemy attacks and dodge them, so you can temporarily function as an evasion tank. *1. The samurai job itself is a higher level job than the warrior job, so that delayed slash can also be used. Its attack power overwhelms the rest of the colors. I'm going. I will bring the blade that cuts the enemy. Priest 1. Priest Squad 1. Take care of Tazato's HP, hurry. Tazato's samurai skill, Tachi no Tachi, which is the largest of all swords, is unleashed with all his strength. You can see the tremendous aura and physical strength on the momentary swing. Rich also fights back against Tazato with a staff covered in purple light, but his allies, the priests, immediately cast recovery magic and move to back up Tazato. Isn't this right? What do you think of Sota? It's a game after HP is less than 20%, he'll go insane. My father said that the battle against the boss was going so well that he had won, but this Rich is not so easy. Some bosses go into a state called insanity, where they use powerful skills when their remaining HP is low. In the case of Rich, when his HP is less than 20%, he will unleash a powerful wide-area dark magic called Dark Vapor. This will not only damage your HP, but also give you blindness and numbness, and there is a danger that the vanguard will collapse at once. The best thing to do is not to attack unnecessarily when it goes insane, but to prioritize the recovery and reinforcement of your allies, and then try to cut down its HP in one fell swoop, but that's easier said than done. 23% HP remaining, attackers, it's time to change to dark armor and get ready. The last time, the vanguard was unable to cope with this insanity, and several warriors died, forcing them to retreat. I'm sure you'll be able to find something that will work for you. It's coming. All priest groups, move to care. If you can't get rid of the abnormal condition, please give a signal. Building a defensive team, fast. At the moment when HP is less than 20% remaining, a huge magic circle is suddenly drawn at Lish's feet, and black waves spread in all directions in less than a few seconds. It was the dark vapor. The other side, the colors, formed a defensive formation with their shield bearers in front. In addition, the first group of priests immediately cast Cure to restore abnormalities, and the second group cast Circle Heal to restore the range. Sanada moved the rest of the priest team to control the HP of everyone and shouted to take care of the attackers who lacked recovery. Put your skills in from the guy who finished the cooltime. Tazato screams and charges into Lich, activating weapon skills. Following that, Tazato, the warrior unit, reassembles the attacking team and takes the stance of delay slash all at once. On this day, Japan's deepest dungeon capture record was on the 32nd floor. *1. Evasion tank. Normally, the tank has a shield with high defensive power to take charge of the opponent's attack, but the avoidance tank is not a shield and avoids the attack and manages the tank. With the successful capture of the rich, all the TV programs broadcasted an emergency bulletin about the achievement of the colors, and one TV station that was running a special program extended the broadcast time for 4 hours, showing a video replay of the 30-second floor capture and having a former adventurer give a commentary. My mother and sister, who were big fans of colors, stayed up late in front of the TV and were happy to see the success. My father, by the way, was already in bed because of his early morning. It's past midnight, shouldn't you go to bed? I was surprised to see that the whole country was celebrating the success of the new level, but there was no end to it since the program was running forever. I'm off tomorrow, I'll be fine. Oh, I have to work tomorrow. There was something I wanted to ask TH. What would you think if you had the chance to become an adventurer? I'm an old lady and I don't think I'd be able to fight monsters. Physical strength is downhill in terms of age. It's usually hard to be an adventurer at that age, so when I told her that strengthening your body in dungeons has an anti-aging effect, she took to it like a kid who found a new toy. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I think I'll go slime hunting tomorrow after work. Yeah, I want to go too. I read about anti-aging in an adventurer's magazine in the guild library. The saint of this country said, the secret to staying young? The secret is the dungeon. If you think that's a lie, please tell it to the saint. It seems that she has been diving dungeons since before the war and is still active, but I wonder how old she is. I don't know if it's because she doesn't show her face or not, but her age is unknown. Well, let's leave it at that. I tried to talk to her in a softly blurred way, saying something like, it's going to be tough to fight normally, but there's a good power leveling spot on the 5th floor. If you want to be a frontline dungeon hunter, you need to get used to fighting, but if you just want to get stronger, it's faster to level up through power leveling. If you just want to get stronger, it's quicker to level up with power leveling, and you'll be able to learn tactics and knowledge as you go. Can I go to the 5th floor? Isn't it too early? Dad is only on the 4th floor, but the adventurer school is amazing. You've only been in the dungeon for 2 weeks, right? My sister tilted her head as she counted her fingers. Even my father can't raise his level if he recruits a party of almost 10 people to patrol the dungeon on weekends. At higher levels, partying is far more efficient, but at lower levels, it's more efficient to find a good hunting ground and level up solo or in pairs. You need to know the game, though. Mom is working, so I'll do it when you have time. If it's going with Hanano, it will be the Sunday after tomorrow. Tomorrow I want to level up a bit more so I can power level safely. Yay, but how do we get into the dungeon? I don't have an adventurer's card. Yes, Hanano is only 14, the Adventurers Guild won't allow it. Entry to the dungeon is also strictly controlled by the government. The gates don't seem to be known to the general public, and one would think that they would normally be inaccessible. I don't know if it's a good idea to not use gates to get into dungeons, though. There's a good way to do it, rest assured that it's okay. Yay, fine, but if it's dangerous, don't overdo it. Yes, the TV was still showing a program celebrating the successful conquest of the hierarchy. By the way, I wonder if colors will return while defeating the boss again. Once you defeat the floor boss, it won't come out again or pop to another place, so if you just move upstairs, you don't have to defeat it. Oh, I see, the Orc Lord on the 5th floor was also a floor boss in the beginning. If you want to defeat such a thing with newbie around level 5, you will need a considerable number of people, but I'm sure it'll be a lot easier if I do the bridge drop. So, I'm looking forward to Sunday. Good night, Oni. Yeah, good night. I'm going to brush my teeth and go to bed, but after watching that dungeon attack, my blood is still pumping and I don't think I'll be able to sleep. As I lay in bed, I remembered that it was undoubtedly a last-minute battle for my life. Conquering floor bosses that no one had ever defeated, and conquering unreachable levels was a major event in the game. Fighting against powerful monsters was the most popular topic of conversation among Dan EQ players. The floor bosses were much stronger than the normal monsters that appeared on the floor, and it was extremely difficult for a party of only a few people to defeat them. However, if you don't defeat them, you can't proceed to the next floor. For this reason, in the game, several clans would challenge the floor bosses together and then scatter, repeating the process of try and die. Just before I came to this world, there was a huge crowd of clans recruiting members to conquer the 100th floor. However, the battle that was being shown on TV earlier was distinctly different from a game. There were adventurers who risked their lives and the lives of their friends to challenge and challenge. From the outside, the colors may look glamorous, but it is easy to imagine that they have experienced many failures and continue to struggle against pressure and fear beyond their imagination. This is because in this world, try and die is never acceptable. As I learned the hard way in the Orc Lord train, it's necessary to revise your dungeon strategy plan as soon as possible. But still, there are a few things I learned from watching that rich battle. First, about the manual activation of skills. As far as I could tell from the video, they only used auto activation and never used manual activation such as drawing a magic circle or mixing skill motions. It's hard to imagine that they didn't show it because it would be shown on TV. With manual activation, the cool time can be shortened and the power of the skills increased. If he was fighting on the edge, he wouldn't normally be sparing his skills. If that's the case, then it's likely that manual activation is either unknown to this world, or some kind of restriction is placed on it, and it's strictly hidden and controlled. If anything, the former is more likely. I also found out something about jobs. The only job that supports recovery is the mid-level priest. In spite of the fact that there were so many priests and colors, there was no one with the advanced job of cleric. Even a young man named Sanada hadn't reached the cleric level. If you're at a level where you can fight liches, you should be able to earn enough job experience. The role of the tank was also being played by a warrior, who was supposed to be an attacker, with a shield. In that battle, even if it was the same intermediate job, the knight had higher resistance to both physics and magic, and there was no reason to dare to remove it in terms of skills. So, is there any information on how to change the jobs of cleric and knight? I don't know because I don't have any information about cleric, but I searched and found that knight has been confirmed in some European countries. Because of the danger of dungeon information being misused, it is probably not shared enough with the private sector in the world, and in many cases it is highly classified. For example, samurai is an advanced job that has only been confirmed in Japan. For example, samurai is a high-level job that has only been confirmed in Japan. This is because the Japanese government keeps the job change method for samurai a state secret, and the government gives it to promising young people in exchange for their loyalty. There is a strong possibility that the number of knights, in the same way as in Japan, is being increased by certain countries as a form of privilege. In a sense, high-level adventurers are treated like a national force. There was one thing I didn't understand. Why didn't they send the saints into the war against the rich? Saint's skill, turn undead, should have been able to deal tremendous damage to Lich, who has high magic resistance, and if he was not good at it, he would have been able to do more damage than Samurai to Sato. Also, if there was a sanctuary that would restore the wide area and at the same time damage the undeath, even the 4 Chaos soldiers wouldn't have had a hard time. And the most important skill of all is the revive spell that reanimates the dead. Even if you don't get a chance to use it in a fight against a floor boss or other strong enemy, just the fact that you have this revive magic makes you a must-have saint. There must be saints in this country as well, but why didn't the colors ask for their cooperation? I'm sure there are some. Or is it possible that the existence of the saints itself is a bluff? I can't be sure if I'm really there or not, but it's also a problem that saint is a job that Pink Chan can handle the event. If she easily becomes a saint, what will happen to Japan and the world? Even if this is the case in the game, there are too many variables to predict. I wonder if we should explore how the unknown jobs, including the main character's open black lens bracket Yusha close black lens bracket, will affect the world. In this area, I would like to meet a high-ranking adventurer, not to mention a Japanese saint, and listen to various stories to make a decision. But first, I think I should raise my level so that I can go see her without hesitation. Right now, I'm just a level 7 newbie, and I'll just be turned away at the gate. I shouldn't think too hard, sleepiness will come soon. I worked hard on the Orc Road train again yesterday, and my level went up to 8. The job level of newbie is now 10, which is also the maximum level, and he has successfully obtained skill slots plus 3. The current skill slots are as follows. Open double angle bracket gluttony close double angle bracket open double angle bracket simple appraisal close double angle bracket open double angle bracket sky close double angle bracket open double angle bracket sky close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket sky close double angle bracket. As the name implies, the skill slots plus 3 inches skill expands your skill slots by 3. In Danaku, I couldn't learn enough skills due to the small number of skill slots, and I had a hard time choosing which skills to use, so I definitely wanted to get this one. I would have liked to change my job from newbie to the new job, but when you change your job at the Adventurers Guild, your terminal information is rewritten, and your classmates will know your current level. You have to be patient until you can go to Obaba's shop on the 10th floor. On the other hand, my physical strengthening is going well. Compared to the first time I did the train at level 5, now that I'm at level 8, my running ability has improved a lot, and I can run with a lot of room to spare even with this fat, debuffed body. I wonder what my time would be if I ran 100 meters now. If I were to run in the magic field, I might be fast enough to win the Olympics. The improvement in my running ability is also due to the fact that my diet is succeeding at a much faster pace. I've recently noticed that my body has an abnormally high basal metabolism as well as appetite, and my calorie requirement is quite high. As long as I can restrict my diet and tolerate the pain of hunger, I can lose fat at a very fast rate. My weight is also almost below 100 kilograms, despite the fact that I am gaining muscle mass overall. I would like to continue my diet at this rate. I was able to improve my running ability dramatically by strengthening my body and dieting at the same time, but if I think about it, I realize that it would have been very bad if I had done the Oak Road train at level 1. When I first came here, I thought about going up to the 5th floor and using the train to easily raise my level, but I couldn't move properly with that flaccid body, and there was a possibility that my running ability would be insufficient due to fear, so it was a good decision not to do so. The rest of the discussion about open double angle bracket gluttony close double angle bracket will be put off until I get to the 10th floor. I don't know how much HP and VIT are compensated, or what you can find out how much HP and VIT are corrected and what until then, it's a battle against hunger. I've got my water bottle, lunchbox, pruning shears, and snacks ready, so how is my outfit? Well, it's okay, so, let's go. That's just a random reply, so, how are we going to get there? My sister, dressed casually in a light brown anorak hoodie and denim shorts, spins around. I think it's okay to wear a jersey as long as you can move around easily, but I don't say that. I know that my sister's mood will plummet. The way to enter the dungeon is, of course, through the school's gate room. The main gate of the adventuring school is guarded by guards, but there are plenty of ways to get in. I deviated from the main road I used to commute to school and walked along a narrow path that entered a small mountain. I was going to give my sister a power leveling session today. It would have been better to power level her later for efficiency and speed in leveling up, but since it was about to get hard to collect event items and attack certain monsters solo, I decided to power level the whole family and form a party. I've also decided to power level my family and form a party, because depending on the main character's choice of action, we might be in for a nasty scenario sooner than later. Yeah, we're going from here, we'll be through in no time, just have a little patience. We took the mountain road behind the school, a beast of a road called. This area is state-owned land and there are no buildings. Originally, the entrance to the dungeon appeared at the foot of a small mountain, and then the school was built by scraping off a large part of the mountain. Not all of the mountain has been removed, but the backside is still a slope from which we can enter the school. It was spring and the grass was growing, making it a little difficult to walk, but not impossible. It took us a few minutes to get through and we were finally able to enter the school grounds. I was attacked by a tiny bug. I should have brought bug spray if I was going to go through this place. I walked into the school building, making sure that the school was well lit, despite my sister writhing and spitting. I had secretly opened the emergency door, so I headed through it to an empty classroom on the basement floor. Wow, that's a real adventurer school. The amount of money spent is completely different from our middle school. Oh, this trophy is awesome. Hey, calm down. I mean, hurry up, kya. I grabbed my scurrying sister by the scruff of the neck, descended the stairs, made sure no one was in the dimly lit gate room, and went inside. Where am I? What's this pattern? I'm going to channel my magic power into this pattern, so watch carefully. My younger sister who opens her eyes and is surprised when she collects magical power in her hand and slowly pours it in to activate the gate. Let's give a brief explanation and move immediately. I'll give you a quick explanation and we'll be on our way, follow me. Can we go that quickly? Oh, wait. There was a swooshing sound and the view instantly changed to the 5th floor gate room. Soon my sister comes out of the gate behind me. Is this in the dungeon? Are we already on the 5th floor? Yes, we are. There might be monsters from here on, so don't stray from behind me. All right. There was a goblin soldier on the road, so I cut him in half head on. It's a great way to get rid of them. That's a gross way to beat someone. You should be more considerate for this lady. You idiot, if you're going to dive dungeons, you need to get used to this kind of thing. After that, we cleaned 3 more bodies and arrived at the bridge drop point. My sister, who had been mumbling for a while, was busy touching the walls and rolling the magic stones around with her hands, as if the dungeon was unusual for her. I'm going to bring a lot of monsters up here, so when I get across, I want you to cut these 2 wires and drop the bridge. That's why I have pruning shears, but I wonder if it can be cut. That string is thick. Come to think of it, this wire is pretty thick. I'm starting to wonder if a 3rd grader who is not a level 1 can cut it. Shall we try another bridge to see if you can cut it? Yes, there is another bridge about 30 meters down the road from where we are now, so I can test it there. The road is not completely paved, and there are large bumps and rocks in places. It seemed to take my sister a long time to get down. If I hadn't strengthened my body, I might be like her. Okay, cut it here, huh? It was good. After about 5 seconds of fumbling with the pruning shears, I finally cut one. At this speed, there's no time to cut 2 of these in the train. I'll let her use the machete like I did. But I don't know if she can handle a machete. Jump slash, oh, it's cut. It's one of Kotaro's special moves now. It looks like a hatchet, then I'll be back. Hey, listen properly. For safety's sake, I'll cut the first one, and my sister will cut the second one. I tried to cut it with pruning shears, but it certainly required a lot of strength. Maybe a machete would be easier to cut. The area near the bridge is safe from monsters, unless they are brought in from elsewhere. I asked my sister to hide there and wait. The only thing I worry about is that she might wander off somewhere. I'll keep reminding her not to do that. Then I'll go, but yeah, I'll bring a lot of orcs, so don't be scared. It's okay, you just cut the string there, right? I'll be back in a few minutes, don't move, then I'll go. Okay, be careful. I hurried to the orc lord's room while cleaning the pathway of monsters and checking for traps. When I was about 100 meters from my destination, I saw an orc soldier wandering around. That's strange, the only orc soldiers on this floor are the ones summoned by the orc lord. They don't pop up spontaneously. That means that someone made the orc lord summon them. Someone is fighting. No, wait, someone's down. A female adventurer was crouched with her back against a hollow in the wall, hiding from the wandering orc soldier. She is holding her breath and is very still. She seemed to have injured her arm. The orc soldier was in the way when I tried to call out to her, so I decided to take her down first. Aiming for a surprise attack, I went around to the blind spot and started running as fast as I could, but with low footsteps. When I was only 5 steps away from the orc, he finally heard my footsteps and turned around in a panic. But it was too late. In a one-handed thrust, the tip of the sword is inserted into the throat, which is not protected by armor, and the orc soldier lets out an inaudible scream and crumples to the ground. The weight on the sword is very real. Are you okay? There's an orc I've never seen before, and my friends are still inside. The woman was crouched down, as if her arm was hurting, and only looked up as she spoke. If you look closely at the sore spot, you will see that it is swollen and blue-black. The fracture may be broken, but it does not seem to be life-threatening. And by inside, I'm guessing she mean the Orc Lord room. The Adventurers Guild should have warned us about this, so why did they mess with the Orc Lord? Well, there's no point in questioning that now. I'm going to check on them now. Can you walk to a safe place by yourself? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. Please take care of my friends. She begged me to save her friends, as if she was pleading with me while breaking out in a cold sweat. I don't know if there's any chance they are still alive, but I better hurry. Running as quietly as possible, I made my way to the entrance of the Orc Lord's room. I peeked into the room and saw blood everywhere. There were only 2 bodies visible. The survivors are still at. I could see 3 of them standing inside. More than 10 Orc soldiers had already been summoned, and they were surrounded by a group of them, including the Orc Lord. Of the 3 surviving adventurers, the one who looked like a tank had already broken his left arm and was simply holding a battered shield with his right hand, which must have taken a strong impact. The 2 men behind him were in a daze of fear. It seems that the orcs are enjoying themselves, not killing them all at once. What should I do? Even though I'm now level 8, it's still risky to jump into that group of orcs. But abandoning them is also a bad idea. I don't have time to worry about what to do. My sister is also in danger. Kill as many as you can, and if you can catch them, catch them. If it looks impossible, run away. Let's do this. The orc soldiers were not paying attention to us, as if they were absorbed in tormenting the adventurers. The adventurers who are still alive will not be able to defeat the orc soldiers, from the looks of it. For now, let's try to reduce the number of them by 2 or 3. I sneak up on them, muffling my footsteps, and stab the orc soldier in front of me in the back of the neck. First one. When the next orc turned around, I gave it a reverse Kessa attack from the left flank to the right. It screams in pain and collapses, but it is not dead yet. That's when all the orc lords noticed me at once. I avoid the swing of the orc soldier who was next to me on the left, then put the tip of the blade to my neck and pull. A large amount of blood spurts out, and this is the second one. He immediately strikes the orc that just fell, and then the third. Open double angle bracket boomoo. Due to the orc lords' yell, 4 new orc soldiers emerge from the black mist and are born and fall. Furthermore, due to the effect of the scream, the surrounding orc soldiers took on a red effect and their attack power was strengthened by 2 levels. The orc lord, perhaps because his fun was interrupted, became enraged and tried to swing the log in his hand at me, but it hit a nearby orc soldier and sent him flying into the wall. That's a lot of power. 2 orc soldiers rushed towards me, trying to swing down their rusty iron swords with all their might, but I run away. I can't go any further. I'll draw them away, take advantage of the opportunity and run. The orcs were stunned for a moment as I ran away with my tail between my legs, but after throwing 3 firecrackers at them, they came to their senses and started dashing towards me one after another. Open corner bracket, boomoo, close corner bracket, close corner bracket, close corner bracket. I'm still no match for those numbers, but I caught them well. The orc lord activates his yell over and over again as he runs after me, and the orc soldiers are mass-produced like never before. The escape route to the suspension bridge is something I'm used to by now, and I adjust my escape speed so that the passengers in the train don't fall apart, and throw in a few extra firecrackers. Okay, we're almost to the bridge drop point. This way, Oni, get ready to cut the rope. That's pretty scary, there must be over 50 of them. That's a new record. The bridge is swaying, but I've found that the most stable way to move is to lower my center of gravity and use my lower body to eliminate as much of the sway as possible. There's a huge difference in my bridge crossing skills compared to the first time I did it. Cut it right after I cut it. Not yet. Okay. I finally made it across and took out my pruning shears, but it would take a little longer to cut the wire. A group of orcs is closing in on us, about 20 meters ahead. I can see the bloodshot eyes of the orc lord and begin to hear his breathing. The suspension bridge shakes and a few of them fall, but the orc group doesn't care about anyone. They just rush forward with their murderous intent on me. If you look at the back of the group, you will see that the back row has finally gotten on the bridge. Hanano, now, Jampu, /. I'm not sure if it's a special technique or what, but I succeeded in cutting the wire with one shot, and the orcs fell with a scream. There were more than I imagined. What? It's painful. It's a symptom of leveling up. It's a symptom of leveling up. The rapid level up begins to strengthen her body, and when it's over, her sister is filled with a sense of omnipotence and waves her arms around. I'm only level 1, but if I defeat the orc lord and his group so many times, I'll probably go to level 3 or 4 at once. You still haven't learned the simple appraisal skill, right? Simple appraisal? I don't know, it's kind of fuzzy. I can set this, can't I? You can. Don't change jobs, just raise your newbie job level to 10. Yes, so you've reached level 5 and job level 7 with just 1 train. And by the way, Oni, you're bleeding all over the place. What happened? The other adventurer got tangled up with the orcs and was attacked. In the past, it was a simple matter of irritating the orc lords and escaping with the train, but this time they were already engaged in battle, and while defeating several orc soldiers, they caught them all together. I think they probably got away, but I'll have to go back and see what happened. Oh, what about me? If we leave him alone, the items will disappear, so even if we go with him, we should at least try to collect them. As far as I can see, all the orcs in the orc lord room must have been caught. If the rescue team has been called, there's nothing more we can do, but let's go check it out just in case. But first, we had to descend about 80 meters to the bottom of the valley. My sister, who was slowly descending, was amazed at her own physical strength. I feel so much lighter. Don't get carried away or you'll fall down. We waddled down to the bottom of the valley, where the rocks were scattered. Looking up, I saw a broken bridge hanging over the cliff. Wow, how much is this? Oh, what are these sparkling coins? There's an item down there. Calm down. I'll sell the magic rocks and stuff to pay for your equipment. Okay, this is a unique item. It's a badge with a pig's mark on it that increases attack damage by 10% and decreases damage taken by 10% against subhumans. Since there are many types of subhumans, even in the deepest levels, items that are effective against subhumans can be used for a long time. This badge is also the reason why hunting orc lords was so popular and fought over in the game. Incidentally, unique items are rare items that can only be obtained by dropping from certain floor bosses or from treasure chests. In the game, they were often fought over and sold at a high price. I'll give this item to you. Let's take a look at it with open double angle bracket simple appraisal close double angle bracket. I'll give it a try. Yeah, oh, is it strong? Keep it on for protection. It's pretty valuable, so don't lose it. Oaken, a younger sister who jumps while singing some parody. You should make sure that you don't sell this. In addition to the badge, there are dozens of demon stones and 3 dungeon currency, which means you could earn tens of thousands of dollars per train. That's enough to make a living, right? I was almost obsessed with a small idea. I'll go check out the Orc Lord's room then. What about you, Hanano? I'll go with you since I don't have time to wait for you. The closest way to get to the Orc Lord's room was to go back the way we came, but since we lost the bridge, we had to take a different, slightly more circuitous route. After collecting all the items and rehydrating, we started moving. There was a goblin soldier on the way, so I knocked off the metal weapon I was carrying and let my sister experience a fight. The machete I gave her swung around, but it didn't do any fatal damage and only made her bloody and gross. The attacker's sister is in tears. It's better to aim for the vital points like the neck or the arms and legs where you can block the ability to fight. I have no choice but to drop the goblin's head with a single blow. The goblin soldier was wearing leather armor, so attacking him blindly would have little effect. If I took my time, I could still defeat it, but there was a risk that other monsters would link up with it and it would become a many-to-one battle. In dungeons where monsters may appear at any time, it is best to finish the battle in as short a time as possible. If you don't have a tolerance for gore, you'll just have to get used to it. I arrived in front of the Orc Lord's room in about 10 minutes. While doing so, there was no one in the room, and the surviving adventurers seemed to have escaped safely. On the 5th floor, in addition to the rescue team, there was also a guild employee who was carrying the bodies. Maybe they contacted them and called for backup. There's an Orc Lord here, isn't there? Can you call them to the suspension bridge and then drop them? The Orc Lord will pop in an hour, and the bridge will automatically repair itself in exactly 1 hour. If you kill them with a bridge drop, you can see which one will allow you to drop the next bridge. I'll also tell you about traps, cleaning monsters in the path, and whether or not there are adventurers, but more importantly, I'll tell you not to do it until you're level 7 because your running ability may be too severe. I'm going to keep the dungeon information confidential. It's a good idea to keep it to yourself. Some scary people might try to harm you with the information. Alright, so let's try a few more times today. By the way, do you remember what your initial skills are? In my case, I had learned the gluttony skill from the beginning. In general, it's rare for a person to remember their initial skills, so it was more likely that my sister didn't, but when I asked her about it, and she said, well, other than simple appraisal, there's a skill called dual wield. Seriously, dual wield is an extra skill that samurai can learn. It is an advanced skill that greatly increases the attack power and hit when holding weapons in both hands, and increases the number of attacks when the weapon skill is activated. If you use the skill of 2 attacks with 2 sword style, it will be 4 attacks, and there is also a characteristic that the chance is reduced. The extra skill is a skill that can be obtained by completing special quests with a job that is higher than advanced. In this world, learning this skill early on can be a big advantage. This is because you have to go to the 40th floor to complete the special quest for the extra skill. In the game, you could ask a high-level player to take you to the 40th floor, but that's impossible in this world where the record is 32 floors. I had to go get it myself. Tizato, the leader of the colors, is also a samurai, but due to the special quests, I'm sure he hasn't learned the dual wield yet. In fact, Tizato's main weapon in the strategy show was only 1 sword. In other words, Tizato is still in an incomplete state as a samurai. There are several styles of open double angle bracket dual wield close double angle bracket. Among Dun X players, there were 2 main styles. The high firepower style, where you concentrate on raising your STR and equip a 2-handed weapon in each hand, and the multi-stage attack style, where you specialize in AGI and use a series of skills with many attacks. I asked her which one she preferred. If I get a good weapon, I might want to try that one. Let's try attacking goblins with that machete and these pruning shears. Do you mean I can do dual wield? I wonder if I can do it. I mean, this hatchet is quite heavy, so you can swing it with 1 hand. Oh, it looks like I can. Even middle school girls with thin lines will have the same or better strength as adult men if they reach level 5, so there should be no problem. When she tried to fight the goblin soldier in the same way as before, she attacked with a misleading movement while saying, I was originally ambidextrous. I can ride on either the right or the left. He was a little losing his position in front of his younger sister, who boasts an amazing sense of combat. We had lunchtime in the middle of power leveling and ended up with about 3 trains. Today was the first day of the dungeon, and my sister was having fun, but even if she didn't feel it, she was nervous and exhausted, so I'd like to avoid overdoing it. It took almost no time for the round trip because I was able to get out of the gate room on the way back. As was the case with the commuting time of companies in the original world, being able to reduce travel time is a huge advantage because the time can be used effectively. If you check the time, it's still 2 p.m. It was too early to finish, so I decided to stop by the Adventurers Guild's armor store to see my sister's armor. Welcome, isn't it Ni-chan who bought the wolf's armor? Oh, thank you, it's the Osan of the Higemoja apron who sold the wolf jacket when I visited before. I told you what happened today, so I'll ask you if you have any light armor for your sister. If you still have the wolf skin in stock, I wonder if you can ask for the wolf's breastplate. Wait a minute, I hope it's cute. It's cute. The fluttering one is leather, so it's heavy, right? Leather armor that is supposed to be protected from physical attacks is heavy because it uses thick leather. When I was thinking about how to persuade her, I would use cloth for the fluttering part, so I proclaimed that my sister was stupid as to whether there was something good with a flared skirt. It gets in the way when there is a flutter, and I stopped thinking about skirts and what in battle. Apparently, she wanted armor like a cute dress that was based on an anime character. In the first place, I want you to worry about Ni-chan's wallet before cuteness and fluttering. Well, leather armor feels more like a pitch, but if you're still at level 1, you have to reduce the weight considerably. I'm already level 6. What? My sister is less than 150 centimeters tall and is the smallest of the middle 3. In addition, she has a pretty baby face. That's level 6. Uncle Apron is surprised with his eyes wide open and leaning back. Well, there seems to be no problem with armor of about 5 kilogram. Hanano, please be patient with your breastplate and small hands today. Well, boots. I want boots too, cute guy. For some reason, in addition to the wolf's breastplate and small hands, the wolf knee-high boots were also bought, and not only today's earnings but also yesterday's earnings. My sister is walking with a smile on her face and humming. Well, this is an initial investment. Let's make a lot of money from now on. For weapons, should I rent 2 smaller swords at school? It doesn't matter even if it's in my name. Now, the day of the duel between Karya and Akaji is approaching. Has his level been raised properly? Depending on the result, the atmosphere of the E-class will be further depressed, so I would like him to do his best. What will happen? *1. Link neighboring monsters participating in battles are calling for reinforcements. In this case, the player has to deal with a large number of monsters. Kaworu Hayes says Pav, I usually try to arrive at school 5 minutes before morning homeroom, but today is a special day. Today is a special day, and I'm planning to come to school early. It's the day that Yuma will be representing Class E against Class D. It's still fresh in my mind that my classmates, who had dreams and hopes for life at the Adventurer School, were thrown into a desperate situation when they learned about the position of Class E at the recent club activity recruitment ceremony. It was rare that they were able to get back on their feet right away. There are many classmates who are still depressed, and Class E is filled with a pathetic sense of sadness and a sense of stagnation with no foreseeable future. That's why we can't afford to lose. We can't afford to be underestimated by the other classes any longer, not only to let them know that even Class E does it when it counts, but also so that we can move forward with pride. For the past month, I've been staying up late in the dungeons hunting monsters. When I'm at school, I train to fight against others. I've done everything I could, including strategy meetings in between. Still, I can't shake my anxiety, and I tend to fall into negative thoughts. At times like this, I remember my tough training and simulate it. I know that this Karya guy is no ordinary person because he was emitting a considerable aura. He is also a higher level than the current Yoma. He is also a famous swordsman among first-year students, and he is sure to put up a high-level fight that no student in Class E has ever experienced. If you're going to take on such an opponent, you can't just sit back and do nothing. In addition to improving one's own level, one must thoroughly study the styles and tactics of one's opponents in order to pave the way for victory. Although I have been practicing kendo since I was a child, I have never had a real fight with a greatsword user. However, adventurers are taking the world by storm in this day and age. If you look for it, you can find videos of greatsword fighters on the internet. We all watch them and study them. The weight and spacing of a daisen is very different from that of an ordinary one-handed sword. In kendo, there is a tactic of placing the shinai right in the midline of the opponent's body and closing the distance until you are in striking distance. However, due to the large size and heavy weight of the sword, many of the attacks are swinging, and it is easy to get caught in the gap. Therefore, the style that Yuma should take against Karya will inevitably be a counter style. The first thing to do is to watch Karya's movements and find out what kind of offensive patterns and habits he has. In order to do that, he has to move around constantly to prevent Karya from getting his position and timing. Once you know the pattern to some extent, go for the gaps in the attack. In addition, you should not only aim for the opening, but also invite the attacker to move to create it. For the counter style, it is important to stand around and increase the speed of your strikes. In the E-class, I have no idea how to use a big sword that matches Yuma's ability, so I used a big sword to practice with, but honestly, I'm not confident that it went well. Even though my level has risen and my body has been greatly strengthened, it turns out that wielding a metal weapon of nearly 10 kilograms requires a certain amount of technical skill. Even though my physical strength has increased, my weight has not, so wielding a heavy weapon will make my center of gravity wobble. It is very difficult to maintain a stable center of gravity while wielding a large sword in a fight with a fast-moving opponent. Even if you had the physical strength to hold a 100 kilograms weapon in one hand, you would end up being swung around by yourself if you tried to swing it. Therefore, wielding a heavy weapon requires strength, skill, and experience to resist its inertia. If you slow down your swinging speed to stabilize your center of gravity, you will be easily countered, and if you speed up, the inertia will increase and you will be swung around. It was a continuous learning process for me as I fought with Yuma. I kept practicing with my hands every day, checking the videos of my movements and making countermeasures, and I think I managed to formulate a plan. Yuma also said that he was able to grasp the feeling of dealing with a big sword, so I'm happy if I was able to help him in some way. But not everything was perfect. First of all, Yuma hadn't experienced the impact of a big sword properly. Even though it was just a little bit of practice, I couldn't let him get injured. Weapons used in duels have their blades crushed, but if they are, they can still be dangerous, and even more so against a superior opponent. Also, his level didn't go up as much as he thought it would. For some reason, I couldn't find Karia's level in the database on my terminal, but based on the amount of aura he had at the entrance ceremony, he was around level 10. Moreover, he must have the fighter skill. We just barely made it to the job change, but we couldn't get the skills for the basic job. Dealing with the weapon skills was also a problem. They would probably use a sword skill called slash. I couldn't unleash it myself, so I just watched the video repeatedly and visualized it. Although there are negative elements like this, there are also enough positives to outweigh them. Yuma has an initial skill with tremendous performance called Swordsmanship Mastery that raises the level of his swordsmanship talent. He also has a great sense and intuition for interpersonal combat. And against Karia, he has a secret plan. If he can get it right, he is sure to win. Yuma also showed confidence that he could handle it, so he should be fine. I'm a friend of his, so why don't I believe him? I've been simulating the battle with the great swords over and over again, anxiously telling myself that it would be okay, and I've been feeling the lack of sleep. No matter what I think, nothing is going to change now. All I can do is send Yuma off with a smile so that he can face the duel with confidence. I tied my long hair up high, checked my appearance, and went to pick up Sota for the day. It's only a 10-second walk across the street from my house, but I'm going to pick him up. There is a rather old signboard with the words, Sota Narumi, written in black letters on a yellow background. When I press the chime of the Narumi house at the bottom of the sign, a light rhythmic sound rings out. Good morning. I'm here to pick up Sota. Oh, Kaworu-chan, please wait a moment. The cheerful Aunt Narumi shouted from the bottom of the stairs, Sota, Kaworu-chan is here, as usual. Perhaps it was because I came a little early to pick him up, but I passed by Sota's sister, Hanano-chan. I smiled and called out to her. Hanano, good morning. Oh, hi. I wanted to stand there and talk to her, but she just said a few words, gave me a slight bow, and left immediately. It's not just that she was in a hurry, it's also that she hated me. She only made eye contact with me for a moment. I was feeling a little depressed when Sota came lumbering down the stairs, sighing. I guess he doesn't remember what day it is, and his face is really not tense. I'm not expecting anything from him, so I don't really care. Let's go, then. Sure, as usual, I lead the way to school, with Sota following slightly behind. We don't have anything in particular to talk about, so we usually keep silent, but today, I have something to ask. By the way, I saw, what? It was yesterday evening. I was looking out the window in a daze, thinking about today's duel, when I spotted Sota and Hanano walking by. That's when. You were wearing black-colored armor. Black? Oh, the werewolf breastplate? Yes, the leather armor made from the drops of the black wolves on the 6th floor of the Demon Wolf. It is a major item for intermediate adventurers. To tell the truth, I also had each part of the werewolf armor in order to conquer the dungeon. I'm not going to look at the fact that Sota was wearing it as he struggled against the slime. Why was Hanano-chan wearing that armor too? I heard that Hanano-chan is currently in the 3rd year of junior high school and will be taking the adventurer school exam next year. She is not allowed to enter dungeons yet, but for some reason she was wearing armor for dungeon combat. There was no way she would wear something as heavy as a werewolf's gauntlet or breastplate as her everyday clothes. What was the meaning of this? When I tried to ask him about it, Sota swept his gaze and turned his head in the direction of the day after tomorrow as if to deceive me. In addition, he started whistling a scathing tune. Stop fooling around with that lousy whistle. Boohee, are you hiding something? Oh, actually? He still tries to give explanations that are not to the point. He said, she's going to take the exam next year, so it's okay to have it now, or, she saw me wearing it and wanted it. It may not be nothing, but it's a painful excuse. Then why was a weapon hanging on Hanano-chan's waist? Boohee, TL. A reader already predicted this somewhat in the comments in one of the previous chapters. Sota is sweaty, but I know that this sweat is cold and this face is a face that is trying to hide something. It hasn't changed since the old days. It's a shame that you think your poker face will succeed in hiding your emotions when something happens. Ah, it's Omiya-san. Good morning. Oh, Narumi-kun. Good morning. Sota spotted Omiya-san, who happened to be walking in front of him, and hurriedly ran to her. He ran away. Omiya-san is kind to everyone and intelligent, and she is an excellent student who can lead the class in a different way than Yuma. That being the case, I was curious as to why he spent so much time with Sota. At first I thought she just saw that Sota was being avoided by his classmates and approached him out of pity, but that wasn't the case. Why did she bounce my advice off? Because she has a brain that works. I once warned Omiya-san and the others that Sota was a bad person and they should stay away from him, and yet, I still see them talking to him in the classroom. I wonder if their view of Sota was a bit blind, or has Sota actually changed since he entered the school? I think he has changed. It's obvious that he's lost more weight than he did before he entered the school. I'm not sure what to make of this. It's an event that should be called a shake-up if you think about it. But the way he cheated and ran away was still the usual Sota. I arrived at school a little earlier than usual today, and the reason was obvious once I entered the classroom. Classmates were gathered around Akaji's seat, encouraging him to do his best. Akaji responded to each of his classmates with a smile and a thank you. Even on the day of the important duel, he didn't seem nervous and was able to respond well. As soon as Kaworu entered the classroom, he joined the circle of people and encouraged them. He knew that for the past month, he had been accompanying Akaji on his dungeon dives and practice sessions, working hard until late. She must have been worried about this day, but she was still smiling and cheering him on, as if she were the heroine. Butao's mind was no longer as sore as before when Kaworu approached Akaji, but it was still quite painful. I feel that Butao is teaching me that falling in love with someone is not something that can be forgotten easily. In Akaji's weapon stand, there was a slim weapon in a cloth. You can't see what's inside, but I wonder if he's going to use it to fight. You're not going to use the same strategy as in the game, are you? However, it seems unlikely that that strategy will not work in Caria in this world. If the weapon in the middle is that thing, does that mean you know the game strategy? I was in a whirlpool of thought for a while when the sliding door of the classroom opened with a bang. Oh, you E-class bastards. Let's see, who was that trash that shielded you from? Caria and his cronies suddenly entered the classroom. Caria and his cronies suddenly walked into the classroom. They looked down on us with eyes that said there was no way we could lose. I'd like to slap them with the words, the taller you are, the harder you fall. On the other hand, Akaji seems to be undaunted and determined. So, where do you want to do it, huh? Oh, it was you. I booked you a room in the arena after school, room 4. Don't try to escape. Oh, yeah, his name was Akaji. Caria-san, let's make an example out of you by beating you up. We're in the same grade and about to start working hard at the same school. Class E has only been in the dungeon for a month, so it's not surprising that they think we are low level and weak. It's like an employee who has been with the company for a few years is competing with a new employee. Class E, you inferior students, you guys should definitely come, and I'll show you what your position is. Caria emits an aura, a chill fills the classroom of Class E. I guess I'm still level 11. I'm not sure why the database doesn't show Caria's information, so I don't know what level he's registered at, but if it's the same as in the game, it should be 11. I don't use the open double angle bracket simple appraisal close double angle bracket. If you use it, your opponent will know that you used it, so you have to be careful when you use it. My classmates were intimidated by the aura of the strong, and some of them turned their heads. Now that I'm level 8, I'm not as intimidated as I used to be. But I can't stand it when they use the aura so often. I think level 7 or 8 is the borderline when it comes to fighting Caria. The terminal shows Akaji's level is 5. It's possible that he's hiding his level like I am, but if he's level 5, it's going to be difficult for him to win unless he's a very skilled player. If Caria wins, he'll probably be forced to do some D-class chores, and I hope Akaji-kun does well. During lunch, the agitation from D-class continued. You're in E-class, but you're really fighting against our class? You don't know your place, do you? There's no way you can beat Caria-kun. Maybe we should join in the fight against Class E. That sounds like a good idea. Class D proclaims loudly from nearby that Class E is ridiculous in the school cafeteria. The girl, a classmate who wants to be a fighter, pulls her shoulders and manages to endure. Omiya-san and Nida-san are also quieting her down by distracting her with another story. After the morning's visit to Caria, the classmates discussed it and came to the conclusion that they would all put up with the continued agitation. Of course, there is no way that all of Class E can be patient. Shut up, you guys are in the bottom of the middle school class too. It's Mishima-kun, a samurai. He's a hard worker, but he's also very proud, and he probably couldn't stand being unreasonably looked down upon. It is true that D class is the lowest class among the internal students, but compared to the ability of the external students, E class, the difference is huge. Huh, what is this guy? Shall I beat him up right now? Let's do it. Even though you're in E class, it's going to be bad if we eat at the same place. You're too cocky for a newbie. A group of impatient classmates intervened, apologizing to the D class members and appeasing Mr. Majima. You can't win if you fight now, so you have to endure. Let's go. I don't think they'll stop provoking if we don't get stronger as soon as possible. I pity him a little because he is one of the people who has taken the initiative to strengthen the E class. There are some strong people here as well, but at this stage, they don't appear on the stage. I also don't want to stand out with a stupid stunt, and I don't want people to know that I have dungeon knowledge. But why are they agitating the E class like this? I feel that not only Caria but the entire D class is trying to trick us. If you're aiming for the top, you shouldn't be worrying about the bottom. I wonder if they have some kind of goal. How was the Caria event when it was a game? The main story is basically told only from the point of view of the main character, Akaji, or Pink-chan. and the characters not involved in the story and their backgrounds are often left out. Kariya is also treated as a mid-boss in the beginning of the game, and after defeating him, I don't think he appeared in the game anymore. I skipped most of the early conversations in adventure mode, and I didn't need to remember the backstory of the soon-to-be defeated mid-boss. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I would have read it thoroughly, but was too late. In any case, there must be a reason why the E-class is so incendiary, so I'll try to find out when I have more time after the Kariya event. And after school. There was a tense atmosphere in the class. Hey Akaji, and all the small fry in Class E, gather at Arena number 4. The moment homeroom teacher Mirai announced the end of homeroom, Kariya's cronies rushed in. The teacher is there, but says nothing and leaves the classroom as if to declare that he has nothing to do with it. I'm not sure if he thinks this is part of his education or not. Akaji silently took the cloth bag containing the weapons and left the classroom with his chest outstretched and his feet steady. It's a good thing that the students of Class E can take a dignified attitude in such situations. Good luck, Akaji-kun, I'll be there to watch. Let's take out D class, I'll be there to see it, let's take out D class. Classmates began to move into the arena, one after another. I'm sure you'll be fine, they say to each other. I know you're hoping for the best, but to be honest, the odds look pretty bad. So, I'm going to visit room 4 of the arena, too. The arena is naturally located entirely within the magic field, and the facility itself is durable enough to be physically enhanced. The inside is divided into areas 1 to 4, with room 1 being the largest and room 4 being the smallest, with enough space for dozens of people to practice. The first room is the largest, and even the smaller fourth room is large enough for dozens of people to practice. It is a full-fledged training arena, where magic stones can be used to put up a magic defense shield. This arena is usually used by many club activities as a training ground, and it is strange that even room 4 can be reserved after school for a lower class duel. In the game, there is the head of Class B behind you. I've forgotten. You've come a long way without running away, Akaji. I'm not going to run. The two of them face each other in the center of the arena. Kariya, the bigger of the two, looks down at Akaji and glares at him. Akaji isn't too short, but the difference in body size is clear compared to Kariya, who is over 190 centimeters. Kariya, get rid of the E-class. Let him know what he's getting into, Mr. Kariya. I was annoyed by the noise from the outside world. I thought Kariya had a bad physique and was always trying to scare the people around him, but he's surprisingly popular with the students in D class. I wonder if there's a setting where he's actually as caring as Jowen. In the meantime, Akaji is looking at Kariya with a cool face, seemingly unaffected by the taunts and provocations from D class. You seem cool as ice, but are you sure about your level? As I found out when I dove into the dungeon, I realized that it's tough to approach Kariya's level in the past month, and therefore it's also difficult to defeat him in a straightforward manner. If you're a Dun X player, you're familiar with Kariya's fighting style and have countermeasures, but if you're not, Akaji-kun, do you have a plan? After the standoff was over, they returned to their respective positions to put on their protective gear. Kariya takes off his school uniform to change into his protective gear. Kariya is not only tall, but also has a body that makes it hard to believe that he has just entered high school. From the muscles around his neck and shoulders, it is clear that he has been training hard in addition to strengthening his body. He is going to wear a leather armor with metal plates attached everywhere. It may weigh over 20 kilograms, but if you're over level 10 and you're limited to a small arena, you should have no problem getting around. The weapon I took out was a two-handed greatsword called the Two-Handed Sword. It weighed more than 10 kilograms and was about 1.5 meters long. If you combine the length of the arm with the step, the maximum reach of the sword would be over 3 meters. You have to be careful to determine the range of your attack. On the other hand, Akaji-kun is wearing a black demon wolf light armor. It is strong, light, and inexpensive for a dungeon material, making it very popular. The belly part is reinforced with metal to protect the internal organs. The weapon that is taken out from the cloth bag is. I knew it was going to use the same tactics as the static sword game. What Akaji took out was a thin, sharp sword. It is a single-edged straight sword, also known as a backsword, and looks like a slightly wider version of a rapier blade. The blade is said to be crushed, but the tip is sharp, and if you use it with your enhanced strength, it will do some damage. The problem is that it's not just a sword, it's a magic weapon. The static sword doesn't have a high attack power, but it has the effect of lowering the AGI of the attacker and adding a certain percentage of paralysis. Of course, since it is a weapon for the early stages, it won't work if the opponent's level is high, but it will work well against a level 11 Kariya. This weapon can be obtained by completing the main character's sub-event. In the game, Kariya uses a large swinging motion sword skill called slash, so countering it is the key to success. However, if there is a level gap between the two, it is difficult to even exploit that gap, so using a weapon with reduced AGI and paralysis has become the standard strategy. AGI is an important parameter that affects not only movement speed but also normal attack motion and skill activation speed. If you can lower Kariya's AGI by hitting him with that sword, or if you can successfully paralyze him, it will be easier to use the slash counter, and the difficulty of attacking Kariya will decrease dramatically. However, you'll have to take a rather troublesome detour to trigger the event to get that sword. Did someone put this in your head? If you know the existence of the sword from the beginning, it's easy to trigger the event to get it in order to defeat Kariya, but if you don't know, it's not so easy to get it. In fact, defeating Kariya with that sword was originally a secret technique. In the game, the usual way to defeat Kariya is to actually fight him a few times, realize how difficult it is to defeat him in the first month and how low your level is, and then defeat him head-on through trial and error while raising your level efficiently. In contrast, the tactic of using the static sword was developed as a way to defeat Kariya without having to raise your level much. If you don't know what a Kariya battle is like, it must be difficult to come up with. Of course, it's also possible that he got it by chance through an event, and based on the analysis that Kariya is a big sword user, there is no possibility that he decided that the static sword tactic of lowering AGI would be effective in increasing the success rate of the counter. But if obtaining it is inevitable, that means that the shadow of the done X player will flicker behind you. Akagi, am I thinking too much? The two of them face each other in the middle of the arena, both with their armor on and weapons in hand. The rules are safe, no killing. Surrender is allowed. If you faint, you lose. As this is an official duel, a member of the student council and a priest teacher accompany them in case they are injured. It also seems that some people from classes other than D and E have come to observe. All of my classmates are watching with bated breath. Are you ready then? I'm ready when you are. The Kariya event is about to begin. Are you ready then? This one is ready when you are. Kariya is holding a large sword called the two-handed sword. He is lowering his center of gravity to swing the sword sideways, as if he is planning to use the weapon skill from the start. In contrast, Akagi's sword is relatively thin and light, so the gap between him and Kariya, who has a large sword, is tremendous. No matter how much of a magic weapon that thing is, it's probably best to avoid hitting each other properly. Rather than trying to exploit the gaps in open double angle bracket / close double angle bracket, the most important strategy is to hit it wherever you can to lower its AGI. Then, let's go. I thought it was a first move, but Kariya started with a normal sideways nudge. I wondered if he was wary of Akagi after he had looked down on him so much. The first time, Kariya showed a rather large attack, but from then on, she kept her distance and controlled him with small attacks with small gaps. I'm sure you'll agree that Kariya's fighting skills are quite impressive. Oh no, there's quite a difference in levels too. Akagi-kun has not reached level 10 by any stretch of the imagination. He's about level 5 or 6. You can see that he's struggling because he can't take a level 11 big sword seriously, even if it's an attack to control him. Akagi, who wants to hit the attack anyway, is devoting himself to the movement of aiming at the counter according to the big skill while avoiding the attack of Kariya by making a big detour. But since earlier, Kariya has been forced to take advantage of the spacing and hasn't been able to get inside. However, Kariya manages to close the distance to the best of his ability again with his long-reaching thrusts. In the game, Kariya licked his opponent from start to finish, often launching attacks with large gaps. If it had gone on too long, he would have had to rely on the that's weird move. That move is known as static sword. What's the matter, Kariya-kun? You're constantly making little attacks, are you scared? What's wrong with you, getting a cold feet? Ha, then as you wish. He tried to provoke Kariya to shoot the but it was unsuccessful. When Akagi saw that he was getting nowhere, he used the double sting stabbing skill as a last resort. It's an auto activation. The double sting is a 2-attack stabbing skill learned by the thief on the terminal. Akagi is a freshly made thief with a job level of 1. I'm sure you didn't think that the weapon skill that you learn at job level 5 would come here. Kariya was surprised by the sudden skill and instantly took a few steps back, but Akagi-kun managed to snatch the weapon in that instant. Now I can see through your moves, GGH. HMPH, what's my move? The moment Kariya is finally hit by an attack and relaxes. Kariya is hit by a counter-attack and blows Akagi away. From the looks of Kariya, it doesn't look like his AGI has gone down at all, let alone become paralyzed. Akagi's face is a mixture of surprise and despair. If the AGI does not go down, it means that Akagi's strategy will be fundamentally destroyed. I'm sure you've been taking measures to prevent this. If not, that means... Cheers and screams mixed in the fourth room of the arena. Kariya attacks relentlessly. Akagi's arm is already broken, and he can no longer stand up. This isn't a fight anymore, it's just a beatdown. Way to go, Kariya. Come on, Kariya-san. I was expecting something from you, but you were bluffing. I thought you were bluffing. Of course not, you're just a small fish in Class E. While the D class cheered like they were at a baseball game, the E class was in pain. Some of the girls were covering their faces and crying. Omiya-san stood up to try to stop them, but she saw that Nita-san was stopping her. Kaworu clenched his teeth and meditated. Will she move? Give me a break, who are you talking to? Now you are telling me what to do. Kariya swung his large sword down on Akagi's side. I'm sure several of his sides are broken now, even though the area is reinforced with metal. I'm starting to feel like shit myself. Should I stop? I'm not sure what to do. Stop it, don't hurt him anymore. The one who stopped him was Pink-chan, aka Sakurako Sanjo. She was one of those who had worked long and hard with Kaworu and Akagi-kun. It's not like she could just stand by and watch this mess unfold. But it was dangerous to be in front of Kariya now. You're gonna tell me what to do too? I'll kill you. Even though it's Sanjo-san confronting him, Kariya seems to be full of the killing spirit. But even though she was trembling, she desperately spread his hands to protect Akagi-kun. When Kariya turned his weapon, Kaworu and Tachiki, and some other classmates, tried to run up, perhaps because they thought it was dangerous. E-class garbage, you still don't understand? Kariya screams. The movement of the E-class that tried to run to Mr. Sanjo stopped. Kariya once again unleashes his deadly aura on his classmates. If a superior with a level difference stares at you, you have no choice but to cower. You are the weak ones in this school. A few of you might make it to D class before graduation, but that's about it. No one can say a word. Even Akagi-kun had a certain level of improvement, probably higher than most E-class people in the past month. Not only that, the fighting sense that hesitated Kariya's big sword and the technique of handling swords was remarkable. And yet, he was unable to stand up to the huge wall of level 11, and was completely ripped to shreds. It's impossible to ask him to face this. Kariya continued. I'm going to give you guys some instructions passed down from the senpais. Don't join any of the clubs that Class E has created. If you do, I'll personally kill you, okay? Kariya leaves the arena as soon as he said this. I'm not a big fan of Class E after all. Really, only the dash was good, but after all it feels like. You guys will use it as a chore, so be prepared. TL, people who carry and buy stuffs for bullies. It's a terrible thing to say, but no one could say anything back. The classmates were forced to understand that there was no way they could compete with each other as classmates or as rivals, and the very existence of Class E was denied. But, that's how it is. So this arena room 4 was easily booked because of the involvement of the upper class seniors club. The club activities that the upperclassmen join also need a handy scullery maid or chore, and they don't want us to join the club that the E-class seniors created. That's why they move Kariya and the first-year D-class to hit the E-class, let them know the difference in their abilities, and threaten them, and then he'll break the seeds of rebellion. I'm sure there's another mastermind behind this who's been telling Kariya what to do, and I'm sure there are a lot of upperclassmen in the dark besides the head of B-class. The student council and the school's teachers are also involved. It's also possible that the student council and the teachers at the school are aware of this. I had the same feeling when I was playing the game, but now that I'm being attacked, I can't help it. This makes me doubt the point of even bothering to take outside students for one class. On the first day of school, the eyes of everyone in Class E were shining with hope, but now they're tinged with despair, but still. I don't want to look back. I don't want to move up to a higher class, nor do I want to change this school. I don't even feel that close to my classmates. I'm not sure if it's because I'm unreasonable, but Akagi was provoked by Kariya. There is no reason to be beaten up to that extent, but some of it is self-inflicted. There's nothing to be passionate about. If they want a scullery maid or chore, they can get him one or two separately. That's not what I'm thinking about right now. The question is, who advised Kariya on how to deal with the static sword tactics? I'm also curious as to who first gave Akagi-kun the tactic of using the static sword. This could possibly have been devised by Akagi's group and not the player, and even if it was the player, I can't sense any malicious intent, so I'm putting it behind me for now. The reason why Kariya didn't change when Akagi-kun's attack hit was probably because he was equipped with some kind of lightning-resistant and paralysis-resistant items. Otherwise, it was possible that Akagi had won by slowing down or paralyzing Kariya's attack speed when the static sword was struck. And Kariya's fighting style was strange. If it was normal, he would not have restrained himself to see how Akagi was doing. In the end, he didn't even fire a single shot of open double-angle bracket / close double-angle bracket. The one who taught him these things is, with a high probability of place, This player is dangerous. You can even feel the malice towards Akagi-kun. It may be that he is trying to monopolize information about the game, or it may be that he is involved with Sanjo-san and Kaworu, or it may be that he is just a joker. But if they're not careful, they may even try to eliminate other players with the intent to kill. I think the player who gave Kariya advice was a student of Class E, but I can't be sure. I'd like to ask Kariya about that, but I don't think he'd take me seriously right now. Oh, I'm now feeling sorry. I haven't thought much about how to deal with players because I haven't considered them to be that dangerous. It is very likely that the person who gave advice to Akagi and the person who gave advice to Kariya are not the same, considering the results. How many players are there? There are 3 players, me, the one who advised Akagi, and the one who advised Kariya. It's possible that there are 3. Are they existing characters like me? Or is it a student whose name didn't even appear in Dun X? There's also the possibility that Akagi-kun and Sanjo-san are actually players. I'd better hurry up and raise my level to protect myself. The teacher of priest has already palpated Akagi. The doctor said that there were a few broken bones, but that there were no after effects and that magic treatment would be sufficient to recover. It's reassuring to know that injuries that occur on campus can be treated for free by a priest, doctor. The fact that the injury was taken care of by the doctor means that Kariya took it easy on him. Then I stood up and looked at my classmates gathered around Akagi-kun. In the end, Class E will either have to rise to the occasion to get back at him, or accept the position of the weak and follow the strong. I'll leave it up to my classmates to decide which they will choose. I don't have the passion to care about it, and I can't afford to get involved. After a brief struggle in the arena, I returned to the classroom to get my bag and headed home. Most of my classmates are still grieving in the arena, but I hope that they will not give up somehow. The real disturbance is yet to come. As I walked near the school gate, thinking about the indescribable gloom of school life. Oh, you are? I don't know who it was, but a young man dressed casually spoke to me. The cast on his arm was painful. You're the adventurer who helped me before, right? I wanted to thank you. He said he was Kikuguchi-san, the adventurer who had been attacked in the Orc Lord room when he and his sister had gone power leveling. He seemed to be injured, but I was glad that he managed to escape. He wanted to thank me after he escaped, but he didn't know my name and was in trouble. However, thinking back, he thought that if he was so young and strong like a high school student, there was a high possibility that he was a student of the adventurer's school, so he was looking for someone who looked like him at the main gate here. Thank you. Unfortunately, 2 of my companions were killed, but 4 lives were saved, including mine. Thanks to you. Thank you so much. He bowed his head with tears in his eyes and expressed his gratitude. Even so, the loss of 2 people must have been hard to bear. No, how are you injures? He was the one from the tank with the battered shield? He was attacked by a number of orcs and his arm was broken and he still has a cast on. Since he not a student at the school, it would cost a lot of money to have the priest perform the procedure. Most people choose to heal naturally if it's just a broken bone. It's no big deal, it's nothing serious, my friends won't have any after effects, it's just an injury that will go away after a while. Mr. Kikuguchi shows off his energy with a painful smile. I guess I'd be blocked out if I wasn't giving off empty energy, and I have a question, too. I asked him why he went to the dangerous Orc Lord room, and he said he was tricked. What do you mean? He told me there was a treasure chest over there. I didn't know that was the Orc Lord's room. There was a party that was relentlessly trying to pick up Kikuguchi-san's friends who were meeting him on the 5th floor, and those girls were having a hard time refusing them. Kikuguchi intervened and managed to settle the matter, and one of them told him where there was a treasure chest to at least atone for his sins. He took advantage of their kindness and went to see the place without checking the map carefully. He didn't know that it was the Orc Lord's room. TL. Can't even put them as humans now. The Adventurers Guild has warned about Orc Lords, but not many people have actually seen one, so they didn't know it was an Orc Lord. One of my companions was blown away by a single blow, and I managed to get one of my companions out to ask for backup, but she was blocked and cornered by a group of orc soldiers. There are no treasure chests on the 5th floor. I can feel the malice of the party that picked them up when they specify the Orc Road room as if it were a courtesy. Oh, those guys, out of Kikuguchi-san's line of sight, he saw the D-class students coming towards us. One of them was the student who had been Carrie's crony. I remember his face. Oh, hey, how dare you deceive me yesterday, 2 of my friends are dead. The little fish party from some time ago, how did the Orc Lord taste? He tries to hit him, but he easily dodges, and then he blasts him back. This area is also inside the magic field, so the difference in physical strength is obvious, and the D-class students say, it's because you're a small fish and refuse our invitation. Oh come on, you led them to the Orc Lord's room for such a trivial reason. What the hell do you think you're doing with human life? There's no such thing as a treasure chest on the 5th floor, you idiot. You're just an ordinary person. Ignorance can be a deadly thing. I see you know someone from Class E. Is it a small fry connection? The D-class guys walked away laughing, wondering what the fun was. Mr. Kikuguchi was so sad and helpless that he crouched down and sobbed on the spot. I wonder if the students of this school have quit being human. It's okay to look down on Class E, but it's not okay to look down on the general public, and even more so to do something like MPK, *1, without hesitation because you're pissed off. 2 people lost their lives, and yet these guys are still walking around talking happily with no remorse whatsoever. Clearly, they've gone too far. The future of this school and this country is bleak if we allow them to continue to exist. Kikuguchi-san, you're going to get dirty. I'm sorry. I made the crying Kikuguchi-san stand up and flicked off the dirt. When Akaji was defeated, I didn't have that much passion to fight against D-class. I also felt that if that was the way this school worked, I had no choice. But after the incident with Mr. Kikuguchi, I think I've raged up to the point where I might punish him if I can afford to. I can't promise, but one day I'll take them down, so please leave for today. But they're too strong, you could be harmed too. It's true that if I did it now, I might not get away with it. I'm also very obese and doesn't look very strong, so I can understand why he would want to worry. If that's the case, I can shape up and train. I can level up, change jobs, and learn a number of skills to become stronger. TL. Finally Armic is growing. I'm going to go work out for real. Besides, I'm actually pretty awesome, right? Thanks. Mr. Kikuguchi crumpled up his face and thanked me. He even went out of his way to find me, a younger man whose name he didn't even know, and thank me. He must be a polite and friendly person. The people in Class D are still happily talking and laughing as usual. Even though people are dying, they're still smiling and laughing. What's wrong with being weak? What is great about being strong? If you are strong, what right you have over the weak? I'm not asking this as an adventurer. I want to teach them what is right and what is wrong as a human being. The minimum requirement to punish the D-class guys, including Carria, is to be at least level 10 and to go to Obaba's store on the 10th floor to do a job change. Considering the mastermind behind it, I'd like to have more levels. I'd like to raise my level quickly, but at level 8, dropping a bridge once an hour is not efficient. Recently, I've been spending a lot of time dieting and working on my core strength, so there have been days when I haven't dived into dungeons. That's also the reason why my level up speed is slowing down. So, what should I do? So, Oni, where are you going today? My sister is shadow boxing in a wonderful rhythm, wearing the demon wolf equipment she immediately bought. She is wearing a black werewolf jacket and a small hand over a white blouse, with culottes and werewolf knee-high boots underneath. She asks me what I think of her. You look like a seasoned adventurer, is what I said in my reply. The members of the attack clan that were hanging out on the 90th floor were all decked out in artifact armor like the Demon God series and the Dragon King series. I'd like to think that I had one of those, but I can't handle that stuff at my current level, and it's too heavy for me to wear. That's okay. First, let's go to the 5th floor and raise Hanano's level to 7. Then go down to the 7th floor and raise her level to 9. From there, we'll aim to conquer the 10th floor at once. 10th floor? Can we go that deep? It seems that the 10th floor is a level that ordinary adventurers find difficult to reach. The required level is in the double digits, and the combat power begins to exceed the realm of normal people due to physical enhancements. If you can reach this level, you'll be able to get a call from one or two of the other clans. We can do it, but first, weapons. I've prepared 2 small swords. I thought it would be difficult to handle 2 long weapons from the start. Wow, thank you. She received the small swords with a twinkle in his eye and wielded them with dexterity. Then we'll head to the gate room, yes. I remember Kikuguchi-san crouching at my feet, clinging to me. I'm sure he will always blame himself for his inadequacies, but that could be me tomorrow. In school and in the dungeon, there are a lot of idiots who are drunk on their own power, just like the guys in D class. It doesn't matter how much I tell them that they're right or good, they're going to paint me in a bad light. In order for me to resist them, to protect the people I care about, and more importantly, to do anything in this world, I need power. If I just focus on the main storyline and go at my own pace, I might not be able to cope with unexpected, unreasonable, or malicious intentions. You never know when unidentified players will turn against you. The speed with which you gain strength is also required. Let's get into it and do our best, shall we? For the sake of my cute little sister who follows behind me, humming a lousy tune. Open double angle bracket carry event complete, external stimulus detected close double angle bracket. *1, MPK, *1, MPK is the act of intentionally killing a player by luring or hitting them with a monster. Monster player kill. Yay, I'm up. Am I now at level 7? After dropping the bridge 3 times, I reached my sister's target level of 7, so we finished the 5th floor for now. We could have stayed here until level 8, but it would be more efficient for the 2 of us to move on to the next hunting ground. We descended to the bottom of the valley and picked up the dropped items while explaining our plans for the future. First of all, there's a demon wolf called the Warg on the 6th floor. The leather armor that Hanano and I are wearing is made by a werewolf, but it's that werewolf. A wolf, right? I think it's easier to fight than orcs. It's bigger and faster, so it's more troublesome than orcs. Demon wolves are fast, have good endurance, and have a good nose, so they can detect you from a distance with their sense of smell. It's important to prevent being surrounded in a situation when fighting a demon wolf. Once you are surrounded, it is difficult to escape. However, the map on the 6th floor has almost no open space, so you won't be surrounded that often. In addition, werewolves drop their skins at a low rate along with demon stones, but these werewolf skins are tough and fireproof, and can be a good source of income if sold to stores or guilds. The werewolf is a popular monster among adventurers. It is said that this is the minimum level for a full-time job. However, we decided to skip the 6th floor and head for the 7th floor. The monsters that appear on the 7th floor are still demon wolves, but they are 1 level higher than the demon wolves on the 6th floor, which are 7. In addition, a monster level 8 werewolf leader rarely pops up. This monster has the howl skill to attract nearby werewolves, so it's a monster that should be stopped first in case of battle. The orc tamer that accompanies these werewolves and uses them as horsemen also pops up on the 7th floor. In addition to the bite of the werewolves, the orcs ride and attack with their swords, making them tougher than the werewolves alone. The presence of orc tamers increases the group combat power of the werewolves, so if you have multiple werewolves with you, defeating them is a higher priority than defeating the werewolf leader. In addition, the majority of the 7th floor is a forest map with poor visibility and the risk of being surrounded, so if your goal is to collect werewolf skins, it's probably better to simply hunt on the 6th floor. However, there are good reasons to go to the 7th floor. Let's just go to the 7th floor and try to fight a demon wolf. If I'm going to hunt werewolves, I want to collect skins and make lower body armor. If you can hunt on the 7th floor without forcing yourself to collect skins, you should be able to earn enough money to buy magic stones and drop items. Besides, let's just try the werewolf. There's a place on the 7th floor I want to check out, hidden map. Is there such a place? Yeah, maybe it's an area no one's ever been to before? Her eyes lit up. I wonder if there's any treasure there. I'm not going to sing that song. Don't sing that song, it's embarrassing. We picked up some items while talking about such trivial things, crossed a few suspension bridges, and joined the main street on the 5th floor. Let's move on to the 6th floor first. As usual, the main street leading to the next floor is crowded with people, and many adventurers aiming for the 6th floor and above are hunting werewolves, so their black armor stands out. Everyone is wearing werewolf armor. I feel like I've joined the ranks of the powerful. It's only my 2nd time in the dungeon, but it's because the train boosted it all up. It was quite delicious to be able to monopolize the Orc Lord. If not, I would have spent a lot more time on the 5th floor. If the other players were there, would they not take advantage of the bridge drop? I don't know if they've already gone deeper, or if they just haven't reached it yet, but in the end, I didn't see anyone who looked like that once. After walking for about half an hour, we arrived at the 6th floor entrance plaza, which was just as crowded with adventurers as the 5th floor, with stalls, stores, and a place to buy magic stones and drops. Up until the 5th floor, it was common to see a party with all members in the vanguard, but from this floor onward, I often saw parties with rear guards who could attack from a distance with bows or magic, as well as recovery personnel. There are no more adventurers who look like beginners. Ah, they sell takoyaki, there's a cafeteria over there. We'll be passing through the 6th floor, but we'll have a quick bite to eat before we go to. What do you want to eat? This is the first time I've been to the entrance hall of a hierarchy since my sister used the gate last time and this time too. It may be unusual for her to have never entered from a dungeon entrance before. I picked up some takoyaki from a stall because I heard that they wanted to eat takoyaki, finished using the restroom, and headed for the 7th floor. What do toilets do with the pumped up? The dungeon absorbs it if you leave it there for half a day. You don't need to pump it up. You can do it there too in an emergency. I don't think a lady can do that. She puffed out her cheeks in protest, saying to herself, no lady can do that. Normally, communication devices and resting facilities would be absorbed by the dungeon, but the invention of a magical tool using the nucleus of a low-grade golem has made it possible to resist absorption. It seems that until this was discovered, only simple facilities could be built in the dungeon. We headed for the 7th floor, rambling on about the dungeon's illustrated book in the Adventurers Guild library. Since most of the parties hunting for werewolf skins use the 6th floor as their hunting ground, the number of adventurers walking from the main street on this floor is reduced. We could probably run. We're wasting time, so we'll go for a short run. What? We've just eaten. I reluctantly agreed and started to run here and there. There were several other parties running as well, so we didn't stand out. It's refreshing to be able to run at a very high speed, even if it's just a light run due to the strengthening of your body. I'm on the 7th floor, huh? There aren't as many stores as on the 6th floor. All the werewolf hunting parties hunt on the 6th floor, so there are fewer adventurers on this floor. Although there are fewer shops, there are still some stalls and resting places. However, the prices are all double the normal prices. A bottle of canned juice costs around 300 yen, but judging by the empty cans and the trash cans, I'm surprised it's selling so well. It's really expensive, isn't it? No, can't we use this? I was about to move on when I thought to myself. I was thinking, let's take a break. Oh, I want to see the store over there. There might be some treasures in the hidden map. What? Well, it can't be helped then. If you're a cash-strapped sister, fish for treasure. This is what I wrote in my sister's manual and headed to the point of the hidden map. There are countless huge coniferous forests growing in this area and the visibility is very poor. If you cut this tree down, it will disappear and cannot be used as wood. The ceiling was high enough to look up at, glowing vaguely pale. I wonder if it is possible to photosynthesize in that kind of light. No, this is not a plant, but an object, so I guess it doesn't matter. Within a few minutes of turning off from the main street to the 8th floor, we found a demon wolf. It was about 2 meters long, including its tail, covered in long dark gray body hair and had a sturdy frame. The eyes that stared at us showed intelligence. It's not likely that you'll be able to get Baxter from this guy. His footsteps and smell will alert you before you know it. It's coming. The only opponent is a single demon wolf. It's a good idea to keep your eyes peeled for it. The first attack seemed to be aimed at my sister, and she jumped at me from a few meters in front of me, trying to sink her fangs into my neck. She dodged without difficulty, and as she passed him, she thrust her small sword into the side of the werewolf and slashed it open. The werewolf cried out, "Khan!" He squealed and tried to run away, but he couldn't seem to get up, so I quickly closed in on him and stopped him, and he became a magic stone. I'm sure I can manage just one demon wolf. His movements looked really good. I raised the level all at once, but it doesn't seem to be a problem. Even if you're a junior high school girl, physical enhancement through leveling up is equal for everyone, and my sister's muscle strength, instantaneous power, and kinetic vision already exceeds that of the average male by a comfortable margin. The other problem was her sense of combat, but it seemed that there was nothing to worry about. She was not unaccustomed to the sudden physical strengthening, nor did she show any signs of being frightened of battle. Even now, she is holding 2 small swords in her hands as she slices through the shadows. Maybe she's a battle fanatic, and that shadow isn't Oni-chan, is it? I picked up the demon wolf's demon stone and continued to move in the southeast direction of the map. The destination is an area that was added in the latest DLC called Dungeon Explorer Chronicles. Golem's Heartbeat. If it existed, it could be a new guideline in dungeon exploration. In the time I don't encounter enemies, I try to explain a few things to my sister to increase her game knowledge and dungeon information. Golem, yes, if you become an armorer, you can create and operate golems. What? Even before the implementation of the DLC, Golem's Heartbeat, information about the armorer was released in small doses and attracted a lot of attention. Many players were waiting for the implementation date because they could board the flashy golems. However, when it was implemented, it was an unfortunate advanced job that was criticized for being weak and useless. The first reason for this is that the golem's combat power is too subtle. There are a lot of monsters in Danaku that have their physical attacks halved or disabled, so the golem's use is basically limited to physical attacks. And it moves too slow. You can use it as a vehicle if you board it, but its movement speed is not that fast, and it's faster to run by yourself. When it was a game, you didn't need a vehicle because you didn't get tired from running. Finally, the armorer can use the Golem Castle skill to build golem structures in dangerous areas. The effect is a tripling of HP and MP recovery speed. Recovery from all conditions. If you stay in the castle for more than an hour, you can temporarily gain a 5% bonus to STR and int. I honestly didn't need such skills in the game. Since I was guzzling potions, I didn't want to build a base to recover HP and MP, and I didn't need to stay in the danger zone. Electricity, water, a refrigerator, a bath, a toilet, and a soft bed were all included in the game, but they were nothing more than decorations. But, if this is the real world, the value is reversed, and it is so high that it will soar to the sky. It's like, if I have this, I can dive into a dungeon without going home. No, in fact, you can live in it. I want at least a golem castle. I want it too much. So I told my sister about the outline of Armored Man, and that I'm going to investigate it from now on. I'm sure you need that skill, right? So I'm going to go check out if I can get that job or not. If there's a hidden map, it'll be a good leveling point. The DLC, Golem's Heartbeat, not only brought new jobs and maps, but also added a number of golems as monsters. Golems are activated by energy from a crystal core in the shape of a 10 cm doll. The core of some golems in the deeper levels is protected by magical steel, but the golem on the 7th floor has a bare core, so it can be easily defeated by attacking it. Since it has a clear weakness, it's a good monster for leveling up. When defeated, it drops a nucleus, which can be used as a catalyst for the armorer to summon the golem, and can also be sold at the dungeon store. There are a number of maps added by the DLC, but the shallowest of them all is here on the 7th floor. In other words, there was no way to find out if the DLC had been implemented until we got here. There's a pit at the end of this one, and if there's a side hole at the bottom, that should be the hidden area. Oh, there's a small hill in the forest. You can find a lot more than 5 meters to the bottom of the pit. The bottom of the pit looks to be at least 5 meters deep, so you'll have to climb down to find out if there are any side holes. I've got a rope. You can tie it to the tree there. I took the climbing rope out of my backpack and tied it to a nearby tree. I pulled on it to make sure it was secured properly. It looked okay. Can I go check it out? Sure. Let me know if the hole goes all the way down. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Hanano rappelled down to the bottom as the self-defense force would do, and checked to see if there was a side hole. I'm not sure if there are any, but if there aren't, let's go around here. There it is, Oni. There's a side hole. Okay, I'm coming down too.
As I was about to go down, I heard a howl in the distance. This howling sounded like a demon wolf leader. A normal demon wolf would not have howled like this. I wonder if someone is fighting nearby. Well, let's ignore it for now.
I rappelled down the pit as well, but perhaps because of my heavy weight, I slipped and fell off my ass with about 2 meters to go. I was relieved to see that my sister was so absorbed in the pit that she didn't see me, and that my brother's dignity was preserved. Damn it, Oni is a screw-up, so be careful. It appears that I was being watched closely. We went deeper into the side hole that was at the bottom of the pit. As we proceeded a little further, we could see that this was not just a side hole, as the rocky surface was replaced by a stone wall passage. It was pitch black, so I turned on the flashlight I had brought with me. A cool breeze was blowing slowly from the back of the cave, so it must be connected to somewhere else. Within a few more minutes, the passage became a 5-meter-high corridor. There were several coffins on the walls. It was like a catacomb-like underground cemetery. Each time we proceeded a little further, the corridor bent several times, and if we were not careful, we would lose our bearings. The automap function on my arm device came in handy at times like this. The air was getting colder. I put on my parka and walked carefully, trying not to make my footsteps echo, when I heard a rattling sound from a few dozen meters ahead. My sister drew in her breath and sneaked out of the shadows to see what was there. The bones are moving. Oh, it's a skeleton. I'll take care of it. Skeletons, as the name implies, are humanoid undead monsters with nothing but bones, and they're not uncommon since there are many undead on the 11th level, but with the DLC, Golem's Heartbeat, a weakened version of the skeleton has appeared here on the 7th floor. Since it's only made of bones, the stabbing attack of a small sword is not very effective, so it would be better for me, who has a large sword, to attack it. He hadn't noticed me yet. I closed the distance to sink the skeleton with a single blow without even allowing it to counterattack. However, the skeleton also has the ability to sense a wide area, and even though it's right behind me, it instantly notices me and rushes towards me with a reaction and initial speed that exceeds my expectations. As the distance between me and the skeleton rapidly closes and I was about to go head-to-head, I take the skeleton's Kesazakage with my sword and aim to cut it back. The attack was heavier than I expected and my hand was shocked. Gosh, I kick a few ribs off with a toe kick. When he lost his balance, I swung my sword down forcefully at the skull, and the skull fell apart. Some of the bones were vibrating with a rattling sound, but eventually they stopped moving and turned into magic stones. An untamed toe kick from an adventurer shoe can be pretty powerful. It had more speed and power than I thought. I think it was level 8 monster. Skeletons are so fast, even though they're only bones. The skeleton's initial movements are fast and powerful due to the fact that they are light and made up of only bones, so the kinetic energy they generate when they are hit by a weapon is more than you can imagine. Since they attack beyond the range of their joints, it is very difficult to read their attack patterns, unlike when dealing with people. They also have a wide range of magical sensing abilities, so it may be difficult to get ahead of them in the early stages when they don't have magical power blocking skills. In Dunax, skeletons were not seen as mere small fish monsters, but when you actually face them, you will feel that they are much stronger than monster level 8. I was thinking of hunting skeletons while hunting golems, but it's going to be a pain in the ass to take on multiple of these things, so I think it's better to just focus on golems. If I'm going to fight a bunch of undead that can sense magic, I'll have to get a magic blocking skill or a weapon that works against undead. We slowly and surely made our way through the city by the light of our flashlights. A directional flashlight is useful for moving around in the dark, but it's better to have a lamp-type light that can illuminate a wide area during battle. While engaging several skeletons, I zigzagged my way through the corridors of the catacombs and finally found the stairs leading up. I walked up the stairs, making sure not to make any noise to avoid monsters, and came out in a chapel-like place. The inside was in pretty bad shape. Part of the ceiling had collapsed, some of the pillars were broken, and debris was scattered about. The walls were also overgrown with ivy on the inside. There was no deity enshrined on the altar-like structure, only a showcase-like container. I wondered if it was a relic worship. There were also 2 other small rooms, but they didn't seem to have any monsters. Let's take a break then, bring out the rush mat. Yes, sir, we had been walking for a long time, so we decided to take a break, although we were wary of the noise. While Hanano was laying out the rush mat, I took out my water bottle and snacks from my backpack. When I opened the bag of potato chips, I found half of them crushed. Maybe it was because of the battle with the skeleton. The next time I bring snacks, I'll make sure they don't break. I gulped down a sports drink and breathed a sigh of relief. This area has already been added in the DLC, Golem's Heartbeat. In other words, I've established that this world is at least the same as it was before the transition, up to the latest DLC. The best level to reach is 90, which means that it's better to grow stronger as an all-rounder rather than specializing in either physics or magic. It would also be better to collect the quest items and unique items that will be implemented as soon as possible. As with the static sword that Akaji got, many of the quest items have powerful effects. I've been trying to get a static sword for a while now, but I've been unsuccessful. It turns out that the first one to get these unique items is the first one to get them, so you'll be fighting for them with other players. There's a lot to think about once you have the information. My sister seemed to be very interested in the chapel, and she was looking around the altar and walls while chomping on a stick of candy. It's a great way to get a sense of what's going on in the world. Hey, this weird, wavy pattern is a gate, isn't it? Indeed, it is a gate. I cut off the ivy and took a look at the whole thing. It is unmistakably a gate magic circle. Usually, gate rooms are located on floors that are multiples of 5, but sometimes they are also located on floors where quests and events are held. I guess this is one of those places. When the DLC, Golem's Heartbeat, was implemented, I was already an advanced player, and I had only dived into the deep part of the 60th floor and above to explore the additional map. That's why I'm not that familiar with the additional map on the 7th floor. It would take me almost 2 hours to get here, so I was lucky to have found it. I'm going to register my magic power then. If I register Hanano, you won't be able to get to the 5th floor, so it might be better to just register me. Yes, I also want to level up my mom's power. I put my luggage in my backpack, finished registering at the gate, and went outside to find a deserted area with a number of decaying stone buildings around it. All of them were covered with green ivy and trees that looked like they would fall down after a while. The sky was dim, but there was enough light to walk around in. Is this where the golem will be? The golem we're looking for should be inside a building a little further down the road. Be careful of the monsters in the area. This is an abandoned map, and I think the only monsters that pop up are skeletons, but my memory is fuzzy. In the event that you've got a lot more than one of these, you're going to need to have a lot more than one. I wonder if I'll ever be able to use magic. If you change jobs, yes. If you don't, you can get a weapon with magic on it and it will do some damage. So here comes the skeleton. Let's do it together. We'll shoot them in half. This time, the skeleton had a sword and shield. When it spotted us, it made a mad dash for us without even looking aside. As soon as I catch the first blow, my sister goes behind me and attacks the elbow joint of the one with the shield with her other hand. It's so easy to get out of joint, nice. The tip of the dislodged joint falls to the ground along with the shield. The skeleton loses his balance and turns around to face his sister, who he perceives as a threat, and tries to swing his sword down, but she sidesteps behind him and blows off his upper body, leaving him empty. It's still rattling around. Here we go. My sister kicked him in the head like a soccer ball, and he stopped moving and turned into a magic stone. Hanano-chan, you look like you're used to fighting. Have you been to? Really, maybe it's because I've seen a lot of period dramas. There is no such thing as where you can improve your fighting skills by watching a period drama killing sequence. If you are a martial arts researcher who trains and studies martial arts on a daily basis, you may be able to improve your fighting skills. I don't know if they were secretly studying it behind my back. By the way, did I mention that I recently attended a martial arts school? I knew she was someone who liked to move around a lot, but she surprised me. I'm surprised that this athletic and pretty-looking girl is actually a sister to the unathletic and unattractive Butao. As we continued to move south through the desolate wilderness, fighting skeletons, we came upon a large wall on a gentle hill. The wall was more than 10 meters high and stretched more than 100 meters horizontally. From the bottom of the hill, we could only see part of the buildings inside the wall. That's the fortress of our destination. It seems that something happened to the owner of the castle, who was researching golems, and this area was destroyed and left untouched. If you want to become an armorer, you need to collect quest items related to this fortress, but I've never done it because I wasn't interested in armor when I played the game. So, what's going on inside? It's huge. A fort? Is it a castle? A fortress. There's a golem popping up in there, but I'll tell you the plan. The golem that pops up in the citadel is a wood golem. The golem that pops in the citadel is a wood golem, a mid-boss of monster level 9. If you can monopolize it, it's a great monster for leveling up because it pops in 5 minutes after you defeat it. If you continue to attack it normally, it will eventually stop moving, but even though it is made of soft wood, it is incredibly durable. If you do that, it will take you a long time to defeat it and you won't have enough strength. If it had a fire attack, it could be defeated head-on, but that's out for now. Golem's core? It's a delicious monster that can be easily defeated by attacking and destroying it. The golem has a nucleus made of crystal buried in its back. In the event that you've got a lot of money, you'll be able to use it to buy a lot of things. There's no need to overdo it at this level, so I'll tell you to destroy it. The golem's movement speed itself is slow, but its turning ability is high. If you're a solo player, it's difficult to get behind the golem, making it an incomparably strong enemy, but if you're a two-man team, one of you can draw it away and the other can attack back, making it a sitting duck. If I get it, can I sell it? At the store on the 10th floor. But don't overdo it, you can come back for it after your level is up. She has a bad habit of getting distracted by things that are worth money, but I'm broke too. It's a good idea to start with a treasure hunt. Let's leave the golem for later and go look for the treasure chest first. If no one's been here, there should be one somewhere in the castle. Oh, what kind of things are in it? You'll have to open it to find out. We walked up the slope to the front of the castle pavilion, singing a song about treasure. There was an entrance with a huge door in front, which was already open, so we entered without any problem. There is a golem in the middle of the open courtyard, so stay away from it and go inside the castle first. The inside of the castle, which is made of flat stones, is not in bad condition, although some of the walls are crumbling and the wooden floor is rotten and has holes in many places. The air was not stagnant due to the good ventilation. The empty windows were small and dimly lit, so I walked deeper into the corridor, watching my step. Are there any traps? There are no traps, and treasure chests with traps only appear after the 11th floor, so don't worry about opening them. Just be careful not to make any loud noises. Yes, sir. I think there were skeletons in the castle hall as well, so I wanted to take them out by surprise if possible. I proceeded down the corridor while exploring the small rooms. There they are, 2 skeletons. I'll take out the first one by surprise and the second one normally. The skeletons seem to be the type that roam along a fixed patrol route. In the event that you've got a lot of time, you'll be able to take a look at the following tips. As I waited at the corner, I heard the sound of footprints approaching. Aura, there's another one coming. I crushed the skeleton with my sword and shield with a single blow from the top of its head. The other skeleton noticed the sound and came running at me in a mad dash, swinging a hatchet. The skeleton attacked my sister, so I went behind her and tried to cut his back. He caught with his axe. Did he read me? When my sister saw that the target of the attack had shifted to me, she quickly launched an attack. V/. While shouting out the name of the skill used by the main character of the special effects show, she swung down in a V shape with the small swords in both hands. The skeleton's ribs were blown off by the sound of the V-shaped slash. The two of them beat him up when he lost his balance, and he became a magic stone. At the far end of the corridor, there is an opulent, though decaying, door that must be the master's room. That's the lord's room up ahead. There might be something in there. But isn't it full of treasure? Let's just go there. Without making a sound, I opened the door just a little and looked inside. Unlike the desolate room I had seen before, I could see an expensive-looking red carpet and furniture. At the back of the room, I saw a skeleton sitting in a luxurious armchair. That's a rare monster, isn't it? A skeleton of the human species? The skeletons so far have been normal human skeletons, with no armor and only bare bones. It had a monster level of 8. This one, however, was wearing metal armor and had a single straight horn growing out of its forehead. It's not the demon or demon type that we're used to in Dun X. I wonder what kind of race he is. The monster level is probably higher than 8. It's not a good idea to fight it. Oni, the skeleton's feet. At his feet was a metal treasure chest with a relief pattern on it. *1. Unique item, an item that can only be found in one game world. If you get it through a quest, it will only occur once, so the sooner you get it, the better. Treasure chests can be found in the dungeons of Dun X. The contents of treasure chests can contain equipment, materials, magic items, dungeon currency, and rare items that can only be found in treasure chests, though the chances of finding them are low, so players compete to find them. The treasure chests have a few rules. Once a treasure chest is opened, it disappears after a certain period of time and then pops up again in a different location. Treasure chests have a rarity, *1, and the deeper the level, the higher the rarity. The deeper the level, the rarer the treasure chest. There may be locks and traps. The wooden treasure chests on this floor are unlocked, so you don't need to use the corresponding keys or skills. However, the treasure chests on the middle and later levels have explosive traps or are disguised as mimics that are stronger than a bad floor boss, so just opening them is quite a thrill. In the deeper levels, it's not uncommon for traps to kill you instantly. Some are so bad that they can cause a huge explosion that blows up the entire area. Disarming them was difficult, and only a few players were able to open the chests because they required the corresponding keys and skills. The story goes back to before the passage. Originally, treasure chests were not popping up on the 7th level, but I know that they are now placed in the additional map due to DLC, and in front of me, there is a skeleton sitting on a treasure chest with his head down, but that's weird. The treasure chests that pop up in this area are supposed to be wooden treasure chests, but the one there is a shiny metal box, no matter how you look at it, and it even has a relief pattern on it, and that skeleton is strange. The skeletons I've fought in the past have worn no armor, only weapons and shields, but this one is wearing a finely decorated chainmail and helmet, and its bones are kind of black, and it even has horns. At a glance, you can tell it's not just another skeleton. It's probably a named monster. *2, aside from the horns, it looks similar to the Chaos Soldier that I saw on a dungeon attack broadcast some time ago. It may be in a dormant state, or it may not be moving at all, so I can't say for sure how strong it is. I wanted to see his name alone, but if I used the simple appraisal, he would have noticed me and we would have had to fight. There is a possibility that she will use her weapon skills, and it would be dangerous if her sister, who has no knowledge of the game, used them. He's likely to be a monster level 9 or higher, so it's better to back off and use the golem to level him up first. But the treasure chest might disappear. I managed to convince my sister, who was like a horse with a carrot dangling in front its nose, that the treasure chest would not disappear unless she opened it. The problem is, if someone comes here, who would go to the trouble of descending into a pit to check out the side holes? No, even if they came here, the treasure chest would repop. There's no need to push yourself when your life is on the line. If you are fighting an unknown monster that you don't know anything about, you have to be as careful as possible. This is especially true for named monsters, which can be floor bosses at worst. Can I come back and get it? When you level up, so be patient for now. I reluctantly agreed to retreat, so I decided to go and kill the golem in the courtyard. My sister looks back and forth as if she's regretting her decision to leave, but I want her to give up for now because life is the only thing that matters. On the way, I peeked into the courtyard through a small window on the side of the passage and found it was a wood golem. The courtyard is beautiful, although the grass is growing in places. It's not that someone is mowing the grass, but that's the way the terrain is. There was a golem standing in the middle of it, dragging its feet. It was probably about 2.5 meters tall, but its arms and legs were thick, and it must have weighed nearly a ton. I observed the golem through the binoculars I had brought with me. There's a stone stuck in its back. That's the core, right? I almost underestimated its strength because it was only moving very slowly, but the scary thing about it was its power. That's right, his attacks are heavy, so don't take them, just duck. Don't worry, you're a warrior, I'll just level up quickly. The golem is an omnidirectional life-sensing type, *3, so if you get close enough to it, it will sense you even if you are behind it. A surprise attack is impossible. I'll take the lead at first, then you can take the core. Just take the core off my back, right? You can always take it out when you get stronger. Watch the golem's movements and prioritize destroying it. I think she don't quite understand what I'm talking about, so let's do it. I picked up my weapon and approached the golem until I was about 30 meters away, when it spun around to face me and started to make a low sound, as if some kind of large motor was running. It sounds like it could be a wheel. Come at me, big guy. The wood golem has a monster level of 9, but because of its slow initial speed, the skeleton seems to move much faster than it does. But that's only until you get close. Its punches have a longer reach and are faster than I expected. Whoa, that's a fast punch. I got this, HYAAA. Even when avoiding the wood golem's punches, there is a powerful wind noise with each shot, which chills your heart. You can't let your guard down even for a moment, because it can launch a series of such punches. My sister tries to pull out the core by attaching her legs to the golem's back as if she were pulling out a turnip, but she can't pull it out because it's firmly fixed and she gets swung around. Slam the weapon down and break it, from the root, break damn it. It's a waste of time. Every time I avoid the wood golem's roaring punches, I feel a bad sensation like a ball hum. I also break out in a sweat, but this is a cold sweat. As a big brother, I wish she'd hurry up. I spent the next minute or so sweating and dodging punches. She finally succeeded in breaking the golem's core by repeatedly slamming the peak of my small sword into it. The golem collapsed to the ground and turned into a demon stone. The golems here have short pop intervals, so they appear quickly. It's better to leave once to take a break. Ha ha ha, hey, if you take that long trying to get it, Ni-chan would die. But look at this, I wonder how much it will sell for. My sister is in a good mood, leaning over and looking at the golem core in her hand. No matter how much I tell her to destroy it, she can't seem to give up the treasure. I have no choice but to give her a 30-second reprieve, and if she still can't do it, we'll talk about destroying it. BU, it's not boo-boo. I'll ask you to act as an attractor when you reach level 8. It can't be helped. I want to chop my sister's nimble head irresistibly, but if she sulks here, it will only make me less efficient. I'm not sure if it's a quest monster or not. Maybe it's because it's a quest monster, but the way the fog appears is different from those of other monsters. I took a 10-minute break from the first fight because I was too tired to dodge the high-speed punches, but I got the hang of breaking the core of the second golem and was able to pull it out and defeat it in less than 30 seconds. The second golem, I got the hang of breaking its core and was able to pull it out in less than 30 seconds, but you have to be able to run as fast as you can. I wish I had brought a machete or hatchet. You can use a small sword to cut, but it's hard to put enough force in the direction of breaking. I guess I shouldn't have used a small sword considering the skeleton fight. Now that my sister is reasonably strong, I'll let her try the two-handed hatchet style. After that, I took a break and killed about 5 wood golems, and Hanano's level became 8. Since they're quest monsters, they have a lot of experience, and since they also have an experience bonus due to their superiority, their levels rise quickly. Yay, so we'll alternate next time. Ha, ha, Nei-chan's already tired. Let's go home today. Yeah, then let's do it again tomorrow. The golem was a very tasty enemy, as it was a surefire way to hit a vital spot if the two of you were fighting together. In the game, there was information that golems were a good enemy for leveling up in the shallow levels, and I think I can use that game knowledge here as well. However, my sister's ability to adapt to dungeons is also higher than I thought. At this rate, she should be able to reach level 15 in about 2 months. I'll be able to go on a diet and raise my level while restricting my food intake, so let's keep our heads up. Today's class was over, and Mirai-sensei was explaining the contact information in the homeroom in a matter-of-fact manner. No matter how you look at it, there's probably a problem with this E-class, but she doesn't mention it at all and leaves the classroom with an attitude that doesn't seem to notice. As soon as homeroom was over, some of the D-class students came into the classroom and tried to take some of my classmates to help with club activities. Apparently, I'm considered a small fish, and they don't want to take me because they judge that I can't even be used for miscellaneous purposes. Is that lucky or should I be sad? I'm not sure if I'm lucky or sad about that, but I'm planning to kill golems with my sister again today, so it's better than being spotted and dragged around. Hey Akaji, don't be afraid to help me today, ah. Akaji-kun is grabbed by the neck and taken out of the classroom. The teacher turned a blind eye to what was clearly bullying him. The classmates are so distraught that they don't even make eye contact with each other, probably because their will to rebel against Class D has been broken. The most powerful person in Class E, Akaji, was silenced with violence that could be called a one-sided violation. They were made to understand that the advantage of being able to dive into the dungeon 3 years earlier makes an unimaginable difference, and the entire E-class is drenched in an inexplicable gloom. No matter what I say at this point, I don't think I can change the situation. If I were to do something, I would have to expose the people behind Karya and take them to task. Karya is just a puppet. The one who is directly giving the orders is probably that guy who has the B-class under his control. But when he was taken away, Akaji's eyes were not dead. I think he's going to do his best to look back at the dungeon dive. Sanjo-san, Kaworu, and Tachiki-kun are also following him, so maybe I don't need to worry that much. Some of the students from Class D are still in Class E after Akaji was taken away. Well, my brother was invited to a party of the Colors subordinate organization. The Colors? That's amazing. Your brother was a member of Sorrel, right? That's awesome. He's the guy who blew up Kikuguchi-san at the school gate, I believe. I was going to look into it later, but I guess it's called Manaka. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. He started chatting loudly, so I listened closely and found out that I could join a clan party under the Colors. She said that we could join a clan party under the Colors, and that some big adventurers would be there. Speaking of the Colors, they're a dungeon-crawling clan that's gaining popularity thanks to the effects of the TV show that captured Rich the other day, but the clan called Sorrel seems to be a tertiary organization, a subordinate of the Colors' secondary organization. Even if it's a tertiary organization, if it's a subordinate organization of a famous clan, there are likely to be adventuring school alumni and successful adventurers in the organization, and the clan level is much higher than that of most clans, according to Mamaka. It is not possible to join a frontline clan like the Colors out of the blue, but if you become strong and successful in the subordinate clans and make a name for yourself, you can transfer to a higher level clan. If you want to join a top-tier clan, you need to join its subordinate clan first. The exception to this is the transfer of players from other top-ranking clans to the top-ranking clan, but due to concerns about the leakage of dungeon strategy information, it is said that transfers between strategy clans are rare. Tazato-san and the members of the Colors were really amazing. I've been rewatching the recording over and over again. I've been rewatching the video over and over again. It's the strongest job, samurai, there is. I heard that you have to be active in a clan to be decorated by the government to become a samurai. It is true that the spirit of the Colors in that battle was amazing. I'm not sure what to make of that. I can understand why he would want to be a top-notch adventurer. Most of the students at the Adventurers School have their first choice of going to the Adventurers College and becoming a bureaucrat. If they can't get into an Adventurers College, they usually go to a normal college as a second choice, but many students prefer to join a famous clan if they can. The fact that the students of Class D and even Class E were listening to me shows the high level of interest in this topic. I'm not thinking about going to an Adventurers College because I went to college in my previous world. I don't think I'm going to go to college, I think I'm going to be an adventurer. And when you get strong enough, it might be a good idea to form a clan with friends you can trust. Unlike games, I don't know how much I can conquer in this world, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it even against floor bosses. Thinking about the blueprint of how to make a clan, I went to the D classroom and quickly finished some chores called cleaning and trash disposal, and left the classroom. I headed to the workshop. I want to rent some hatchets to use against golems. Most of the weapons available for rent are made of steel. Although harder stainless steel and lighter titanium are also available for rent, the number and variety of such metal weapons is limited, probably because they are difficult to process in the school's workshop. The workshop would probably rather make a weapon made of dungeon material with better sharpness and durability than make one that is difficult to process. However, weapons made of dungeon materials such as strong monster claws, fangs, and magic metals cost over 1,000,000 yen, even if you look at online shopping, auctions, and the trading posts of adventurer guilds, and they are too expensive to rent. In the end, the only weapons lined up in the workshop were made of steel. Steel rental weapons are fine for monsters on the 10th floor, but the 10th floor is already in sight. If you want a better weapon than that, you'll have to buy it or get the materials yourself. In the event that you're a high school student, you're going to need a lot of money. I've been thinking about some ways to save money. Let's take our time and prepare ourselves until the time comes. *1. Treasure chest rarity. Treasure chests have different rarities depending on the material they are made of: wood, copper, silver, gold, mithril, orichalcone, and adamantite, in that order. Usually, treasure chests up to the 20th floor are made of wood. *2. Named monsters. These are special monsters that can only be found in one game world. These monsters are often as strong as a boss and have a unique name. *3. Life sensing type. A type that senses life force. It is not affected by sight, but it cannot detect monsters with no life force, such as undead. A normal monster is a sight-sensing type that senses what it can see. Naoto Tachiki's POV. The other day, there was a duel at the number 4 arena. Yuma, who was severely beaten by Karia and suffered several broken ribs, fortunately healed completely that day thanks to the treatment of the doctor. He seems to be fine now and is able to move around fine. However, since that day, Class E has been surrounded by a heavy atmosphere as if we were in the dark, and we can't get out of it. At the recruitment ceremony for club activities a while ago, the dignity of Class E was severely damaged, but even so, many of the classmates tried to recover, thinking positively that if they worked hard, they would one day be recognized. However, was different this time. The fact that Yuma, the most talented, charismatic and skilled fighter in the class, was defeated, and the malicious abuse heaped upon him by the rest of the class, was enough to break the positive spirit of those who were trying to follow in Yuma's footsteps. Even Sakurako, Kaworu and I, who had worked so hard together, were dejected. However, it is not the fault of the defeated Yuma. He approached Sakurako with a demeaning attitude, and then challenged Yuma, who defended him. It's not unreasonable to ask someone who has never even been in a dungeon to fight you in a duel. They are truly despicable people. The whole class admired Yuma's courageous action at the time, but when you think about it, calmly, you realize that this duel was a setup. After checking the arena reservation list, I found out that arena number 4 was often used by the first Magic Club for practice because it had an anti-magic shield. In addition to the first Magic Club, the second and third Magic Clubs have also booked the arena, and it will be fully booked for a long time to come. I'm not sure what to make of it. Karia also has some strange questions. Why is he still in D class, even though he is more than capable? In terms of combat skills, as I found out firsthand during the battle with Yuma, Karia used advanced techniques and tactics that cannot be acquired overnight. At the Adventurer's School, classes are assigned in order of performance, starting with a class. Karia, with his high level of combat skills and ability to command the D class, is considered to have the ability to reach the C class, or maybe even the B class. So what is the reason why he is still in D class, the lowest level among the internal students? Is it because they couldn't take the exam and were demoted, or? The school's response is also strange. The homeroom teacher turned a blind eye to the fact that the idiots in Class D had just acted in a way that could be considered bullying. It's a good thing that I'm not the only one who has a problem with this. This kind of pressure from the upperclassmen is not only limited to the first year E class, but is also prevalent in the second and third year E classes. There are even stories of students being expelled. It's as if the school itself tacitly approves of this situation. I feel that the school wants to discriminate against outside students in Class E, just like the unholy people, who were artificially created under the samurai, farmer, industrialist, and merchant status system of the Edo period. If that is the case, then this is not just an issue between Class E and Class D, because there is no way that Class D alone can do such a thing. Who are the beings that can do such a thing? It's not just the class that can do this, it's also the class that has the power to decide who can use Arena 4 and who can get the homeroom teacher to agree to it. Class A. Student Council. Or maybe even bigger. What if the enemy behind this is the school itself? Can I resist? To fight against the Adventurer's School itself is to fight against the upper classes, the Student Council, and even all 8 of the major factions, the 8 dragons. In addition, the 8 dragons are backed by corporations, adventurer clans, adventurer university students, and even bureaucrats. It's endlessly huge. What could a simple high school student do against them? Once again, I felt as if my eyes were going dark. The glorious dreams and hopes that I had drawn up until now, the expectations of my precious family, and the things that I had been chasing cracked open and seemed to be falling away. As I turned my head to the side, I could hear the voices of the D-class students who were in the E-class. I don't even need to use my initial hearing enhancement skill because they are making so much noise. Well, my brother was invited to a party of the Colors subordinate organization. The Colors? That's awesome. Your brother was a member of Sorrel, right? That's awesome, Colors. These are the heroes that Japan is proud of who stood up to the mighty immortal King Rich and defeated him. Even if you're not a student of the adventurer school, I'm sure there are many of you who watched the other day's feats of the colors with your eyes glued to the TV. I stayed up late watching it myself, and even rewatched the recording several times. It was the pinnacle of adventuring. As a result of that defeat, the colors continue to be a hot topic in the Japanese media. The other day, it was reported that the number of people interested in joining the clan had increased dramatically, with tens of thousands of people applying for interviews. The Colors is a super huge organization with 5 clans under its banner and many more under it. I guess Sorrel is one of those clans. I myself want to go to an adventurer's college, but when I saw the video of the Colors, I thought it might be a good idea to become a top-notch adventurer. But when I opened the door I found myself in this mess. It seemed impossible to become a top-notch adventurer, or even to get promoted to A class, or even B class or C class. I remember the last time when my parents sent me off. I was born into a family that served the Viscount as a legitimate son of a warrior family, but I was weak from a young age and would often run a fever if I moved a bit, confining myself to the house. At that time, I heard that the Viscount's legitimate daughter was going to enter the middle school of the Adventurer's School, where only the chosen ones are allowed to enter. At the time, I was so shocked and upset by the news that I couldn't sleep. She was clearly smaller and thinner than other girls her age, and she had the same weak constitution as me. How could I have been accepted into a school where monsters from all over the country were gathering? Would I be able to survive in such a school? I thought that I wouldn't be able to keep up with them and that I would be back soon. I had thought so, but within a year of entering the school, I had made a name for myself, and at the age of only 13, I was featured in a magic magazine. The picture of her killing a large orc with magic was astonishing. I had no idea that such a graceful young lady could change like this. I secretly sent in an application to the middle school of the Adventurer's School, but naturally rejected it. I knew I had no talent. I'm so weak that my ribs are floating. I'll never get into an adventurer's school anyway. This is the reason why I used to make excuses to console myself. I once told my parents about my weakness. Then, they secretly told me a secret about the young lady. The young lady had been making bloody efforts all by herself. She changed her diet, put together a training menu, studied until late every day, and just didn't show it to anyone. People can only change as they change. If you really want to change, you have to strongly want to change. Did I really want to enter the adventurer's school? At that time, I couldn't overcome my weakness and couldn't enter the secondary school, but was I really trying hard to overcome it? Looking at the photo of the young lady with her red glossy hair swept up, smiling, arms folded and chest outstretched, I felt as if I could see the strength of her desire to change and the path she was aiming for. From that day on, I continued to train my body to death. How can I make my body stronger? My mother helped me prepare meals to make my body strong, I ran every day, and my father taught me what I didn't understand in the problem sets for difficult schools. For the sake of my family, who supported me with their devotion, I'm going to get into the adventurer's school with the young lady. And yet, what the hell is going on here? It's not that I'm pessimistic and lamenting about the situation in Class E. I'm not lamenting because I'm pessimistic about the situation in Class E. I'm upset about my weak and pathetic spirit, which is about to break down at this level. I've worked so hard for so many years to get into this school, and yet I haven't accomplished anything, and I haven't even tried to do anything yet. I'm amazed that after only a month, you've already broken down. If the young lady were to hear this, she would laugh at me. Remember how you got here, and why you came here. My mother had tears in her eyes when I passed the adventurer's school, and she was so happy for me. My father gently pushed me when I left home. I came here to live up to my parents' expectations and catch up with them. I was about to lose at this point. It's not over yet. If it doesn't work, there's nothing I can do, but I will give up after I try. It doesn't matter if the opponent is Hakuryu or not. What are you doing giving up before you even try? Naoto Tachiki. Gather as much information as you can, assess the situation, and make a plan to win. Gather as much information as possible, assess the situation, and make a plan to win, even if the odds of winning are low. I wondered if I had closed my eyes too tightly without realizing it. I felt as if my pitch-black vision was opening up. The classroom was the same as before, but after deciding not to give up, it seemed a little brighter. The students of Class D were still talking. The students in Class E were listening closely as the topic of the clan under the colors seemed to be getting more and more exciting. Yes, even my classmates were listening to the talk about the clan of colors because they had hopes and dreams. However, if the situation continues as it is, their hearts will be completely broken and they will have no choice but to follow the higher classes or the bigger factions. In order to prevent this from happening, I had to show them hope and remind them that even in Class E, they could catch up and still fight. It is not their academic ability that is inferior. It's not their academic ability that is inferior, but the fact that they have been accepted to this school. If they study hard and get a little support, they will be able to keep up with the other classes in terms of academic ability. The problem is the dungeon diving experience. I've only been able to enter dungeons since I entered high school. It's only been a little over a month. At this point in time, it is natural that they are inferior to the internal students and it is not the time to be conscious of the difference. I should have suspected their intentional malice and the existence that created it sooner, because the enemy had targeted this stage to put pressure on us to break the E class. The dungeon diving ability of Class E, which is inferior at the moment, can be reversed in a year or two, depending on how we do it. We want to show our enemies and classmates that we too can make it to Class A. There will be more and more interference from the upperclassmen and upperclassmen, who will do everything they can to harass us in order to subjugate Class E completely. It's going to be tough to fight them all, and it's going to be impossible for me to make it to Class A with just my efforts. I want friends who can stand up to malice without breaking. Shows that Kaworu and Sakurako are also on the verge of losing their minds. They are not as cheerful and positive as they used to be, and there is no light in their eyes. Despite this, they have amazing abilities and are incredibly stoic in their pursuit of strength. If they can overcome this adversity, they will surely be able to use it to their advantage. We should convince them to help us. Of course, Yuma is also indispensable. His charisma is essential to lead the class, even though he may be a bit on the sidelines right now. But if anyone is going to sabotage him, it's probably going to be him, so I'll have to keep a close eye on him to make sure he gets the support and care he needs. Then in June, there is a class competition. The content of the exam is to spend a week exploring the dungeon and clearing the designated tasks. Grades are given to each class, so the overall strength of the entire class is tested. It's imperative that those of us in the front of the pack do our best, but it's also imperative that we help those who seem to be dragging us down. If possible, I'd like to gather my classmates who are struggling with leveling up as soon as possible and give them some sort of remedial training. If we can help them by sharing dungeon strategy information and combat techniques, it will be easier for everyone to raise their levels. I can think of a few people in Class E who might be a problem in terms of their abilities, but I think the biggest problem is that fat guy who came in at the bottom of the class. It would be better to stay with him and teach him, but we don't have time or room for that. It might be a good idea to include him in our party and let him experience the dive. I'll consult with Kaworu to decide how to support the other students. Kaworu and Yuma can teach swordsmanship, and me and Sakurako can teach magic. We can also gather those who wish to participate and have a study session on how to get around. The first thing we need to do is to get Sakurako and Kaworu back on their feet. I want to start thinking about what I can do for Class E now. I can't just stand still until I catch up with that back. When I returned home, my sister was already waiting for me, ready and raring to go, stomping her feet as if I was late. She was so excited about the dungeon dive that she couldn't sleep at night, and she couldn't wait for me to get home. She hurried me to change into my protective gear immediately and went back to school. After confirming that there was no one in the back corridor, I warped through the gate in the empty classroom on the first basement floor to the chapel on the 7th floor of the dungeon where I had registered. Was there anyone there? Hanano pointed to a corner of the battered chapel. When I looked beyond it, I saw the remains of burned-out firewood. There hadn't been anything like this before yesterday, so we were sure that someone had come. They must have built a fire here and spent the night. To get to this additional area, you need to enter the pit at the end of the 7th floor, where no one is likely to come, and come through the catacombs from the side hole at the bottom. Ordinary adventurers wouldn't even notice that there was a side hole in the pit. Then he came from the gate? If we could use the gate, we wouldn't have to spend the night in this place. If you use the gate to get here, you can use the gate to get back home as well. I thought about the player line as well, but that's the same thing. When we first came here, the gate was hidden by ivy, but now it's been trimmed and is in a prominent position. The ivy seems to be growing surprisingly fast, but players won't miss it if they can see even half of the gate's magic circle. By a process of elimination, it's likely that a person who likes to explore found it by accident, or there was some trouble escaping into the pit. By the way, I heard some howling of demon wolves when I entered the pit on the 7th floor, but I wonder if it was caused by the adventurers who came here. Another possibility, though unlikely, is that this place was originally known only to a few adventurers. Either way, I don't think we'll have to worry about it. Golems pop up in a number of places in the courtyard, and we shouldn't have to fight over them with a few adventurers. Let's get back on track and go hunt some golems. As I walked through the deserted wilderness to the fortress, I saw a party of 3 men sitting on the side of the road. They were probably adventurers who had built a fire in the chapel. When one of them noticed us, he shouted, "Hey," and approached us. Since I had my sister with me, I prepared myself so that the men wouldn't notice me. "Hey, guys, do you have any food? We're starving and in serious trouble." The adventurer who came running up to me was lightly equipped with a military jacket over his breastplate. I wonder if it's a thief. The other 2 are wearing black demon wolf leather armor over their undergarments, including shoulders, breastplate, hands, and greaves, and have one-handed swords hanging from their hips. This one is a fighter. The 3 of them are wearing badges with a sun-like symbol on their chests, so we can assume they are from the same clan. The 3 of them told me that they had unexpectedly triggered a mass link of demon wolves on the 7th floor, and when they ran to a nearby hole to recover, they found a side hole and ended up in this place. After all, these people were responsible for the howling of the demon wolves yesterday. It would take almost half a day to return from this place without using the gate. In the meantime, I shared half of the snacks I had brought with me, since it must be hard to stay hungry. But he said, "Don't be stingy, give me that too," he said, taking the other half without hesitation. The 3 of them munched away. The 3 of them munched away at the sweets like we were in a race, and when we told them we had no more, they simply let us go. I was expecting them to ask me where we were and who we were, but my fears were unfounded. I don't care if they ask me, I'm going to say that I'm lost and I've come this far. It was as if I had been caught by a fox, but I shrugged it off and headed for the fortress courtyard. It's about time for a job change, so let's get back into the swing of things. I've been looking forward to this job change. I was really looking forward to this snack, and they kind of stunk. They must have been under here for days. The three of them had long beards and hadn't changed their clothes in days. It's not unusual for ordinary adventurers who don't know about gates to dive into dungeons for a week. It is said that some adventurers stay in the dungeon for months at a time. Naturally, they are not allowed to bathe during this time, but rather only wipe their bodies. In this world, adventurers are the ones who go on adventures. They have to adapt to the rigors of dungeon life. Even though we can use the gates, if we dive deep enough, it will take time to conquer strong enemies and complicated terrain, making it difficult for us to go home for the day. I want to become an armorer as soon as possible and get the Golem Castle skill. So, I arrived at the courtyard. I laid out a rush mat outside the golem's sensing area and slowly began to prepare. My sister wielded the 2 hatchets she rented and seemed to have gotten the hang of it. The open double angle bracket dual wield close double angle bracket skill is a skill that enhances the power of a weapon in each hand, but the fact that she is able to use even her first weapon like this in such a short time is too much of a cheat. Could it be that he has even increased his combat sense? Thinking about how to protect my dignity as her brother, I put down my luggage and was about to start hunting golems when... Hey, do you know there's a strange skeleton in the back of this castle? The 3 guys who had been begging for sweets arrived again, just when I was about to get into trouble. There are 3 of us and 2 of you. Let's party up and take them down. Leo, before we do that, maybe we should start by introducing ourselves. The skeletons that these people are referring to are probably the skeletons guarding the treasure chests in the castle master's room. I'm not sure how strong they are since I haven't done a quick appraisal, but they certainly reeked of a strong enemy even when they were dormant. Looking at the equipment of the 3 of them, they were around level 10. I'm not sure if it's because I've never had a problem with the way they look or because I've never had a problem with the way anyone look. They don't have any knowledge of the game, and they don't know how strong that monster is. I wanted to level up a bit more and get my equipment ready before I fought him. When I looked to the side, I saw that Hanano was also scowling at me. As soon as he saw that we weren't interested, a man with a beard and a mustache began to confidently introduce himself, saying, "We belong to a clan called Sorrel, which belongs to the colors." "Oh, Sorrel. I just heard about it today." I heard that the man dressed as a Shifu was called Masaru Manaka. What, Manaka? In Class D, Manaka was bragging about his Sorrel, but it was like his brother. I've completely lost interest in forming a combined party. Sorry, we'll pass. Oh, Manaka, who hardens his attitude at once and intimidates us. The 2 people behind him also glared at me blatantly. It's a troublesome bunch. For now, let's leave aside the question of whether or not to battle here and do a simple appraisal. Less than name. Masaru Manaka less than job. Thief less than strength, slightly good. Less than number of skills possessed, 3 less than name, Reo Akihisa. Less than job, fighter less than strength, same strength less than number of skills possessed greater than 2. Less than name greater than Kazuya Ichido less than job, fighter less than strength, same as above. Less than number of skills, 2. This is the first time I've tried a simple appraisal on a person. It's like an image of a string of letters in your brain. If you are not aware of it, the image will fade away, so you may need to get used to using it. All of them have already changed their jobs from the initial newbie job to the basic job. The open double angle bracket simple appraisal close double angle bracket can only tell you the subjective strength. *1. So the strength is described as same strength, or slightly strong, from the skill user's point of view. I'm level 8, so I'd say the brother Manaka is level 10, and Akihisa and Ichido are both level 8 to 9. The number of skills he possesses suggests that he has a simple appraisal, or the skills he learned in his basic job. It's likely that he'll change jobs soon without learning open double angle bracket skill frame plus 3 close double angle bracket. What should I do now? If I use that secret technique, I might be able to take on 3 of these guys, but it's going to be a pain in the ass afterwards. You just used a simple appraisal. Are you going to play with his colors? Do you want to die? I was annoyed that a lowly member of a tertiary organization should call himself a top clan, but I politely refused, saying, "We're still not level 8, we're just a liability." But they didn't listen to me at all. After a few moments of back and forth, I calmed himself down with a simulation of blowing up the trio in my mind. Oni, you're wasting your time, why don't you just go out with them? Oh, you know what I mean, girl. You know what I mean, girl. You're so persistent. If it doesn't work, should I finish it quickly in the direction of running away? However, even though there is no food, is it a treasure chest fishing? It should take some time to return from now on, but is that your dungeon plan okay? While I was getting frustrated, the 3 of them seemed to be in a good mood and started bragging about themselves. So, we were invited to the Kinrin Kai, a secondary organization of the colors. Yeah, I've been indebted to Sorrel, but as I'm trying to join the original colors, I'd rather they just turn a blind eye. So we're finally in the Brocade Society, huh? You weren't invited to a transfer request, you were just invited to a standing party. I don't know, but if I let you guys in, I'll lose my dignity. Oni, your face is twitching, please hold it down. Oh, I'll be careful. While rubbing the wrinkles between my eyebrows, I walked into the castle building. The skeletons in the middle of the passageway had already been defeated, and a strategy meeting was held in front of the Lord's room. So, I guess the plan is to beat him up. That's it. Which is it? There was no rearguard, no tank, and no information about the lord of the castle to be defeated, so he didn't know what strategy to take. It may not be bad to hit while surrounding so as not to narrow the target. I'll take a look at it with a simple appraisal for now. If there was no problem, we decided to go with the strategy of beating him up, in the event that you've got a problem with it, if we're going to have a problem with it, but if we've got 5 of us, we should be able to take them out with ease, even if the Lord's level is 9 or 10. I don't think there's anything to worry about. It's not impossible that there is a possibility that it's a very high-level monster like a floor boss, but I don't remember floor bosses appearing in additional areas, and even if they did, this is the 7th floor, so the monster level would be 12 at most. I'm curious to know what the results of the appraisal are, so I want to ask him right away, but Ichiwatari, who is peeking in through a crack, remains frozen and unmoving. It's a skill that can be used as a pseudo-provocation, since it gives a small amount of hate when used against monsters. The moment you use it, depending on the monster, you will be immediately engaged in battle, so I don't think you have time to dawdle. Hey, Kazuya, what's wrong? When Manaka asked him why there was no response, Ichido started to hyperventilate in panic. Oh, no, run away, goo. The door to the Lord's room burst open and a skeleton came out from inside, giving off an uncanny presence. *1, subjective strength display of simple appraisal. 5 levels or less weak enough not to be an opponent. -4 level very weak, -3 level very weak, -2 level weak. -1 level slightly weak, +1 to 1 level same strength. +2 level slightly strong, +3 level strong, +4 level very strong. +5 level very strong, +6 levels or more immeasurable strength. Goo, Ichiwatari, who was conducting a simple appraisal of the skeletons in the castle master's room through a crack in the door, saw the door burst open and a skeleton with a strange presence came out from inside. What's going on? I instantly perform a quick, simple appraisal. Less than name, Volgamut, unique boss. Less than race, skeleton noble, shadow walker. Less than strength, immeasurable strength. Less than number of skills possessed greater than 4. Volgamut, it's a unique boss or, whoa. If the strength is immeasurable, that means it's at least +6 more than my level, which means it's at least level 14. More importantly, the job behind the race is Shadow Walker, which is very unfavorable. Some powerful monsters may have the same job as an adventurer. I'll meditate on that, but the problem is that the job is an advanced job. And the minimum level for an advanced job is level 20. In other words, this guy has to be at least level 20. What the hell is a Shadow Walker? Why is this guy on the 7th floor? Oh no. As Volgamuth lets out a low, roaring roar, a black, heavy, and blazing aura blows up. The pressure is so tremendous that it makes you dizzy. I had assumed that it would be as strong as a floor boss at worst, but it's so much worse than that. I had to retreat immediately. I glanced at the situation of Ichido, who had been blown away. He had been pierced by a sickle-shaped sword, a falchion, perhaps, and was bleeding red and black from the mouth, unable to move. He died instantly. Hanano, we're leaving. Yeah, oh. Just when we were about to run away, and then, to my surprise, Manaka cut off Hanano's leg. TL. The reader's curse got her. I'm sorry, but you might not be able to outrun him. We're all going to die here. Think of it as a necessary sacrifice. Goodbye. As Manaka and Akihisa ran like rabbits down the aisle, a heavily armed metal skeleton turned to look at them with a reddish-black flicker in his eyes. Oni, run, my sister, whose leg is cut and bleeding, says to me pleadingly. TL. Touched or calculated? Don't give me that. Look. I've been alone for many years, and I'm grateful to you for showing me the warmth of family. I'm not going to leave you behind. And don't worry, Butao. I'll always protect your precious sister, because you're me and I'm you. Have a little faith in me. I'm not sure if he knew that I was not going to run away, but he walked slowly. No, the way he walked showed his confidence that he would never let me go. The Shadow Walker's movement skill, Shadow Step, has already been activated, and an afterimage is shimmering at my feet. I also stepped forward to protect my sister. I'll have to kill those guys who cut off Hanano's legs later. Hey, bonehead. I'm going to squeeze the life right out of you. You can get experience by defeating monsters, and when you reach a certain amount of experience, your level will increase. The higher your level, the higher your status. If you raise your level by 1 level, the increase in status will only be 1 or 2, and you won't seem to get much stronger. However, as your HP, MP, STR, INT, reaction speed, and kinetic vision all increase, you will gain a huge advantage in combat ability, even if it is only a small increase. There is no doubt that improving your player skills will make you stronger, but this is why it is said that raising your level will make you stronger. So, how do you fight an opponent who is higher level than you? Normally, if your opponent is 1 to 3 levels higher than you, even with the same equipment and skills, with a little luck, combat knowledge, and player skill, you should be able to win. Do you know the initial movements of job characteristics and skills? Can you exploit gaps in attack motions? Do you know how to use skill chains and fake skills? If you can do these things, your chances of winning will increase greatly. If you have a level difference of 5, it will be difficult to attack each other properly. The level difference between Karya and Akagi in the Karya event was about the same, so you can see that the difference is quite severe. Even so, if you have the right equipment and player skills, there is still a chance to win. However, if the level difference is as high as 10, there will be a desperate difference in combat ability. In my gaming days, there was a clan that experimented with unifying equipment and skills to see how much of a difference there was in combatability due to level differences. It turned out that in order to compete with an opponent 10 levels above you, you had to have 10 players of the same strength as you. In other words, a level 10 difference means that there is such a difference in ability that you need to have 10 players to beat them. In fact, if you are 10 levels higher, there is a difference in the equipment and skills you can use, so the difference in combatability will only get bigger. It is extremely difficult to win a one-on-one battle against such an opponent, but if you prepare as much as you can and use every possible countermeasure, there is no chance of winning. The odds would be miraculously low, though. What about a 20-level difference? From the results of the experiment above, it seems that if you have 100 players, you will be evenly matched, but in reality, no matter how many players you have, you cannot win. No matter if you have 100 or 1,000 players, you will not be able to attack your level 20 opponent at all, and if you are attacked, it will be a one-sided battle where multiple players will be vaporized under a single blow. To sum it up, the possibility of a single player defeating a level 20 opponent is 0. With the above in mind, what should I do to defeat the enemy in front of me? My level is 8, and since I'm still a newbie, I don't have any job characteristics, *1, and my only skills are gluttony and simple appraisal. Neither of these skills would increase my fighting power. On the contrary, gluttony has a debuff effect of -30% STR and half of AGI. On the other hand, Volgamood, the monster level is more than 20 at the very least. I'm not sure what to make of it. The falchion and armor are also buffed in some way or another, giving off a suspicious glow. Furthermore, Volgamood has activated the open black lens bracket Shadowwalker close black lens bracket skill open double angle bracket shadow step close double angle bracket. The skill's effect is a godsend. A plus 50% bonus to acceleration and AGI for 5 minutes, an afterimage effect that makes it harder to be seen, and a 30% increase in evasion rate. If you use it, you can easily run 100 meters in less than 5 seconds. The only equipment I have is a steel hatchet that I rented from the school, and it doesn't have any special properties. I wondered if this would be enough to deal damage. In fact, will my attacks even hit properly? On the other hand, if you take the attack seriously, even if you're wearing a demon wolf armor, your torso could be cut in half under a single blow. There is too much difference between the attack power of the opponent and our defense power. Behind me, my sister is stuck with a cut on her leg. I immediately stopped the bleeding and made a small recovery, so I think she will be okay, but it will be impossible for me to escape to the gate with her. If that's the case, there is no choice but to fight with all our might. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. If I use it, my body may not be able to get away with nothing, but if I don't do anything, my sister and I will die. I took out 3 bottles of MP recovery potion, small, that I kept in my backpack in case something happened, and set them in the pouch on my waist. Goo, but he's kind of a strange guy. Most of the skeletons I've known have always attacked quickly without thinking once they found their prey, but this one didn't attack right away. It walked slowly towards us and stopped about 10 meters in front of us to look at us. No, it was looking at me. I could see that it was smiling even though it was just a thin piece of dry skin stuck on top of its bones. Is that part of what makes him a unique boss? You can see a glimpse of intelligence and tastelessness. The ugly aura that it waved in all directions was also different from the monsters that had come here. I'm not sure what to make of it. Compared to this thing, even the orc lord is like a baby. Run, I can't, Oni. I love her. It must be painful to feel like you're dragging me into this because of your injuries, but don't worry. TL. Believe me, I triple-checked the confession, could also be a family one. If you're offering me prep time, I'll take it. I'll show you a cheat that's only given to former players. *1, job characteristics. There are some benefits to your status depending on the job you have, however, this is not the case for newbie. I know a few things that can be called chayat in this world. First is game knowledge. If you've played through Dunax, you know about the dungeons, the items, the weapons, the skills, the schools, and the students. In fact, you even know the future, in the form of possible events. Game knowledge is one of the biggest cheats in this world. And that's not all. It is known that there is also a cheat that allows you to use the skills of the game character just before they come to you. The best proof of this is the fact that I was able to use the vacuum rupture shock skill of the weapon master in an experiment some time ago. I've been experimenting with the skill a lot since then. At first, I thought that I could only use the skills of the weapon master, but the results of my experiments showed that I could use the skills of the characters I used in the game. The job of the character I was using was the highest level job, open black lens bracket weapon master close black lens bracket, but I had learned a number of excellent skills in the skill slots that could be learned outside of open black lens bracket weapon master close black lens bracket, and those skills could also be used. Currently, even though he is a open black lens bracket newbie close black lens bracket and has only 2 skills in his skill column, he can still use many of the powerful skills he used in his game days. Naturally, there are some limitations. For example, the pattern of vacuum rupture shock that could not kill even the weakest slime because of its low STR. There are some skills that are useless at the current low level of stats or with weak weapons, and this pattern is especially true for attack skills. There are other skills called passive skills that activate all the time once learned, but they are also full of restrictions that make them impossible to use. The passive skills that I had memorized included the Eye of the Beholder, which constantly increased my dynamic vision to the extreme, and the Eye of the Judge, which could tell me the nature of things, the strength of my opponent, and some of the skills I possessed. Since these skills are not in the current skill section, they are not always activated, and there is no manual way to activate them, at least none that I have heard of in the game. However, there are some skills that are effective even with the current status. So here we go. I quickly drew a complex magic circle with both hands and tried to activate the skill manually. The magic circle, which at first was pure white in color, soon turned reddish-black and began to throb and throb and throb. Evil Lord of the Underworld, lend me your strength. Open double angle bracket stem cells of Satanacia close double angle bracket. I activated the skill, Satanacia's stem cells, which is learned in the highest level job, Demon King. It's a so-called regeneration skill that provides a strong HP regeneration, *1, effect for a certain period of time in exchange for 99% of your maximum MP. It is said to be a must-have skill for tanks due to the combination of MP consumption and damage taken. It's a skill for the highest level jobs, and it's so powerful that if you get your arm chopped off, it will grow back in less than a minute, but if you die instantly, you won't recover. When the skill is activated, you will first feel a burning pain in the skin all over your body, followed by the sensation that something in your brain is being remade. I immediately gulped down a bottle of MP recovery potion, small, that I had with me and prepared to draw a new magic circle. I'm still going to, and be the gale that drives the darkness. Open double angle bracket shadow step close double angle bracket. As soon as the magic circle made of dark geometric patterns is activated, it absorbs the light in the vicinity and the surroundings become somewhat dimmer. An afterimage began to shimmer around my feet as well. The open double angle bracket shadow step close double angle bracket is the same skill that Volgamut is using. Even though it's an advanced job skill, it increases AGI and mobility, as well as evasion rate, so it's a favorite of scrap players. As for AGI, it's a percentage increase, so if I'm a low stats player, the increase bonus will be low, but I can't help it. And one more thing. I've never even experimented with this one because it seems too risky, but I'm willing to give it a shot. I drank another bottle of MP recovery potion, small. At high speed, I draw a magic circle that looks like a jumble of multiple weapons, with complex geometric patterns overlapping each other. I don't know if you're the High King or the Dark Lord, but you've got to help me. Open double angle bracket overdrive close double angle bracket. This is an extra skill that the highest level job, Weapon Master, can learn. I'm not sure if this is a good idea or not, but I think it's a great idea. It's a buff skill that is the heart of Weapon Master. It's not just a percentage increase bonus, it's also an additive bonus, so even if you have low stats, the benefit is huge. As soon as it was activated, the bones and flesh of several parts creaked and were cut, and at the same time, they were repaired due to the effect of the stem cells of Satanacia. The pain of being cut and twisted almost drove me crazy, but I stared at the enemy in front of me and endured. Blood seeped from many places on his forehead, and his vision became a red haze in front of him. Gosh, it's worse than I thought. I've tried open double angle bracket Satanacia stem cell close double angle bracket and open double angle bracket shadow step close double angle bracket separately, but compared to those, the load of open double angle bracket overdrive close double angle bracket is much bigger than I imagined. If it weren't for the regeneration, a body of this level would spurt blood and die the moment it was activated. It's funny that I am already dying when I haven't even fought yet. TL. Now when you mention it, it is funny. When my sister saw me, her face twisted into a sad expression, as if she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Oi, Oni, are you sure about your skills? Haha, don't worry, watch your brother's bravery. I may have lost some blood from my small blood vessels, but I was able to gain many times the violence of the original by applying the most powerful buffs. There may be some after effects, but so what? If you don't defeat this thing in front of you, then there is nothing to be lost. I swung my weapon to check its condition, and found that the grip on the hatchet was slightly deformed from gripping it too tightly. If I didn't adjust my grip, I might break it. Then he took a step forward. The cobblestones cracked, and some of them shattered and flew apart. The Volgamut tries to keep its distance, as if it's surprised by the undead. He seems to be wary of my skills. Is this guy really undead? I've prepared this much for you. Let's have some fun, shall we? Goo, oh, oh. They paused and stared at each other for a few seconds. They both took a step forward, and from there, the shadow step momentarily destroyed the distance between them. With a yell, Volgamut's falchion and my hatchet collided, and the overflowing kinetic energy was converted into sound. Normally, kinetic energy is proportional to the square of the collision velocity, but in the magic field, with the addition of magic power and the power of the aura, there is more power than meets the eye. I'm not as strong as you, but with weapons I'm not losing in power, but this is the first time I've ever received an impact on my extremities from just one shot with a weapon, and if I had to give an example, I'd say it sounded like I was shooting back with all my might at a heavy iron ball that was going over 100 kilometers per hour. The bone and muscle tissues damaged by the open double angle bracket Satanacia stem cells close double angle bracket are regenerated at high speed, but the spirit is reduced. In addition, this buffing skill won't last long, and if it does, my body will destroy itself. I have no choice but to settle this at once. Nuo. Goo, it was an exchange of wild blows at very close range. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Every attack is a lethal blow that leads directly to a merciless death. The excessive comparison of power is far beyond the limits of human beings. The skin is gouged out with just a scratch, and every time I catch it, my HP is cut down, and I keep regenerating at high speed, and my surroundings are collapsing, and the steel hatchet I'm holding is slowly deforming. The weapon's lifespan is shorter than I thought. A mere piece of steel would not be able to withstand this much force. Hanano, throw me the hatchet, Oni, catch it. Perhaps anticipating that my weapon would break, my sister immediately slid the hatchet into the air and threw it, but there was no way I could miss the opportunity to catch it, and Volgamuth activated his skill. Open double angle bracket slicing edge, close double angle bracket slicing edge, is a sword technique that can only be performed with a dagger or a one-handed sword. The slash that is swung down suddenly takes an L-shaped trajectory. I've seen it many times in my gaming days, and it's easy for me to avoid. I dodge by twisting my body halfway out of the path of the sword, and open the distance while picking up the hand axe that was thrown to me. I drank the last of my MP recovery potion, small, now I have no more means of recovering MP. It's only been a few seconds since the battle began, but the floor of the passageway that served as a foothold has already been torn to shreds by the high-speed movement of the shadow steps, and many deep slash marks have been left on the walls. The area in front of my eyes turned even redder. It seems that the capillaries that could no longer endure the strengthening burst, and the dripping blood was blown up by the huge amount of aura, and disintegrated in the air. This is exactly the kind of situation where you gain power by cutting down your life. On the other hand, the monster, in front of me, spreading a black aura that seemed to embody death, came to usurp my sister and mine life itself. That reminds me, I've been wishing for a battle like this every day, haven't I? It's not that the world I was in was bad, I hadn't yet, but I was finding my work rewarding. I had my first subordinate, and I was motivated. Still, I dreamed that one day I would be able to fight vicious monsters with my life in this scorching world. And now, it's coming true. In this desperate situation, I couldn't help but raise the corner of my mouth. It seems I've long been infected with the Dungeon Explorer Chronicles game. But this time won't last long. The next few minutes will be the difference between life and death. A reddish-black aura, made of my blood blows up. As if in response, Volgamuth also emits a jet-black aura, and we slowly close the gap between us. Now, it's time to settle the score. *1. Regeneration. This is a recovery magic that continuously recovers a small amount of energy at a certain time. It is also called regenerate. He dodges a slash with a singular force, swinging from an arm that should only be made of bone, and accelerates as he spins past you, hitting you with his hatchet with all his strength. In response, Volgamuth evades by shifting his upper body in a move that clearly ignores the range of motion of his joints, and then counters from his blind spot. He ducks and dodges several attacks that roar in front of him, as if he were about to shatter a huge rock, and tries with everything he has to be lethal. With each swing of his arm, blood flows and evaporates, bones and organs creak. Already, every muscle tissue in his body is torn and regenerated, twisted and reconnected. It's only natural that I would be overwhelmed if I had to use buffs to force up my body's physical abilities to the point where I could crack a stone floor with a single step, or generate enough power to shatter a wall with a swinging axe. The strength of my body is not up to par with my enhanced skills. This is all the price to pay for fighting and surviving this thing. However, if things continue as they are, I'm sure I'll be left with nothing. Even though it looks like we're on the same side at the moment, he's undead and not fatigued, while I'm breathing hard and already falling apart from the reckless reinforcement. On top of that, the time limit for buffing skills is approaching. In addition, Volgamuth seems to be more experienced in fighting than I thought. Thanks to the buffs, I was able to bring his speed and power to an even level, but he was able to read almost all of my slash trajectories mixed with feints, and he even used the high-speed movement of the shadow step to aim a counter-attack from his blind spot. It would be extremely difficult to defeat him in a short time. If it is, it's going to be a big burden on my body, but let's cut one more card. I'll take a half step back from the current spacing and move to a random battle. The falchion, with its longer reach than the hatchet, will have the advantage in this situation, but I will focus on evasion. While paying attention to the strong attacks that can only be received with both hands, I input the magic circle with my left hand first, and while escaping to the blind spot, I start the random battle again. In the game, it was possible to continue the magic circle input within a second even if it was interrupted, and I've confirmed that this is also the case in this world. I'm not sure if you've noticed that the flow of magic power gradually begins to take the shape of a magic circle, but Volgamuth activates his one-handed sword skill, Savage Stripe, to prevent me from completing my skill input. Just before he activates it, he lowers his center of gravity and suddenly holds his weapon horizontally, making a sideways calm motion. It is possible to read the trajectory and attack range of Savage Stripe, as long as you know the distance between the weapons. If you have a job as a Shadow Walker and you have 4 skills, you already know that you have this skill. I've seen that skill 1,000 times. The tip of Falchion's sword exceeds the speed of sound due to his skill correction, making it impossible to see, but he knows the trajectory. I close the gap again and catch him with both hands just after he activates his skill. Sparks fly, but I succeed in crushing it there. In order to dodge the Savage Stripe, the standard method is to either fly or crouch, but with my current abilities, both of these methods would be disadvantageous, so I went on the receiving end. In the midst of the storm of slashes that continued, I gradually drew the magic circle while changing my position at a dizzying pace, and when it was complete, it glowed a pale green. Here we go, become a raging storm of open double angle bracket aerial close double angle bracket. This is the aerial skill of the advanced sword dancer job. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I think it's a good idea. However, it uses a lot of MP per unit of time, and with my current MP level, I can probably only hold it for 30 seconds. You can change your tactics from 2-dimensional brawling to 3-dimensional shifting up, down, left, right, back and forth. In Dun X, melee combat using the aerial is my favorite. You just have to make sure you don't get caught in the middle of the action. The point of view changes so rapidly that it's usually confusing to know which way is up or down, but that's not a problem because the foothold is flexible. The important thing is to keep your eyes on the target and keep your blind spot, and how to play with it. But the way he fights, cutting back vectors in the air, puts an unbelievable strain on his legs, and I'm afraid his legs will burst before he runs out of MP. Gosh, that's hard, but the attack finally hit. Starting with a blow from behind, Volgamut staggered as he was attacked one after another. The cacophony of metal scraping and clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Even the bones, protected by armor, were almost as strong as steel, and the steel hatchet that was attacking him was gradually being deformed. I'm going to finish this in one fell swoop. The slash becomes a constant line of drawing as he strikes wildly with all his strength, manually tracing and weaving the motions one by one. I'm not sure if it's a hand axe or something else, but I don't care if it's a distorted piece of iron. This is the end. Open double angle bracket Agara's blade, close double angle bracket air break. Narumi Hinano point of view. Ever since I was little, I've always been protected by my Oni. When I suddenly collapsed at school, when I was bullied by a boy in the neighborhood, or when I was lost in the mountains. If I am only protected, I won't be able to be with my brother as he moves forward. I would not be able to do anything if I remained as I am now. That's why I worked hard to become stronger. I wanted to be strong enough to walk with my brother one day. I fixed my likes and dislikes of food, drank lots of milk, and studied hard. In the meantime, Oni announced that she was going to take the entrance exam for the adventurer school, probably because of the influence of that woman. TL. With those last words you have my respect. The adventurer school is said to have a very high deviation score, and the ratio of entrance exams is over 100 times, and yet, I passed the exam. With flying colors. I wanted to congratulate him proudly, but I also felt impatient that he was so far away from me. Well then, I'll take the adventurer school too. I'll definitely pass and chase after you. From that day on, I began to push myself to study and train hard. I researched and studied a lot about dungeons and the top clan called the Colors. I also decided to attend a martial arts school. The more I researched and the more I studied, the more the concept of an adventurer that my dad had told me about expanded endlessly. I realized how small my worldview had been. I longed to be an adventurer more and more, and threw myself into my studies and training. Oni was accepted to the adventurer school as a matter of course. He was going to go to a dungeon as soon as he entered the school. I asked him to take me along, but he said yes. I'm looking forward to it. I've been eating a lot and running a lot, and I think my body has gotten stronger. I'm sure I won't slow him down. It was my first time in a dungeon. I had heard that it was scary and dangerous, but it was so easy that it was out of my mind. It was called power leveling, and I quickly reached level 7. As I leveled up, I felt an incredible surge of power like a famous adventurer. I thought to myself, if I do this, I might be able to become stronger than Oni. I can't stop thinking about the dungeon when I'm at home or at school. Now that I have new armor, I can't wait to dive into the dungeon. Golem hunting is next. But all of a sudden, a demon king appears, spreading despair. Just by looking at him, you feel as if your heart is being grabbed and squeezed. An enemy that takes the form of fear. The pitch black aura that billowed out was just like the demon king. My senses told me that I would never win against this. For the first time, I prepared for death. But what's more terrifying than dying is the fact that even the Onisama will die because of me. If I don't get my leg cut off, if only I hadn't said anything about teaming up with those three before that. Regret washed over me like a tsunami. I was scared and my voice trembled, but I was able to say, run. But now I'm going to die. I was very, very sad to give up on living. That's what I was thinking. What is it that I'm seeing now? When Oni casts a mysterious spell, he suddenly becomes a frightening hero. The muscles and blood vessels swelled and floated. The blood flowing in the reddish-black aura on his body, it was obvious that he was carrying an unreasonable amount of power. I've never seen magic like that in any video or book. You say not to worry, but it doesn't look like you're going to be okay. After a few seconds of staring at each other, the battle began immediately. A storm of blood and darkness raged in all directions, destroying the entire corridor of the castle and turning it into rubble. There was no doubt in my mind that this enemy was stronger than any monster I had ever seen. It was so different from the ultimate monster, Rich, that I wondered which was stronger. The guy fighting it is also from another dimension. It's a highly advanced melee battle where they switch positions at a dizzying pace. They move so fast that it is difficult to follow everything with the eyes. Even so, you can somehow tell that they are not just slashing at each other, but that they are fighting with their gazes, the way they lean, the way they close and close the gap, and the countless falsehoods and realities in the movements of their weapons. In order to become stronger, I went to a martial arts school and learned the basics. I've been watching a lot of TV and reading books about the magic and fighting techniques used by adventurers on the front lines, and I've been studying them. I was amazed at the high level of fighting that was going on in front of my eyes. I've never seen anything like this, not even in the top clan videos. It was a battle that surpassed in every way the best battle scenes I had ever imagined. It had only been a minute since the start of the battle, and already there were huge holes in the corridors and ceiling. Dust was flying around, visibility was poor, and even on the unstable scaffolding, they were still moving around, echoing the earth as they continued the battle. Weapon skills of tremendous power that cut through space in the middle of a series of blows are flying around. As soon as I thought Oni was about to be pushed to the limit, he accelerated with a new magic and flew up, down, left and right like a rubber ball with an explosive sound. When the first blow finally came in with a heavy metallic sound, the clean hits were successful one after another. In the end, the first blow went in with a heavy metallic sound, and one clean hit after another succeeded. The enemy, while sparking and being hit, amplified its jet black aura, and stared at the sky. It's trying to match its weapon skills to the Oni's attack. Oni, win. This will settle it. I can't help but shout. This is the end. Open double angle bracket Agara's blade close double angle bracket, open double angle bracket air brake close double angle bracket. The two skills collide and there is a flash of light and a roar. You can't see what happened due to the evaporation phenomenon and the dust cloud raised by the blast. As the light gradually subsides, the ground, which was originally a stone floor, has been gouged vertically to form a deep gash. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're looking for. When I looked deep into the gouged ground, I saw that the enemies that had been shattered into pieces had just turned into magic stones. It was a beautiful magical stone, the size of which I had never seen before. As I tried to find out where Oni was, I was suddenly struck by a terrible dizziness and my chest began to ache. Gosh, I don't do anything to level up. It's not just a matter of 1 or 2 levels. From the way I feel, it's a much stronger feeling of level up sickness and omnipotence than when I was power leveling on the 5th floor and my level went up all at once. In addition, I also got skill frame +3. Oni was lying face down on the ground in a changed appearance. Although the tip of the upper arm of the right arm has disappeared, the recovery skill seems to be activated, and the bone slowly grows while making a swooshing noise, and muscle tissue is spun around it. What the hell is this skill? The skills he knows shouldn't do this extraordinary recovery? Perhaps the level of Oni has improved significantly, and the effect of the regeneration skill is accelerating and working. Oni, are you okay? It's okay. My legs are crazy. Maybe it's better to go to the 10th floor than to go home once. I'm out of MP. While saying that, Oni slowly turned over and lay on his back, closing his eyes and adjusting her breathing. I have a lot to ask, but I think it's better to leave it alone for now. Thank you, Oni, Kaworu Hayes' Pav. I was dismayed by Karia's high-level fighting skills, which surpassed even Yuma's, and the malicious yapping from Class D hurt my heart. Finally, the blow of the greatsword landed on Yuma's side, and I couldn't help but cover my eyes. What I had believed in is slowly cracking and shattering. I tried desperately to gather them up and rebuild them, but they seemed to be spilling out one by one. The friends we had sent out with confidence had been cruelly defeated. Are we, the E-class, as they say, inferior students? Was that what it meant, that we couldn't win, even after making such bloody efforts? Were the dreams I could have at this school all gone from the start? Were they all an illusion? Since that day, I've been absent from class. I couldn't sleep well last night either. My daily routine of dungeon dives and morning drills have been put on hold for now. After class today, I was slowly getting ready to leave, breathing heavily, when Naoto spoke to me quietly. I need to talk to you. He was not in his usual gentle mood, so I guessed he had something important to say. I decided to go out to the corridor, as there were D-class students here. The sky that I can see through the window is leaden, reflecting my heart, and I feel like I'm about to start crying. Kaworu, what are we going to do if we give up? I'm not sure what giving up means, but the thought of running away unconsciously comes to mind. I'm not sure what to make of this. We mustn't stop moving, for the sake of this class, but most of all, for our own sake. For ourselves. Even so, I wondered if it would be possible to overturn the 3-year advantage. What comes to mind is that high-level battle. Yuma might be able to catch up, but when will I be able to reach that level? I don't have that kind of confidence anymore. This is what they want you to think. I know that they have bad intentions. I've seen it firsthand at club recruitment ceremonies. I'm not sure if you've heard of it or not. We should have questioned the pinpoint attack on Yuma on our first day. That malicious attack was carefully planned, he said. Yuma is the face of Class E, having entered with the highest grades as an external student. At the same time, he is a charismatic figure who leads the class itself. Karia and the D class have been making incomprehensible accusations against him. The people in Class D have not been playing around for the past 3 years of middle school. They must have had abilities that were recognized by the government, and they must have worked hard to raise their levels. I'm not sure what to make of this. It is certainly reasonable to assume that this was a setup from the beginning. The enemy may be bigger than we expect, but that doesn't mean we should let it get the better of us. We must not let malice stop us from moving forward. The enemy and the people behind this plan may be bigger than we can imagine. The enemy who plotted this and the people behind it may be bigger than we can imagine, but we must not give up on our dreams unconditionally. Before I entered the school, I swung a bamboo sword every day, ran, did my schoolwork before going to bed, and dove into dungeons every day after I entered. I had stopped my progress, albeit for a few days. I had no motivation, or rather, I was running away from it. Kaworu, what's your dream? Is there anything you're chasing? I've always dreamed of being a legendary adventurer from the fairy tales that my father told me about when I was a child. It is a story of a brave and heroic man who uses swordsmanship beyond common sense, masters profound magic, battles vicious monsters in all directions, and conquers unknown levels that no one has ever reached before. I used to beg him to tell me that story over and over again before I went to bed. Such an existence may have existed only in fairy tales, but there are still clans working hard on the front lines of dungeons to make their dreams come true. I wielded my shinai with the hope that I would be able to share my back with these adventurers and conquer the front lines together. That's why I enrolled in the adventurer school. I've only been at the school for a little over a month. I can't just give up on your dream because of some absurd and malicious attack. I don't want to, I'll never give up. I don't like it either, but, so, please lend me your strength, in order to move forward. Naoto bows down and asks for help. I couldn't help the Yuma. I'm the kind of woman who would let a friend get away with something like that. I'm not sure I'm qualified to stand beside him anymore, but still. Can I also help, even if I'm, this weak? The rain began to spill from the leaden sky. I see, a class game. We don't have much time. We've only got a month to see how far we can get. The class competition is held in June and is the first test in which all first-year classes participate, and grades are added according to class rank. I've looked up the details of last year's competition. He handed me a piece of paper that he had printed out. I'm not sure what to make of that. Does this mean that making groups will also be important? The class competition will take place in the dungeon over the course of a week. In the past year, the current second-year students did 5 events. Reaching a designated point, defeating a designated monster, reaching depth, designated quest, and total magic stone amount. These will probably be the same this year. At first glance, all of the categories seem to favor higher levels. Those with covert skills who can avoid useless battles will also be active. And the E-class, with its low level and few job changes, will have a tough time. How should we divide the classmates into these 5 disciplines, or should we gather them together or divide them up? No matter how you sort it out, I definitely want to raise the level of E-class strength. If there is one slow learner, the whole group will be slowed down, but the lower the level, the easier it is to raise the level and the more effective the practice. This is where you should actively aim to raise the level of your forces, Naoto said while looking at the database on his terminal. I also took a look at the current levels of my classmates. In the past month, most of my E-classmates have reached level 3. There are about 10 level 4 students, and the only ones above level 5 are me, Naoto, Yuma, and Sakurako. In other words, whether or not you've reached level 5 is the line between being a job changer and not. Once you reach level 5, your newbie job level will be 7, and you will learn simple appraisal, so you can move to the basic job without any hesitation. In other words, whether or not you've reached level 5 is the line that determines whether or not you've changed jobs. I want to increase the number of people who have already changed jobs before the exam. The lowest level is level 2, Kuga-san. View the list of all registered class levels. There was only one student who was level 2, so I tapped on the details section. Kuga Katona, a dagger and bow user, is listed as an aspiring archer. She reminds me of a female student with a short bob who sits at the back of the class. She's always alone and I've rarely seen her talking to anyone. She doesn't talk much and she's a shadowy student. The fact that she was still a level 2 meant that she might not have been able to work with anyone. In the meantime, I took a look at Sota and he's at level 3, so he seems to be doing reasonably well in the dive itself. No, maybe Omiya and the others helped him. Kuga-san and Sota should we be careful in their case? These two could be a drag on the class. How should I deal with them? It's a good idea to gather classmates with low dive ability and power level them as a way to improve our strength, but I'm afraid they'll become dependent on that. At first, I'm thinking of holding practice sessions to develop the strengths of my classmates. Power leveling. The person being carried can easily level up, but if they rely on it, they won't be able to grow beyond that. The best way to do this is to help them to devise a proper strategy. We'll share what we know about the dungeon, and teach each other swordplay, magic, and tactics to make it easier for each party to conquer. However, it's better for them to join a club that has a lot of knowledge and facilities than for us to teach them magic and swordsmanship. However, due to the dispute with the D class, they are currently not allowed to join. I wonder if Naoto has any thoughts on the matter. What are you going to do about club activities? That's another difficult question. Naoto rubbed his brow as he pondered over one difficult question after another. If there is no way out of the current situation, I think it would be better to join the club activities with the seniors of Class E. But the harassment from Class D will only get more intense. After the dueling fiasco, Carria has been putting strong pressure on me not to join the club activities created by the seniors of E class. If it still goes in, there is a possibility that the D class will get into the matter. That's right. Omiya is requesting the student council to be present for that. It may not work, but we'll wait for the results and then reconsider with their input. The petite and energetic Omiya-san, moving in a hunch. However, in a situation where there is not much to do, it might be worth waiting, even if there is a small chance. Another thing to think about in class warfare is I'm thinking anti-sabotage measures and extorting magic rocks. During the rivalry, the rule is to use magic stones to exchange for food, living and sanitary products. It will literally be your lifeline in the dungeon. I don't know what the actual exchange rate is, but if the magic stones are taken away from you, there is a chance that you will be forced to abandon the game. Although the rules prohibit such robbery, it is impossible to monitor all the students in the dungeon. It's a good idea to take measures such as dispersing or hiding the magic stones in your possession. But it might be better to examine last year's information a little more carefully before taking countermeasures. As for the study session, I'll make a list of the people I want to attend. Have you seen Sakurako and Yuma yet? After that duel, Yuma and Sakurako must be mentally exhausted. I'd like to continue to be friends with them, but... No, not yet. I need you to convince him with me. Of course, and Naoto. I'm not sure what I can do to help us move forward. I'll think about it slowly. Anyway, let's go save them. Just like you saved me when my confidence was broken and I was sinking into a cold swamp. But first, what is it? Thank you. For the first time in days, I felt like I could laugh. So that last skill, the skeleton shot, was an anti-aircraft skill. It's an anti-air counter skill that has a high probability of critical damage if it hits a target in midair. After that battle, my strength and MP were depleted and I fell asleep as if I had fainted for about 2 hours. And right now, I'm having a conversation with my sister while I'm lying on her back. I can't get my legs to work properly, so she's carrying me on her back. Yes, my sister, who looks like she could be in elementary school. I'm supposed to have a full body. It's been a little over a month since I started dieting. Recently, the pants I wore to the entrance ceremony have become roomy. I was hoping that I would be able to reduce my weight to about 80 kilograms in about half a year if I kept going like this, but after that battle with my bones, I went to bed tired and woke up a little thinner. I've been so overweight that I've forgotten how thin the norm is, but after checking my arms and waist, I think I've lost weight to the point where I'm more chubby than fat. Thanks to this, the clothes and armor I was wearing were getting stretched out and dowdy. Now I'm retightening my belt and other important parts. Of course, the reason she can carry it on my back is not only because I've lost weight, but also because my sister has greatly improved. To my surprise, she has strengthened her body to the point where she can lift a rock weighing several dozen kilograms with one hand. It is clear that the increase in level is not just 1 or 2. However, it would look surreal to see a fat high school boy being carried on his back by a petite girl. I am slightly embarrassed. However, when I did a simple appraisal on myself to see what was wrong with my legs, I found that I was suffering from a condition that reduced my movement speed and lowered my HP limit. This is because the muscles in the legs have recovered in a strange way due to the undue strain of reinforcement magic and repeated use of regeneration skills. I was paralyzed in places and could not move as I wanted. I thought about going to the Adventurers Guild to get it fixed, but it would have cost a fortune. There is also a priest teacher at the school, but if we were to heal him here, he would certainly be appraised. It's not good for them to know that my level has improved significantly. That's why I didn't go home, but went straight to the hidden store on the 10th floor, Obaba's store, to heal myself. The falchion is hanging from her waist. It dropped with the magic stone when I killed the bone, so I gave it to her. The treasure chest between us and the lord of the castle opened by itself, and inside was a single pale blue jeweled pendant connected by a silver chain. Both the falchion and the pendant were definitely magic items of some kind, but the simple appraisal could not identify them. It was probably a mid-level item. It is possible that both of them are cursed equipment, as they were both carried and protected by undead. The sword was not removed from its sheath, and the pendant was left in the bag without being equipped. It's a good idea to take a look at the website and see if you can find any useful information. As I was thinking about this and that while being carried on my back, my sister seemed to be concerned about the battle with Volgamud and asked me a series of questions. What was the last skill you used? It was really powerful. Oh, the Agariz blade. This is a one-handed weapon and bare-handed skill that the highest level job, Sword Saint, can learn. It is an excellent weapon skill that can be activated manually with a simple motion, and the signs before the activation are difficult to read and there is little gap after the activation. It is worth noting that it can be activated with bare hands. Although it is less powerful than when activated with a one-handed weapon, it is a popular skill for opponents because it allows you to mix sword and fighting techniques. I have the cheat of being able to use many of the weapon skills I learned back in the game days, but with my low STR and weak weapons, there were few skills that could do any real damage. The Agariz blade was the only attack skill that could do a reasonable amount of damage, even for a low-level player like me, because it had fixed damage in addition to STR proportional damage. However, there was no way that my body could withstand the high-powered skills of the highest level job if I were to use them properly, and as compensation, my right arm was blown off from the root. I knew it was going to happen somehow, but I knew it would happen. Why did I use so many skills? The first reinforcement magic also had a strange way of activating, didn't it? What the hell is that reinforcement magic? That's a lot of things to worry about. Well, how should I explain it? It's still too early for you right now. Hey, don't talk to me like you are my master. My sister started going to a martial arts school about half a year ago, and she said that her teacher, who she was told to call her master, was still young, but he was forcing her to do master moves, which was annoying. He also complained several times about his long beard and torn-off shoulder-length bodysuit, which looked tacky. He seems to be a high-ranking adventurer, but is he? I could tell you all about it, but dungeon knowledge can be dangerous if you don't know enough about it. I'll tell you when you are strong enough to protect yourself from those adventurers. Okay, what the heck, you're good at listening and understanding today. It's a good idea to teach them about manual activation as soon as possible, regardless of their knowledge of dangerous games. There is no guarantee that irregular problems will not occur in the future, and you may encounter dangerous events outside the dungeon, such as those in the Daneku scenario. I want to have many ways to protect myself. While chatting about such things, we returned from the additional map of the 7th floor to the map of the normal area where we could hear the howling of the demon wolf, and from there we followed the main street to the 8th floor. The 8th floor has changed from the 7th floor to become a cave map again. However, it is wider than the previous cave maps, with a ceiling and width of 20 to 30 meters, so it doesn't feel so claustrophobic. The number of adventurers in the entrance hall is even smaller than on the 7th floor. There are only a few benches and unmanned vending machines, making it look like a deserted parking area in the countryside. Web links. I'm going to use the restroom, so please wait for me. She set me down on a bench and pointed to the restroom. It's not that I can't walk, so there's no need to be so overprotective. I'll get something from the vending machine there. I walked the 20 meters or so to the vending stand to check it out. I could walk normally and without pain, but I could feel that my legs were numb and faded in places. Looking at my calves, I could see the muscles and blood vessels standing out in bumps and bruises. There was no way I could fight in this condition, but I was sure that my running ability and instantaneous power would be considerably reduced. It is better to avoid fighting as much as possible. I shouldn't force, at all, even though I had no choice. My right arm, which was blown off, has grown back to normal, a little skinny, but my left arm has somehow been repaired with distorted skin and muscle tissue, and I'm irresistibly hungry. Is this because of the gluttony or a side effect of using the powerful regeneration skill, or both? In front of me, there were some old-fashioned vending machines that I had seen before. I approached them to see what they were selling. Udon noodles. I'm hungry, so let's go eat at. That's too expensive. 980 yen for a bowl of raccoon noodles? The price was far beyond common sense, and I pondered over it for about 20 seconds, but it was hard to resist this feeling of ravenous hunger. I put in the coins, pressed the button, and a hot container filled with the contents came flying out. Hey, it's spilling. Hot. As I was about to eat it, my sister came out of the bathroom and begged me for the same one, so I reluctantly agreed. I thought it was the end of the world, 1,960 yen for 2 of these. But it seems to be true that hunger is the best spice, and even the cheap raccoon noodles tasted great. I drank all the soup and threw the styrofoam bowl into the special trash can. I wondered if it was safe to carry Oni on my back to the 10th floor. There are a lot of monsters, right? I'm sure we'll be fine, but I think it's better to fight the monsters on the 8th floor to see what they're capable of. In order to get to the hidden store on the 10th floor, you have to pass through a room with a medium boss, so there is a possibility of a battle at worst. Before that, you might want to test how strong you are on this floor, because you don't know how much you actually leveled up after defeating Volgamut. There are 4 types of monsters on the 8th floor: Orc General, Giant Bat, Orc Archer, and Orc Soldier. The Orc General is a level 9 monster, and he may have several level 8 Orc Soldiers and Orc Archers with him, so you need to check the number of Orcs behind you when you fight him. Giant Bats are also a nasty enemy. Its attack power is not great, but it flies in the air, so if you don't have any means of remote attack, it will be very troublesome. Even if you try to ignore it, it will relentlessly chase you, making it difficult to avoid defeating it. If you're hunting on this floor, you'll want a long-distance attacker. If you want to defeat it, you can usually counterattack it the moment it attacks. That thing up there is a giant bat, isn't it? As I was being carried along the main street leading to the 9th floor, I saw something about 50 centimeters long clinging to the ceiling. A bat of that size would be about 1.5 meters long with its wings spread. It didn't seem to notice us. Is it asleep? Well, I'll throw a rock there. I approached the giant bat right below me. The ceiling is about 20 meters away. Hanano throws a fallen pebble with great force. Pish, and the pebble she threw hit the side of the giant bat by 1 meter, making a wind noise, and shattered into pieces. From the sound of it, the speed must have been close to 200 kilometers per hour. The giant bat, startled by the sudden sound, flew softly once, looked around, and when it found us, it folded its wings and slid down, aiming at my sister's neck, which was not protected by protective gear. Alright, here we go. I set up a small sword to intercept him, but, The giant bat's glide speed was about 100 kilometers per hour, and I could see that it was coming towards me. My sister seemed to be able to see the same way, and grabbed me by the collar instead of cutting into her the moment it bit me. The giant bat jittered as it squeaked and squealed, observed its face, hoping that it might be cute, but it looked more ferocious than I expected, so I didn't hesitate to attack it with a small sword and turn it into a demon stone. Hanano-chan. I could see them coming this way very clearly. I wonder if it's because my level has increased. It's not just power and magical power that goes up with level, but reaction time and dynamic vision as well. Now I know that her kinetic vision has improved considerably. If we were to get tangled up with a few giant bats, we'd be able to win without any problems. But I don't know how good we are at fighting just now. We'll have to fight at least one more time. About 2 kilometers further on from the battle with the giant bat, a black haze formed ahead of us. It was an orc archer. Try to defeat them normally, okay. My sister gets me off her back and holds up a small sword. I hope this will be more helpful than the giant bat I just saw. As soon as the orc archer recovers from his defenseless state, he notices us and sets up his bow. He may have decided to cut down on his mobility first, and shoots an arrow at his sister's leg as she comes up to him at a short run. The bow of the orc archer is a primitive round wooden bow made from a tree branch, but the length of the bow is huge, over 2 meters. From the creaking and flexing sound of the string, I could tell that a lot of power was required just to fire the bow and arrow. The sound of the bow and arrows being fired also sounded as if they were shot with a ballista. Monster level 8 is no mean feat. But, Hanano easily knocked down the arrowhead with a small sword and narrowed the distance without killing the momentum, swinging from the neck to the shoulder of the orc archer. This is the first time I've ever seen an orc archer fall to the ground. The orc archer turned into a demon stone before it could fall to the ground. In the process, the small sword seemed to have been distorted a bit due to excessive force applied to it. Oh, my little sword, it's a little bent. By the looks of it, you're up to level 15 or so? That small sword was originally long and thin, so it was easy to bend, but it was made of a single piece of steel and was very sturdy. If you think about the time when you were level 8, it was not strong enough to bend even if you handled it a little roughly. You can see that the physical strength and grip strength have improved a lot. In addition, it is not your own, but a rental item from the school. I don't know how to pay for it. I'll have to get a new weapon. I don't have a lot of cash on me, so I'm hoping Obaba's store sells some good ones. You can buy them with magic stones or dungeon currency. When it was a game, items sold by players could be found in the store, so magic items and weapons made of rare materials that were excessively left over in the market were sold cheaply. In this world, there are no players, so there will be no such items for sale. But on the other hand, there must be some items that are easier to buy. You seem to have enough fighting ability, so let's head to the 10th floor without hesitation. Hold on tight BQs, we are going to, Ru-en. My sister picked me up on her back again, and we ran again through the sparsely populated streets to the next floor. Although it was running like a small run to reduce shaking, the speed was quite fast, about 40 kilometers per hour. Some adventurers were surprised and looked twice at me because I was not only running fast but also beating them. It's also a good idea to slow down a bit so you don't stand out too much, Hanano said. Wow, we're going pretty fast, aren't we? It's fun. Watch where you're going. The main street was still sparsely populated with passers-by, although there were fewer of them. If we bumped into them, they would be seriously injured. After running a few more kilometers, we arrived at the 9th floor. I almost suggested we take a break since we had been running for almost 20 minutes, but my sister wasn't breathing too hard, so we decided not to take a break and just go for the 10th floor. According to the statistics, less than 10% of the adventurers on the 10th floor are capable of fighting monsters, and even here in the entrance hall on the 9th floor, there are only a few adventurers in sight. All of the adventurers had probably already changed their jobs to their basic jobs, so it was easy to tell which job they were, as their equipment was designed for fighters, casters, and thieves. At a quick glance, most of the adventurers seemed to be fighters with light armor and one- or two-handed swords. To get to this point, you need money to buy the right equipment, time to keep hunting monsters and raise your level, and friends to form a party. For the average person, getting all three of these things is a tough challenge. Most of them have sponsors, adventuring clans, adventuring schools, or rich people behind them. If you're a former player, it doesn't matter because you can come here with just your knowledge of the game. So, what's on the 9th floor? Like the 8th floor, the 9th floor is mainly orcs and bats, but there will also be trolls. Trolls are nearly 3 meters tall, hairy giants with a monster level of 9. They don't have any weapons and only attack with their bare hands, but they are monstrously powerful, so it's best to avoid their attacks as much as possible. If it grabs you, it's very dangerous. It also has a regeneration skill, which makes it prone to long battles. It's a good idea to run away from it, as it can easily link up with other monsters. But I think I can beat it now. If we encounter it, we'll have to fight it later. Weapons are too weak to withstand our full strength right now, and I'm not at my best either. Yeah, as the party fights in the distance, we start moving slowly to the 10th floor. Hey, over there. The ground is rising unnaturally. It's a trap that hasn't been triggered yet. If you fall, it will be a hassle to climb to the top, so please avoid traps like that. Up until now, the traps in the main street have only been triggered, but since there are fewer adventurers on this floor, these untriggered traps appear more and more often. The traps up to the 10th floor are easy enough to avoid if you're paying attention. However, after the 20th floor, some traps cannot be seen at a glance, so you will need to have one person in your party with a trap detection skill. We passed a few parties and continued running. On the way, we saw an orc general, but there were no adventurers around, so we ran on. Finally, we reached the target floor. 10th floor. Reaching this floor was one of the goals, so there was no sense of emotion at all. I hadn't planned to head to the 10th floor in such a hurry in the first place. It's all because of those Bones and Sorrel's assholes. I will have to retaliate against Sorrel in particular for their attack on Hanano. I look around, a little irritated by what I remembered. The 10th floor entrance plaza. From here, the maze of artificial map will continue for a while. The walls are all made of stone, and the floor is all paved with stones. The ceiling is pale blue and looks like a blue sky, so it is much brighter than the cave map, and has a good sense of openness. I feel as if I'm walking through the back alleys of the castle town. There are stores here, aren't there? Oh, there are accommodations, too. In one corner of the square, there were a few stores, and there was also a facility where the staff of the Adventurers Guild were housed. On the other side of the square, there was a Japanese-style inn that looked like a long-established inn. It seemed to offer simple meals, and there were several parties relaxing and chatting at the front desk. There were also leisure accommodations on the 4th floor of the dungeon, but unlike the inn on the 4th floor, the inn on the 10th floor seemed to attract many guests who stayed there for a full-fledged dungeon dive. Without using the gate, it would take more than half a day to return to the surface, or conversely, to come from outside. For adventurers who use this area as a hunting ground, staying overnight on the 10th floor is just the right distance. Most adventurers bring simple tents and camp out in the halls to save on lodging costs, but high-ranking adventurers, nobles, and warriors have a sense of pride and prefer to avoid camping out as much as possible. This is why there is such a demand for accommodation on this floor. Well, we who can use the gate don't need to stay here. To get to Obaba's store from here, we had to go in the opposite direction of the main street to the 11th floor. Adventurers rarely go in that direction, and there are probably monsters wandering around as usual. You might want to take a break to prepare for battle. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll go with you. Oh, I might get hungry, so let's order something to go. I glanced at the stall and saw an amazing price tag, 1,080 yen for yakisoba. There is a good chance that there will be a battle during the transport to this point, and there are only a limited number of people to transport it, so it may be unavoidable. I'm not sure if it will be more expensive in the future. When I came out after using the restroom, I found my sister trying to order the yakisoba. I wonder if I brought that much money with me. Oops, give me 2 fried noodles. Sure, I'll give you a little extra because you're so cute. Thank you. When I looked at the yakisoba that was handed to me, I realized that it might be more than the other ones, but there were hardly any ingredients. Don't be stingy, old man. After wrapping the yakisoba pack in paper and putting it in my backpack, I took a quick look around the plaza and headed for the hidden store to the west. It's a hidden store, and it's in an area you can't normally enter. So all I have to do is put the dungeon currency on the wall? Yes, copper coins. The dungeon currency will be dropped at a certain rate by defeating the mid-boss on this floor. We already have some from defeating the Orc Lord, so there's no need to defeat him. I'll come back to fight you later. I've been running for more than an hour with Hanano carrying me on her back, but she doesn't seem to be tired at all. In fact, she seems to be itching to beat the monster. It must be because the physical strengthening is working better than expected. I'm also feeling full of energy from the huge level up, but I think I'm just too tired to be excited. But our destination is just around the corner. I want to recover from my condition first, so I'll go home and rest later. Let's keep our heads up and do our best for a little while longer. We stepped onto the cobblestones and made our way towards the hidden area. The pathway is straight, so I can see a long way, but there are many crossroads that are difficult to see, and I have to be careful of the monsters waiting for me at the corners. Since there were almost no adventurers hunting, I decided to move on foot in anticipation of more encounters. What kind of things will appear on the 10th floor? As I'm walking along, checking the condition of my legs, my sister is standing next to me, spinning her little sword around and asking me about monsters. The main ones are large subhuman monsters like trolls and orc lords. The middle boss is the Minotaur. Minotaurs, can the orc lord be defeated normally already? As for the orc lords, the vicious appearance we saw in the train on the 5th floor is still fresh in our minds, but we're sure they're even more powerful than we are now. I just don't feel like I'm getting stronger because I've raised my level so rapidly. There are a lot of subhumans on this floor, so I have my sister wear the subhuman special item, Orc Lord's Crest, that I picked up on the 5th floor on her chest. It's a cute little badge with a pig's mark on it, but it does have some powerful effects, increasing attack damage by 10% and decreasing damage taken by 10% against subhumans, and only the Orc Lord that pops on the 5th floor drops it, so if you can monopolize the bridge drop, you might want to get a few more. While I was thinking about this, I was approaching the first crossroad when I heard a thumping sound from the left, along with a slight vibration. Maybe it was a troll. I sneak a peek around the corner and see a troll, less than 3 meters tall, clad in rags, hair shaggy, hairy and muscular. It's an active monster, but its senses are dull, so it won't attack you unless you're right in front of it. What are you going to do? Do we fight it? No, we'll wait for it to pass by. Attacking a troll with a small bladed weapon such as a dagger or a small sword may be blocked by its thick muscles and fat, except in critical areas. If you want to defeat them in a short time, you need to have a skill with high attack or penetration power, or a weapon of a certain size. Currently, there is no need to fight them. So, I retreated a bit, waited for the troll to pass by, and then proceeded to the hidden area again. We avoided several traps on the way, passed several trolls, and proceeded about 1 kilometer to the west, where we found an orc road blocking the single path in front of us. It didn't seem to be moving. Orcs have the weakness of being slow, but with my paralyzed legs I can't run very well, so I'm not sure I can outrun them. If I were to ask Hanano to fish for them and spread them around, I wouldn't know the map of this area at all, and if I ran around badly, there was a risk that other monsters would link up with them and start a train. I think it's better to beat it straight away. He's going to do it. Don't swing your weapon too hard or it will break. Yes, I'll go first, you take the back, okay. Like the Orc Lord on the 5th floor, he carries a club that looks like a log. As soon as he saw my sister running towards him, he swung at her to hit her with the huge club. But my sister accelerated faster than he expected, and she easily spun around from his side to the side in a flash. Staggering in pain, he screams in a resounding voice, "Gwa!" he shouted in a resonant voice. Before I could attack him from behind, the orc lord fell and turned into a demon stone. I couldn't keep up with Hanano's movements, maybe he couldn't even see you. But I can go a little faster. If I were to get hit by that big club, I'd be in trouble, but I don't think he'd be able to hit Hanano now. She can see the orc lord's movements better at. But her movement speed and acceleration are better than expected due to her physical enhancements, and she had plenty of time to spare after seeing it. I'm sure she can beat the Minotaur with no problem. After that, we fought a few more battles to make sure that we finally reached the dome-shaped room where the middle boss was. At the end of this room, there is a mechanism to enter a hidden area, so you have to go through the room. The size of the room is about 50 meters square. If you sneak a peek inside from near the entrance of the room, you can see a 2-meter-tall Minotaur standing in the middle of the room. The room itself is large, making the Minotaur look relatively small, but his muscles are unusually large, and combined with his bull-headed, human-like beastly appearance, he looks almost oppressive. He has a symmetrical, double-edged axe in his hand, called the Labries, which has increased attack power. You'll need the right armor and STR to take on that axe. It's also the first enemy to use a weapon skill. In our case, the unique boss on the 7th floor was the first. Their perceptive ability is not that high, so if you follow the wall outside the room without making any noise, you can pass through. What to do now? I want to fight. Well, that's okay, but be careful with the weapon skills. Don't get hit with that one. Yes, I'm going to kill it before it can shoot me. The Minotaur's weapon skill, Full Swing, is a two-handed axe skill that increases the attack power in proportion to STR. I told her on the way what kind of motion it uses to activate it, but with her current kinetic vision and physical abilities, she should be able to see it before she ducks. As soon as she entered the room, Hanano accelerated in a forward-leaning posture and approached the Minotaur with a speed that quickly reached 50 kilometers per hour. The Minotaur, noticing the sound of her approach, sees her coming at high speed and, prepared to fall behind, assesses Hanano's attack and prepares to receive it. That alone shows that the Minotaur is not just a monster with power. I start to run after her, but I'm not even close to the running speed I had when I was level 8. Even so, I'm sure I can run faster than the average person outside the magic field. If they're waiting, you don't have to force them to attack. Do you have a plan? When you know that the Minotaur's stance is passive, you can move in a zigzag pattern and feint as you approach, so that the Minotaur can't read whether you are going to attack from the left or right. The Minotaur seemed to want to receive Hanano's attack and then force her to counter by bouncing off her weapon, but when he decided that this would be difficult, he gave up on receiving the attack, lowered his center of gravity and began the activation motion for his weapon skill. It is a full swing that cleaves a wide area in front of you. But the decision was too late. She accelerated further, perhaps still having some energy left in her, and reached close to him before the full swing was activated. She then ducked under the right side of the body and slashed the belly while coming around behind him, slashing one after the other with a dexterous slashing style that made it seem as if her right hand and left hand were moving independently due to her dual wielding. I wonder if the Orc Lord's emblem, which has a special effect on subhumans, is also having an effect, and it's producing a huge attack power. Even with that many cuts, the full swing is still activated. However, Hanano was already gone in that direction. The Minotaur let out a cry like a cow's scream as it was slashed on the back, then fell to the ground and turned into a magical stone. Dun X's attack skills have a restriction that once they are in the activation motion, they cannot be stopped until the activation is complete unless you cancel the skill. And currently, there are no monsters that will cancel their skills. At least, I don't remember any in the game. If the Minotaur is the same as in the game, it's an enemy that doesn't cancel its skills. The open double angle bracket full swing close double angle bracket is a difficult skill to dodge because it cleaves a large area in front of you, but it's not hard to dodge if you can see the pooling motion before the activation. It's not hard to dodge it if you can see the pause motion before it activates. Pull, crouch, jump, or step forward. If you want to counter the full swing, you have two choices, crouch or step forward. So, while accelerating, Hanano stepped forward and sliced through the back while turning around. However, this flow was only possible because of the level difference. If Hanano's level was equal to or lower than the Minotaur's monster level, the Minotaur would not have unleashed the full swing at the start of the game, and would not have aimed for the receiving end in the first place, and the fight would have been completely different. It's okay, that was because of the level difference, right? Yes, it was. Well, I wouldn't have given the go-ahead for the battle otherwise. I'm glad to see that you know exactly what you're doing. Pride is the scariest thing. Unless you could start over like in a game, you could make mistakes and feel the pain. I picked up the Minotaur's magic stone and the dungeon currency and headed for the stone wall in the back. If you look carefully at the stone wall, you'll notice a round depression about a few centimeters in diameter. Insert the dungeon currency you have into it and you'll find. Oh, the wall cracked, that's amazing. With a sound like heavy objects rubbing against each other, the stone wall opens to the left and right, following the shape of the stone. I was amazed at how elaborate it was to open the wall just by inserting a coin into the hollow, and went inside. There are no monsters popping up from here, so it should be a completely safe zone. As I slowly walked around the large, deserted square, memories of when I was a beginner in Daneku came back to me. I remember when I was a beginner in Dun X, and I played the game of Strawman, here, exchanging items. When the Dun X service first started, it was treated as a hidden area, but this plaza, with its reasonable size, was treated as an open base of operations by the players. It was crowded with people who brought their own items to sell, opened stalls, recruited parties, and so on. But now, there was no one but us. After a short walk across the plaza, we came across a square box-like building made of rough stones. We finally arrived at our destination, Obaba's store, and I breathed a deep sigh of relief. Originally, I had planned to come here about a month later, but... In the front of the store, a woman dressed in light black clothes was sitting on a simple chair, smoking a pipe and enjoying the smoke. She stood up slowly as we approached and said, "Hello, welcome, would you like to buy something?" The demon, with a large, heavy-looking horn growing out of her temple, smiled and welcomed us. "Horns? You're not human? I'm called a demon?" She answers questions smilingly, and her breasts are very assertive. She has large, black, curly horns on each side of her head. Her name is Furufaru. If you complete a certain quest in the depths, you will become close to her and she will tell you her name, which is similar to an NPC in the game. TL. Furufaru means shaking might be in relation to the shaking of her breast, but her name is Furufaru. Despite her mysterious and graceful appearance, she is over 1,000 years old, and is like a grandmother's wise counselor who can answer various questions about the dungeon. She is nicknamed Obaba by the players, but if you say it in front of her, she will blow you away with a single punch that will barely kill you, so you must never say it. She is very strong. In Dun X, there were demons running stores and several races helping adventurers. I can't find any mention of them in this world, but I'm sure they exist, just like the full-fledged ones. I'd like to deepen my friendship with them for the future. Can I see your goods? Sure, feel free to look around. There were no adventurers in the store, the square in front of the store, or even in the hidden area, and the whole area was deserted. In spite of this, the shelves are filled with a wide variety of goods, including weapons, armor, ornaments, and medicines. Even the Adventurers Guild doesn't have a store with such a wide selection of goods. Maybe they don't care about making a profit, but I know they won't give me a discount. Wow, mithril? This is made of mithril alloy. Hanano holds up a dull, silvery dagger and shows it to me. Mithril, also known as magical silver, is extremely hard inside the magic field. On the other hand, if you take it out of the magic field, its properties become the same as ordinary silver. In that case, it becomes just a soft and heavy metal, and should be handled with care. Mithril alloys are made by mixing a small amount of mithril with soft silver, and are harder than ordinary steel. Adventurers in the 10th to 30th level are often in need of this kind of armor. The dagger my sister showed me was made of mithril alloy, but it contained less than 1% mithril, and over 99% was silver. However, silver is not a cheap metal, and if you were to buy it at the Adventurers Guild, you could probably get over $1 million for this size. On the other hand, there is also pure mithril armor that is made of 100% mithril. It is extremely hard, light enough to float on water, and has magic resistance, making it an excellent material for magic swords and resistant armor. The disadvantage of mithril is that it is not easy to obtain, and it tends to be expensive. Just thinking about how much it would cost at auction is terrifying. While Hanano was looking at the armor with admiration, I asked her for a condition recovery service. There are medicines that can heal abnormalities, but it's cheaper to ask Furufaru for recovery magic. I'll take 3 RIL if you don't mind. Here you go, I'll take that. RIL is a unit of dungeon currency. 1 RIL equals 1 dungeon copper coin. Currently, I have 38 copper coins and 1 gold coin dropped by the castle owner on the 7th floor, so I have a total of 138 riels. Furufaru clapped her hands in front of me. With that, the swelling that had been all over my body was removed, and the numbness that had been spreading to my legs receded. TL. You know what, let's just call her Furu. Furufaru kinda feels worrying. Furu squinted her golden eyes to see if I was cured, checked my whole body, and then quickly nodded her head back. It seems that I was still in an abnormal state, and this time she put her index finger between my eyebrows and poured magic power into my eyes. Then, gradually, my vision became clearer. It seems that there was an abnormality in the eye, optic nerve as well. The second one is free of charge. Thank you very much. I had some irregular enemies. Suppressing the urge to swear, I turned my shoulders to check how my body was feeling. It seems to have completely healed. I feel surprisingly light. Can I also ask for a job change? There's a crystal in the back, you can use it. Oh, I want a job change too. My sister, who was looking at the equipment on display, dashed over to me. If you change jobs, you can learn a variety of skills and use them in a wide range of strategies, even in normal combat. In this world, if you can change jobs, you are a full-fledged adventurer, and my sister seemed to be looking forward to it. This is the job change crystal. It looks pretty normal. A round, transparent crystal about 15 centimeters in diameter was placed on top of several layers of cloth. In the game, if you put your hand on it, the interface would automatically open and guide you. I put my hand on it gently, then a sensory interface appears in my mind. It's like when you're calculating and a number pops into your head. This is hard to understand. I can't compare the numbers and make a decision, so it's hard to do. I'd like to think about it like I do on a computer screen, looking carefully at the text and tables, but I wonder if it would be better to do it while copying the imagined numbers onto a piece of paper or a terminal. The level is 19. That's quite an increase. That means those bones were at least level 25, right? Really? Then it's level 11. I wonder why that thing was on the 7th floor. I don't know either. As you proceed, you'll find a job change section. Currently, there are 3 basic jobs that can be changed: fighter, caster, and thief. To get one of these jobs, you need to have a job level of 5 or higher in newbie. In addition, a certain amount of status is required. If you are a fighter, you need to have STR, if you are a caster, you need to have int, and if you are a thief, you need to have a GI over 20. I'm sure that both my sister and I have cleared all of the required stats since we're up to level 19. Which job are you going to get? I'm not sure. I wanted to take the fake of thief as soon as possible, but I was able to get here earlier than planned, so I have some time to spare. It's a good idea to learn how to attack magic with a caster first. In the future, you will need to deal with monsters that are resistant to physical attacks or have physical invulnerability. I would definitely like to have a non-physical means of attack. It's also possible to use magic-infused attribute weapons, but at the moment the only known attribute weapons are national treasures worth over $1 billion, and they are monopolized by a few adventurers. It's not something you can get even if you have the money. Attribute weapons are Kotaro-sama's main weapon, right? Maybe. That red effect is probably a flame enchantment. Tazato Toritero, the clan leader of the colors, was also using a Tachi sword with attribute magic, but that was also one of the few weapons in Japan designated as the highest national treasure. Attribute weapons are inevitably rare, as there are limited means to obtain them around the 30th floor. The reason why firearms have become obsolete is that there are monsters out there that make it difficult for physical attacks to work. Wraith-like and slime monsters. In the early Showa era, when dungeons first appeared in this world, that is, in the early days of dungeon diving, the primary weapon was the bayonet. In the original world as well, guns were the strongest weapon in hand-to-hand combat, and it was obvious that swordsmanship was no match for machine guns. Of course there are guns in this world, too. Even when hunting orcs, if you use a gun from a distance, you should be able to kill them faster and safer than with a sword. So why don't adventurers in this world use guns? The reason is that from the 10th floor onward, there are monsters that are physically ineffective, physically resistant, and some of them even have resistance to flying tools. While it is possible to ignore such monsters, there are some monsters such as floor bosses that can't be ignored, so using only physical attacks is a dead end. In fact, in the early days of dungeon diving, there was a time when the attack was aborted around the 15th floor. Guns do not have corresponding skills, and it is difficult to benefit from level ups or physical enhancement through job correction. On the other hand, the deeper you go into the dungeon, the stronger, faster, and more resistant the monsters become, and the more powerful their attacks become. If you're planning on going deeper, the theory is to train with weapons that have corresponding weapon skills or magic. It is obvious that you will become stronger later on. Besides, if there are that many adventurers on the 10th floor or below, guns are probably too dangerous to use. So, considering the monsters to come, it would be better for either me or my sister, or both of us, to acquire magic. In addition to magic attack methods, I would definitely like to get fake, and trap detection eye, for thief, and backstep, and skill plus 3 inches for fighter. I can change my job as many times as I want, right? You can, but your job level will be reset. You can change your job as many times as you want, but your job level will be reset to 1, and the status bonus, *1, will be reduced. You can just raise your job level again, so it's not that big of a disadvantage. Once you have raised your job level, it is common to change jobs again for the purpose of reacquiring skills or job correction. I'll explain the skills and job characteristics, *2, that you can acquire to my sister. I want to shoot magic, so maybe I'll try caster first. I want to shoot magic, so I might want to try caster first. You can do it as usual, but when you shoot magic, your weapon might get in the way, so you have to think about that when using your weapon. In addition to learning magic attacks, casters can also learn skills to recover from simple conditions. This is a job that you should have in your party. If you have a spare skill set, there's no harm in learning it. So, I'll go with fighter or thief. Fighters can learn a number of close combat skills, but the most important one is skill frame plus 3. This is an unconditional requirement. Another skill that can be used is backstep, which evades backwards. This is a skill that can be activated during normal attacks and some skill motions, canceling the movement and evading backwards in an emergency. These skill-canceling skills are useful against opponents and some powerful monsters, and are worth adding to your skill arsenal until you learn the super-compatible sway. In terms of combat skills, open black lens bracket fighter close black lens bracket has better skills, but it's better to learn open black lens bracket thief close black lens bracket fake skill first in case of information leakage. As for the other skills of the thief, trap detection eye is also a useful skill. It makes it easier to find troublesome traps, so if you have room for it, you should learn it. But it's enough if someone else in your party has it too. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and become a thief. I put my hand on the crystal and closed my eyes, then a series of numbers was projected into my mind. *1, the status bonus is 100% at max job level 10, and only 10% at job level 1. For example, fighter, job level 10 increases both STR and HP by 10%, but job level 1 only increases them by 1% each. *2, data for 3 basic jobs. Fighter, 10% bonus to STR and HP. Open double angle bracket / close double angle bracket learned at job level, JL, 2 one-handed sword and two-handed sword skills. Open double angle bracket HP upper limit up I close double angle bracket JL4 katakana middle dot open double angle bracket full swing close double angle bracket JL5 one-handed axe, two-handed axe skill. Open double angle bracket backstep close double angle bracket JL7 katakana middle dot open double angle bracket skill frame +3 close double angle bracket JL9 katakana middle dot open double angle bracket sword mastery I close double angle bracket JL10 increases attack power and skill when equipped with one-handed weapons. Thief, AGI only 15% bonus open double angle bracket fake close double angle bracket JL2 status camouflage. Open double angle bracket secret close double angle bracket JL3 monsters are less likely to be noticed. Open double angle bracket double sting close double angle bracket JL5 dagger skill 2 attacks open double angle bracket power shot close double angle bracket JL7 bow skill, bow and arrow is consumed. Open double angle bracket unlocking I close double angle bracket level 9 easy unlocking open double angle bracket trap detection I close double angle bracket JL10 simple trap detection. Caster, 10% bonus for MP and int open double angle bracket fire arrow close double angle bracket JL2 a few centimeters large flame arrow flame attribute. Open double angle bracket recovery close double angle bracket JL3 katakana middle dot open double angle bracket ice lance close double angle bracket JL4 ice spear water attribute. Open double angle bracket cure close double angle bracket JL6 abnormal condition recovery open double angle bracket wind guard close double angle bracket defensive magic wind attribute that protects from long range attacks. Open double angle bracket meditation close double angle bracket MP region while using JL10 skill if you close your eyes while touching the crystal with your hand, letters and numbers will be projected into your mind. If you tilt your consciousness to a specific item, the projected object will move in a slimy motion, so I selected Thief with difficulty. Then the current status was displayed without delay. I hurriedly wrote it down in my terminal. Less than name, Sota Narumi Sota less than level greater than 1 right pointing arrow 19. Less than job and job level, Thief level 1 less than adventurer class greater than, 9th class. Less than status greater than maximum HP, 7 right pointing arrow 103 maximum MP, 9 right pointing arrow 53. STR. 3 right pointing arrow 35 int, 9 right pointing arrow 51 VIT, 4 right pointing arrow 88 AGI, 5 right pointing arrow 31. MND, 11 right pointing arrow 60 less than skill 1/2 greater than right pointing arrow less than skill 2/6 greater than katakana middle dot open double angle bracket gluttony close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket simple appraisal close double angle bracket katakana middle dot less than sky greater than katakana middle dot less than sky greater than katakana middle dot less than sky greater than. Less than sky, this is the current status and its variance. It is said that the general value of an adult's ability outside the magic field is about 3 to 8 in each category. When I was level 1, I was usually in that range. Now that I'm level 19, I've grown a lot in each ability. When you reach this level, you can run faster than an Olympic athlete while lifting over 100 kilograms. There is almost no chance of losing to any fighter who has not experienced a level up, and I have reached the realm of what can be called a superhuman. Now, let's look at the important status values, and we can see that the disparity in ability values is getting bigger. Obviously, HP and VIT are high, while STR and AGI are low. This is probably due to the initial gluttony skill. As I recall, when I looked at the simple appraisal, the effect of gluttony was HP and VIT increase plus correction, appetite increase, STR minus 30%, AGI minus 50% when leveling up. I'll leave aside the items that I couldn't appraise. If you remove the corrections, you can assume that by going from level 1 to 19, you are taking roughly 40 to 50% of the status increase, and the HP and VIT increase is about double that. To be honest, I was surprised at the higher than expected compensation value, because I thought that the positive compensation at level up would be a bonus of about 10%. I'm not sure if I should leave the open double angle bracket gluttony close double angle bracket on for a while longer, but even so, hunger can be tough. I'll do it too. When I was struggling with the ultimate choice between hunger and status, my sister shook my shoulder and told me to give up my spot if I was done. It's a good idea to think about it later, so I'll take your place. I sat down in front of the crystal and carefully instructed my sister how to do the job change. She seems to have successfully chosen caster while groaning. This is the end of it. I don't feel any different. That's about it. If you change jobs, let me see your status. Let's see, I'll enter it into my terminal so I don't forget. Less than name, Hanano Narumi Kano less than level, LV1 right pointing arrow LV19. Less than job and job level, caster level 1 less than adventurer class greater than, unregistered. Less than status greater than maximum HP, 70 maximum MP, 59 STR, 61. Int, 54 VIT, 47 AGI, 73 MND, 46 less than skill 2/6 greater than. Open double angle bracket dual wield close double angle bracket katakana middle dot open double angle bracket simple appraisal close double angle bracket katakana middle dot less than sky greater than sky greater than katakana middle dot less than sky greater than katakana middle dot less than sky greater than. It's like this. That, Hinano-chan, it's pretty strong, isn't it? There is no status correction skill, but the overall status is high. The average increase was over 50. If I didn't have the gluttony boost, I would have lost badly. I've heard rumors that there is a hit character in Dun X that has a slightly higher increase in status when you make your character. I'm not going to worry too much about it, so I'll just chalk it up to my imagination. I'll have to buy some equipment. If you find a good weapon, I'll buy it for you. The budget is up to 50 RIL. This little sword was easy to use, but it seemed to bend easily and I was afraid to put too much force into it. My sister stood up and jumped into the corner where the weapons were placed. I'm going to start looking around too. The first thing I want to check is the price of the magic bag, which is made from the digestive organs of the giant worms that appear on the 20th floor and beyond, like a stomach, and can hold up to 20 times as much as it looks. The bag can hold up to 20 times what it looks like. It can hold a lot of stuff, but it doesn't get any lighter, and if it gets ripped, the contents will be thrown all over the place, so you have to be careful with it. But I wanted to take a look at it, because I would need to put bulky things in it during my future dungeon dives. Well, 250 lil is just too much for my current budget. In the game era, when there were many players, many materials for magic bags were sold in stores, so you could buy a finished magic bag for as little as 50 riels. In this world, I was prepared to pay more than that, but my faint hope that it might be possible was cruelly dashed. From now on, I'll probably have more opportunities to use the hidden store, and I'll also have to earn some dungeon currency. And I'm sure I'll have more opportunities to get it, so I'll have to rethink my dungeon diving plans when I get home. The next thing I need is an appraisal item. The one I have now is a magic wand that can use the appraise skill. This is a must-have item because it can be used to appraise items and skills that cannot be appraised with the simple appraisal skill, as well as people with disguised status. However, there is a limit to the number of times a wand can be used, so be sure to check it carefully. This is the same as in the game. A wand with 10 charges costs 10 RIL. Can I have one of these, please? Yes, indeed, 10 RIL. When I get home, I'll use this wand to appraise the items that dropped from Gluttony and Volgamut. I want to do some experiments and come back later to buy more if I have enough money left over. Next, I'll buy 2 condition recovery potions for 5 RIL each. I'd like to have one for me and one for Hinano, just in case the worst happens and we die without them, and also check the price of the recovery potions. 2 RIL, that's cheap. It's a great potion that, when sprinkled on the body, has the same effect as the medium recovery, cast by a priest, and can instantly heal a simple broken bone or missing finger. The demand for these potions is so high that they can be bought at the Adventurers Guild for at least several 100,000 yen each, but here they can be bought for only 2 dungeon copper coins. In the game era, they sold out quickly, and even when they came back in stock, the price went up, making it hard to buy them for less than 10 rials, but due to the lack of players, the opposite phenomenon is happening with magic bags. The lack of players has caused the opposite to happen with the magic bags. I'll have to resell this one. Another popular item. Do you sell mithril in the ore? Yes, we do. The ore is on the table over there. On a table about 2 tatami mats in size, ores of various colors are laid out. Iron ore, silver ore, mithril ore, and so on are labeled with their names, but the size of the same type of ore seems to vary considerably. When we tried to buy the larger ones, we were told that the amount of ore contained in them was almost the same, so there was no need to worry about it. If that's the case, I'll just buy a small one that's easy to carry. If you can refine mithril ore, you can get it much cheaper than buying mithril ingots. These were also a popular item in the game days, sold out quickly by players who were dabbling in blacksmithing. If you buy the ore here and have it smelted outside, you can get a lot of weapons for cheap. The amount of mithril contained in the ore was not much, but if you tried to buy even a small amount outside, the price would be eye-popping. My resale plan is coming along. Oni, I was thinking of buying 2 one-handed swords, but 2 might be too much for my budget of 50 RIL. You can see that she doesn't want to give up because she doesn't let go of both of them while saying that. She looks up at me and asks if I can do something about it. Well, why don't we just buy some ore and go to the workshop and have them make it for us? You can make it for me, then yes? I'll drop by the school's workshop on my way home and ask for an estimate. Oh, you're leaving already? Yes, I'm sure I'll be back for more, but when I do, I'd appreciate your help. I bought the amount of silver ore and mithril ore I needed for my weapons, and with the remaining RIL I bought HP potions for resale. For the time being, I'm going to have a HP potion resale marathon at Obaba's store and the Adventurers Guild, just so I don't raise the price too high for a while. Yes, it's been a long time since I've had a guest. Oh, by the way, we had a human visitor recently. What? That's quite a bombshell, isn't it? Oh, by the way, we had a human visitor recently. What? Obaba's store was located in a hidden area that could not be reached by normal means. There were no adventurers in sight in the square in front of the store, so I assumed that no one had ever been there before. What was he like? I'm sorry, I don't really remember. TL. Furu won BQs. Nobody else even voted for Furu. Furufuru nodded her head and muttered, humans are hard to remember. In a way, it's interesting that even though she's a demon, she looks like a human, but it's hard to remember what a human looks like. Is that a player she's talking about? It's been a little over a month since I was transported to this world. If you're starting in Class E like I did, the difficulty of reaching Obaba's store in this period should be reasonably high. Still, if you've taken the time and risk to raise your level more efficiently than I did, there's no reason you can't come. It's also possible that you've come this far with knowledge and methods that I don't know about. Could it be that he's not a player, but a regular adventurer? As far as I could find in the library, I couldn't find any articles about this place. However, it's been decades since this dungeon was discovered. It wouldn't be surprising if one of us had accidentally arrived at this place during that time by fitting dungeon currency into the hollows out of curiosity. The fact that no information has been released could be due to the fact that they wanted to monopolize this place and conceal it. Whether it was a player or a non-player adventurer, if they knew about this store, they must have bought up something. That's what I would do, but looking at the inventory, I didn't get the feeling that this was the case, so I decided to ask. If the visitor was a player, he would buy the same potions and ores I did, and if he was an adventurer, he would buy magic items. I might be able to narrow it down to one or the other depending on what they buy. He didn't buy anything, okay, just, like you, he asked who came to my store. He didn't buy anything. The lineup in this store is very attractive compared to the outside. Did they not have any dungeon currency on hand? If that's the case, just ask Furufuru about the existence and necessity of currency, save up, and then come back to buy some, and if you want to buy it, you can buy it with magic stones. But the fact that he didn't buy anything suggests that he was simply asking who had come to see her. If you're asking this question at this time, it's more likely to be a player than an adventurer. Did any of my classmates seem to be holed up in a dungeon? I was mostly through with my classmates. Rather, because of my bad reputation for losing to slime, no one approached me and I was through. After school, I didn't even look for club activities. I was all about dieting or dungeon diving. I had no idea who was diving and for how long. I had always thought that I could quit school at any time. Should I interact with them a little more to gather information? Interacting with classmates has the disadvantage of taking up extra time, but it can also be an advantage in gathering information and ripe for useful events. This is because most of the events and characters in Dunax are related to the Adventurer's School. In addition, there are some dangerous scenarios and events, and in order to avoid them, it might be a good idea to keep track of how far Akagi-kun and the heroines have progressed through the events, based on their interactions. I see. When that person comes back, can you please keep the fact that I came here a secret? It's not good if people know. The only reason I was able to get here so quickly was because of the irregularity of Volgamut. The fact that he got here earlier than I did suggests that he's a pretty good player. Since there is a possibility that he might become an enemy, I would like to keep this information from him if possible. If it's a level-up competition, I'm sure I'm not losing. We're going to smash it. Yes, but I don't think I'll be able to remember you either, so you don't have to worry. Thank you very much. I'm sure I'll be back, and I look forward to working with you then. I'll be back, sister. When Hinano waved, Furufuru waved back with a smile. I don't know why they are running such a deserted store with no customers coming, but it helps us in many ways. We returned to the empty square and took a break. The square was so vast and quiet that I couldn't believe I was in a dungeon. There are no birds singing or wind murmuring, but the ceiling is high and the light blue color gives a sense of openness. It felt good to have such a place to myself with my sister. We took out the yakisoba noodles we bought at the entrance of the 10th floor and ate them. I expected it to be expensive, but it didn't taste that great. I mean, what kind of meat is this? Let's go home then, yes. The way back was through a gate in a corner of the square. If you register your magic power here, you will be able to come to Obaba's store from outside the dungeon immediately. You'll be carrying 4 ores weighing more than a dozen kilograms each, but the weight won't be too much of a problem, thanks to your increased strength from leveling up. The ores are bigger and bulkier than the weight, making it difficult to carry them, so I need a magic bag as soon as possible. For that, I need to earn a lot of dungeon currency. I'm not sure if I'll go hunting for minotaurs next time or if I'll dive further. I'll have to think about that when I get home. Anyway, too much happened today and I'm tired. I can't stop myself from sneezing since a while ago. I pass magic power to the pattern on the wall that I've seen before and open the gate. You'll be able to go through it and instantly be transported to an empty classroom on the first basement floor of the school. The temperature is a few degrees cooler than in the dungeon, and it's pleasantly cool. You can go ahead and leave. I'm going to the workshop to deposit this ore. Can you go back by yourself? I'll be fine. I'll take care of the rest. She was in a good mood, skipping and walking away in a happy mood. It's a good idea to keep a low profile on campus because you're an outsider. The armor makes you stand out, so I should make a uniform to disguise her. I'm sure my current level will be revealed while carrying the ore, so I'll borrow a cart to carry it to the workshop. As I rattled my way out, I heard the sound of training from the direction of the arena. It reminded me of my high school days, or rather, now I was in high school too. Speaking of which, what happened to Akaji's club activities? I'm wondering if he joined a club for E-class after all. I'm wondering if he's already fallen into the darkness. In that case, it would be better to move to avoid getting caught up in the mess. A brand new exterior wall and a well-cleaned luggage storage area. From inside the white, square-shaped workshop, we could hear the sounds of large machines running and metal banging. The school also has a club activity where students learn to make metal sculptures and ornaments under the guidance of a private company, and this activity takes place mainly in the workshop area on the school grounds. Like mithril, dungeon metals are processed while passing a large amount of magic power. The students of the Adventurer School, who have experienced a lot of level ups and have a lot of magic power, are highly qualified to be metal carvers and blacksmiths, and many of them aspire to become such. Well, I wonder if any of the older students are here. As I peeked inside through the wide-open entrance of the workshop, a large student noticed me and came out. What is it? A request? After looking at me quizzically, he saw the ore on the back of the truck and seemed to know it was a request. Yes, that's right. I'd like an estimate on the refining of this ore and, if possible, the creation of a weapon. Is that okay? He looked at me curtly, a second-year student, I guess. The next thing I know, he's looking at the ore and is surprised to see that there's mithril ore. Oh, we're studying mithril alloys right now. If you ask, we'll make it cheaper? I see. How much would you charge? The older man was suddenly in a good mood. I'm not sure what's going on here, but if it's going to be cheap, I might as well ask. In a little while, I'll be able to make a profit from reselling HP potions, but for now, my wallet is tight. If you're willing to leave the mithril and silver refining to me, is about as good as it gets. If you want to make a weapon, it first depends on how much mithril you can afford. You'd better decide after refining. The price offered was cheaper than I had expected. It's a good idea to go to the Adventurers Guild next time to see what they have to offer. I'm in Class E, first year. My name is Narumi. First year E class, and you use mithril alloy weapons or something like that? Oh well, come back later. Aren't you going to write a letter or something? Wait a minute, he got me a refinement request contract form from the back, so I'll sign it. He told me that the refining would be ready soon and that I should come back for it in a few days. Well, let's just go home. I'm home. Oh, Sota, I'm not sure if what Hanano is saying is true. What's wrong with you? You've lost so much weight. As soon as I got home, my mother came running to the door. She seemed to have heard that Hanano had become an anchor and came to inquire about the truth, but she also seemed surprised by my change. I was over 100 pounds in the morning, but now I see that I've lost about a pound, which is not normal. He seemed to have a lot of surprises and questions, waving his arms around and fumbling with his mouth. Can we do this over dinner? I'm starving. The rice is already ready, I'll put it on the table. I went into my room and breathed a sigh of relief. I was really tired for the day. I've just bought some armor for my demon wolf that's all torn up and I need to replace it. I'm not sure how much it costs to get armor for a level 19. I changed into my rough loungewear and went to the living room where my father was sitting, laughing at me. Well, that's just fine. So, where to begin? From becoming a caster, please. My mother slid into the seat next to me and hurriedly said, in this world, if you can change your job to a basic job, you are considered to be a full-fledged adventurer who can make a full-time living. My father, who has yet to give up his desire to be an adventurer, has been unable to get past the level 4 barrier for a long time. He pretends to be uninterested in how to raise his level that high, while reading the newspaper and listening carefully to me. I want what I'm about to tell you to be a family secret, okay? Is that great information? Well, some of it, I suppose. New information about dungeons can be sold for a huge price. It's the kind of thing you can live off of for the rest of your life. If you know that you know something like that, there will be some dangerous people who will try to force you to get it. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, my father and mother both gulped and waited for the rest of the story. I became a caster, and you became a thief, right? Ah, and while we're at it, Hanano and I are both now level 19. 19, my father's eyes widened and my mother leaned forward to ask him back. It seems that level 19 is the level at which a certain famous clan invites you to play. My mother then holds my hands and says, my kids are geniuses. I know I can trust the Narumi family, and they can be incomparable collaborators. I'm thinking of keeping my family in the dark about what I've been doing since I came to this world. I will not hesitate to tell them about my knowledge of dungeons, after informing them of the dangers. On the other hand, I'm not going to tell them that this was a game world or what happened in the original world, because that would only make them worry about my diaper. It wouldn't make any sense to talk about it. For the time being, I'll start by carefully explaining the events of the past few days. Narumi family meeting in the tea room. The 4 members of the family sit facing each other at the low table that used to be used as a kotatsu in the winter. For now, it would be better to start with the history of the game rather than the knowledge of the game. I'll start by explaining the path to the 10th floor, starting with the power leveling of my sister, Hanano. So it's true that you changed your job. That's what I said. My sister puffed up her cheeks like a hamster stuffed with seeds and protested, why don't you believe me? But how did you get it up so fast? My father puts the newspaper on the desk and asks in surprise what I was doing. My mom works for the Adventurers Guild as a temporary employee and deals with statistics and data, so she knows that it takes even the best adventurers a long time to get to level 19, at least 3 years. He have no knowledge of the game and can't use gates. He party with a lot of people. He only fights against opponents he knows he can beat. Under such conditions, I can imagine that it would take at least that long. Of course, the minimum requirements are time, money, and reliable friends. If you have knowledge of the game, you can probably raise your level in a few months, but my sister raised her level to 19 in just a few days. This growth rate is not only difficult to achieve in this world, but even in the game world. I'm going to explain the story up to now, including such uncommon things. I used the power leveling method I gave my sister to get her to level 7, and then I tried to get her to level 9 or 10 by hunting golems on the 7th floor, but I got tangled up with some assholes and Hanano got attacked. I was forced to fight a vicious enemy. And as a result of the fierce battle, he explained, he was now level 19 and had lost weight. How dare they, I'll have them arrested, that's how you lost so much weight. The clan that the people who attacked my sister belonged to calls itself the Attack Clan. At level 4, if you go in there, you'll just get hit back, so you need to calm down a bit. And even though I've lost weight, I'm still chubby enough, I wouldn't normally be convinced that the reason I've lost weight is as a result of a fierce battle, but with a skinny Sota Narumi in front of me, I have to believe it, it'll be back. The fact that I came back in one piece seems to have convinced father. Also, please stop trying to make me fat again with useless high-calorie food. But I've heard of Sorrel. About Sorrel, my mother, who works at the Adventurers Guild, told me that it is a new clan that has only been around for about a year. The clan leader is very ambitious and a troublemaker, and Sorrel itself is a clan that needs to be watched out for. There are several reasons for the clans to be in conflict with each other. Information confidentiality and maintenance issues due to the movement of personnel. Monopolization, competition, and competition for good hunting grounds, monsters, and rare items. There is also the issue of pride as to which clan is better than the other, but in any case, since huge amounts of money are involved, there is a lot of conflict of interest. Clan conflicts used to be peaceful, with only a few brawls in the dungeons, but nowadays they are often based on the use of artificially created magic fields, called AMFs, or artificial magic fields, which can cause massive damage even outside the dungeons. It's too much for ordinary police who haven't raised their level to intervene in the clan wars, so the Adventurers Guild usually acts as a mediator. The Guild of Adventurers is used to intervening in such disputes. The Adventurers Security Division was also worried. It is difficult for the Adventurers Guild to secure personnel of that level, and when there is a lot of conflict, they are inevitably short-staffed. I'd like to punish Sorrel, but the question is, how far will the behind go? Behind Sorrel is a secondary organization called the Kinrankai, which in turn is backed by the top clan, the Colors. As much as I want to take Sorrel down, I don't want to do it too soon. It's important to level up slowly, get stronger, and then do it safely, securely, and secretly. I have no intention of getting involved with the Colors. The first priority is to deal with the assholes in D class, and even if we do something in the school, we need to use fake. It would be better to improve Y. My equipment and skills for the next few months or so to create a better environment. Leveling up is also important, but we've gone too fast so far. Revenge against Sorrel can come later, since my father and mother may be harmed as well. We'll think about it again after we've gotten everyone in the family up to par. It's best to avoid anything dangerous. My mother, who has her hand on her cheek and is worried, seems reluctant to take revenge. It's probably true. Everything is based on the lives of family members. It's not wrong to think that it's okay as long as they're safe. My sister, who had her leg cut off, used a potion to heal her leg completely, and there is no scar left, not even an after effect. There was no point in overreacting here. Then I'm going to power level. Oni said that it also has an anti-aging effect. Well, that's right. I wonder if I should ask you. Pa, is it okay for Dad to participate? I'll take care of the bridge drop, but when they heard that the target monster was an orc lord, which the Adventurers Guild had warned them about, they were horrified. However, there is no need to worry now, because even against an orc lord with multiple orc soldiers in tow, I should be able to win head-on without a scratch. If it were a game, it would be more efficient to power leveling at the deepest level possible, but in this world, the burden on the body was greater than expected when trying to rapidly level up. And with your life on the line, it's probably safer to start by dropping off the bridge at the orc lord, as I did with Hanano, so that you can level up more reliably and safely. I'll also explain to you that I am planning to use the hidden store on the 10th floor to resell HP potions and ores. The existence of the hidden store is one of the most important things I want to keep secret from my family because I want to use it as a money-making tool in the future. There's a lot of middleman involved in selling it to others. How about selling a small amount to my store? The guild only buys them for less than half of what they sell for, so Dad's store is a better deal. My father left his job to open a small store called Miscellaneous Goods Shop Narumi that sells items and goods related to adventurers, and recently he has been selling them online nationwide. According to my father, HP potions are popular products that can be sold at private shops if they have been authenticated by the guild, but the unit price is too high to make a profit if you buy them from the guild, and it's too risky to buy HP potions from adventurers without authentication. I'll sell all my HP potions there. Here it comes, Dad, get ready to cut. Oh, there are so many of them. As soon as Hanano came into view, the orc lord and countless orc soldiers appeared behind him, sending up earth tremors and smoke. There were probably more than 50 of them. The sight of them rushing towards the suspension bridge was like a horde of buffalo heading towards it at full speed. This is the 5th floor of the dungeon. As a result of last night's meeting with the Narumi family to discuss the current situation, it was decided that the safety of the family was the top priority. My face and Hanano's are known to the 2 members of Sorrel. If they found out that we were still alive, something terrible might happen. In addition, if it turns out that our level has risen to an unusually high level due to the simple appraisal, the organization behind them may move in and ask us for information, even resigning to violence. If it was just me and my sister, we might be able to fight off those people, but at the level of my father and mother, we would be defenseless against adventurers. If that was the case, I thought about making the first move and charging in single-handedly to destroy Sorrel, but I didn't know how far they would go, and at my current level, it would be dangerous. In light of the above, I came to the conclusion that the most urgent thing to do, after considering safety, was to acquire the fake and raise the level of my family. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it, but considering the common sense here, where adventurers are rampant and security is poor, it's better to be cautious. The first thing to do is to acquire a fake. Hiding and disguising your level and job information will directly reduce the risk of our knowledge of the game being exposed. If a simple appraisal were to be used against me or my sister right now, it would be more than just a big deal. Leaving this situation unresolved is like creating a crisis situation for the family, so we should move to get the fake as soon as possible. I want to raise the level of all family members as soon as possible. Even if there is some kind of trouble and my knowledge of the game is exposed and we are attacked for information, if my family members are all level 30 or so, they will be able to beat them back like any other adventurer. It's a theory of strength against strength. Naturally, I don't level them up unreasonably. I try to create a plan that allows them to level up safely and quickly. This is why I took the day off from school today and my dad closed the store in the morning to get a fake and do some power leveling. Hanano, who was a caster, and has already changed her job to a thief at Obaba's store. The 5th floor and Obaba's store are registered to her magic power, so we can easily use the gate to move through the levels. When I explained to my parents how to use the gate, they were very surprised, but I hope they'll get used to it as soon as possible because they'll be more surprised as they continue to dive into the dungeon. Oops, I didn't have time to think about that now. I'm here, both of you. When Hanano crosses the bridge, don't cut the ropes off until the Orc Lord in the lead is over the center of the bridge. I got it, I'm on it. My sister came running in, bouncing like an antelope on a bridge that was supposed to be swinging. As her leg strength has steadily improved, she is able to run like that. In the game, no matter how high your level went, your speed would always be the same, but this was one of the things that changed when the game became reality. As I was doing this, the leader of the pack, Orc Lord, came over the center of the bridge. His eyes were bloodshot and he seemed angrier than usual, but I wondered what she had done. I signaled them to cut the wires of the suspension bridge, and my mom and dad split up on either side and cut them off at the same time. The orcs, who were making a lot of noise, even screaming when they fell, finally became experienced after about 10 seconds. Whoa, we've leveled up, this is awesome. Oh, I felt a pain in my chest, but then I felt refreshed. You even appear to be younger? I'm sure a single-digit level up won't make you look that much younger, but my dad is trying his best to goad my mom into thinking she is beautiful. After collecting the items, we decided to hunt as usual until the next Orc Lord popped up. Incidentally, the reason why the Orc Lord was so excited was because she was trying to see how much of the attack he could see and dodge when she caught it. Orcs have a strong appetite for torment, but conversely, they are probably vulnerable to provocation. As I walked down the aisle and hunted the monsters I saw, I shared what I knew about dungeons with my father and mother. I tell them about the traps, the map, the characteristics of the monsters and how to defeat them, how I want to use magic to attack the 11th floor and below, how I want to become an armorer, and my plans for the future. That knowledge is, no, it's not. Should I get up to level 7 here for now? Yeah, then you can try to see how much your body can move and get some real combat practice before you start hunting golems. If you raise your level rapidly, the way you use your body will change from now on. If you raise your STR, you can handle a sword with one hand that you could only handle with 2 hands before, or you can ignore the inertia of your body to some extent because of your increased physical ability. In order to notice and get used to such things, you still have to spend a lot of time in combat. If you can get to level 8 while getting used to strengthening your body, your open black lens bracket newbie close black lens bracket job level will reach 10 and you will also learn skill frame +3. After that, he would go to Obaba's store on the 10th floor and change his job to thief to acquire fake. My father was nodding curiously, but I wondered if he understood. Well, my sister and I are here to support him, so he can learn it little by little. I did it, I've learned the open double angle bracket fake close double angle bracket. As I was carefully explaining, my sister, who was running around killing goblin soldiers, came running up to me to report it. If you use the simple appraisal to test it, you will get less than name, Hanano Narumi Kano less than job, fighter. Less than strength, weak enough not to be a partner less than number of skills possessed greater than 0. So, this is too weak to be a match for fighter. It's unnatural that she has 0 skills. Well, I guess I'll leave it at 3. Open double angle bracket fake close double angle bracket, it's a passive skill that hides or deceives status leaks from simple appraisal. You can set your own parameters for each item, such as job and strength, but if it seems unnatural, such as Hanano's 0 skills, the simple appraisal may break the blockage and reveal it. This is just a vague way of fooling the appraiser's perception. The other disadvantage is that if someone uses a higher level appraisal skill than simple appraisal, they will be detected, but there are few opponents of that level in school, and even if there were, they would not use it unless they had to fight, so there is no need to think about it now. In the game, hiding one's strength was a useless skill, it was a dead skill. In this world's skill evaluation, unless you are an agent or a secret agent, no one likes to put fake in a valuable skill slot, and most people don't seem to have it. If you do the bridge drop again, I'll go hunt solo and learn it too. Okay, it's time for the orc lords to pop up, I'm off. Hanano-chan. Be careful. We hunted the orc lords several more times, and my father rose to level 6 and my mother to level 5. I was also able to learn fake. I'll leave the parameters at about level 5 for newbie. I was going to start school tomorrow, but just in case, I thought it would be good to have a few more days of preparation. I want to do some more research on Sorrel and this world, and now that I've lost weight, I need to fix my uniform. It looks like I have a lot of work to do. You must be at least the 7th level of adventurer to view these materials. Was there an adventurer rank restriction? This is the library on the 18th floor of the Adventurers Guild. There are no books or bookshelves in the library, just a PC in a semi-private room separated by a wall like an internet cafe. From this PC, I could access the Adventurers Guild database server, but I had to authenticate with a terminal to do so. What I wanted to find out was information about the clans registered with the Adventurers Guild, mainly the Brocade Society, a secondary organization of the Colors, and its affiliated clans. I know that the Brocade Society is behind Sorrel, but I don't know how many members they actually have or how many tertiary clans are affiliated with them. I came here to try to find out, but I couldn't access it in any way. I asked the librarian in the reference room, but he told me that I didn't have enough adventurer ranks. I hadn't expected to be able to view even clan names. Apparently, the Adventurers Guild information has an importance and risk rating, and access is restricted by adventurer rank. My current adventurer rank is 9th level. If you're a student at an adventuring school, you automatically start at 9th level. I hadn't raised my rank since I registered as an adventurer because I didn't feel there was any particular advantage to doing so. However, I would like to collect information on quests and the Adventurers Guild in the future, so I should probably raise my rank. From what I've been able to see on this PC, it looks like I can access most of the information I want now at 7th level, so I'll aim for 7th level first. Looking at the promotion exam schedule, it says, Grade 8 promotion examinations are held every Wednesday at 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. It was now 8 a.m. on Wednesday. I rushed to the reception desk to ask about it, and was told that there was still time to take the exam, so I paid the 9,800 yen exam fee and went to the designated exam room. I paid the 9,800 yen exam fee and went to the designated exam room. There were roughly 100 test takers who came. Most of them were young adventurers with bad eyesight and bad attitudes. Like ragheads, there are a lot of people who look like they could be in a manga about the end of the century, and there are a lot of other people who look bad. There are many others with bad looks. I wondered if I had come to the cosplay hall, so I went to check the entrance again, but there was a sign saying, 8th grade promotion test hall, so I was sure I was in the right place. TL. When you come into a classroom where everyone is a delinquent. I'm not sure if it's because it's a morning session or just by chance. In the game, Akagi and his friends were often tangled up, but no matter what, the security is too bad. I wonder if this kind of intimidating attire is a trend. There are some decent-looking people, but they are shrinking in the corner, like they are trying to eliminate their presence. There was no point in worrying about it, so I went to an empty seat, and there they were, smiling wanly and trying to pull me down, showing off their expensive-looking weapons and showing off how strong they were, boasting about their level and strategy hierarchy, and some of them were even shooting at me, trying to get me involved. There's no sign of a simple appraisal being set up. The other day, I got rid of my super obese body and became a somewhat timid-looking chubby boy with a childish face, but I wonder if they're judging me by my appearance and picking a fight with me. I'm not sure if this place is in a magic field or not, but I don't care. My sister looks like a lowly girl, but now she's a strong girl who can lift hundreds of pounds. If you measure your strength by your appearance, you're going to die someday. I'm not going to point this out to them because they can just die on their own. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the examiner finally arrived. I was relieved to see that the examiner was dressed in a neat suit and looked serious. It's time, so I'll start explaining. Looking at his watch, he took out a form from a large envelope and started handing it out to everyone. On the form were written the contents of the test and some precautions. The test is as simple as it says on it. Each of you must go to a designated point in the dungeon and retrieve an object that has been placed there. The content of the test can be summarized as follows. The designated point is somewhere on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Filled circle, there is a time limit. The time limit is 12 hours after entering the dungeon. Filled circle, you don't have to kill the monsters, but there is a high possibility that you will have to fight them because of the location. Filled circle, you may team up with as many other examinees as you like. However, since the location of the designated items is different for each examinee, it will be necessary to retrieve items for each number of examinees. Filled circle, you must submit the items you have collected to the Adventurers Guild quest section within the time limit along with your examination voucher. There are many quests that require you to fetch a specific item or drop item at a specific location, so it's not that unusual. We had to be mindful of the 12-hour time limit. Looking around the test room, it seemed that most people were either in parties of 2 or 3, or diving solo. I guess it's appropriate to have a small group, since it would take too much time for everyone to collect the items. I've been solo since the beginning. When you enter the dungeon, the timer on your device will start automatically, so please start as soon as you're ready. I checked the quests section of the terminal screen, and the item I was given was a document with something written on it, and it was located on the 3rd floor, far in the back. As soon as I got my stuff together and was about to leave the room, Hey, you, take our stuff. Hey, wait. I knew in advance that there were people who were ready to get involved with me, so I decided to make a dash for the dungeon. They probably wouldn't have come to a dungeon full of people to get involved. It's a pain in the ass. Normally, I enter the dungeon through the gate on the first basement floor of the school, but today I enter through the first floor entrance, standing in line as usual. I wanted to get there early, but the place was packed with adventurers as usual, and it took me 2 hours to get to the third floor without being able to pass them. From the third floor, I left the main street and dashed to my destination. Now that I was up to level 19, I was able to reach speeds of about 50 kilometers per hour without difficulty. However, there were some parties hunting here and there, so I made sure to run slowly except in open areas with a good view. There are a lot of monsters on the road. If the third floor is the right level, it will be impossible to run around all the time. It should take a good amount of time to defeat them and go. If there's more than one of them, some of them may not be able to take the test in time. In addition, there are many branches to the destination, and if they don't think about which route is the closest, they'll run out of time. The difficulty level may be higher than I thought. After about 10 minutes of running while checking my current location on the terminal, I finally arrived at the designated point. It was supposed to be a monster room, where several monsters would normally be stationed without moving, and I thought a battle was inevitable, but when I peeked inside, I saw a medium-built man with glasses standing there. He wears a uniform with a guild logo on the chest. I'm not sure if this is a good idea or not. I wonder if he's an examiner. I thought they were testing me on how to deal with the monsters in the designated area and bring back the designated items. Oh, you're here already? I've been waiting for you, Narumi Sota-kun of the Adventurers High School, first year E class. I wonder if we knew each other at. I've been searching through my memories of Butao and can't think of anything. I wondered if he was related to my mother, who worked at the Adventurers Guild, or if he just knew me because he was an examiner. Hello, do I know you from somewhere? No, it's nice to meet you. He has a disgusting look in his eyes. There's something about the way he sees me like he holds a grudge, the way he's an Avenger. I've got a bad feeling about this. My instincts are telling me that I should get out of here as soon as possible. Well, I should just take those papers over there, right? I'll change the test. If you fight me now and win, you'll pass. The examiner then picks up the promotion test document from the center of the room and tears it into pieces without permission. He carefully shredded it into small pieces. Just as I was about to say, wait a minute, a simple appraisal came flying in. In the meantime, the fake was disguised to look like level 5, newbie, and skill level 1. I'd like to do a quick appraisal in return, but I don't want to use it now because it would seem unnatural. I believe your level was 5 when you applied for the promotion test. The shitty examiner who stared at me unreservedly. I'm wearing a jersey and a baseball bat, so I don't think there's anything to indicate strength. Still, I can't believe you made it here so quickly. I guess that means you're a student of the Adventurer School, huh? Judging from what he's saying, my level seems to be deceiving well. But who the hell is this guy? I take a closer look at the young man in front of me. I can see that he's well equipped. Light armor made of mithril alloy, small hands and boots that seem to be made of cowhide. The weapon is a slender sword made of mithril alloy, but it does not have any magic on it. If I were to judge by his appearance alone, he would be between 10 and 15 levels. I mean, this guy knows I'm a level 5 and he's trying to fight me. You don't have the authority to suddenly change the test, do you? Authority? Yeah, I don't care about that. It's bad enough that you're a student of the Adventurers School. It's bad because I'm a student of the Adventurers School? Is there a rule that special examinations are imposed on students of the Adventurers School? TL. This guy remind me of some stuck-up bastard. What do you mean? First, sin number 1, they have no eye for applicants. Sin number 2, they failed the grade me in the entrance exam. Sin number 3, they're not very good at anything, but they're so popular in the adventuring community that it's annoying. Sin number 4, they always look down on ordinary adventurers. Sin number 5, they are. He began to speak at once as if he were spitting out his words with a look of hatred on his face. When he finished saying my sins, he opened his hands and suddenly smiled. So I have to hit the evil buds properly like this to clean them. You're saying a lot of things, but in short, you're resentful because you failed the Adventurer School. So he used the promotion exam to get ahead of the Adventurer School students when they were taking the exam, and waited for them. But I'm wearing a jersey rather than armor, and I only brought a bat as a weapon. No matter what you're wearing, the result will be the same. The battle with Volgamut had wrecked both my rented weapon and my werewolf armor, so now I was wearing a jersey and a baseball bat, the same outfit I wore when I first entered the dungeon. At level 19, I can easily make it to the third floor dressed like this. Even so, he has a very happy and lecherous look on his face. It is said that the ratio of Adventurer School entrance exams is over 100 times, and I understand that the difficulty is high, but how can you twist your personality like that just because you failed the exam? I think adventurers are a profession that stimulates a sense of elitism, or perhaps it tends to be filled with people who are inexplicably proud. So let's take our time and give you a good beating. As soon as he took a step forward, he slammed his aura into me with full force. From the looks of it, I'd say he was around level 10 to 15. I'm sure I can get away with it since his level is a few levels lower than mine, but I've been under a lot of stress this morning. If no one is watching, is a good place to start. What's the matter? Have you cowered before my mighty aura? You can run away if you want. It's useless. No one will come here. The expression on his face was indescribable, distorted with hatred but unable to stop laughing. It's the end of the world when people become refracted like this. Assuming that the man in front of me is level 15 and has mastered all the basic jobs, attacking him with this bat won't do as much damage as I expect. If that's the case, I'll just hit him directly with my fist and beat him up to the guild officials. If I do that, I'll probably pass the promotion test. TL sad face degree. As I was thinking about how to cook him while snapping the bones in my neck, I felt someone coming from behind me at a tremendous speed. Is this faster than me? It might be over level 20. It seems to have arrived before I had time to decide whether to run or hide. Hey, don't tease me, okay? I turned around and saw the sexy and dynamite body of the kunoichi standing before me. You can't do this, right? Who the hell are you? A woman dressed as a kunoichi, standing with her hands on her hips and smiling quietly. A mini skirt with side slits and tight black mesh tights. The black kimono is open at the bust to emphasize her large breasts and cleavage. In addition, she was tied up with a half-width obi with a flower pattern, and her waist was really sexy. Her face is hard to see through the mask, but even so, you can tell that she is quite beautiful. TL. Change it according to your tastes or the descriptions. I tried to help. Thank me in the comments or better drop a review telling peeps we will be in the 50s now. Even so, she was not out of breath even though she had been running at a very high speed. Perhaps she is a little higher than level 20. In contrast to the intruder, the fucking examiner is extremely upset. I can guess from this that this kunoichi is not an accomplice to the examiner. If she was, he would have had to lift the ban on his inner workings. You have repeatedly violated the Adventurers Civil Service Act by robbing, assaulting, and raping students of the Adventurers School over the past few years, haven't you? I've been asked to investigate you. TL. Piece of crap. The target was all the E-class students of the Adventurers School. If they knew that the target was committing criminal acts at the time of taking the promotion examinations, they decided that all they had to do was wait and watch the list of examinees and they would appear. I mean, is this guy even raping people? I'm a guy, he wouldn't do that to me, would he? TL. There is a saying in our anime world, of there is a hole. Lucky for you, this guy seems to be a huge man crush. A pretty-faced little guy like you could have been in danger. TL sad face degree. He's a hell of a guy. These thugs need to be thrown in jail and locked up forever. TL. +1, he's a fighter, but he's targeting and bullying the weaker newbie. Oh, so you're a newbie too, you made me nervous. It seems that they both used simple appraisal, however, there is no way that the whip-smart kunoichi is a newbie. She's probably using the same fake disguise as me. If you're not a player, it's normal to get rid of simple appraisal and fake because you don't have enough room in your skill set when you're over level 20. Maybe that's a character build she designed for opponents. Or is it because of espionage and intelligence activities? The root of all evil is the Adventurers School, and I will purge all the scum that belong there with my own hands. If you try to interfere with that, I'll show no mercy, even to you. And that's why you're going to rape him. You're such a hentai bastard, foo-foo. The examiner, who had a disgusting look on his face, looked triumphantly at Kunoichi, who was laughing hilariously, and said, Aura. But there's no way it will work on someone who's almost 10 levels above him, and Kunoichi-san keeps smiling as if she's receiving a slight breeze. They faced each other and the battle was about to begin. But wait a minute. If this guy is defeated and taken away, I'll fail my promotion exam and my exam fee will be wasted. Before that happens, I'll try to negotiate with her to see what I can do. Excuse me for a second, it's about my exam. I'm going to tell them that this asshole examiner tore up the documents designated for the promotion exam and switched the exam content to PvP without permission. As for me, I don't even want to do a tie-up when I'm not forced to, so I asked her if I could borrow his body after she defeated him. No, that's too much trouble. You're the one who found him first, so I'll give you priority. What? I'm going to kill him. If you can't do that, just sit there and watch with your fingers on your lips. Huh, that's a pain in the ass. I don't want to show her my fighting too much because I don't know who she is, but what can I do? I guess I should be on my own here. I'll take care of it then, so you can go now. Huh, I wonder if there's a secret to your confidence? I think I'm getting interested in your musical note. I've been trying to get the Kunoichi to leave, but she seems to have taken an interest in me. She wiggled around and kept her eyes on me. What was I supposed to do? Do you think you can beat me? Why don't you two come at me together? The damn examiner also wasted no time in throwing his aura at me, so my frustration gauge was rising. I'm just here to take the promotion test. How did this happen? I feel like I'm going to explode. I guess I'll be okay as long as I don't do any manual activation. I'm lower level than her, and if I keep my mouth shut, it won't be a problem. So that's what I'm going to do. Are you sure you want to do this alone? I was thinking more of you as the main dish. Well, I guess I'll just half kill you first. He licked his lips in a criminal manner and slowly walked up to me, facing me at a distance of about 5 meters. It's all because of this guy, so there's no need to hold back. First of all, I use the simple appraisal to check him out. His job is a fighter, and if his strength is listed as too weak to be a match for, then he is 5 levels below me. That means he's 5 levels below me. He has 3 skills, and if one of them is a simple appraisal, he doesn't seem to have many skills. But this information is not absolute. If you're like me and Kunoichi, you're using fakes to disguise your status, and all of this data will be faked, making it difficult to detect the truth. If you're an adventurer who wants to play against other adventurers, hiding your status is a good way to catch them off guard, so disguising your status is a common practice. In this sense, one should not rely on simple appraisals. This is why I carry an appraisal wand in my backpack to break through the disguise. This guy seems simple and I think it's okay not to think about the camouflage pattern. I'll give you a special handicap. I won't attack you for 10 seconds. You're too low level to understand this, but I'll show you that there's that much of a difference between you and me right now. But isn't this guy putting too much faith in the results of the simple appraisal from earlier? Fake is an ordinary skill that can be learned first with thief. That thief is not a rare job, and it is widely known. It's also strange that they don't take into account status faking at all. Slowly, empty-handedly, he came 2 meters in front of me and slumped down. He looks as if he can avoid me at any time. The smirk on his face bothered me. Are you fine? Maybe you're faking it too? Surely it would be difficult to punch the man in front of you if you were level 5. The Kunoichi-san was looking at me worriedly with her hand on her cheek. But now I'm level 19, and I'm sure it won't be easy for him to dodge my attacks at this distance. It's not easy to dodge an attack from this distance, especially if you're caught off guard and unprotected. HMPH, although the shit examiner wears light armor made of mithril alloy, the side of the belly is thin leather instead of metal, so it is strong against slashing but weak against hitting. The distance of 2 meters is shortened in an instant, and the fist is struck as if to cut the flank that is not protected by metal. I felt a nice crunching sensation when my hit landed. I had a good feeling about the taste, so I guess I could have taken a couple of ribs. Huh. The examiner was blown to the side by a few meters and crouched down holding the broken part with a face as if he didn't know what had happened. He doesn't seem to be breathing well, but there's no mercy for a criminal with so many unforgivable crimes. Naturally, I gave chase. I kick him in the face and turn him over on his back, then stomp on his right ankle and break it. This made it impossible for him to escape from me. Just to be safe, I also folded his right shoulder to prevent him from shooting his skill and caught him by the neck. Now listen to me. If you resist, I'll break a few more bones. I'm calling the Adventurers Guild. Testify that you were the one who tore up the designated items scattered there. Report any additional crimes at that time. I told him that, but he just screamed and moaned and didn't respond, so I threatened to go after him, and he started to listen better. Your answer? Okay, please don't hit me anymore. I don't think a sex offender needs such good armor, I'll take it. He cries and cries and cries, so I hit him to stun him and then start stripping off its armor. It's armor worn by a level 15 adventurer, but it would cost several million yen to buy. I'll send the cow demon's small hands and boots to the cleaners, but I can use this fine sword. I did a good job, so I deserve it. You're relentless, but I can't believe you were using the fake. As I take off his armor and put it on, the Kunoichi-san comes up behind me and talks to me as if she is thinking about something. I don't know if there's anything to be said for me using the fake, even though you're using it too. After I report it to the guild members and get their word, I'll leave this guy in your custody, so you can use him as you please. But I didn't beat him. Well, I'll give you half the money for the quest. If I give her the contact information on Mount Device, she will give you half of the reward for completing the quest. When I asked the amount, it was well over $1 million. I'll have to take it, but that's a lot of money for killing small fry under level 14. Now I have more incentive to raise my adventurer rank. I was bored until the Adventurer Guild members arrived, so I sat around and chatted with her. It seems that Kunoichi is a member of the Adventurers Guild or a clan close to the state that cooperates in investigating cases that can't be made public, so she can't disclose her clan or name. Therefore, she did not tell me her name. TL. Sorry to Nishiko, we don't know the name. I had expected that there was such an organization, but I didn't expect someone in it to be such a sexy Kunoichi. She told me that she was a 4th level adventurer and that she belonged to a clan made up entirely of thief. As for the adventurer ranks, the 1st and 2nd ranks are like titles, so the 3rd rank is effectively the highest, and the 4th rank is the next highest adventurer rank, and has a certain amount of influence within the Adventurer Guild. The Kunoichi seemed to be around level 25, and it seemed unusual for a clan to have such a person as a member. After some more idle chit-chat, the Adventurer Guild member I had called finally arrived. He carried the fainting examiner to the hearing, and things went smoothly as the Kunoichi testified. As we parted, she winked at me and said something that caught my attention. Oh, by the way, one of the students at the Adventurer School is a new trainee from our clan. Say hello when you see her. A new trainee? I've heard she's a pretty girl, but I guess she's not class E since she's trying to join Kunoichi-san's clan. I don't think I'll have any luck with her. TL. That's how we raise flags. I've already recorded the testimony of the asshole examiner that he tore up the designated item, the document, without permission, so I'll go to the Adventurers Guild to give them the audio. It's a bit of a hassle, but I have no choice since my promotion is at stake. But the result of the promotion test was withheld. I was told that it would take at least a year for me to pass, depending on the outcome of the damn examiner's trial. I can't wait that long, so I guess I'll just have to give up this time. My 9,800 yen. I'll come back and take the test when I have time. I'm going to go to school tomorrow for the first time in a few days. Sota, Kaworu-chan is here to pick you up. It's been a few days since I've been to school. I had told Kaworu that I would be returning to school today, and she seemed to have come to pick me up. I put on my new uniform, which I've adjusted to fit my current body size since I've lost some weight, and walked down the creaking stairs. As usual, Kaworu was waiting for me at the entrance, but there was something strange about her. "So, are you Sota?" "Yeah, I've had some success with my diet, are you okay?" She seemed to be suffering from some sort of chest pain, but I wondered if she was catching a cold. She said she was fine. Oh, maybe she fell in love with the shapely and handsome Sota-kun? It's hard to be a popular guy. I walked to school following behind Kaworu in silence as usual, fantasizing about such things. Even though I've lost weight, I'm still chubby enough that I need a little more time before I become handsome, just a little more. It was early summer and sunny, so the temperature was over 20 degrees Celsius even at this time of the morning, and the occasional south breeze felt good. At the time of my entrance ceremony, I was sweating just walking around despite the chilly temperature, and I felt a heavy gravity due to my thick fat. Compared to that, I feel as light as a different person now. Now, I'm about 170 centimeters tall, but I still weigh about 80 kilograms, although I still have a good amount of fat all over his body. My muscle mass has increased due to my constant muscle training, and his body balance has greatly improved. On the other hand, I still have a huge appetite due to the effects of gluttony, and my mother also tries to fatten me up whenever she can. I want to be careful about my body fat so as not to let my guard down. The result of the gluttony appraisal is also a big concern for me, along with my appetite and money management. It's not like there's an urgent need for it, so I'll be thinking about what to do with this skill in the future. I walked behind Kaworu through the large school with its many facilities, and went to the classroom of the first year class. I slowly took my seat, but my classmates were staring at me from a distance as if they were observing a rare animal. "Huh, have you lost a little weight, Butao? Maybe you've gone from a pig to a piglet? You're getting younger, I've got a bit of a cold." Usually, I was ignored, but suddenly the warmth of my classmates' voices confused me and made me feel very uncomfortable. "I'm a small person, so I want you to look at me with a more gentle gaze." I did think that losing 20 kilograms in a short period of time was a bit much. While I was pretending to be reading my textbook, the sweet honeys descended in front of me and called out cheerfully to me. "Naru, kun, are you feeling okay already? You look so thin, did you have a fierce cold?" It's a pair of good friends, Omiya-san with pigtails hanging down from both sides of her head and Nita-san with her calm and fluffy glasses. They both look beautiful again today. I was grateful that they were concerned about my health, but there was no way I could tell them that my weight loss was due to a fierce battle to the death, rather than a fierce cold, so I falsely told them that I was fine. I greeted them lightly and asked them why were they talking to me, and they told me that we had a class in the afternoon to learn how to sword fight in the arena. "That's why we're practicing together. Narumi didn't come because he was absent, so you don't have a partner yet, right?" The mere mention of the word partner is enough to damage a botch. TL. Ouch, my fragile single heart. But pairs in a sword fighting class, are they suddenly going to do some ground training? The school's physical education program is as much about dungeon diving as it is about club activities, and the curriculum includes a variety of martial arts in addition to sword fights. It's a good idea to learn some kata from various martial arts to connect to dungeon diving. Her partner is out of school today, so I teamed up with her. Yes, if I team up with Narumi, we can make a good pair, right? What do you think? The other side of Omiya-san's gaze was Kuga-san, who was sitting in his seat as if he was lurking in the shadows, his presence disappearing. She's the type of girl who doesn't talk much and it's hard to tell what she's thinking, but she does talk a fair amount with her roommate. It would be easy to solve the problem of a duo if I, as the odd man out, and Kuga-san, who has no partner, teamed up, but I don't want to get too close to her because she has appraisal skills and a background as an operative and intelligence officer. If Omiya-san and Nita-san are willing to split up and follow up on the matter, that would be a boon. However, I'm a little uncomfortable with a bastard mixing in with the girls. My answer is, good luck. It was a prostrate yes. It may have been a combination of pity and social courtesy. I was just talking to a poor lone wolf, divided by two, but I'm going to brazenly express my desire to participate. I've never had a chance to get involved with my classmates because I'm always hiding in dungeons, and I'm notorious for being the weakest person in the class, having lost to a slime. I'd really like to get close to Omiya-san and Nita-san, who took the trouble to ask me out. It's not that I'm jealous. I'm sure they'll give out weapons in class, so don't worry. I think you've changed your look a lot. It's not just that you've lost weight. Of course you've lost weight, but you also look more dependable. Is that so? My current appearance is quite similar to that of my baby-faced sister, a chubby boy with a baby-faced face who looks soft with big eyes. I've been doing a lot of muscle training for the past month or so I'm pretty muscular underneath my clothes. The former super obese, fred-eyed pigtailed man has certainly changed his appearance. I'll see you later, Narumi-kun. Sword fighting is easy. The two of them waved lightly at me and went into the other girls' group. Omiya-san had been depressed for a while because of the way she was treated by Class E at the club recruitment ceremony, but she seemed to have recovered and was regaining her natural cheerfulness. Nita-san, on the other hand, seems to be enjoying her school life and is still smiling and making the atmosphere around her relaxed. I'm thankful that I was able to talk with these girls and feel refreshed after my early return. Now, let's get on with another day. Lunchtime. Most of my classmates had moved to the cafeteria, and there were less than 10 of us left in the classroom. As for me, I've been eating at the cafeteria all the time, so I bought some jam bread and milk at the store for a change, and I'm slowly eating it in the classroom. I've been absent for the past few days, so I'm trying to catch up on my classes, and I'm reading through my math notes that I borrowed from Omiya-san. It's only the beginning of my high school life, and I'm still having to solve entrance exam level problems in class. If I thought it was the same as the high school I went to, I would instantly become a failure in my academic ability. As a person who graduated from a second-rate science university in my former world, I had no intention of losing to a first-year high school student in science. As I opened my mouth and bit into a piece of bread while scribbling down the problem, I heard a little commotion in the distance and a voice calling my name. "Hey, you there, is there anyone named Sota Narumi?" She is rather small, but has a straight back and long, wavy blue hair. Her eyes look dignified and strong, and her nose is small. Even though her mouth is covered with a black feather fan, her tone is clear and clear. There was a female student there who was, the young lady, in a different direction than the next student body president. The color of her uniform scarf is blue, so she is a second-year student. She wasn't dressed in any particular way, but her appearance gave off an air of refinement, indicating that she was of the upper class or related to it. I believe that person is. When someone from the upper class called me, my classmates pointed at me as if I was the culprit and gasped. I don't really want to get involved, but the air in the classroom is getting cold, so I have no choice but to come forward. "I'm Narumi, what can I do for you? You are, She stared back and forth from the top of my head to the tips of my toes, surveying me. I felt really uncomfortable. "It's not a good place to talk, follow me." The lady walked away without saying a word. Since I was in the middle of eating, there was no way I could ask her to leave later, so I decided to follow behind her. After a few turns down the hallway and up the stairs, I entered an empty classroom and was presented with a postcard-sized white envelope. The two of us alone in such an empty place. Could it be a love letter of some kind? It looks like a normal envelope, but the seal is closed with beeswax with some kind of plant symbol on it. On the front, it just says, "To Sota Narumi Dono," and looking at the back, I can't find the sender's name anywhere. The young lady in front of me looked at me as if she was observing a Daphne, and I knew she hadn't given me this letter out of some kind of love letter. Rather, I can see her negative feelings toward me. TL. Daphne, in Greek mythology, the personification of the laurel, Greek Daphne, a tree whose leaves, formed into garlands, were particularly associated with Apollo, Q.V. When the god pursued her, Daphne prayed to the earth or to her father to rescue her, whereupon she was transformed into a laurel. I wondered if her irritated look had anything to do with the owner of this letter, when I tried to open the package. "Before you open that letter, answer one question," she said in a low, warning tone, different from the voices I've heard before. "I'm not sure what's going on here, but I think it's better to just listen." "What is it? The other day, you probably met a clan member to which I belong." "Clan member? What clan is that? It wasn't Sorrel, was it?" Did she mention her clan name and her name at the time? If that question comes, does it mean that she is referring to that Kunoichi-san? I was told that this is a clan that does a lot of clandestine work, and in the end they wouldn't tell me their name or clan name because they said it was confidential. By the way, Kunoichi also said that there was a new clan trainee at the adventurer's school when we parted. I was both flattered and confused that she had come to see me so soon. She didn't even tell me his name, let alone his clan name. Yes, well then, next question, what is your level? As soon as she asked me my level, the simple appraisal was pointed at me. At the moment, I'm using the same newbie as the school's database to make it look like level 3. But she seems to be convinced that this is a lie. Maybe Kunoichi-san told her about the time I defeated the damn examiner. I don't want to get into trouble with the girl in front of me, but I also have no intention of teaching her anything. I try to answer as softly as I can. "I'll keep your level confidential. This is my way of planning, so please understand." "Right, one last question, who are you?" It's another very abstract question. I don't know if they'll be that wary of me just because I'm disguised as a open double angle bracket fake close double angle bracket. It is said that Akagi-kun and Kaworu also changed their jobs, and even though they are students of the first year E class, the fact that they are serving as thief is not that unusual. I'm not sure if a fake skill is a general one, or if it's not a general one. If so, then the attitude of the shitty examiner who believed in the simple appraisal the other day and the strange reaction to the fake by Miss Kunoichi can be explained. However, I can't be sure at this point, so I'll just have to pretend. If you're asking who I am, I can only say that I'm Narumi from Class E, Year 1. When I answered that, the female student in front of me momentarily overflowed with murderous energy and aura, but she immediately retracted it. I wonder if the owner of this letter has something to do with the fact that she doesn't want to antagonize me explicitly. In the first place, I parted amicably with Kunoichi-san, and there's no reason for me to be hostile to anyone related to her. Incidentally, this female student is a reasonably popular subheroine in a game called Kusunoki Unmo Karara. She was called Karara-chan, or Kii-chan by those close to her. She is the heiress of a family that holds the title of Viscount, and has a good position in this school. She rarely appears in the game except when using Pink-chan in BL mode, so I'm afraid I don't know much about her as I've only played with a Kaji-kun or a custom character. However, I do know that she's a strong adventurer at the school, Pink-chan's rival and protector, hates men, and has many big names behind her. She has a lot of students in the school and stands out in many ways. If I were to get involved with her, I would have to deal with a lot of troublesome events, so I wanted to keep my distance from her if possible. If you think about it, this envelope seems to be nothing but trouble. Now, please read the letter inside. Huh, I'll open it then. I was reluctant to do so, but I had to read it, so I carefully opened the package. What came out of the package was a beautifully patterned invitation to a clan party. It was written carefully with what looked like a thin brush. The sender was. Is it from Haruka Mikami, the clan leader of Kunoichi Red? Yes, by the way, it was the deputy leader who met you the other day. Karara takes out her feather fan again and elegantly covers her mouth. Speaking of Kunoichi Red, I once heard they were a clan that is made up entirely of female. Thief, the leader of the clan, Mikami, often appears in the media and is famous for her glamorous beauty. This means that the Kunoichi-san I met the other day and the Karara-chan in front of me are also members of Kunoichi Red. But still, I've only met Kunoichi-san for a short while, so why would she invite me to the clan party? I would like to ask her why, but judging from the question she just asked me, I'm guessing she didn't tell her anything. The clan party is more like a tea party for family members. However, as it is written there, it is an invitation from God himself. Please do not be rude. TL. God equals leader. I was cautious when I heard that an unknown bastard might come to the clan party, which was only for the women in my family. However, the clan leader himself invited the guests, so he could not ignore them. That's what must be happening for Karara now. I'll be waiting for you on that day. After saying that, Aichi left the place quickly without making a sound. I really wanted to refuse, but I was afraid of what might happen later, so I guess I'll have to attend. The date and time would be around the time the class competition was over. As I let out a heavy sigh and pondered what to do, I heard the bell ring 5 minutes before the afternoon class started. By the way, I almost ate my lunch. I have to hurry back.